This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Nyen Nyen. A soft call sounded in my ears. When Nyen felt a splitting pain, he opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. Brother. When Nyen's voice was hoarse, and his pupils were confused for a moment. Wasn't she dead? How could my brother see me? Besides, didn't he die with Zhou Yuchu to help me revenge? Nyen Nyen. I found the antipyretic medicine. You will be fine. When Siyu helped his sister sit up, handed the granules in his hand to her mouth, waited for her to swallow, and fed her some water. When Nyen stared blankly at the scene in front of her, and an idea came to her mind. Is she reborn? In the previous life, the zombie virus broke out suddenly. She and her brother were blocked by zombies on the way home. They fled all the way. Later, they met a team and followed them to the north. There is a defense base built by the government in the North City, which is the last hope for everyone. In the process of fighting zombies, the people in the team slowly stimulated their superpowers. Some can control metal, some can control water, and some have healing superpowers. Only when Nyen is still a useless person with no power. Not only can she not help at all, but she also needs others to divert their attention to protect her. Gradually, everyone in the team had the idea of abandoning her. But they didn't want to lose such a powerful helper like Wensiyu. So they had to think of another way. Later, when Nyen fell ill, and they felt even more burdensome, so they did it all at once. While Wensiyu was out on the field, they opened the door and led the zombies into the room. When Wensiyu came back, when Nyen had turned into a dead zombie, with his head cut off and blood splattered everywhere, the people in the team took advantage of the situation and blamed the cause of Wenyen's death on another passing team. From then on, Wensiyu embarked on the road of revenge for his sister. It was a pity that he didn't know until his death that his sister was actually killed by his teammates. After his death, Nyen wandered as a soul for a long time, watching his brother upgrade and fight monsters all the way, becoming a hegemon, but eventually died with others in order to avenge her. And he avenged the wrong revenge. When Nyen was overwhelmed by intense pain and unwillingness, when he opened his eyes again, he returned to the time before he died, starting over again. When Nyen secretly vowed to live well, not only for himself, but also for his brother. When Nyen tightly grasped Wensiyu's wrist. Brother, don't leave yet. I have something to tell you. Wensiyu responded with a yes, helped her lie down, and tucked her in. The most important thing for you now is to take care of your body. Don't worry about other things. When Nyen took a breath, and saw the door that was not closed tightly, and said in a low voice, Go and close the door first. Wensiyu nodded, got up and walked to the door, noticed the two people standing in the corridor, nodded slightly, and closed the door. Returning to the bed again, he pulled a chair over and sat down, and met Wenyen's eyes. I know what you are worried about. Don't worry. Even if you part ways with him, I will protect you. Wenyen looked at her brother's firm eyes, and her nose was a little sour for a moment. After she died in the last life, her brother had been feeling guilty and self-blaming, and his face never smiled again. And he even lived just to avenge her. Brother. Wenyen choked up, tears falling uncontrollably. Actually, I died once. In my last life, I was killed by this group of people, and you chose the wrong person to avenge me. After saying this, Wenyen realized that the words just now were muted. So, she can't reveal these things? Wensiyu saw his sister crying, and suddenly became a little nervous. What's wrong? Why are you crying for no reason? Wenyen slowly stopped crying and repeated what he just said. But there was still no sound. It seems that the secret cannot be revealed. Wenyen thought about it, and decided to change the way she said it. Brother, everyone in this team dislikes me, and thinks I'm a waste. I also heard them say they want to abandon me. Why don't we leave? I don't want to be with them. Wensiyu's face condensed, and his handsome eyebrows sank. Did they really say that? Yeah. Wenyen grabbed his wrist again, and looked at him with red eyes. Aggrieved. Don't go out for the next 2 days. Just say you want to take care of me at home. No matter who persuades you. You are not allowed to go out. Otherwise you won't be able to see me. Wensiyu was slightly stunned. You mean? They plan to attack you while I'm not around? Wenyen was lying on the bed, half supporting his body, and spoke with some difficulty. This is my guess, but it's almost certain. I've slowed down the team's progress, and can't help it all. If it weren't for your superpowers, they would have abandoned us long ago. The current situation is that they don't want to give up your superpowers. And they really think I'm a burden. The best way is to attract zombies to kill me while you're away. And then you can't blame them. After Wen Yin finished speaking, she felt dizzy. So she lay down and took a few deep breaths. Brother, do you believe me? Wen Xiu stared at his sister's face, and always felt that something was different about her. He nodded slowly. Of course I believe you. How could he not believe his only relative? But Wen Yin had a high fever at the moment, and what he said might be just nonsense. Wen Xiu reached out and touched Wen Yin's forehead, which was still a little hot. You should have a good sleep first, and I will call you when it's time to eat. Yeah. Wen Yin responded and closed her eyes obediently to rest. Her body was really too weak, and she couldn't help it all at the critical moment. She didn't want to just hide behind her brother and be a burden to him in this life. She needed to strengthen herself, at least to have the ability to protect herself. Thinking about her worries, Wen Yin slowly fell asleep. In the kitchen downstairs, Wen Xiu was wearing an apron and cooking. Their temporary residence was a small villa located halfway up the mountain. The decoration was very elegant, and the furniture inside was complete. But there was no food. Originally, they planned to rest for one night and then continue on their journey. Unfortunately, Wen Yin fell ill, and Wen Xiu wanted to stay to take care of her. So the whole team stayed for 3 days. The team members took turns to go out to find food. Today's dinner was 2 wild rabbits and some fast food that Wen Xiu brought back. Su Lingxi walked into the kitchen to help, but found that there was nothing to do. The wild rabbit meat had been processed and placed on the chopping board, and the side dishes were also prepared. She closed the sliding door and half leaned against the door. Is Xiaonian feeling better? Wen Xiu looked back at her and said him lightly. Wen Xiu is always quiet and cold in a team. Su Lingxi is used to it and said to herself, that's good. She was sick these 2 days, and we were all worried. In addition to worrying about her, I am also worried about your health. You haven't slept well these 2 days. Sometimes I really envy her. She has a considerate brother like you. She has someone to help her with everything. Unlike me, an only child. I learned to be independent very early. Wen Xiu has always had little patience with others. Hearing this, he interrupted. If you have nothing to do, you can go out. Su Lingxi's face froze, and her fingertips curled up and clenched in her palm. Okay, you go ahead. When she turned around, a dark color appeared in her eyes. Chapter 2: The Disliked Wen Yin. In the living room, a group of people sat on the sofa, chatting quietly. When are we going to leave? We have been here for 3 days. Yes. Wen Yin's illness can't be cured. Right? It's okay if you don't have superpowers, but you always drag others down. If you continue like this, we will never get to North City. Okay. Stop talking. Chen Hai stopped the complaints of several people and said in a deep voice. We are a team. If we want to leave, we must leave together. Don't say such things in the future. It's meaningless. As for when to leave, I have my own judgment. After Chen Hai finished speaking, the other 5 people shut up tactfully. They knew in their hearts that the team was not important. What was important was that Wen Xiu had the highest force value in the team. They were all optimistic about Wen Xiu's strength and cherished such teammates. But he had a sister who was a drag. Not only did she not have any combat value, she couldn't even do logistics work. Asked her to cook. She almost burned the kitchen. In short, she is useless except for her good looks. This time, the team was stranded here because of her illness. And everyone had complaints in their hearts, thinking that she was too delicate and not suitable for living in the end of the zombie siege. The team that went out yesterday was already discussing how to deal with this burden. But Shanghai didn't nod, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Several people planned to visit Shanghai privately tonight. When Xiu came out after making dinner, greeted several people in the living room, and brought a small plate of rabbit meat and 2 bowls of clear soup noodles upstairs, knocked on the door and went in. Wen Yin was still asleep. Wen Xiu put the things on the bedside table, put his hand on Wen Yin's forehead and touched it. The temperature seemed to have dropped a little. Yin Yin, wake up. It's time for dinner. Wen Xiu pinched his sister's face, and seeing her looking at him in confusion, he couldn't help laughing. What? Did you fall asleep? Wen Yin blinked, and then smiled. I feel much better. I should be able to get out of bed tomorrow. Wen Xiu helped her sit up, holding the plate in one hand and handed it to her. I made braised rabbit meat. You try it. As he said, he picked up a piece of rabbit meat with chopsticks. Wen Yin opened her mouth and swallowed it, and raised her lips with satisfaction. Well, it's delicious. Wen Yin ate several pieces in a row, and refused. Brother, you eat too. I want to eat noodles. Okay. You eat slowly. If it's not enough, I make more. Wen Xiyu saw that his sister was finally energetic, and his tense mood couldn't help but relax a little. Wen Yin had a high fever for the past 2 days, and he almost thought he was going to lose her. Life in the end of the world is already difficult. If he didn't have his sister as a sustenance, he didn't know how to survive. After eating the noodles, Wen Yin tasted 2 pieces of rabbit meat. It must be said that her brother's cooking skills are getting better and better. The brother and sister used to be very good at cooking, especially Wen Yin, who was the little princess held in the palm of the family's hand and grew up in luxury. How could she have suffered such hardships now? On the way to escape at the beginning, Wen Yin cried many times, but those pasts could not be returned, and people always had to look forward. Wen Yin ate and drank enough, lying on the bed, and began to think about her previous life. After her death, although her brother did not doubt the team, he also parted ways with them and embarked on the road of revenge alone. And the target of revenge, that is, the man who killed the zombie Wen Yin, was elusive all the way, and the brother looked for him for a long time, but could not find any trace. Until they met again. They became the overlords of their own side, and their strengths were equal. Wen Yin passed by like a revolving lantern, and suddenly felt that they might have a shortcut. After a good night's sleep, Wen Yin woke up when it was already bright. The sun shone through the screen window into the room, warm and comfortable. After washing up, she put on a black short-sleeved shirt and jeans, and went downstairs. The people on the sofa saw her. Their eyes were either contemptuous or disgusted. Someone joked. Miss Wen finally came downstairs. Wen Yin glanced at the man and smiled and replied, Yes, I feel much better. Thank you for your care during this period of time. Wen Xiyu heard the noise, and came out of the kitchen with familiar concern on his face. Why did you go downstairs? I'm fine. I went downstairs to see if I can help. Wen Yin walked towards her brother, and happily took his arm. What are you doing? It smells so good. Wen Xiyu rubbed her hair, his eyes full of pampering. Today, it's mainly Captain Chen who is cooking. He is making buns, both vegetarian and meat fillings. You can try them later. The two walked into the kitchen, talking and laughing. The people on the sofa watched this scene. Their mouths twitched slightly. Wen Xiyu was cold and taciturn in front of them, but he was gentle and seemed to be a different person in front of his sister. Sister control is really terrible. Su Lingxi pinched her palms hard, and the jealousy in her eyes almost turned into reality. From the first time she saw Wen Xiyu, Su Lingxi had a crush on him. Whether it was appearance or figure, Wen Xiyu perfectly met her aesthetic standards, especially that beautiful face. The more Su Lingxi looked at it, the more she liked it. But Wen Xiu's mind was all on his sister, and he never spoke to others. Su Lingxi tried to get close to him several times, but she could not say a few words. Either his sister was in trouble, or his sister was uncomfortable. Why didn't such a useless and troublesome sister die? Su Lingxi thought of the plan of several people last night, and her eyes became firm. This kind of waste without superpowers would die sooner or later, so it would be better to send her off. In the kitchen, Wen Yin wanted to help, but was placed on a chair beside by Wen Xiyu. I will do these things. You have just recovered a little, so you should rest more. Chen Hai glanced at the two of them, smiled and shook his head. Wen Xiyu should actually let his sister learn to be independent instead of relying on him all the time. If he was gone one day, who would take care of his sister like he did? Wen Xiyu naturally understood this truth, but he also knew that if he was gone, his sister would probably not survive. I'd rather be as nice to her as possible every day of my life. After breakfast, Chen Hai proposed to leave the team to the city to find supplies, leaving 2 people in the villa to look after the house. And everyone had no objection. Su Lingxi suggested, Shan Yin and I will stay. She is not fully recovered yet. I will stay to take care of her. Chen Hai nodded in agreement. Then Wen Yin and Su Lingxi will look after the house. Remember to lock the doors and windows. We will be back as soon as possible. Sorry. I want to stay and take care of my sister. Wen Xiu's tone was calm, but there was a hint of unquestionable. Hearing this, The other people in the team all looked dissatisfied. Wensiyu Thunder ability is the strongest in their team. If he doesn't go, the risk factor of others will increase. What's the point of staying to take care of his sister? She is not sick and can't get out of bed. Chenhai looked at Wensiyu with a helpless expression. Siyu, your ability is the strongest in the team. We need you when we go out. Besides, your sister is getting better now. Lingxi can take care of her. Wensiyu was unmoved and very determined. I won't go out again until my sister recovers. I completed the task yesterday and brought back a lot of supplies. Today, someone should have gone to find supplies. It was agreed that they would take turns to go out. But now the strategy has changed, leaving only Wenyan at home. Wensiyu couldn't help but doubt their motives. Maybe, as Wenyan said, they wanted to take advantage of his absence to attack Wenyan. Thinking of this, the coldness in Wensiyu's eyes slowly condensed, hidden under his long eyelashes. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Wensiyu, Chenhai stopped persuading him. Okay, then you and Wenyan stay at home, and everyone else goes out. We need to store more supplies. Watching them leave, Wenyan breathed a sigh of relief. In her previous life, she died on this day. Wenyan and Su Lingxi stayed at home for the same outing. Wenyan was lying in bed because she was not feeling well. Su Lingxi came in and brought lunch and water. Not long after that, a zombie came into the room. When Wenyan was bitten, she was still sleeping soundly. When she reacted, it was too late. Looking back, she felt that she must have been given sleeping pills. Otherwise she would not have slept so deeply. Brother, let's leave this team as soon as possible. Wenyan said to Wensiyu that the people in this team would attack her sooner or later, and she didn't want to be on guard all the time. As for revenge, if Wenyan remembered correctly, they all died in the zombie tide in the last life. So she didn't have to do it herself. And with her current strength, she couldn't take revenge at all. Even if her brother helped, she had no chance of winning in a one-on-many situation. Wensiyu hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, Tomorrow. You are not well yet. Take another day off. Chapter 3 Space Power. Wenyan drank the medicine, but she didn't dare to go back to her room to rest. She died there in her last life. She was still very scared to do it again. So she followed her brother to clean up the kitchen, went upstairs, and then went into his room, like a follower. Wensiyu looked at her puzzledly. You should go back to your room to rest. It's best to sleep for a while after taking the medicine. Wenyan shook her head, and pulled his sleeve aggrievedly. I don't like that room. I want to stay with you. Wensiyu smiled helplessly, and tapped the little guy's forehead with his finger. Why are you more delicate after getting sick? Wensiyu is 8 years older than Wenyan. In his eyes, Wenyan is still the cute clingy girl when she was a child. Now that her parents are gone, Wensiyu has more love for her. Whenever she asks for something, as long as Wensiyu can do it, he will satisfy it. Then you sleep here for a while. I accompany you. Wenyan shook his arm and smiled. Brother, you're the best. Wensiyu nodded with satisfaction, took out a new sheet from the closet and laid it down, watching Wenyan fall asleep, and leaned on the back of the chair to sleep for a while. Wenyan was sleeping soundly, and in a trance, she saw a zombie walking towards her, making a hee-hee roar as he walked. He rushed over and was about to bite her neck, but Wenyan was trapped in the bed and couldn't move. Panic and pain spread inch by inch in her heart. Wenyan suddenly opened her eyes, but found that she was the only one in the room. It turned out to be a nightmare. Wenyan gasped for breath. Her heart was beating violently because of the nightmare. She took a long time to relax, then turned over and got out of bed, quickly packed herself up, and then went downstairs to find Wensiyu. The smell of food wafted out of the kitchen. Wenyan swallowed her saliva and pushed the door open. Brother, what are you doing? Wensiyu looked back at her. His eyes were gentle. I'm making steamed fish to nourish your body. Wenyan pulled a chair over and sat down, watching her brother cook quietly. After being reborn, Wenyan always felt unreal, and only by staying with her brother could she feel more at ease. After lunch, Wenyan did not go upstairs again, but lay on the sofa in the living room to rest, letting Wensiyu accompany her. Because of the fever these days, she has not had much strength, and today she feels more energetic. When she closed her eyes to rest, Wenyan felt that something seemed to be flowing in her body. This force made her feel a little uncomfortable, but she couldn't describe what it felt like. Just then, a strange buzzing sound sounded. and she saw herself in a completely unfamiliar place even though she had her eyes closed. The surroundings were blank, without any decoration or furniture. And the walls, floor and ceiling were all pure white. The room was not big, about 20 square meters. Wenyin breathing stagnated, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She could still see the space. She waved tentatively at the coffee table, and the next moment, the coffee table appeared in the empty room. "Brother, look!" Wenyin excitedly called Wenxiu, and waited for him to look over before she used her space ability to put the coffee table back in the living room. Wenxiu curled his lips in surprise. Space ability? It seemed so. Wenyin waved again, and put the coffee table into the space. After repeated tests several times, Wenyin was sure that she had really awakened the space ability. Great. I'm finally not a waste. In the end times, without superpowers, it is equivalent to half a waste. Especially for a spoiled girl like Wenyin, who is powerless and can't run fast. If it weren't for her brother to protect her, Wenyin would not be able to survive. Now that she has the space ability, she can finally help her brother. Wenyin was so happy that her tears came out. Wenxiu touched her head and said seriously, "You have never been a waste. Don't belittle yourself." Wenyin smiled and wiped her tears, and stood up from the sofa. "Let's go outside to get some fresh air. Maybe we can meet a hare or something." Of course, Wenyin didn't want to meet a hare. But Zhou Yuchu, he should be passing by here soon. When the two met in the last life, Wenyin was already a zombie, and Zhou Yuchu was passing by. Seeing that the door of the villa was open, he came in to check. Wenyin followed her instinct and rushed towards Zhou Yuchu. He dodged and killed her with an ice knife. Wenyin didn't have any resentment about this. Who made her become a zombie? Later, she floated in the world as a soul, saw many people and things, and learned to distinguish right from wrong. In the end times, human nature is the ugliest, and there are not many people who can keep their original intentions. Zhou Yuchu is one of them. Like his brother, he is a very good person. He is upright, not greedy for beauty, and can even risk his life for his friends. Moreover, he is very capable. In less than 2 years, he has formed an unrivaled team, with an average of 8 or 9 levels of supernatural power. Such a person is the most suitable to be a friend. Wenyin thought that when he met him later, he must let his brother make friends with him, or form a team. Anyway, they are going to leave this team, and it would be even better if they can form a team with Zhou Yuchu. After leaving the villa, Wenyin stood by the roadside waiting for someone with a clear goal. Wenxiu looked around for the hare, but did not dare to go too far. He kept his eyes on Wenyin, seeing a blue off-road vehicle coming from a distance. Wenxiu immediately walked towards Wenyin, holding a hare that was stunned by lightning in his hand. Wenyin stared at the car without blinking. The man in the driver's seat was wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, with fair skin, deep and three-dimensional eyebrows, and beautiful dark brown eyes. It was Zhou Yuchu without a doubt. Among the people Wenyin had seen in his previous life, he and his brother were the most beautiful. One was like the scorching sun, bright and dazzling, while the other was like a lily in a jade tree, cold and elegant. Seeing the car slowly stop, Wenyin walked closer and asked with a smile, "Are you going to the city?" Zhou Yuchu rolled down the window and looked casually at the girl standing on the side of the road. She was wearing a dark green short-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and her hair was tied into a neat high ponytail. She was very beautiful and lively. Zhou Yuchu thought he was not the kind of person who could not move when he saw a beautiful woman. But the moment he saw the girl just now, his heart was slightly startled, and he stepped on the brakes. He was a little annoyed, but the car had stopped, so he could only wait and see. He nodded to the girl. "Yes, we are going to the city." Lin Zixia, who was in a daze in the passenger seat, saw the car stop, wondered for a moment, and raised his eyes. Oh, what a beautiful girl! Her skin was very clear and white. Her eyes were round and clear, and her facial features were very delicate. The girl continued, "The city is in chaos now, and there are mutant zombies. Be careful if you go." Zhou Yuchu originally thought that the two wanted to hitchhike, but he didn't expect that it was just a kind reminder. He recalled a certain word he heard, and his eyes were slightly confused. What is a mutant zombie? Wenyin thought about it and explained simply. It is a zombie with superpowers. And there are also levels. This kind of zombie is very fast and can summon other zombies. If you encounter it, be careful. Wen Xiu stood silently beside Wen Yin. Seeing that she was just kindly reminding the two, he didn't say anything. Lin Zixia's eyebrows drooped when he heard it, and the thought of appreciating the beauty disappeared in an instant. Zombies have superpowers. How can they survive? Zhou Yuchu pondered for a while, and smiled gratefully at Wen Yin. Thank you for your reminder. We will pay attention. Wen Yin wanted to get close to him, but was afraid that being too enthusiastic would make him look malicious. So he waved his hand. Then you should be careful. And see you again if we are lucky. Goodbye. Zhou Yuchu looked at the sweet girl in the rearview mirror, and the corners of his lips curled slightly, hoping that there would be a chance to see him again. Lin Zixiu waved to Wen Yin. We leave first. Thank you. The car whizzed away, and soon disappeared at the end of the road. Wen Yin retracted her gaze, and noticed the hair in Wen Xiu's hand. She curled her lips in joy. You caught a rabbit. Great. I want to eat spicy food tonight. Wen Xiu looked down at her, with a serious expression. Don't talk to strangers in the future. Especially when I'm not around. Got it. Wen Yin listened obediently. She understood her brother's concerns. If she didn't have the memory of her previous life, she wouldn't talk to strangers. But Zhou Yuchu is a good helper for her brother. When they leave this team, they will sooner or later team up with others. And Zhou Yuchu is the best candidate in terms of character and strength. Wen Yin has a hunch that they will meet again. Chapter 4 Gold Power. As evening approached, the team members who had gone out came back one after another. They had experienced a fierce battle, and everyone was in a mess, with varying degrees of injuries. Seeing Wen Yin sitting on the sofa, Su Lingxi's blood suddenly surged. Why did they fight for supplies outside, while Wen Yin didn't need to do anything and could get everything? Su Lingxi walked over and stared down at her, with undisguised contempt in her eyes. Didn't you see we were injured? Why don't you go get the medicine? Wen Yin glanced at her lazily. Isn't the medicine box in the car? Where are the medicines at home? Su Lingxi looked at her attitude and became even more angry. You useless person. What's the use of you? You're not injured. Why are you barking here? Wen Yin responded bluntly. Even if they were injured when they went out, it had nothing to do with her. Why did they vent their anger on her? Su Lingxi was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and was about to slap Wen Yin. Wen Yin picked up the pillow to stop her and shouted to the kitchen. Brother, someone wants to hit me. Chen Hai was busy treating his own wounds at the moment and didn't care about the situation here. The others were just watching the fun. Wen Xiu came out of the kitchen. His face as dark as ink. Su Lingxi, dare you touch her? Su Lingxi quickly withdrew her hand when she saw him coming out, and stepped back a few steps. If she hadn't been so angry, she wouldn't have done it in front of so many people. See you? I was joking with Wen Yin. Su Lingxi came back to her senses, and regretted her behavior more and more. Why didn't she control her anger, now that Wen Xiu saw her attacking his sister? How could she get close to him in the future? Wen Xiu walked to the side of the sofa, protecting Wen Yin behind him. His cold eyes passed over everyone, and his voice was low. If you get hurt, don't take it out on my sister. The supplies I brought back from my previous trip are enough for the two of us. We are siblings and don't owe anyone anything. Seeing this, Chen Hai hurriedly explained. See you? Don't think too much. Ling Shi was just angry for a moment. We went out and encountered mutant zombies and almost died. Wen Xiu's thin lips curved slightly, and he sneered. You are not strong enough. What does it have to do with my sister? She never needs your protection. Nor has she troubled you. You have no right to blame her. The several people in the team looked at each other, a little unconvinced. How could a waste like her deserve Wen Xiu's protection? The atmosphere in the room was awkward. Chen Hai coughed lightly and changed the subject. We brought back some supplies. Enough for a while. The city is in chaos now. We'd better leave as soon as possible. Someone echoed. Yes. The mutant zombie today was too scary. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise we would have died long ago. Wen Xiu, as the only second-level thunder ability in the team, might still have the strength to fight against such mutant zombies. As for them, they could only run away. Chen Hai sighed slightly, and seeing that Wen Yin seemed to be better, he made a decision. We will leave early tomorrow morning. I know a way to bypass the city. Wen Xiu didn't say anything, and pulled Wen Yin into the kitchen. He touched her head, and some guilt surged in his eyes. Don't be afraid. We will leave tomorrow. Yeah. Wen pursed her lips, and her nose was a little sour. She was not afraid of those people, but felt that she was dragging her brother down. But this life is always different. She will live well with her brother. After dinner, Wen said to everyone, I know you all have complaints about my sister and think she is a burden. In this case, let's go our separate ways. We don't have to follow this team. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. They had complained a lot in private about Wen being a burden to the team. But when the person involved pointed it out, no one wanted to admit it. Chenhai tried to smooth things over. You are responsible for your sister. It has no impact on us, let alone a burden. Besides, it is fate that we are all together. It is normal to have some minor friction. This little thing is not enough to separate us. Wen looked at Chenhai, his dark eyes revealing determination. This is not a small matter. I have decided to go our separate ways tomorrow. If we meet in the future, we can still continue to cooperate. But there is no need to form a team. Su Lingxi listened to this, and he was angry and anxious. How could he leave the team because of Wen? Even if he had superpowers, it would be difficult for him to survive with a sister who was a burden. The last time they went out, he almost died to save Wen. Su Lingxi bit her lip and looked at Wen with red eyes. I apologize to you for what happened today. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been mean to your sister. I promise that this will never happen again. Wen glanced at her coldly. You should apologize to my sister. Not me. Su Lingxi's eyes flashed with resentment, and then adjusted her facial expression in an instant. Her eyelids drooped slightly. Her eyes were innocent and aggrieved. I'm sorry, Xiaoyan. I just said something that didn't fit my words. Don't be angry. And don't encourage your brother to leave the team. There are a lot of mutant zombies outside now. It will be dangerous for the two of you to act alone. Wen mouth twitched. This apology was really sincere. She smiled indifferently. It's okay. I'm not angry. I just don't want to be in the same team with you. Su Lingxi didn't expect Wen to be so direct. She was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what to say. The other people took turns to persuade Wen to stay in the team. If they encountered mutant zombies on the road again, they still hoped that Wen could help. But Wen had made up his mind. No matter how they persuaded, he didn't change his mind. In the middle of the night, there was no light in the living room. Several figures sneaked downstairs, talked in a low voice, and then left the villa. Half an hour later, several people dragged a zombie tied with ropes and gagged back to the villa. Going to the second floor, they knocked on one of the doors, but heard no response. Someone tried to push the door and found that it was not locked from the inside. The quilt on the bed could be seen through the crack of the door. Several people looked at each other, untied the rope on the zombie, pulled the socks out of his mouth, pushed the zombie in, and quickly closed the door. Then they used the gold power to lock the room. After doing all this, several people went back to their rooms. The sound of the zombies howling was particularly clear in the silent night, and soon woke up Chenhai, who was sleeping next door. He immediately put on his clothes and went out to check. Hearing the sound coming from Wen's room, he couldn't help but feel nervous. This little girl wouldn't be so unlucky, right? Chenhai tried to push the door, but couldn't open it. The door was locked from the inside. He asked the others to step back and kick the door hard. The door frame fell to the ground. The next moment, a zombie roared and rushed over. He immediately dodged sideways and inserted the blade into the zombie's neck neatly. Then he pulled hard, and the head fell off. The zombie also fell down completely. Chenhai turned on the light in the room. There was no other figure inside except the zombie. At this moment, the door of the next room opened. Wenxiu leaned against the door, and the coldness in his eyes slowly dissipated. It turned out that Wen Yin was not thinking nonsense. These people were really looking for an opportunity to attack her. If she hadn't insisted on staying in her room tonight, she would be in danger. Wenxiu wanted to kill a few people, but it was not suitable to do it now. First, there were many of them, and second, her sister was easily affected. Chenhai said anxiously. A zombie entered Wen Yin's room. Where is she? Is she okay? Wenxiu looked at him sideways, with a scrutiny in his eyes. This man didn't seem to be involved in it, and there was even some concern on his face. The other 5 people were not so innocent. They looked different. Some panicked, some worried, and some didn't even have time to change their shoes, and their feet were still covered with mud. Wenxiu took note of their faces one by one and smiled faintly. My sister is fine. In my room? Chin-hai was obviously relieved. It's good that she's fine. I don't know where this zombie came from. It's strange. The door is locked, and the window is not damaged. How did he get in? Wensiu pursed his lips, and light and shadow intertwined in his narrow black eyes. But his voice was very calm. The gold power can lock the room from the outside. Right? Chin-hai looked at the expressions of several people, realized something, and suddenly frowned. Last night, they came to him and said that they felt that Wen Yin was a burden to the team and that this problem should be solved as soon as possible. Chin-hai comforted them a few words and didn't care. Who knew that they would use such a despicable method to deal with a little girl? Chin-hai thought about it for a while. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Wensiu was going to leave tomorrow morning. So why should he bother? Anyway, there would be no intersection in the future. Chapter 5 Mutated Zombies. In the room, Wen Yin also heard the noise outside. She half leaned on the bed. Her eyelids slightly drooped, and her fingers were tightly clenched in her palms. She had a bad premonition tonight, so she stayed in her brother's room and refused to leave. Fortunately, she escaped this disaster. If she was not strong enough, Wen Yin really wanted to kill these despicable villains now. Wensiu pushed the door in and locked the door. It's okay. You can sleep peacefully. We will leave early tomorrow morning. I can't sleep. Let's take turns to keep watch. I always have a bad premonition. I keep watch. You go to sleep quickly. Wen Yin knew that she couldn't beat her brother, so she didn't refuse anymore, and laid down again and closed her eyes. Wensiu turned off the desk lamp and sat down in the armchair in front of the window. The blue curtains were not closed tightly, and the moonlight sprinkled softly in the room, outlining a sharp face in the dark night. His eyebrows were sharp, and his deep eyes under his long eyelashes looked out the window vigilantly. After an unknown amount of time, a roar of a wild beast sounded, breaking the originally peaceful atmosphere. With this roar, a series of black shadows slowly emerged from the woods in the distance. They moved in an orderly manner towards the direction of the mountain, with clumsy and slow movements. Wensiu's heart was alarmed, and he immediately woke up Wen Yin and took people out. Before leaving, Wen Yin went to the kitchen to take away their supplies. There were 3 cars parked at the door of the villa, one of which was a black SUV that they brought when they joined the team. The 2 got in the car and drove away quickly. Wensiu glanced at the villa from the rearview mirror. His eyes dimmed slightly. It would be better if these people died in the zombie tide, if they were lucky enough to survive. The next time they met would be their death. As for Chin-hai, although he did not directly attack, he also condoned the behavior of those people. He should also be taught a lesson. In the villa, Chin-hai, who was a light sleeper, woke up when he heard the sound of the car engine. He opened the curtains and saw that the SUV had disappeared into the night. Chin-hai realized that the Wen brothers and sisters had left. He got out of bed and went to the kitchen downstairs to take a look. Sure enough, the 2 took away most of the supplies. On second thought, those supplies were originally found by Wensiu, so it was understandable to take them away. Chin-hai went out again to check the car. After confirming that there was no damage, he prepared to return to the room to rest. However, just as he turned around, a slight sound of footsteps came into his ears. He raised his head alertly and looked in the direction of the sound. The dense forest. He stared at the dark forest and saw black shadows floating inside, as if something was moving quietly. Chin-hai's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Without time to think about it, he turned and ran back to the villa, shouting, "There are zombies! Go quickly!" Then picked up the kitchen supplies and quickly got into a car. After waiting anxiously for a few minutes, people in the villa came downstairs one after another. At this time, the shadow in the forest was only 1 kilometer away from them. Jiangsu, go drive that car. Chin-hai's car was full, and Jiangsu was a step slower. He could only take the key and walk to another car. However, before he got into the car, a black figure teleported in front of him. Hee. The tall zombie pinched his neck and roared with joy. Jiangsu was frightened and stood there, motionless. It's a mutant zombie. Drive quickly. Captain Chin. Drive quickly. The people in the car urged. Chin-hai stopped wanting to get out of the car to help. Although he was reluctant, he still stepped on the accelerator. Jiangsu died quickly. His neck was easily twisted off by the mutant zombie and then thrown to other zombies. A group of people looked at his death in the rearview mirror. feeling a little heavy. If they had walked a step later, they would have died. After the car drove a distance, Lully came back to his senses from the shock and asked anxiously, "Where is Wensiu? Didn't he run out?" Chenhai frowned and said lightly, "He left earlier than us, so he should have discovered the zombies a long time ago." Hearing this, the three people sitting in the back seat were a little indignant. They discovered it a long time ago. Why didn't they tell us? Just ran away. These two people are too immoral, leaving their teammates behind and running away. Yes, we have been together for more than 2 months. Are you so cruel? Chenhai snorted coldly. You did that to Wenyan. And you still expect him to treat you as teammates? This sentence caused a brief silence in the car. Lully turned around and looked at the three people in the back seat. Then turned to Chenhai. Captain Chen, did you misunderstand something? We didn't do anything, Chenhai said unhappily. You know whether you did it or not. If you want to be in the same team with me in the future, I advise you to put away those despicable means. The three people in the back seat did that thing at the instigation of Lully. Now that they heard Chenhai get angry, the three people quickly corrected their attitude and said that they would never make such a mistake again. Seeing this, Lully also pretended to repent. But she didn't regret doing so in her heart. But she regretted not being able to deal with Wenyan. If it weren't for Wenyan, Wensiu wouldn't have left their team. In the end, it was all Wenyan's fault. The vehicle sped all the way and drove to the turning intersection, but was blocked by a group of dark zombies. Chenhai suddenly pulled the handbrake and turned the car back. In the rearview mirror, a zombie with pink eyes stared at their direction, with a determined smile on his lips. On the other side, Wensiu drove to the highway intersection. A few slow-moving ordinary zombies appeared on the road. Wensiu didn't stop the car. He ran over the ones that blocked the road. But at the turning intersection, a flexible mutant zombie suddenly pounced and lay on the windshield, with his sight blocked. Wensiu had no choice but to step on the brakes. Nian, lock the car door. Wenyan responded with a yes. Watch Wensiu get off the car, and then lock the car door. Mutated zombies are different from ordinary zombies. They are very agile and have superpowers. According to the level of superpowers, they are from level 1 to level 9, with the highest being level 9. The color of the zombie's eyes also changes with the level. From high to low, they are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, pink, and gray. The zombie in front of him has gray eyes and black spots on his face that spread to the neck. He is a level 1 zombie. Wensiu's superpowers have reached level 2, so he should be able to deal with level 1 mutant zombies. But Wenyan is still a little worried. She took out a pistol from the space, opened the car window, and was ready to shoot at any time. This gun was exchanged by Wensiu for supplies. She has no superpowers and is weak, so she can only use a pistol for self-defense. Wensiu led the zombie aside, condensed his power in his palm, and stabbed it with lightning quickly and accurately. The zombie shook as if it was electrocuted, and let out a hoarse and unpleasant roar as if it was enraged. Then, 2 fireballs were thrown from his palm. Wensiu dodged sideways and condensed lightning again to aim at the zombie's neck. The zombie howled in pain, and its head and body separated, and it slowly fell down. Wenyan breathed a sigh of relief, put away the pistol, and shouted to his brother not far away. There is a crystal core in the head of the mutated zombie, which can replenish energy or upgrade. You can dig it out and have a look. Wensiu was stunned for a moment, walked up to the charred head, and split it with lightning. In addition to the brain, there was indeed an irregular gray object inside. He took out the object, wiped the blood off the zombie's clothes, and then returned to the car. Locking the car door again, he unfolded the thing in his palm. What do you mean by upgrading and replenishing energy? Wenyan smiled with curved lips, and a cunning flashed across her slightly raised phoenix eyes. At this point in time, the fact that zombies have crystal cores in their heads has not been discovered yet. And Wenyan can't tell about her rebirth, so she can only find an excuse at random. This is what I wrote in the apocalyptic novel I read, but I didn't expect it to be true. Brother, try it quickly. It should be able to replenish energy, just like breathing. Hold it in the palm of your hand, and use your supernatural power to absorb the energy in the crystal. Wensiu looked at her doubtfully, but still did it, calling the supernatural power to condense in the palm of his hand, and the warm energy slowly transferred from the crystal to his body. Almost in an instant, the consumed supernatural power overflowed again, and the whole person was full of power. Wenxi's pupils trembled slightly. After absorbing the energy of the crystal, he turned to Wen Yin in surprise. It really can replenish energy. Wen Yin raised his chin proudly. His eyebrows and eyes were full of smiles. I'm right. Right? And the upgrade? You are now the second level of the Thunder system. You need to find the crystal core of the third level mutant zombie to upgrade. It's like upgrading and killing monsters. Killing high-level prey will also increase your level. Of course, this is very difficult. It requires the cooperation of several second-level superpowers to kill the third-level zombie. Although Wen Yin couldn't tell his brother about his rebirth, he seemed to be able to tell other secrets. Wen Yin didn't care about the loopholes in his words, and told his brother everything he could remember. Wenxiu listened carefully. Although he had some doubts about Wen Yin's source of information, he didn't ask much. Wen Yin must have her reasons for hiding it from him. Now that he knew the method of upgrading superpowers, Wenxiu felt that they had to team up and upgrade as soon as possible. Otherwise he would definitely not be able to deal with the third and fourth level mutant zombies alone. His previous upgrade was probably accidental. He overused his superpowers at the time, and his sister was besieged by zombies. His potential was stimulated to the maximum extent, and he was upgraded to level 2. A few more zombies surrounded the car, but they were ordinary zombies with slow movements. Wenxiu drove the car and chased them directly. Blood splashed on the car window and was washed away by the water. Chapter 6 Temporary Team Formation. On the highway, a blue SUV stopped by the roadside. With the lights on, one person was holding a flashlight to illuminate it, and the other was checking the tire fault. This broken car, it didn't break down earlier or later, but it had to break down at this time. There were many mosquitoes at night, and Lin Zixu was bitten by several big lumps on his arms, and he was very irritable. He was an impatient person, and being trapped on the highway in the middle of the night, with no village in front and no shop behind, really made him upset. Zhou Yuchu was just the opposite of him. He was calm and steady. Although someone kept nagging beside him, he was not affected at all, and still focused on his own business. After checking the tire, he found that the left rear wheel was punctured by glass fragments. He got up and opened the car door, took out a bunch of tools from inside, and changed the tire in an orderly manner. Lin Zixu gradually calmed down, helped Zhou Yuchu change the tire, and the two got in the car quickly. But the vehicle had been driving for a while, and the tire burst again. Fuck! Lin Zixu kicked the car door and fell into annoyance again. Zhou Yuchu glanced at him and said calmly, "Let's make do in the car for one night and continue our journey tomorrow." Okay. Lin Zixu leaned back in the chair, looking listless. Brother Zhou, do you think we can still go back to North City? Both of them were from North City. When they were on a business trip, they encountered a zombie virus outbreak. They had contacted a helicopter to pick them up, but they never got it. Later, their cell phones lost signal, and they encountered zombies besieging the city. They fled all the way, and almost lost their lives several times. If it weren't for his good friends, Lin Zixu's mentality would have collapsed long ago. Zhou Yuchu watched the situation outside, and saw that Lin Zixu fell into a low mood again, and sighed slightly. To be honest, he didn't know if he could go back or how long they could live. But people always have to have hope. He pursed his lips slightly, and said firmly, "Of course." Lin Zixu lowered his eyes, and did not raise much hope because of this sentence. He murmured to himself, "Do you think our relatives are still alive? If they are gone..." Zhou Yuchu did not want to talk about this depressing topic, and interrupted him. "I will keep watch first. You go to sleep. I will call you in the second half of the night." Lin Zixu replied sullenly, and did not speak again. As soon as he closed his eyes, all kinds of bloody pictures appeared in his mind again. They encountered the so-called mutant zombies in the city in the afternoon. It not only had superpowers, but also moved very quickly. It cut the man in half with an iron tool, and then picked up his arm and bit it like eating game. Lin Zixu was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die like that. He wanted to die with dignity. However, he also knew that he did not have many choices in the end of the world. If they stayed here for one night and unfortunately encountered those mutant zombies, they would definitely die. Zhou Yuchu turned off the car, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the movement outside the window. Night is the most active time for zombies, and you need to be vigilant at all times. Suddenly, A roar of cars came from far away, breaking the silence of the night. Zhou Yuchu looked in the direction of the light and saw a black SUV driving towards them. He was overwhelmed with joy, but returned to calm in an instant. In today's world, there are not many people who are willing to help others. But he still had some expectations. Restarted the car, lowered the window, and waved to the approaching SUV, noticing the car parked on the side of the road. Wen Xiu's first reaction was to pass it directly. But when he thought about the need to form a team to upgrade now, he slowly stepped on the brakes. When Zhou Yuchu saw the car stopped, he immediately opened the door and got out. The dazzling white light hit his face. He raised his hand to cover his eyes. "Excuse me. Our car broke down. Can you help me?" Lin Zixia also got out of the car after hearing the noise. He was better at dealing with people than Zhou Yuchu. Seeing that the other party did not reply, he threw out temptation. "We have supplies in the car. Take us away, and we can give you half of the supplies." After the two finished talking, the dazzling high beam was replaced by low beam, and the window of the passenger seat slowly lowered, revealing a pure and lovely girl's face. She leaned against the car window, smiled and waved at them. "Hi. We meet again." Zhou Yuchu was stunned for a moment, and recognized that this was the girl who chatted with them yesterday. And then a smile rose on his face. "It's you." Wen Yan raised his chin slightly. "Hurry up and get in the car. There are many mutant zombies here. It's very dangerous." Lin Zixia responded first. "Okay. Wait for us to get the things." The two opened the car door and trunk, and moved all the supplies in the car 2 or 3 times before transferring them to this car. Wen Xiu silently observed the two people, and only greeted them briefly after they got in the car. Wen Yan and Lin Zixia were both cheerful, and they quickly chatted and exchanged basic information. When talking about the zombie virus, both of them felt a little emotional, thinking that life in the end times was too difficult. Wen Yan asked casually, "Did you see mutant zombies when you went to the city yesterday?" Lin Zixia nodded heavily. "I saw it. It's so scary. I feel like humans don't have much chance of survival." "Don't be so pessimistic. If we stick together, there's still a chance of survival." At this point, Wen Yan took the opportunity to extend an olive branch to the two. "Since we're all going to North City, why don't we team up? My brother has a second-level lightning ability. I have a space ability. You should also be an ability user, right? It doesn't matter if you're not. We can use guns to protect ourselves." Lin Zixia really wanted to nod and agree. Having seen the horror of the mutated zombies, he felt that only cooperation could help them survive. But he always listened to Zhou Yuchu. And seeing that he didn't say anything, he didn't dare to make his own decisions. Zhou Yuchu lowered his eyes slightly and nodded gently. After a while, he looked up at her. "I have the second-level ice ability, and Lin Zixia has the first-level wind ability. If your brother agrees, we will form a team." Wen Yan was delighted and turned to Wen Xiu. "Brother, let's form a team with him." Wen Xiu looked at the two people in the back seat from the rearview mirror, his eyes cold. "Then let's form a team for the time being, and I have the final say in the future." Zhou Yuchu, Lin Zixia. Why does he have the final say? Now that the two of them need help, they can only do this for now. Wen Yan and Lin Zixia chatted for a while before sitting back in their seats. Wen Xiu looked at her happy look and worried slightly. "This little girl, is she in love? Lin Zixia doesn't look very good. Like a pretty boy. What's there to like? He's not as good as the other taciturn guy." After the vehicle drove a distance, several people suddenly heard the roar of zombies. Looking up, they saw a group of zombies in front of them. They stood in a row, like a wall, blocking the road tightly. It was estimated that there were at least hundreds of them. Those slow-moving ordinary zombies were not to be feared. But the mutant zombie with pink eyes looked at them in a completely different way from other zombies, as if he had consciousness. Wen Xiu turned the car around and walked back, but saw that the mutant zombie was chasing them closely. He was very fast and almost caught up with them. At this moment, a lightning bolt struck the car window, and the broken glass splashed towards the people in the car. Wen Xiu braked the car urgently and turned to look at Wen Yan. Fortunately, she was only slightly injured on her arm. Lin Zixia was unable to react in time, and only then did he remember to use his wind power to move the glass shards out of the window. "This second-level zombie is targeting us. If we don't kill it, we may not be able to leave." Wen Xiu looked at the rearview mirror and said, "Get out of the car. If we work together, we should be able to kill him." Chapter 7 Cooperation to Kill Zombies. Seeing the two people get off the car, Lin Zixia had no choice but to face the challenge. His wind-related ability didn't have much killing power. It was okay to deal with ordinary zombies, but it was deadly to face this kind of mutant zombie. Wen Xiyu took the lead in launching an attack, and lightning struck the zombies one after another. The zombies flexibly avoided it, and a lightning was also swung out from the palm of his hand. They had the same ability, but the attack power of this zombie was obviously higher than his. Wen Xiyu barely avoided the attack, and was hit by lightning at the cuffs. A bunch of flames immediately sprang up. He slapped the flames with his hands and looked up. He saw an ice knife falling on the left leg of the zombie. The zombie wailed and condensed lightning to attack Zhou Yuchu. Zhou Yuchu fought back with an ice blade, and he was not at a disadvantage. Wen Xiyu palm moved slightly, and two lightnings met in the air. Sparks flew, and there was a sizzling sound. Lin Zixia saw the right moment, gathered his energy in his palm, and chopped the zombie's neck hard. Although he hit it, it was not fatal. Zhou Yuchu used his ice energy to attack again. The three surrounded the zombie in the center, and almost exhausted their energy to kill it. At the same time, the group of slow-moving zombies were getting closer and closer to them. Wen Yin observed the situation outside the car, with the gun in his hand ready to fire. With a bang, a zombie close to Zhou Yuchu fell to the ground, and Wen Yin was also numbed by the force. Dig out the crystal core quickly. Wen Yin shouted and fired several more shots in succession. Wen Xiyu bent down and took out the pink crystal core from the zombie's head. Then they got in the car and drove away. Originally, they planned to leave Haicheng by the highway, but that road was blocked by zombies. Now they could only go back and then take a detour from the fork. In the car, Wen Yin took out alcohol, cotton, and band-aids from the space and simply treated the arms scratched by the glass. As for the three men, they all felt that the scratches on their bodies had no effect and did not need to be treated. Wen Yin had no choice but to put away the things first and help them check the wounds after parking. Wen Xiyu drove the car with one hand and held the pink crystal core with the other. After thinking for a moment, he threw the crystal core in his hand to Lin Zixia. You are a first-level wind power. This crystal core can help you upgrade. Try to call the power now. Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu are both second level. This crystal core can only be used to replenish energy and is not very useful. But if Lin Zixia is upgraded, the three can work together to deal with the third-level mutant zombies. Lin Zixia's pupils were slightly startled, staring at the irregular pink crystal in his hand again and again. Can this thing be upgraded? Wen Yin turned his head and looked at him. Try it quickly. Use your superpowers to absorb the energy of the crystal core into your body, and you will be able to upgrade soon. Lin Zixia responded with a yes. Clench the crystal core, and tried according to Wen Yin method. Sure enough, a stream of energy was slowly transferred from the crystal core to the body. He closed his eyes and used his superpowers to absorb the energy. After a while, he felt his whole body was hot. After about a quarter of an hour, Lin Zixia opened his eyes, full of smiles. I've upgraded. Zhou Yuchu was slightly surprised, then smiled. Congratulations. Wen Yin handed Lin Zixia a tissue. Wipe the sweat. How do you feel? Lin Zixia took the tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. My strength seems to have increased a lot, and I feel full of strength. He tried to use his superpowers, aimed at the branch not far away through the broken window, and a sharp wind blew out from the palm of his hand. In just a moment, the branch was cut off. Zhou Yuchu looked at Wen Yin thoughtfully. How do you know this? Wen Yin smiled slyly and told the two people roughly about the level of the superpowers and the crystal core. As for the source of the information, Wen Yin made up a book title at random. Lin Zixia's mouth twitched slightly. Xiao Yin. Are you kidding? Did you really see it in the book? Wen Yin nodded seriously. How can I lie to you? You have just tested it. Why don't you believe it? Lin Zixia still held the crystal core in his hand. Then is this crystal core that has absorbed all the energy still useful? Wen Yin thought about it and didn't remember what it was used for. Probably not. But I think it's better to collect it in case it's useful in the future. While the two were chatting, Wen Xiyu had readjusted the direction. There was not only one way to go to Beicheng. They could go to Yanqing first and then go north. After exiting the highway, the sky gradually turned pale. Zhou Yuchu took a nap and looked up at the slightly tired man in the rearview mirror. Do you want to take a break? I drive? Wen Xiyu nodded. He was a little tired. The vehicle stopped by the roadside. The driver changed. and the vehicle started again. Wen Yan closed his eyes and slept for a while, and then woke up. The suburbs of Yanqing were very quiet. There were no people, and no traces of zombies. After walking along the road for a while, Wen Yan noticed a special villa. The outside of the villa was surrounded by a strong guardrail, and only the white roof could be seen from the outside. It looked like a defense base. Although it is said that the underground defense base of Beicheng is indestructible, not everyone wants to leave their hometown and go to Beicheng. Those who stay behind will naturally build their own defense base if they want to survive. Unfortunately, these defense bases will eventually fall, including the indestructible underground defense base in North City. Wen Yan sighed slightly. In her last life, she wandered in the state of Seoul for 2 years, but she didn't wait until the end of the world. She didn't know if she would have that luck in this life. Wen Xiu leaned on the back seat, and just when he felt a little sleepy, he felt a heavy object fall on his shoulder. He pushed the head away irritably, and soon it came back. Wen Xiu opened his eyes, and his cold eyes flashed with impatience. But he didn't push it away again. He looked at the person in the rearview mirror, and his voice was a little hoarse. Let's find a place to rest first, and then go on the road tomorrow. Okay. Zhou Yuchu glanced at Lin Zixu, who was sleeping badly, from the rearview mirror, and felt that Wen Xiu had a good temper, so he didn't slap him directly. The two men observed the surrounding houses along the way, and finally chose a vacant 2-story building on the roadside as a temporary residence. After getting off the car, the 3 men worked together to reinforce the door and windows, and checked around to make sure there was no danger left, and then began to prepare breakfast. After helping several people deal with their wounds, Wen Yan was driven to the living room by Wen Xiu to rest. Wen Xiu always spoiled her, and even in this difficult end of the world, he never let her do housework. In the kitchen, Wen Xiu was processing the ingredients while saying to the other 2, "We can cooperate temporarily and share supplies and information. But there is one thing I want to make clear in advance. My sister is in poor health and is not responsible for logistics. The 3 of us will take turns to cook. I will prepare her supplies, so you don't have to worry about it. Also, you'd better not have any ideas about her." Wen Xiu said the last sentence while looking at Lin Zixu, who nodded repeatedly. Okay, I understand. Since he got the crystal core upgrade, Lin Zixu has felt a sense of belonging to this newly formed team. He feels that with a brave and resourceful person like Wen Xiu, they will definitely be able to return to North City alive. Zhou Yuchu was peeling onions, and his movements paused slightly when he heard the words. I can't cook, but I can help. Lin Zixu then said, I can cook, but only simple breakfasts, such as sandwiches. Wen Xiu sighed lightly, a little dissatisfied with being the only chef. But in order to form a team to upgrade, he temporarily endured it. You don't have to cook, but you can take the initiative to do other things, including washing dishes, finding supplies, etc. Lin Zixia and Zhou Yuchu agreed at the same time. As long as they were not asked to cook, everything else was fine. Zhou Yuchu went outside and took out all the things in the trunk and asked Wen Yan to put them in the space. Since he agreed to form a team, he didn't want to hold back anymore. Besides, the Wen brothers and sisters obviously knew a lot about zombies, so it was not a disadvantage to form a team with them. Breakfast was noodles with scallion oil and fried crispy meat. When the food was served, the fragrance quickly filled the whole room. Lin Zixu stared at the hot noodles in front of him and swallowed unconsciously. Can we eat it? Wen Xiu distributed chopsticks to several people. Eat it. Lin Zixu tasted the noodles and his eyes lit up. Yeah. Delicious. Zhou Yuchu also showed an approving look. Good cooking skills. Wen Yan glanced at the two of them and raised his chin proudly. My brother's cooking is delicious. You will be blessed in the future. Wen Xiu raised the corners of his lips a little, picked up a piece of fried crispy meat, and put it in Wen Yan's bowl. You are still growing. Eat more. Yeah. Wen Yan took a bite of the crispy meat, which was fragrant and crispy and delicious. Lin Zixia was very satisfied with the meal. One bowl was not enough, so he went to the kitchen to cook noodles, and finally ate 3 bowls. It was still early, so Zhou Yuchu suggested that he and Lin Zixia go to the nearby area to look for supplies. Wen Xiu nodded in agreement and suggested, game from the mountains is also fine. Catch 2 hares or pheasants or something like that. Lin Zixia was a little greedy when he heard about game. They had hunted hares before, but they didn't know how to cook them. They tasted fishy and woody, So they gave up hunting later. Brother one. I promised to hunt a hare. Can you cook spicy rabbit meat tonight? Wensiyu glanced at his greedy look and said with a smile. Let's make it another day. We have eaten spicy rabbit meat for 2 days. Let's change the taste tonight. Lin Zixu was full of envy. Okay. Everything you cook is delicious. After leaving the room, Zhou Yuchu glanced at Lin Zixu coldly. You have been completely bought by a meal? Lin Zixu smiled and put his hand on Zhou Yuchu's shoulder. Don't worry, brother Zhou. You are still the second in my heart. As for the first, it is food. Zhou Yuchu pushed his arm away with disdain. Okay. Go and hunt your hare. Chapter 8. No other thoughts. The two were lucky. Not only did they hunt 2 hares and a pheasant, they also found some supplies in an abandoned car. After returning home with a full load, Lin Zixu could already smell the aroma of food. Brother one. I put the rabbit and pheasant here first. We also found a bunch of instant food. Enough for a while. Lin Zixu put the things down and stared at the steaming wok with shining eyes. Inside, there was braised pork. Lin Zixu had been eating too many biscuits and instant noodles during this period, and his mouth had been bitter. Now he finally had hope. Wensiyu glanced at him. This is the last dish. The rice is in the pot. You can serve it now. Okay. Lin Zixu responded happily and immediately washed his hands to serve the rice. In the living room, Zhou Yuchu put 2 boxes of instant noodles and a large bag of snacks on the coffee table. Wen Yin, put these in the space first. We don't eat snacks much. They are all yours. Wen Yin's eyes were full of joy. Thank you, brother Zhou. You've worked hard. Zhou Yuchu's lips curled up slightly. It's okay. I'm lucky today. Wen Yin put the things in the space and handed Zhou Yuchu a cup of tea. This is the tea I made for you. It's still warm. You try it. Thank you. Zhou Yuchu was a little thirsty. Took the cup of water, drank a sip, and put it on the table again. Let's eat. Lin Zixu came over with the food, his voice full of joy. There were 4 dishes for lunch, both meat and vegetables, and the staple food was rice. Unlike the hodgepodge he made to fill his stomach, the dishes made by Wensiyu were simply delicious. At the table, Lin Zixu sighed with satisfaction. Brother one, were you a chef before? The dishes are so delicious. Wensiyu shook her head, and before she could speak, Wen Yin took the lead. She said with pride, My brother used to be the president of the company. He is very smart and learns everything quickly. Lin Zixu praised. He is very smart and has a talent for cooking. That's right. He can learn things once, and it doesn't take much thought at all. Wen Yin was not modest when talking about her brother. After a pause, she asked, Did you two just graduate from college? Lin Zixu ate the food and waited until he swallowed it before saying, No. We have graduated for a year. Not bad. Mr. Lin. Wen Yin cast an admiring glance at him and asked, Are you college classmates? Lin Zixu nodded. We are not only classmates, but also roommates. He is my best friend. Do you have other friends? Yes. I am very popular. I have a lot of friends since I was a child. How about you? You should have a lot of friends too. Fortunately, my brother is strict, and I have a lot of homework. I don't have time to go out with friends. Wen Yin mentioned her age before. She is still 2 months away from turning 18. It is reasonable for her to be controlled. Lin Zixu glanced at the 2 siblings. Are you siblings? Wen Yin pursed her lips and smiled. Don't they look like it? Lin Zixu felt that they were not very similar. Wensiyu looked cold, with narrow and sharp eyebrows, while Wen Yin had a soft and harmless pure face, with small and delicate facial features, and a sweet and beautiful smile. Maybe one of them looks like the father, and the other looks like the mother. Lin Zixu didn't think much about it, and said with a smile. They look alike. They both look pretty. But you look better. Ha. Thank you for the compliment. The two chatted while eating, and the topic went back and forth without any dull moments. Wensiyu and Zhou Yuchu listened quietly without saying anything. After the meal, Wensiyu asked Zhou Yuchu, Does he always talk so much? Zhou Yuchu was cleaning up the dishes and smiled when he heard it. Not really. Maybe he gets along better with Wen Yin. Wensiyu's eyes darkened a little. This damn pretty boy. I told him not to have any ideas about his sister. Didn't he understand? Yin, you didn't get much rest last night. Go to your room and sleep for a while. Wensiyu interrupted their chat and urged Wen Yin to go upstairs to rest. There were 4 rooms upstairs, and the 4 of them had 1 room each. When Wen Yin went upstairs, Wen Xiu's face changed and he cast a warning look at Lin Zixia. I told you not to hit on her. Don't you understand? Lin Zixia looked up with a confused look on his face. Brother, I didn't hit on her. We were just chatting. Wen Xiu stared at him. His voice was cold and heavy. If I didn't hit on her, why did you keep making her laugh? A question mark appeared on Lin Zixia's head. It was just a normal chat. How could he pay so much attention? Besides, even if he had a little thought, it wouldn't be a problem. The two were only 4 years apart, and he didn't have an old cow eating young grass. Of course, he only dared to think about these words in his heart, and didn't dare to say them in front of Wen Xiu. Brother Wen, don't worry. I just treat her as a sister. I don't have any other thoughts. Lin Zixia cast a look of help to Zhou Yuchu, motioning him to say something for him. But Zhou Yuchu turned a blind eye, looking like he was watching the fun and not minding the trouble. You'd better not have that kind of thought. She only 17 years old, and not yet an adult. Even if she is an adult, you're not worthy of her. After saying this, Wen Xiu turned and went upstairs. Lin Zixia looked at his receding back, feeling a little disappointed. How could he not be worthy of Wen Yin? He was obviously an outstanding young man in his prime. Zhou Yuchu leaned back in his chair and looked at him teasingly. At this time, you still have the mind to fall in love? Lin Zixia turned his head to look at him, and sighed helplessly. I really don't. Besides, with Wen Xiu watching me, how dare I have other thoughts? You're smart. Zhou Yuchu stood up, patted his shoulder gently, and went upstairs to rest. In the evening, several people gathered downstairs again. Wen Yin wanted to go outside to practice shooting, and Wen Xiu had to cook. So the task of accompanying Wen Yin to practice shooting fell on Zhou Yuchu. As for Lin Zixia, he was arranged by Wen Xiu to help in the kitchen. Wen Yin had few opportunities to use a gun, and she didn't practice shooting much because she didn't have enough ammunition. But since it was a matter of life and death, she felt that she needed to practice more. Your gun-holding posture is wrong. It's very strenuous. Zhou Yuchu took the pistol and demonstrated it once. Seeing that Wen Yin still didn't get the point, he could only teach her step by step. When she leaned over, a faint bamboo leaf fragrance came gently with the breeze. The fragrance was vague and inexplicably tempting. Zhou Yuchu was stunned in place, and the hand holding the girl was a little hot. Sensing his distraction, Wen Yin raised her head slightly and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong with you? It's okay. You continue to practice. Zhou Yuchu let go of her hand. Her fingertips curled up slightly, and her face was still calm. Wen Yin practiced for an hour and finally mastered some of the key points. When she returned to the room, dinner was ready. There were still 4 dishes with good color, aroma and taste. The main course was noodle soup. Wen Yin and Lin Zixia praised them highly while eating. Zhou Yuchu occasionally echoed them. Wen Xiu listened to the praise without any change in his expression. Only the corners of his lips curved slightly. After dinner, several people discussed the future plan. We will go to the city tomorrow. In addition to finding food, we can also store some other necessities, such as clothes and so on. There is also the matter of upgrading. We need to find a level 3 mutant zombie and dig out the crystal core to upgrade. Let's go to the city tomorrow to see the situation. Wen Xiu finished speaking and asked others for their opinions. What do you think? Zhou Yuchu agreed. I think it's okay. If the 3 of us work together, we should be able to deal with the level 3 mutant zombie. Lin Zixia always listened to Zhou Yuchu, and now he followed suit. I can do whatever you say. Then it's decided. We will stay here tonight. Several people slept peacefully, and after breakfast the next day, they set off for the city. Wen Xiu was driving the car. Wen Yin was sitting in the passenger seat, and the other 2 were in the back seat. Our target is the mutant zombies, preferably the lone ones. Remember not to fight too long. If you can't win, retreat. Listen to my instructions then. The 2 people in the back seat nodded in unison, although they were not convinced by Wen Xiu's decision at first. After 2 days of getting along, they also tacitly accepted that he was the core of the team. After all, he was the oldest among the few people, had the strongest superpowers, and cooked delicious food. When they arrived in the city, Wen Xiu drove the car slower, and the few people paid attention to the situation outside. In just a few months, the once prosperous city was left with only a depression, with cars parked randomly on the streets, and all kinds of garbage everywhere. Chapter 9 Space Increase. Passing the mall section, a group of low-level zombies heard the sound and roared towards them. When Siyu glanced in the rearview mirror, there were more than 30 low-level zombies, which was not a big deal for a superpower user to fight against low-level zombies. It was like a high-end player opening the most basic game. There was no challenge at all. Of course, if the number of low-level zombies increased, the game would become more difficult. If a superpower user exhausted his superpowers during the battle, the situation would be reversed. When Siyu parked the car on the side of the road and asked the two people in the back seat to deal with the low-level zombies, Joyuchu got out of the car first. He condensed a tiny ice blade in his palm and aimed at the direction like he practiced shooting before. In an instant, a whole row of zombies fell down in unison. Lin Zixia looked at him enviously and felt that his wind superpowers were a bit weak. He transformed into a blade and swung it, chopping off 2 or 3 heads at most at a time. When Siyu leaned against the car door and watched for a while, he was quite satisfied with his 2 new teammates, especially Joyuchu Ice ability, which was lethal enough. After dealing with the zombies, the 4 of them entered the mall and first went to the skin care area on the first floor to pack some toiletries, and then went to the clothing area on the second floor and took a few sets of clothes. Seeing all the things being put into the space, Lin Zixia was delighted. The space ability is really amazing. Sister Wen Yin, you will be my real sister from now on. When Siyu glanced at him coldly. What nonsense. She only has me as a brother. Lin Zixia didn't want to argue with him, and followed his words. Brother Wen is right. Don't worry. I won't steal your sister. Joyuchu shook his head aside, thinking that this guy was really bought off. Wen Yin was thinking about the supplies in his heart, and didn't listen to what the others were saying. He took the elevator to the underground supermarket. As expected, all kinds of food had been snatched away, leaving only some rice, flour, grain, oil, seasonings, and other inedible things. Wen Yin looked all the way and put everything he could eat and use into the space. Before leaving, they suddenly heard the roar of zombies. Looking up, they saw a group of ragged zombies walking towards them. One of them had a light pink eyeball and was very agile. It's a level 2 zombie. Let's get out first. The space here is narrow, and it is easy to be besieged by zombies. When Siyu picked up Wen Yin horizontally and walked quickly towards the escalator, Joyuchu and Lin Zixia followed behind him, paying attention to the movement here while running. Those ordinary zombies are not to be feared, but the mutant zombie with pink eyes, who has no idea what kind of supernatural power it is. Several people quickly came to the escalator and ran upstairs without stopping. Lin Zixia turned his head and saw that the mutant zombie was chasing them. His speed was not slower than theirs, and he chased them all the way to the outside of the mall. Joyuchu swung out an ice blade from his palm, and the zombie blocked it with an iron tool, and attacked the 2 people at the same time. Lin Zixia waved away a pile of iron tools that were thrown at him, and he and Joyuchu attracted the zombie's firepower from both sides. When Siyu stuffed Wen Yin into the car, and quickly turned back, he condensed lightning in his palm, aimed at the zombie's neck, and stabbed it quickly and accurately, killing it with 1 blow. They are now all second-level superpowers, and it is not difficult to work together to deal with a second-level zombie. When Siyu went forward to dig out the crystal core, and wanted to retreat, but saw a first-level zombie with gray eyes mixed in the zombie group. There is another one there, and we will fight quickly. When Siyu threw a lightning bolt over, and a row of low-level zombies fell to the ground. Joyuchu and Lin Zixia also used superpowers to attack at this time. The low-level zombies on the periphery slowly dispersed, and Joyuchu aimed at the neck of the first-level zombie with an ice blade, quickly dealt with it, and then dug out the crystal core. The 3 of them did not bother with the low-level zombies anymore, and turned to run towards the SUV. After getting into the car, when Siyu stepped on the accelerator, knocked away several zombies that rushed over, and the car sped away. After driving a distance and getting rid of the zombies, the speed of the car gradually slowed down. When Siyu threw the second-level crystal core to Wen Yin. This is for you to upgrade the space. Wen Yin nodded, pinched the crystal core, and used his supernatural power to absorb energy. The pink crystal core slowly faded until it finally turned into an irregular crystalline object without luster. Wen Yin looked up and saw that the small room of about 20 square meters had become about 200 square meters. The items originally placed in it were piled in a corner, occupying only a small space. The color of the room was no longer pure white, but a light pink white. It was still empty, without any furniture or decorations. Wen Yin smiled and shared the good news with a few people. The expansion of space meant that they could stock up with confidence. Then can we go to the store again and get some more clothes? Lin Zixia suggested. Just now. He didn't dare to take more clothes because of the limited space. Zhou Yuchu glanced at him. It's enough to have enough clothes. The most important thing now is food and water. Although the country has not yet been cut off from water and electricity, we have to prepare in advance and store more drinking water and food, as well as guns and ammunition. Wen Yin remembered that in the late apocalypse, supplies were in short supply. The survivors killed each other for supplies, and they were even more terrifying than zombies. So we should stock up now while we can. Let's go to the mall and supermarket to see if there are any supplies that we haven't taken away. Flour, rice, black rice. As long as it's food, we can store it in the space. Wen Xiyu glanced at the girl in the rearview mirror and nodded thoughtfully. There's a supermarket in front. Let's go and have a look. The vehicle slowly stopped, and the four people got off one after another. Wen Xiyu protected Wen Yin by his side, and the other two stood on both sides tacitly. In the supermarket, various shelves fell to the ground in all directions. And next to the cash register, a zombie with a smashed head sat on a chair in a twisted posture. Wen Xiyu took Wen Yin in quickly, not letting her see the bloody scene. The snack area and beverage area of the supermarket were looted, leaving no food. But the seasoning area and fresh food area, as well as rice, flour, grain and oil, were all in stock. Wen Yin put all the food and other things into the space, and also collected some useful seasonings. They did not stop and continued to the next supermarket. On the way, they encountered 2 level 1 mutant zombies, and Zhou Yuchu solved them alone. After working all morning, Wen Yin looked at the huge space being filled with supplies bit by bit, and felt very relieved. Although he knew that he would not starve following the 2 bosses, it was always good to store more supplies. Lin Zixia looked at the vehicles outside the window and suggested, let's put 2 spare cars in the space to avoid problems with the car again. Wen Xiyu thought it was feasible. He drove slowly in the city and stopped to check when he saw a suitable vehicle. Passing a residential building, Lin Zixia shouted excitedly, look! There are 3 off-road vehicles there. Off-road vehicles have a higher chassis and can cope with complex road conditions. They are more suitable for long-distance travel than sedans. Wen Xiyu stepped on the brakes and quickly stopped the car on the side of the road. The 3 men got out of the car and were about to go closer to check. But they saw the door open and a man in military uniform and holding a gun walk out with a wary look. What do you want to do? Lin Zixia smiled with his lips curved. Sorry. We thought this car was abandoned, so we wanted to borrow it. The man frowned slightly. We have military duties to attend to. Please leave. Wen Xiyu nodded. Okay. We leave now. As they were talking, they saw a group of people walking out of the residential building. The boy surrounded in the center was wearing black casual clothes and a baseball cap, and the rest were wearing military uniforms, holding guns in their hands, and standing straight. Chapter 10 Healing Ability. Wen Yin was watching the situation outside in the car, her eyebrows slightly raised. She knew this boy. He was the son of the army commander-in-chief, Ji Yi, and also the younger brother who followed Zhou Yuchu later. As for how they became friends, Wen Yin didn't know, nor did she care. If they were destined to meet, they would meet again. Wen Xiyu took people back to the car and continued to look for a suitable model. But after half an hour of driving around the city, he didn't see any off-road vehicles, so he had to choose 2 sedans in the end. Lin Zixia leaned lazily on the back of the chair. His voice was a little tired. Brother Wen, let's go home. I'm so hungry. I want to eat the food you cook. Wen Xiyu glanced at him and hummed lightly. He looked much more delicate than the other guy and talked a little too much. Wen Yin took out a few packets of snacks from the space and handed them to him. Fill your stomach first. It will take another hour to go back. Thank you. Lin Zixia came back to life instantly, took the snacks and handed a packet to Zhou Yuchu, then tore open the package and started eating. Wen Yin was also a little hungry, so he took out a box of strawberry-flavored desserts, handed one to his brother, and then ate one himself. You eat it. I don't like sweets. Seeing that Wen Yin was still trying to feed himself sweets, Wen Xiyu quickly stopped him. Wen Yin glanced at the space. What about other snacks? Purple rice bread? Whole grain bread? Which one do you want? Wen Xiyu smiled at the rearview mirror. No, I'm not too hungry. I eat it when I get home. Looking at the interaction between the two, Lin Zixia and Zhou Yuchu paused for a moment. And envy rose in their eyes. It's great to have relatives around. Their relatives are all in Beicheng. And I don't know what the situation is now. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, their cell phones lost signal soon. And there was no available network line. They could not contact their families. So they could only go to the North City first. Lin Zixu stuffed a biscuit into his mouth, waved away some low emotions, and smiled again. It was useless to think too much. He might as well think about what to eat when he got back. The vehicle passed through the streets in the city center, and it was very quiet all the way until a chaotic gunshot rang out. Turning a corner, when Siyu saw the group of men in military uniforms, their car was blocked by a group of zombies, and the mutant zombies led by them turned out to be rare with type supernatural powers. Several vines penetrated the car window and directly brought out the bloody people inside. And those guns hit the hard vines, and the effect was minimal. Even several people's guns were knocked to the ground by the vines. When Siyu didn't want to get involved, so he turned the car around and was about to leave. But he heard Wen Yin shout, "That's a level 3 mutant zombie. Your chance to upgrade has come." When Siyu immediately braked the car, turned the direction again, and stopped the car a few meters away from them. "Yin Yin, don't get out of the car. We are ready to evacuate at any time." "Got it." Wen Yin took out a self-defense pistol from the space, ready to help at any time. On the other side, the leader in the off-road vehicle saw that the situation was not good, waved his hand to evacuate. And just as the vehicle retreated, 3 ghostly and elegant figures appeared in front of him. The swift lightning struck the branches, followed by several ice blades flying towards the zombies. And at the same time, a strong wind suddenly rose, which also turned into a sharp weapon. Ning Yu's eyes flickered when he saw this, and he told several people, "Go and help. Don't let other zombies get close." The people in the car got out quickly, and Ning Yu was still sitting in the driver's seat. His first task was to protect Ji He, so he naturally couldn't leave the car. But he could see that these young people were very strong and should be able to deal with the mutant zombie. In this case, he was happy to help. The Wood-type superpowers were very aggressive, and the branches were sharper than blades. When Siyu and others couldn't dodge in time, and suffered varying degrees of injuries on their shoulders and backs. Lin Zixu was the most seriously injured. His leg was pierced by a sharp branch. Blood kept gushing out of the wound and flowed down his calf, forming a pool of dark red blood. He was so pale in pain, but he still held on and didn't fall down, and continued to cooperate with the other 2 to attack. The branches were gradually restrained. When Siyu and Zhou Yuchu looked at each other and attacked the zombie's most vulnerable neck at the same time, a dark head rolled to the ground, and the sharp branches slowly lost their attack power and fell slowly. When Siyu quickly dug out the crystal core, then looked at the other 2. "Go back to the car. His injuries need to be treated as soon as possible." Zhou Yuchu carried Lin Zixu horizontally, trying to avoid his wounds, and walked fast and steadily. When Siyu followed behind the 2, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. When they passed the off-road vehicle, someone stopped them. "Little brother, what are you holding in your hands?" Ning Yu had been watching the situation outside. When he saw Wen Siyu digging something out of the zombie's head, he couldn't help but wonder what it was. Wen Siyu paused and quickly looked at the man in front of him. He was about 30 or 40 years old, about the same height as him, and perhaps because of the military uniform, he looked very decent. "This is a crystal core, which can help the mutant upgrade or replenish energy. If you want, you can dig it yourself. Only the heads of mutant zombies have crystal cores." When Siyu finished speaking and did not stop, he took Zhou Yuchu back to the car quickly. Wen Yin had already prepared the hemostatic medicine at this time, in order to facilitate the treatment of Lin Zixia's wound. She got out of the car and went to the back seat. When Siyu started the car and threw the crystal core in his hand to Zhou Yuchu. "Give this crystal core to Lin Zixia first. Maybe the wound will get better after upgrading." Lin Zixia grimaced in pain, but he still had some conscience. The 3rd-level crystal core was so rare. How could he have the nerve to use it first? He refused. "No, brother Wen. You upgrade first. My injury is not a problem. I just need to rest for 2 days." When Siyu looked at him from the rearview mirror, his tone was cold and hard. "I give it to you if I say so. Stop talking nonsense." Zhou Yuchu stuffed the crystal core into his hand. "You use it first. There is more than one third-level crystal core. Wen Xiyu was willing to give the third-level crystal core to Lin Zixia for healing, which showed that he was a good person, and not the kind of selfish captain. Zhou Yuchu felt that he could follow him with confidence in the future. While the few people were talking, Wen Yan quickly pulled out the branches, disinfected the wound, and then stopped the bleeding and bandaged it. Wen Yan knew that the crystal core had no healing effect, and at most it could only relieve pain. But looking at Lin Zixia's injured leg, Wen Yan couldn't say it at this time. Forget it. There will be level 3 crystal cores anyway, so let him use it this time. And it can also win people hearts. Lin Zixia only had time to wail twice, and then he saw that the wound was bandaged. Although it was still painful, his injured leg was still on Wen Yan's leg at this moment. Lin Zixia was a little embarrassed and was about to retract his leg, but was held down by Wen Yan. Don't move. I just stopped the bleeding. Wen Yan had never learned bandaging before, so she tied a bout for him casually. The injured leg was difficult to move, so she could only suffer a loss and let him put his leg on her leg. Okay. Thank you. Lin Zixia lowered his head, clenched the crystal core in his hand, and began to upgrade. This time it took a little longer than the last time. After about half an hour, the upgrade was over, and the wound on his leg still existed. Therefore, the ability upgrade cannot heal the wound. At most it can reduce some pain. Lin Zixia looked at Wen Xiyu apologetically, feeling as if he had wasted a crystal core. Wen Xiyu smiled faintly. It seems that the crystal core has no healing function. We have to find a teammate with healing abilities in the future. Zhou Yuchu nodded in agreement. Yes, there are more and more mutant zombies like this, and we will inevitably get hurt in the future. Wen Yan remembered that in the previous life, her brother did have a healing teammate. She was a young and beautiful girl who was very kind and smart. They might meet on the way to North City. After leaving the city, Wen Xiyu found that the 2 off-road vehicles were still following behind. He originally thought that they were on the way, but all the way, those people had been following them not far away, as if they had some intentions for them. Zhou Yuchu also noticed this. Do you want to stop and ask? It's safe around here, so it's better to stop the car and ask their intentions. Wen Xiyu thought for a while, and stopped the car. Ningyu also stopped the car when he saw this. He walked out of the driver's seat and smiled kindly at Wen Xiyu. Don't worry. We have no ill intentions. We just want to know more about the crystal core. In return, I can let my subordinates treat your friend. He has healing abilities. Wen Xiyu had already told him about the crystal core, and he didn't mind saying more. Not to mention that there was an additional value exchange. Then please help him treat it first. I will tell you everything I know about the crystal core. Okay. But he has a first-level healing ability, and his healing ability is limited, so he may not be able to be completely cured. It doesn't matter. It's good to be able to treat some. The 2 reached a consensus. Ningyu then turned around and waved to the people in the car. Su Yanzhou, come here. Soon, the back door opened, and a young man with a gun walked towards them and saluted with one hand. Captain Ning. Ningyu nodded indifferently. Go and treat the person with a leg injury in the car. Chapter 11 Upgrade to Level 3. Su Yanzhou received the order and immediately walked towards the car. He simply stated his purpose. Hello. I have healing abilities and can help with treatment. Then thank you. Zhou Yuchu pushed open the door and got out of the car, making room for Su Yanzhou. Wen Yan gently moved Lin Zixia's injured calf over. Su Yanzhou raised his finger close to the wound, and a light yellow halo floated out from his fingertips and slowly penetrated into the skin. Lin Zixia felt that the wound seemed to be healing, but this feeling was fleeting. Su Yanzhou retracted his hand and said apologetically, I am a first-level healing system. My abilities have been exhausted. I can only help here. It's okay. Thank you. Lin Zixia cast a grateful look at him. It was good to be able to treat it a little. Wen Yan took out 2 crystal cores and handed them over at the right time. This is a first-level crystal core, which can restore superpowers. You absorb the energy first, and then treat him. It should be completely cured. Su Yanzhou was slightly surprised, but he still absorbed the energy of the crystal core according to Wen Yan method, and then continued the treatment. After using up the 2 crystal cores, Su Yanzhou exhausted his superpowers again before he restored Lin Zixia's leg to its original state. Lin Zixia tore off the bandage and took a look. The bleeding wound had healed. He gently shook his leg with a look of surprise. It's fine now. The healing superpower is too magical. Su Yanzhou also felt it was magical. He could only heal very small wounds or relieve pain before. How could he heal this kind of wound pierced by a branch? The crystal core that this little girl gave him was really magical. After getting off the car, Su Yanzhou reported the situation to Ningyu just now, and then returned to the car where the team was. Seeing that Lin Zixia leg injury was healed, Wen Xiyu fulfilled his promise and told Ningyu about the upgrade of his superpowers. These things would be discovered sooner or later, so it was okay to tell him. Ningyu did not ask about the source of the information, but asked them if they wanted to go to North City together. Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu looked at each other and did not give an answer immediately, only saying that they would discuss it with others. Ningyu expressed his understanding. You guys discuss it slowly. We plan to stay here for 2 days. Now the highway is blocked by zombies, and the other road is blocked. It's best for us to cooperate to fight our way out. According to the current situation, cooperation is indeed the best choice. But Wen Xiyu does not want to join this team and follow their instructions. We will go to a temporary place first. There are other houses nearby. You can find a place to rest. Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu got in the car and drove away quickly. The place where they lived was not far from here, and it only took more than 10 minutes to drive there. And those people did not seem to follow. Wen Xiyu didn't think much about it, and went into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Zhou Yuchu helped him. Although Lin Zixia's wound had healed, it still hurt when he walked. He probably needed 2 days to recover. Wen Yin helped him lie down on the sofa, and then stood up to pour him a glass of water. They had just formed a team not long ago, and now was a good time to get closer. Lin Zixia took the cup of water, and a touch of emotion welled up in his eyes. Wen Yin, thank you just now. If you hadn't taken out the crystal core, my leg injury wouldn't have healed so quickly. Wen Yin sat down next to him. We are friends. These are just a piece of cake. Besides, the 2 crystal cores are Zhou Yuchu credit. I just borrowed flowers to offer to Buddha. Lin Zixia pursed his lips. After all, it was Wen Yin and the others who told him about the crystal core. Without these 2 people, he wouldn't have upgraded so quickly. Lin Zixia was very glad that he formed a team with them. If they needed his help in the future, he would definitely do his best. In the kitchen, Wen Xiyu and Zhou Yuchu discussed what happened just now. They had just formed a team not long ago, but fortunately they had a good understanding. Neither of them wanted to join another team and be controlled by others. And that Captain Ning was obviously someone who liked to control the overall situation. Cooperation was fine, but they had to keep their own team. There was a knock at the door. Zhou Yuchu walked over to take a look, opened a gap first, and saw that the person coming was the boy who was surrounded by people to get on the car before, and slowly opened the door. The boy was wearing a gray casual suit, with his hands in his pockets, and his eyebrows were full of arrogance. Hello. My name is Ji He. My father is the commander-in-chief of the army. Can you escort me to North City? As a condition, I can let you stay in the base there for free. The eyes of the 2 people following Ji He changed slightly. They didn't expect this guy to directly reveal his identity. It was too late to stop him, and they could only wait and see. Zhou Yuchu had guessed that his identity was not ordinary. He could let a group of people in military uniforms protect him. Obviously, he had a relationship with the top military officials. But what if his father is the commander-in-chief of the army? Now they are in the end of the world. It is difficult to protect themselves. Who has the time to protect him? Zhou Yuchu couldn't help but sneer. Do you know how dangerous it is on this road? We could die at any time. Don't you think the promise of free accommodation in the base is too light? Ji Yi was startled, and his fingers in his pocket curled up uncomfortably. He raised his chin, his posture still arrogant. Then what do you want? As long as it's not too much. My dad can satisfy it. Zhou Yuchu was about to say something else, but saw Wen Xiyu coming over. He said in a calm voice, We will consider your proposal, and as for the conditions, we will tell you later. Okay. Ji Yi didn't want to offend these 2 powerful bosses, so he had to leave first. Before, when he watched them deal with the mutant zombies in the city, he admired them in his heart. But now he had to be polite. He was the son of the commander-in-chief of the army. So why did he need to please others? It was always others who pleased him. In the room, several delicious meals were quickly served on the table. Wen Yin helped Lin Zixu to sit down at the dining table, and then sat next to him. Wen Xiyu saw the actions of the 2 people, and although he was displeased, he didn't say anything. Lin Zixia was injured, and Wen Yin was kind, so it was okay to help him. After the meal, the group talked about Ji again. Unlike the cautious attitude of the three people, Wen-yen thought that there was nothing wrong with escorting Ji back to North City. Anyway, it was on the way. Even if he got into trouble on the way, it was not their fault. As for the conditions, Wen-yen smiled and said, Ji-ye's father should care about this son very much. If we bring Ji-ye to arrive safely, we can set the conditions. It's not too late to think about the conditions when we get there. Wen-siu felt that Wen-yen had changed a lot, as if he had grown up suddenly, and had his own unique views on things. You are right. There is no need to think too much. Just treat it as a trip together. But our team must maintain independence. And we must eat and stay separately. Wen-siu finally made a conclusion. And no one else objected. The few of them chatted for a while. Lin Zixia went back to the room to rest. And Wen-yen took Zhou Yuchu out to practice shooting. And Wen-siu, leaning on the sofa with rare ease, occasionally glanced at the movement outside the window. In a trance, he had the illusion that the years were peaceful. However, the next second, the gunshot rang out, and the illusion shattered in an instant. Seeing that the target was closer to the bull's eye, Wen-yen looked at Zhou Yuchu happily. Have I made progress? The girl smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and a few strands of black hair at her temples were blown by the wind, adding a bit of cuteness and agility. Zhou Yuchu was slightly distracted, lowered his eyes and said, I have made progress. I should be able to hit the bullseye after a few more days of practice. That's good. Wen-yen smiled, picked up the pistol again and aimed at the bullseye. But this time she didn't pull the trigger. There were not many bullets left in the space, so she had to use them sparingly. Let's go to the police station tomorrow to see if there are any remaining guns and ammunition. Okay, Zhou Yuchu responded, and saw the two people walking towards them from the corner of his eye, and his brows slightly frowned. Chapter 12 agreed to cooperate. Ningyu and Ji stopped 1 meter away from the two of them. Ningyu smiled gently and spoke first. Little girl, if you need a gun, I can give you some. They had enough guns and ammunition in the car, and giving her some would just be a good way to get closer. Wen-yen turned to look at Ningyu. Her eyebrows curved. Thank you. Uncle. Uncle? Ningyu's mouth twitched slightly. Is he that old? He was only 35 years old and not married yet. Ji looked at the girl in front of him, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. The girl was wearing a fresh and elegant light blue casual dress, and her long black hair was tied into a cute ponytail, which swayed gently as she turned around. The sun shone on her, making her face more pink and translucent. The breeze blew gently, blowing a few strands of hair on her forehead, adding a bit of playfulness and cuteness to her. Ji had seen many beautiful girls in North City, and the one in front of him was not unusual. But the freshness and brightness on her body was something he rarely saw. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. The girl was slender, but her hand holding the gun was particularly strong. She aimed at the bull's eye in the distance and fired a shot. Although she didn't hit the bull's eye, it was not far away. She looked delicate, but she was not delicate at all. Ningyu quickly said some guns and ammunition, and Wen-yen didn't hesitate at all and put them all into the space. She was just in need of these things, and someone delivered them to her door. Although it was a show of goodwill with a purpose, it was still beneficial to her. Ji looked at her movements, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. You have space ability? Wen-yen looked at him and smiled politely. I am now level 2. The space is not too big. If you need help, I will do my best. Ningyu had heard Su Yanzhou talk about Wen-yen ability, so he was not surprised. He smiled and said, Your small team is really full of hidden talents. Wen-yen fiddled with a gun and replied, We are just lucky. Nothing special. Barely alive. Ningyu smiled heartily. Little girl, how old are you? Wen-yen blinked. I will be 18 in 2 months. You are so young. You should call him uncle. Ningyu looked at the lively girl in front of him, and couldn't help but think of his niece who was stranded outside, and didn't know whether she was dead or alive. Most of the survivors now are people with superpowers. I hope she has awakened her superpowers too. While the 4 of them were talking, when Siu came out of the room, he asked Zhou Yuchu to take Wen-yen home first, and he stayed to chat with Ningyu. Since we want to cooperate, we must understand each other's needs. What Wen-siu is most worried about is Wen-yen's safety. Every time they go out for action, he is not at ease leaving Wen-yen alone in the car. If Ningyu can send someone to look after Wen Yin, he will have no worries. Ningyu's idea is to cooperate to deal with the mutant zombies. As for looking after Wen Yin, he can naturally send someone. The two chatted happily. Wen Xiu suggested that the team remain independent and can travel together, but accommodation and meals need to be separated. Ningyu agreed. The two teams rested in place for 2 days before heading back to the city. Ningyu drove the car and glanced at Ji Yi, who was in a low mood. From the rearview mirror, "What's wrong? Are you worried?" Ji Yi leaned back on the chair and said in a muffled voice, "Nothing. Just a little tired. Young Master Ji has been hit hard these 2 days. Everyone in the team has superpowers, but he doesn't. Like a waste." Ningyu thought of something and reminded Ji Yi, "If you really like that girl, chase her when you get to North City. Don't bother her on the way. The 3 people around her are not easy to mess with. Don't get beaten up." "I can't help you." Ji Ye's expression froze, and his face became even more depressed. If he had superpowers, he wouldn't have to wrong himself so much. Arriving in the city, Wen Xiu and his team quickly entered the combat state. Their target was the mutant zombies, and the ordinary zombies were to be eliminated by Ningyu. In less than half an hour, they had obtained 3 first-level crystal cores and 1 second-level crystal core. In order to cooperate better, Wen Xiu gave the second-level crystal core to Ningyu. He was a first-level fire superpower, and after upgrading, he could also help deal with the mutant zombies. After that, they went all the way north and cooperated to kill several second-level zombies. Ningyu's team had several more second-level superpowers. Passing a fountain square, Wen Xiu noticed a mutant zombie with purple eyes. He sat on the steps blankly, as if thinking about life. The higher the level of zombies, the stronger their self-awareness. But their bloodthirsty and murderous nature cannot be changed. Wen Xiu stopped the car, and the car behind him also stopped. The superpowers got out of the car one after another, surrounding the mutant zombie in the center. But he smiled contemptuously, then slowly stood up. He condensed a ball of fire in his palm, looked around, and first smashed it towards Lin Zixu. Lin Zixu used the wind power to change the direction, and the fire fell back into his hand. He bared his teeth in anger, and before he could move, he saw a bolt of lightning, ice blades, and broken iron. He barely dodged it, and realized that he was outnumbered. So he wanted to run. But Wen Xiu and his group did not give him this opportunity. Various superpowers gathered together and attacked non-stop, leaving him with almost no power to fight back. After a fatal blow, Wen Xiu neatly dug out the crystal core from the zombie's head. This time, the 3rd-level crystal core belongs to him. After upgrading in the car, they drove all the way and came to the street that was blocked by zombies 2 days ago. The group of zombies did not seem to move, and they just stood there. This is the only way out of the city. They can't take a detour, or turn around and take the highway. But the situation on the highway is similar. If they want to pass, they have to fight their way out. Ningyu and Wen Xiu chatted and quickly reached an agreement that the superpowers should save their strength to deal with the mutant zombies. These ordinary zombies are best dealt with guns. So except for the driver, everyone took a gun, opened the sunroof, and shot from a distance. This also included Wen Yin, who would not miss such an opportunity for actual combat. Every shot was aimed at the zombie's head. Although there were occasional deviations, she could hit it every time. The zombies fell like dominoes. After just a few minutes, there were only a dozen zombies left out of more than 100. Lin Zixu used the wind power to wave the corpses away, making way for the vehicle to pass. The remaining low-level zombies were also quickly dealt with by the superpowers. The vehicle passed all the way until it was out of the city, and then encountered obstacles again. At a glance, there were a lot of low-level zombies. But this time, they were led by 2 mutant zombies, one of which had dark blue eyes, and the other had purple eyes. The one with blue eyes is a level 4 zombie. Be careful, Wen Yin reminded them. They were repeatedly blocked from leaving the city, which should be the order of this zombie. The thinking ability of high-level zombies is close to that of humans. But they are not humans. They only care about killing, even those close to them. Be extra careful when dealing with this kind of zombie. Wen Xiu looked at Ningyu, who was walking towards them. Lin Zixia and I will work together to deal with him later. You deal with the other one first, and help each other depending on the situation. Ningyu's eyes were a little worried. Okay. Retreat if you can't beat it. Don't fight. He turned to Wen Yin again. You go to the car behind. With Ji. Wen Yin understood that they wanted to protect themselves, and did not refuse. He ran over in a few steps, opened the car door, and got into the back seat. Lin Zixia couldn't help but feel weak when he heard that he had to deal with a level 4 mutation. But as the only 2 level 3 mutants in the team, he could only bite the bullet and rush forward. Chapter 13, Superpower Elf. The strong wind swept up large leaves, turning them into sharp shapes, and attacking the blue-eyed zombie. He calmly swung the branches, and knocked all the leaves off. Another Wood-type superpower. Lin Zixia felt some phantom pain in his legs. He had just been pierced through the legs by a branch a few days ago. Could it happen again? Lightning struck the branches, and the branches trembled obviously, and then shrank back. Wen Xiu and Lin Zixia looked at each other, and began to attack tacitly. Wen Xiu used lightning to restrain the branches, and Lin Zixia condensed the wind blade to aim at the blue-eyed zombie. On the other side, Zhou Yuchu, Ningyu and 3 other superpowers were working together to deal with the purple-eyed zombie. He was an ice-type superpower, and the ice blade he transformed was extremely fast. He injured a superpower with one move. Zhou Yuchu aimed the ice in his hand at the zombie's neck. The sharp blade was about to pierce, but was stopped by a sharp ice blade. This zombie's ice ability was obviously stronger than his. The 2 sides were evenly matched, and the restless low-level zombies began to move forward slowly. Get ready. Shoot! As the deputy captain, Su Yanzhou gave an order, and his teammates, holding submachine guns, immediately pulled the trigger. There were bursts of gunfire, accompanied by hoarse and unpleasant wailing. Wen Yin watched the battlefield nervously in the car, with the gun in her hand ready to go. Seeing her brother entangled in branches and unable to break free, she panicked and immediately pushed the door to get out of the car. But the car door was locked. Let me get out of the car, Wen Yin shouted anxiously to the man in the driver's seat. The man turned to look at her, and said calmly, "You can't help if you go out. You will only distract them." Ji Yi on the side grabbed Wen Yin's arm. "Yes, Wen Yin, don't be impulsive. Your brother and the others will be fine." Wen Yin frowned, and her eyes were only on her injured and bleeding brother. She didn't listen to them at all and said coldly, "Let me out." Her beautiful face was cold and horrified at the moment, and she didn't look like a 17-year-old girl at all. The man sighed helplessly, and seeing her determination, he had to unlock the car door. Wen Yin opened the door and got out of the car, and quickly went to Wen Xiu. Seeing that the sharp branch was about to pierce his back, Wen Yin immediately shot. The branch shrank, as if it was angry, and suddenly let go of Wen Xiu's confinement, and turned to attack Wen Yin. Wen Yin was not afraid at all, and shot continuously. Wen Yin! Wen Xiu looked at the thrilling scene in front of him, angry and anxious. Who asked her to run out of the car? He quickly condensed lightning and hit the pile of branches. And Lin Zixia also separated his mind and used his supernatural power to disperse the branches. At the same time, Zhou Yuchu worked together to solve the purple-eyed zombie. He dug out the crystal core and rushed to help without stopping. The supernaturals gathered all their strength and finally gained the upper hand. The 4th-level zombie wanted to escape when he saw the situation was not good, but was hit by lightning, and then the ice blade pierced his neck. The crisis was resolved. Wen Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, pulled Wen Yin aside, and scolded someone with a cold face for the first time. "Who asked you to come out? Do you know it was very dangerous just now? Why are you running around?" Wen Yin pursed her lips and said nothing. Her fingers clenched the gun barrel. Even if it happened again, she would run out. She couldn't watch her brother in danger without doing something. Seeing the little girl looking aggrieved, Wen Xiu couldn't bear to scold her anymore. He raised his hand and rubbed her head, and gently said, "Don't be so impulsive next time. Even if my brother is in danger, you don't need to save him." Wen Yin raised her eyes and glared at him. "What do you mean? Do you think I'm too weak?" Wen Xiu sneered and pinched her angry face with his fingers. "What I mean is that I know how to do things. If I can't beat them, I will find a way to run away. You coming here will distract me." Wen Yin looked at his injured arm, which had a sharp red blood mark on it, and blood was flowing out, and there were several bloody wounds on his back. Wen Yin felt uncomfortable and asked softly, "Does it hurt?" Wen Xiu wanted to raise his hand to touch her head, but his arm really hurt a little. He slowly lowered his hand and pretended to be relaxed and said, "No, it doesn't hurt. It's just a minor injury. Don't worry." While the two were talking, Zhou Yuchu came over, holding 2 crystal cores, one blue and one purple. In his hand, Brother One. I got all the crystal cores. When Siyu nodded at him. The purple one will upgrade you. And the blue one will be given to me. Zhou Yuchu handed over the blue crystal core. Let's get in the car first. Wait. Wen Siyu injury has not been treated yet. Wen Yin was about to find Su Yinzhou, but saw him take the initiative to come over, as if to help with the treatment. Wen Yin's face was happy. Captain Su, please help my brother with the treatment. Su Yinzhou smiled and nodded. It's my duty. You don't have to be so polite. They are in a cooperative relationship. It is his duty to help with the treatment. And his upgrade is also thanks to them. Now that he had reached level 2, he was able to heal the wounds with greater ease. And in no time, those bloody wounds were restored to their original state. Wen Yin waited for him to finish the treatment, and then carefully checked again. Only when he was sure that Wen Siyu was fine did he feel relieved. The few people got back in the car. This time Lin Zixu drove. Wen Yin was in the passenger seat, and the other 2 were in the back seat to upgrade. As the crystal core level increased, the upgrade time became longer. It took Zhou Yuchu half an hour to reach level 3, while it took Wen Siyu about an hour to reach level 4. Brother One, what does it feel like to be at level 4? Lin Zixu asked curiously. Wen Siyu's mind moved slightly, and a palm-sized white ball appeared on his shoulder. It had round cheeks and looked a bit like a human, but its hands and feet were very short. Its head was very big, and there was a light yellow lightning mark on its forehead. It looked like it hadn't woken up yet, squinting its eyes and looking around, and then shyly disappeared in front of the few people. Lin Zixu was startled and almost couldn't hold the steering wheel steadily. Zhou Yuchu was also shocked and couldn't believe what he saw. Only Wen Yin seemed to be used to big scenes and was not surprised. Lin Zixu kept looking back. What was that just now? Did you all see it? It's a physical entity created by superpowers. I don't know what it is. Wen Siyu leaned back in his chair and turned his eyes to Wen Yin. Yin, have you seen it in a book? Wen Yin nodded and explained to the others. This little thing is called a superpower elf. It will appear when it reaches level 4 or 5. But it depends on fate. Not all superpowers have it. It is very spiritual and loyal to its owner. You can think of it as raising a pet elf. It will help you attack the enemy and sacrifice itself to protect you when necessary. Lin Zixu's eyes lit up when he heard it. As if he had already raised an elf pet. He asked eagerly. Where do the elves usually stay? What do they eat? Wen Yin turned his head to look at him and explained patiently. They usually stay in the body of the superpower. You are one. You don't need to feed anything except the crystal core. The crystal core is also absorbed by you and then absorbed by him. The same is true for what you eat. Lin Zixu was full of longing. I can't wait to see the wind elf. It must be very cute. Zhou Yuchu listened quietly, and his inquiring eyes fell on the girl. She looked like a little white rabbit who didn't know much about the world, but she knew a lot of secrets. It was really interesting. Wen Siyu felt a little itchy in the palm of his left hand. He spread his hand and looked at it. He saw a small sapling sprang out of his palm with a few green leaves hanging on it. He was just wondering when Wen Yin said, Brother, congratulations. You have awakened the wood ability. Lin Zixu glanced at the rearview mirror, eyes full of envy. Brother One, you are too powerful. With a 4th level thunder in wood, you will be invincible in the future. Wen Yin raised her chin proudly. Wasn't her brother invincible in his previous life? Both abilities reached the 9th level, and both were extremely powerful. However, Zhou Yuchu later awakened dual abilities, and the two were evenly matched. Wen Yin cleared his throat and continued. It should be because of the crystal core just now. The wood ability in it has recognized its master again. This situation is rare, but it is not uncommon. Wen Siyu tried to activate the wood ability of his left hand, and the sapling began to grow slowly, and the green leaves became dense and lush. But it only grew to the length of his arm and stopped growing. This is a 1st level wood type ability, which doesn't have much attack power. This second awakening ability is quite special and needs to find a crystal core of the same type to upgrade. Yeah, I see. Wen Siyu closed his palms. Let's find a place to rest. It's time for lunch. There are many villages along the way, so it's not difficult for them to find a place to rest. Lin Zixu drove the car slowly, and several people observed the surrounding situation, and finally chose a low bungalow halfway up the mountain. They brought enough food and water, and only needed to use the stove here to cook a meal. Ningyu and his group followed them. and when they saw them stop to rest, they had to find a house nearby. They didn't bring much food, mainly canned beef, compressed biscuits, and other fast food. He ate it for 3 days in a row and felt like he was going to vomit. Just then, he smelled an extremely tempting aroma of food. Looking up, the chimney of the low bungalow halfway up the mountain was curling, and the fragrance was fragrant. Ji swallowed his saliva and said to Ningyu, "Come with me to get a free meal." Ningyu ate canned beef and said without raising his head, "If you want to go by yourself. I can't afford to do that." They missed a lot of crystal cores today. Ningyu was already embarrassed and didn't want to go to get a free meal with a smug look on his face. Chapter 14 Storage of Supplies. Ji was choked by his words and stopped getting up. That's right. He is the only son of the commander of the army and a student at a higher education institution. When did he fall to the point of needing to eat for free? He felt wronged and unwilling, and finally could only bite the canned beef angrily. In the courtyard halfway up the mountain, when Yen first took out the dining table and chairs from the space, and then took out all the kitchen utensils needed for cooking, including the gas stove. There were also fresh ingredients, including meat and vegetables. The skinned and cut rabbit meat was placed in a plastic bag, and it was not spoiled at all. When Yen had tested it, and found that her space could not preserve cooked food for a long time. Other cold foods were the same as they were when they were put in. During the 2 days of rest, they hunted a few more rabbits and chickens, processed them, and packed them in plastic bags, which was enough for them to eat for several days. Wen Xiu glanced at the earthen stove in the hut, and said to Wen Yin, "You can cook with that stove. Gas is not durable, so it's better to save it." Wen Yin nodded, and put away the unused things. When Lin Zixia heard that the stove was to be used, he ran to light the fire, while Wen Xiu went to clean the spatula on the stove. Zhou Yuchu was not idle either. He was already very skilled at washing vegetables and peeling onions. As for Wen Yin, seeing that there was nothing she could do, she looked around. She soon found a vegetable garden, just behind the house, separated by a fence door. Pushing the door open, there were all kinds of vegetables growing well, including peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, and a large number of beans climbing on the racks. "Brother, there is a vegetable garden here. I'm going to pick vegetables there." Wen Yin ran back to the courtyard and shouted, then picked up a basket and excitedly entered the vegetable garden. Not long after, Zhou Yuchu also came to help. The two worked for half an hour and finally picked all the vegetables except beans. In view of the large number of beans, they decided to continue picking after dinner. Back in the yard, several colorful dishes have been served on the table. Wen Xiu stood in the low kitchen, waving a spatula in his hand, full of fireworks. After the last dish was out of the pot, Wen Xiu cooked another pot of clear soup noodles with a few fried eggs and small green vegetables. The four of them ate happily, picked the remaining beans in the garden, and continued to drive on their way. This time they changed to a sedan. Zhou Yuchu drove the car. Lin Zixu sat in the co-pilot seat, and the other two sat in the back seat. Passing through the suburbs, zombies were rare, and occasionally 2 or 3 ran out. When Yen asked everyone else not to move, and he wanted to practice shooting, practicing all the way to the city. When Yen's hands were a little sore, but fortunately, practice was effective. The vehicle entered the city, and everyone held their breath and stared at the scene outside the window vigilantly. The streets were desolate and full of garbage, and at first glance they looked like a dead city. But strangely, they didn't even see the shadow of a zombie. After passing a large shopping mall, Zhou Yuchu slowly stopped the car. Their supplies were not sufficient, and they needed to store more. Wen Xiu told Ningyu about their plan, and Ningyu agreed. They didn't have much supplies, so they just went to find some together. After entering the mall, the group went straight to the supermarket on the first floor. As they expected, the food shelves were almost looted. They continued to walk forward, passing the clothing area and the toiletries area. Several people took some personal belongings, packed them in bags, and then asked Wen Yin to put them into the space. Ji looked at the interaction between the few people and was very envious. He also wanted to join this team, want to eat delicious hot dishes, and want friends with space abilities. Lin Zixi noticed that there were still some left in the wine area, and turned to ask Wen Yin, "Xiao Yin, can I pack a few bottles of wine?" He hadn't touched alcohol for 3 months, and wanted to satisfy his craving. Wen Yin chuckled and nodded. "Of course." Lin Zixu quickly brought a bunch of wine over. And Wen Yin waved and put it into the space. Let's go. Let's look at other places. The few people came to the rice, flour, grain and oil area. And they harvested a lot again. People who escaped usually didn't have time. And it was not convenient to store these. So there were a lot of leftovers. Wen Yin thought that Ningyu and the others were there. So he didn't take all of them, but left them a small half. Ningyu looked at the little girl in front of him. And his tone was a little pleading. Little Wen Yin, why don't you help us collect it too? It's not easy for us to take it. At this time, Ningyu also realized the importance of space ability. But there was no such ability in his team. Wen Yin expressed his understanding and put all the remaining food into the space. They are now in a cooperative relationship. So this little favor can still be helped. After leaving the mall, it was already dark. And they got in their cars and drove towards the nearby apartment. They didn't plan to travel at night, which was easy to encounter danger. There were many vacant apartment buildings in the city, and they could pick one to move in. Vehicles stopped one after another downstairs of the apartment building. Wen Xiyu and his companions looked around and saw no trace of zombies or any human figures. They chose to stay on the first floor. For safety reasons, they decided to live in one apartment. Ningyu lived in the apartment opposite them and upstairs. There were more people in their group, and they shared a bedroom with 2 people, so they could take care of each other. The apartment was fully equipped with cooking utensils. Both teams chose to cook. Wen Yin gave them some flour, vegetables and meat. In return, they gave Wen Yin several cans of canned meat and compressed biscuits for the troops. Ji finally had a meal that suited his taste. That night, he even slept with a smile. Wen Yin was such a kind little angel. He loved her so much. When he returned to Beicheng, he would repay her well, give her the most beautiful dress, the most luxurious jewelry, and hold her in his hands to protect her. After a good night's sleep, when Ji woke up, he was surprised to find that he had awakened his superpowers. He looked at the water splashing like a small spring in his palm, and was stunned for several seconds before he pushed open the door and shouted, I have awakened my superpowers. I have awakened. Not bad. Water-based superpowers. Ningyu raised his eyebrows slightly, showing a gratified smile that an elder gives to a younger generation. I will find you when I need water in the future. Ji was immersed in surprise, nodded obediently and agreed, without any trace of his previous temper. He knocked on the door opposite and shared the good news of his awakening superpowers again. Zhou Yuchu slightly curled his lips and said congratulations without any expression. But this did not affect his joyful mood at all. He returned to the room, humming a song and washing up, looking at the small spring in his palm from time to time. He finally has superpowers, and is no longer a waste that can only be protected by others. In the room, Wen Yin smelled the fragrance of pancakes as soon as she got up. She asked her brother about the ingredients needed for breakfast before going to bed last night, and then took the things out and put them in the kitchen. This way she doesn't have to get up early. After washing up, she came to the living room. As expected, there was a thick stack of pancakes on the dining table, as well as several delicious side dishes for wrapping pancakes. The 3 men seemed to be waiting for her, staring at her eagerly as she came over, and then they picked up their chopsticks. Well, delicious. Wen Yin was the first to comment, with a sparkling look in his eyes, which was the happiness of eating delicious food. Lin Zixu swallowed the food in his mouth and praised it. I haven't eaten this much before. It's really delicious. My brother is amazing. Super amazing. I have never seen anyone cook better than him. The 2 were like Wen Xiyu little fans, praising him while eating. Zhou Yuchu spoke less, but also praised sincerely. It's really delicious. Wen Xiyu was flattered by the praises of several people, and the fatigue of cooking was dissipated a lot, but he still had a cold expression on his face. Okay. Eat quickly. Don't talk so much. After breakfast, several people decided to drive around the neighborhood. The city was too quiet and weird everywhere, but they stayed there for one night and were safe and sound. Chapter 15: The Ability of the Eye of Heaven. The vehicle stopped near the gas station. Lin Zixu got off the car to fill up the gas, stored some more in a barrel, and then got back in the car. There were no zombies on the way. Passing a large shopping mall, several people got off the car again to look for supplies. I'm going to the bathroom, and will find you later. Wen Yin waved to the few people, and went to the bathroom at the end of the corridor alone. Wen Xiyu was a little worried, and followed him to wait at the door. His eyelids had been twitching all day, and he always had a bad premonition. Maybe he thought too much. He knew that Wen Yin valued privacy. So he stood at a distance and waited patiently for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but call her name. Wen Xiu didn't get a response, and he immediately felt something was wrong. He didn't care about anything else and rushed into the women's bathroom to check. There was no one inside, and the window was open. Panic appeared in Wen Xiu's eyes, and his heart beat very fast. He took a few deep breaths, walked to the windowsill and looked down. It was a parking lot. Someone had kidnapped her. Lin Zixia and Zhou Yuchu were not far away. They realized that something was wrong and rushed over immediately. "Where is Wen Yin?" Lin Zixia asked anxiously. "She was kidnapped." Wen Xiu clenched his fists. Anger and worry intertwined in his heart, making it almost impossible for him to think calmly. He slammed the wall hard, and heard a bang. A crack appeared on the wall. Zhou Yuchu looked around and said calmly, "They should not have gone far. Let's go find someone separately. And let Team Ning find them too." The people who kidnapped Wen Yin were obviously well prepared. Otherwise they would not have started in the women's restroom. Wen Xiu slowly recovered his thinking. "You go find Team Ning. I go to the parking lot first." After speaking, he supported himself on the windowsill with one hand, jumped up, and jumped down. There were only a few old cars parked in the parking lot. Wen Xiu found a car that could be driven and walked through the side door along the wheel marks on the ground. The street outside was still desolate and lifeless. But Wen Xiu knew that there was another team here besides them. These people were able to kidnap Wen Yin in the toilet, which meant that they had been observing them for a while, and knew that Wen Yin was alone at this time. But why did these people kidnap Wen Yin? Was it for rape or for other reasons? Wen Xiu closed his eyes, and didn't want to think too much. He drove around the city but didn't find any clues. The same was true for others. They searched from morning to evening, but still found nothing. Several cars met downstairs of the apartment building. Ningyu suggested that everyone rest for a night and continue looking tomorrow. Wen Xiu didn't say anything, staring at the night with a blank look, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Zixia borrowed some canned meat from Ningyu, handed one to Zhou Yuchu, and then walked to Wen Xiu's car, whispering, "Brother Wen, you will have the strength to continue looking after you are full. Xiao Nian is still waiting for us to save her. You can't fall down first." Wen Xiu's absent-minded eyes moved slightly. He took the can from Lin Zixu's hand, tore open the lid and started eating mechanically. Wen Yin was still waiting for him. He couldn't fall down. In the basement, Wen Yin sat on the ground board, with her wrists and ankles tied tightly with ropes. Earlier in the bathroom, she had just come out of the cubicle when her mouth was covered by someone. And then she felt a stinging pain in her neck. Her eyes went black, and she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was here. A group of fierce people pointed guns at her and asked her to hand over the supplies hidden in the space. She agreed repeatedly and took out several bags of flour and rice, as well as 3 bags of beans. The leader looked uneasy, put a gun to her forehead, and asked in a deep voice, "Is that all?" Wen Yin lowered her eyes timidly. "My space ability is level 1. I can't hold much stuff. And there are some supplies in the car. Useless things." The man shook the gun and smiled at the others. "This woman is a reward for you." Wen Yin saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly put forward her own value. "I have something useful. This ability can be upgraded to level 2. The space is several hundred square meters. I can tell you how to upgrade." The man became interested, raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "Continue." Wen Yin talked halfway about the upgrade of the ability, and emphasized her value again. "My space has a fresh keeping function. These supplies can be kept in it all the time. You keep me. It will definitely be useful. You can also verify the upgrade. I am definitely not lying. I swear." The group seemed to have really verified it, and came back near dusk. The leader was in a good mood, rewarded Wen Yin with a meal of leftovers that even dogs wouldn't eat, and then left with the others. Wen Yin glanced at the nylon rope tied into a knot. It was easy to untie, but it was a bit difficult to escape. She thought back to what happened today, and found a blind spot. They robbed her for supplies. But how did they know she had spatial abilities? Have they been hiding in the dark and observing them? This shouldn't be the case. People with abilities have sharp hearing and vision. If someone approaches, they will definitely be able to detect it. Wen Yin thought about it, and suddenly remembered that there was a special person with abilities around her brother. He was like a clairvoyant who could see people and objects within a radius of 100 miles. As long as there were zombies around them, he could give early warning. If he was in the same group as those people, it would not be surprising. But he didn't seem to be among those people just now. Wen Yin knocked her head and couldn't figure it out. So she was too lazy to think about it. Since she was here, she might as well make the best of it. She was still useful now. And these people would not kill her easily. As long as she was obedient and played her own value, she would have no worries about not having a chance to escape. After waking up from a nap, Wen Yin's legs were numb and her hands were numb. She stood up with her hands on the ground, jumped 2 steps, leaned against the wall to relax for a while, and sat down again. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the basement was pushed open, and a tall man walked against the light and threw a bowl of rice in front of Wen Yin. Wen Yin stared at him as he approached. Her beautiful phoenix eyes slowly widened. "Are you Lully?" It seems that her speculation last night was correct. Lully was in the same group with these people. Since they entered the city, Lully has been using the Sky Eye to monitor their every move. He found that Wen Yin had spatial abilities, and thought that they had sufficient supplies. So he found the right time to attack her. Hearing her name being called out by this strange woman, Lully's figure obviously stiffened. "Do you know me?" Wen Yin quickly recalled the things in his previous life, frowned and said, "I don't know you, but I know your fiancée Lin Xia. You and her got separated, right? She is looking for you everywhere, and she showed me your photo before." Wen Yin didn't remember how Lin Xia and Lully met in the previous life. She only remembered that Lully was always thinking about the separated fiancé, and took out the photo when he met someone on the road and asked if they had seen her. Later, Lully finally found his fiancée in Beicheng, but she already had someone else by her side. None of this mattered. What mattered was that this fiancé could save Wen Yin's life. Lully was stunned for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Have you seen Xiao?" Wen Yin subconsciously wanted to touch the tip of her nose, but found that her wrists were tied tightly with ropes. She raised her hand to signal Lully to help her untie it. Lully hesitated for a moment, but still untied the rope. Wen Yin lowered his head and rubbed his wrist. After Lully urged him several times, he slowly spoke. "Not only did we see her, we also saved her life. You know she is weak and fragile, and she has no ability to save herself when she encounters zombies." After a pause, Wen Yin sighed with emotion. "But she is very sincere to you. Every day she takes the photo and asks passers-by if they have seen you. She treasures the photo and takes it out to look at it 100 or 80 times a day." Lully listened quietly, and his slightly raised fox eyes were watery. He looked away. "Where is Xiao now?" Wen Yin looked at his expression and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "We just separated a few days ago. She was anxious to find you, so she followed another team to the North City. We agreed to meet there." Chapter 16. Lully was turned against. In the 2 months of being out of contact, Lully never stopped looking for Lin Xia. They got separated here, and he was afraid that Lin Xia would not be able to find him when she came back. So he did not leave. After awakening his supernatural power, he could see people and objects within a radius of 10 miles. He checked the people who passed by again and again, but he could not find the familiar figure. He should not have listened to Fang Yi's lies, and stayed here to wait for someone. Lully sorted out his emotions, and turned to look at the woman sitting on the ground. She looked young, with a beautiful and outstanding appearance, and her slender phoenix eyes were clear and bright. She did not look like a liar. Lully coughed lightly, and said a little uncomfortably, "Can you not tell Xiu about my kidnapping?" Wen Yin smiled with a curved lip, his eyes showing innocence. "Of course, as long as you let me go. I promise not to tell her. She is such a beautiful and kind girl. Her fiancé must be kind too." This made Lully very happy. He glanced at the leftovers on the ground, squatted down and picked up the bowl. "Wait a minute. I cook you another bowl of noodles." "Thank you, Brother Lu." Wen Yin smiled and watched Lully leave, then changed his position and lay on the ground. Lully's weakness was undoubtedly Lin Xia, and she should make good use of this and lure Lully back to her team. In his previous life, he was the most powerful military advisor around his brother, and it should be the same in this life. Lully came out of the basement and went straight into the kitchen. He learned to cook a long time ago, and cooking a bowl of noodles was the easiest thing for him. "Didn't you have enough this morning?" Fang Yi's voice came from behind. Lully looked back at him, and then stared at the boiling water intently. This is not for me. But for that little girl. Fong Yi chuckled and said, Why? Do you like her? Lully shook his head and said casually, Fong Yi, do you want to go to North City? Fong Yi leaned against the kitchen door, his posture lazy. Aren't we living well here? Why go to North City? But there is a defense base built by the government over there. And everyone is going north. You don't understand this. Those bases are managed by the military and serve the upper class. People like us who have no power and influence may not be able to get in. Instead of going there to see people's faces, it is better to be a wild emperor outside. We have enough weapons and supplies. And you are a clairvoyant, which is not much worse than their base. Thanks to Lully's ability of the Sky Eye, they stored a lot of heavy weapons and guns and ammunition. And the supplies were also abundant. The zombies in the city were also killed by them. Lully could accurately locate the position of the zombies. They only needed to set up their guns to kill them with one shot. Lully didn't say anything else. The noodles in the pot were almost cooked. He took them out and poured soup, and put fried eggs and some vegetables on top, turning around with a porcelain bowl in his hand. Fong Yi was still standing at the door. He had a teasing smile on his face. I've made a loving breakfast. And you still say you don't like that girl? Lully frowned slightly. Whatever he thought, they would soon go their separate ways anyway. He and Fong Yi had only known each other for 2 months. And their relationship was not very good. Since Fong Yi refused to go to North City, he could only leave by himself. Of course, he had to take Si Yao's friends with him. He could see that the team had a high military strength. Although he had the ability of the Sky Eye, he had little combat power. It would be best for him to travel with them. Back in the basement, Lully handed the bowl and chopsticks to Wen Yen, and then sat on the ground next to her. Wen Yen didn't eat much yesterday, so he was very hungry now. He took the bowl and chopsticks and ate voraciously. Lully looked at the girl's fair and clear face and thought she was really innocent enough to believe him. She looked a lot like Si Yao. He curved his lips slightly and reminded her, Eat slowly. Be careful not to choke. Wen Yen hummed and slowed down her eating speed. After finishing the noodles, she sighed with satisfaction and put the bowl and chopsticks on the ground. By the way, my name is Wen Yen. Wen for warmth, Yen for yearning. Lully pulled his lips and smiled, then looked at her again. Nice name. Wen Yen looked at him and smiled. You are Sia's fiancé. That is, my friend. I know you must be forced to stay here. Let's go together and go to Beicheng to find Si Yao. Lully pursed his lips, and a little starlight appeared in his narrow black eyes. Okay, let's go together. Tomorrow at the latest. Really? Wen Yen was secretly happy. This wave of subversion was smoother than she thought. Lully nodded, stood up and prepared to leave, and stopped to tell Wen Yen, I'm going out later. If anyone else comes in to embarrass you, just say you are my man. This team is a mixed bag, and there are many lustful people. There are still 4 women locked up upstairs. Lully has always turned a blind eye to the incident. He is not a good person, and he had his own selfish motives in rescuing Wen Yen this time. In the living room, 2 men patrolling with guns saw Lully coming out of the basement again, and their eyes were somewhat meaningful. It is said that Lully has a beloved fiancée and disdains other women. But it turns out that it is just talk. Men are lustful by nature. How can you not like a beautiful woman? Just like their boss Fong Yi. Every time he kidnaps a woman, he distributes it to his brothers, saying that brothers are like hands and feet, and women are like clothes. As a result, he fell for a crying beautiful woman half a month ago. Lully washed the dishes in the kitchen and used his supernatural power to check the whereabouts of the people in the room. Fong Yi was chatting with a woman in the bedroom on the 3rd floor, and there were more than a dozen people sleeping on the 2nd floor, and several people were playing very perverted games. Lully closed his eyes in disgust and looked back at the 1st floor. In addition to himself, there were 2 men patrolling with guns. There were also several people guarding the yard and the door. There were a total of 26 people in this team, and they all lived in this luxurious villa. It was easy for Lully to leave here, but it would be troublesome to take Wen Yen with him. He looked at the situation nearby again. 1 kilometer away from here, one of Wen Yen's companions was driving around looking for someone. His eyes moved slightly, and he walked out of the villa. The 2 people guarding the door asked as usual, Brother Lu, where are you going? Go to the nearby area to get some fresh air. After Lully finished speaking, he walked past the 2 people and went out. He walked east along the virtual map for about 5 minutes and saw the blue car. The people in the car also noticed him, and immediately stepped on the brakes, and got out of the car. Have you seen a little girl? She is fair and clean. Very beautiful, with dimples when she smiles, and her hair reaches her shoulders. Zhou Yuchu described Wen Yan's appearance and slowly approached the strange man. His intuition told him that this man was related to Wen Yan's disappearance. But his eyes were calm, without dodging or panic, just standing there calmly, as if waiting for him to approach. Zhou Yuchu was just wondering if his intuition was wrong. But he heard him say, Wen Yan is in a villa 1 kilometer away from here. It's hidden there, so it's normal that you can't find her. Zhou Yuchu was stunned, and then anger appeared on his face. Did you capture Wen Yan? Lully looked away guiltily. Anyway, I'm here to help you save Wen Yan. There are heavy weapons in the villa. If you force your way in, it's likely that both sides will be injured. It's best to save her in the middle of the night. And I cooperate with you. Chapter 17. The Woman in the Villa. Zhou Yuchu stared at the man in front of him for a while, and expressed doubt about what he said about abandoning the dark and joining the light. Why should I believe you? Lully lowered his eyes slightly and sighed softly. I am Lin Xiao's fiancé. Lully. I help Wen Yan for her, and I want to go to Beicheng with you to find her. Zhou Yuchu didn't know Lin Xiao, but he didn't deny it after hearing what he said. Then how can you help us? I take you to see the location of the villa first. There are more than 20 people inside, and there are many heavy weapons and guns. You better not be impulsive. I will find a way to bring Wen Yan out at night. You just need to meet him at the door. Zhou Yuchu was a little surprised. You mean we don't do anything and just wait at the door? Lully raised his eyes and looked at him, his eyes calm. This is a bloodless way. If you force your way into the villa, there will definitely be casualties, and they will use Wen Yan as a threat, which will be very troublesome. Zhou Yuchu felt that what he said made sense, and his vigilance dropped slightly. Take me to the villa first. He didn't drive again, but walked forward with Lully, one in front and one behind, half a meter apart. After passing through a residential building and turning 2 corners, Zhou Yuchu saw a Chinese-style villa with blue bricks and black tiles. It was hidden deep in the alley, and was indeed difficult to find. Lully stopped and said to Zhou Yuchu, I'm going back first. Remember the location. Remember to pick someone up here at 10 o'clock in the evening. Don't alert the enemy. Zhou Yuchu nodded and watched Lully approach the villa, enter the password at the door, and then push the door open to go in. He observed the surrounding terrain, did not stop for any longer, and turned back. Wen Xiu was looking for clues on the street, when he saw a blue car driving towards him. His eyes suddenly lit up. They had divided the area to search for people this morning. Zhou Yuchu came here now, so he should have a clue. Wen Xiu stood up and walked towards the car. The car slowly stopped. Zhou Yuchu stuck his head out of the open window. Do you know Lully? He said Wen Yan was locked in a villa, and he would help us get him out. Wen Xiu shook his head. His brows tightened again, and he hurriedly asked, Which villa? Do you know the location? Zhou Yuchu nodded slightly. Yes, I take you to see it. After Wen Xiu got in the car, Zhou Yuchu told Wen Xiu about Lully in detail. He advised Wen Xiu not to act impulsively. After all, they didn't know what was going on in the villa. The car stopped at the previous intersection, and the two walked to the vicinity of the villa. As a 4th-level psychic, Wen Xiu could sense the presence of psychics nearby. About 20 people, and their levels were not high. That is, 1 or 2 levels. I go in and take a look. Wen Xiu wanted to climb over the wall, but Zhou Yuchu grabbed his arm. He whispered, Don't be impulsive. It's broad daylight. It's easy to be discovered if you climb over the wall. You won't be able to save Wen Yan, but you lose someone. Wen Xiu clenched his fists in annoyance, but finally listened to Zhou Yuchu's advice and returned the same way. Although the level of the group of superpowers was not high, they were outnumbered. If he acted rashly, he would not only fail to save people, but also cause trouble for Wen Yan. He needed to think of a safe way, and it would be best to be prepared for both situations. The two went to find Lin Zixia first, and then met up with Ningyu and the others. After listening to Zhou Yuchu's story, Lin Zixia couldn't help but feel a little worried. Is that Lully really trustworthy? Is it a trap? Zhou Yuchu pursed his lips. I think it's trustworthy. Wen Xiu leaned against the door, and cast a cold gaze at the two of them. No matter what, I have to go to save people tonight. If you don't want to take risks, I can understand. Lin Zixu said anxiously. I want to go too. Wen Yin is like my own sister. I am willing to risk my life for her. Zhou Yichu looked at Wen Xiu. I want to go too. We are a team. If we have to take risks, we should take risks together. Ningyu discussed it, and finally decided to send 5 people to go with them. And the others stayed to protect Ji Yi. Ji Yi was aggrieved. I want to save Wen Yin too. I don't need protection. Ningyu rolled his eyes at him. If you don't want to be locked in the room, just shut up. Ji Yi gritted his teeth and shut up. Lully returned to the villa, and went into the room to rest. He didn't go downstairs until lunchtime. To his surprise, Fang Yi's woman also appeared in the restaurant. This woman threatened to commit suicide every other day. So Fang Yi had to tie her up. The last time Lully saw her, she was still a haggard sick beauty. Now she seemed to be a different person, without any sickness. And her eyebrows and eyes were full of charm. There was a piece of gauze on her forehead, which should be the wound left by hitting the wall last night. She made a lot of noise last night, and Lully heard it in the room downstairs. But he didn't care. Turned over and continued to sleep. Lully withdrew his gaze, and turned to Fang Yi. He was wearing a black shirt with an open collar, revealing a large ambiguous red mark. It was obvious what had happened. Lully's eyes were filled with disgust, but his face did not show it at all. He walked into the kitchen and served 2 bowls of rice, and took 2 dishes of side dishes, put them on a tray, and then took the things to the basement. Why doesn't he eat with us? Jiang Xinhua leaned on Fang Yi's shoulder softly. Her eyes narrowed, and her eyes were fixed on the man's broad shoulders and narrow waist. Fang Yi put his arm around her slender waist and whispered in her ear. How should I punish you for caring about other men in front of me? Jiang Xinhua glared at him in shame and anger. I just asked casually. Why are you so domineering? Fang Yi chuckled, and seemed to be in a good mood. He reached out and pulled him into his arms. Aren't you hungry? I feed you. No. Jiang Xinhua said the words of refusal, but her voice was soft, as if she was acting coquettishly. Fang Yi looked down at her, and couldn't help but think of her shy look this morning. He tightened his body and hugged her closer. Be good. Let's go back to the room after dinner. Other people at the table. They could only pretend to be blind, and didn't dare to eat too loudly, for fear of disturbing the boss's interest. It was not until the 2 finished eating and went upstairs that everyone started to discuss in a low voice. This woman is always looking for death. Why did she suddenly change her temper? Yes, she also said that she would never be the boss's woman. You don't understand this. Women are all hypocritical, and they want it when they don't want it. That makes sense. Aren't those women upstairs the same? There is no such thing as a chaste heroine. Lying on the bed is the same. Everyone laughed, talked about some dirty talk, and then dispersed. In the basement, Lully and Wen Yin sat side by side, eating and talking about the plan to leave. There were not many people on guard at night, and Lully would find a way to deal with them, and then take her away quietly. Can you do it alone? Do you need to ask my brother for help? Wen Yin was a little worried. Although Lully had the ability of the Sky Eye, he had little fighting power. If this group of people found out that they were escaping, they would probably be locked up. Lully looked at her sideways, with a smile in his slightly raised fox eyes. My ability is the Sky Eye, which can see everyone and everything within 10 kilometers, which is more than enough to deal with a few night watchmen. Wen Yin pretended to be surprised. And then, admiration appeared in his eyes. You are too amazing. No wonder Sister Xiao has been thinking about you all the time. When Xiao was mentioned, Lully's eyes softened in an instant. He seemed to remember something, and the corners of his lips slowly rose. My ability was awakened after I separated from her, and she didn't know. Besides, Xiao liked him simply because she liked him as a person, and it had nothing to do with anything else. After lunch, Lully didn't stay any longer and got up and left the basement. At this time, the villa was very quiet, except for the ambiguous low moans in some rooms. Lully walked through the stairs without changing his expression and went straight into his room. That was their choice, not his business, Lully told himself in his heart. Although he discovered their traces at first and informed Fang Yi, Fang Yi did not force them to stay, but gave them a choice. In the end, they chose to stay. Chapter 18. Did he kidnap you? Late at night, Wen Yin stared at the basement door eagerly. Lully had promised to take her away, so he wouldn't go back on his word. With a bang, the iron door of the basement was pushed open. Wen Yan raised her eyes in surprise. And the next moment, her brows furrowed. The man was not Lully, but a middle-aged man with a wretched face. Not tall, and sparse hair. The man walked towards her step by step, with a malicious smile on his face. What do you want to do? I tell you, I'm Lully's man. If you dare to touch me, you die. Wen Yan threatened, and his hand reached for the pistol in the space. The man didn't stop, and unbuttoned his shirt as he walked. Lully has a woman he likes. You're just a temporary novelty for him. You might as well follow me. The extremely ordinary face was surrounded by lust, and coupled with the fat body, it was really disgusting. Wen Yan put his hands behind his back and quietly took out the pistol and loaded it. Don't worry. Brother will take good care of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out. The man widened his eyes in disbelief, and then slowly fell down. Wen Yan shot him twice more in the chest, and only put the pistol into the space after making sure he was dead. He deserved to die for not being able to control his lower body. At this moment, the door of the basement was pushed open again, and Lully rushed in anxiously. He looked at the man lying on the ground and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the little girl has the ability to protect herself. He was busy dealing with those night watchmen just now, but he forgot about this restless guy. Noticing the movement in the basement, he hurried over, fearing that he would be a step late. Wen Yan looked up and looked at him innocently. Brother Lu. He wanted to molest me just now, so I took action. I know. Even if Wen Yan didn't do it, Lully would kill him. Don't worry. The basement is well soundproofed. They can't hear it. Lully used his supernatural power to check the surroundings and confirm that it was safe. Then he took Wen Yan out, pushing open the door of the villa. Wen Yan saw the familiar people standing on both sides at a glance. Her eyes fell on Wen Xiu, and her eyes misted for a moment. She didn't feel wronged or afraid when she was locked in the basement, but she was a little emotional when she saw her brother appear in front of her brother. She has always been a little girl who never grows up. She will cry when she is wronged, and she will also want him to comfort her. Wen Xiu pulled her over and looked at her carefully, his eyes full of concern. You are not hurt, right? Did they bully you? Wen Yan bit her lip and held back the soreness of her nose. No. Let's leave here first. Zhou Yuchu was relieved to see her come out safely, thinking that tonight would be a fierce battle. Lin Zixia looked at the little girl happily. As long as she is okay. The vehicle was parked 1 kilometer away, and the group quietly crossed the alley, always paying attention to the surrounding situation. After getting in the car, Wen Yan roughly talked about what happened in the past 2 days. She mentioned Lully several times, and her words were full of gratitude. If it weren't for his help, she would definitely suffer a lot. As for the accident tonight, she didn't mention it. Anyway, the man was dead. Lully was in the same car with him, sitting in the back seat by the window. Hearing Wen Yan's words, he felt a little guilty. He clearly did something wrong. But Wen Yan didn't care at all, and even said a lot of excuses for him. Lin Zixia was a little confused. How did they know you have spatial abilities? Are we being followed? Without waiting for Wen Yan to answer, Lin Zixia speculated. Could it be that someone saw you collecting things at the supermarket? Seeing that he had laid the groundwork, Wen Yan whispered. Lully's ability is the sky eye. He can see people and objects within 10 kilometers. He was following Fan Yi's orders before, but later he realized his mistake and helped me a lot. So it's fair, right? Wen Xiu's eyes darkened. So, he kidnapped you? Lully pursed his lips and said apologetically. I'm sorry. We had different positions before. I was looking for supplies and didn't mean to hurt her. Wen Xiu sneered. He kidnapped someone and sent him back. Do you want him to forgive him for the past? He braked the car suddenly and said in a cold and hard voice. Get out of the car. Wen Yan frowned unhappily. Brother, why are you like this? Although he did some wrong things, he also protected me. You are not allowed to drive him away. Lully didn't say anything, opened the car door, and got out of the car. At the same time, Wen Xiu and Wen Yan also got out of the car separately. Wen Xiu wanted to beat people, while Wen Yan wanted to persuade people to stay. Lully's ability of the sky eye was too amazing. He was with his brother in his previous life and helped him avoid many dangers. He was a rare military advisor. They must keep such talents. Wen Yan grabbed Wen Xiu's arm to stop him from doing it. Brother, listen to me. He really didn't mean it. He is a good person. Believe me. When Siyu looked at Lully coldly. If he was really a good person, he wouldn't have kidnapped you. He saved you for ulterior motives. Lully lowered his eyes and pursed his lips without saying anything. He was indeed not a good person. And he didn't save Wen Yen out of kindness. It was to let this team escort him to North City. After this disguise was exposed, he felt a lot more relaxed. He didn't want to pretend to be a good person. Since he couldn't go with him, Lully could only make another plan. Wen Yen continued to persuade. He did this to survive. We don't know what he has experienced. So what qualifications do we have to judge him? After all, he saved me. And there is no hatred between us. Isn't it good to go to North City together? We also need his supernatural powers. But even so, Wen Siyu couldn't believe a person who kidnapped his sister. Keeping such a person around was like a time bomb. Listening to Wen Yen defending himself several times, Lully was slightly touched. He has been living in a daze for the past 2 months. There is no news from Siya. He is either in a daze or doing things as ordered. He did whatever Fani asked him to do. Now thinking back, he felt guilty and repentant. But things have already happened and he can't withdraw. When the three of them were confronting each other, a car roar suddenly sounded behind them. Lully's eyes changed. Hurry up. Fani and his men are chasing us. Lully's Sky Eye ability has a time limit. It takes 2 hours to recover each time it is used up. So he doesn't know how many people and weapons Fani brought. When Siyu pulled Wen Yen into the car, seeing Lully standing still, Wen Yen urged, "You get in the car too. Why are you standing there?" Lully waved at her. "You guys go quickly. I be fine." When Siyu glanced at Lully and drove away quickly, the people said by Ningyu followed behind them. The car sped all the way. After meeting Ningyu and his men at the intersection, the group did not stop and went straight out of the city. "Xiaoyan, you and this Lully look very familiar. Have you met before?" Lin Zixia was curious all the way, but he couldn't help asking. Wen Yen turned his head to look at him, with a faint smile on his lips. "I don't know him, but I know his fiancée, Lin Xiao." When Siyu heard this name and couldn't help wondering, "Why haven't I heard you mention her?" Wen Yen's eyes turned slightly. "It's not important. The important thing is that next time we see Lully, we have to team up with him." Zhou Yuchu understood what Wen Yen was thinking. Lully's ability of the Sky Eye is very rare. It can not only be used to find supplies, but also to predict danger and prepare defenses in advance. Teaming up with him will have many benefits. Wen Siyu also knew this. But he felt that Lully was not worthy of trust, and was not trustworthy. If he had a different mind with this kind of supernatural power, they would suffer heavy losses. Cooperation may be possible, but if he wants to team up, he needs to think about it again. Wen Yen was not worried that Lully had any ulterior motives. He was a love-brained man with no ambitions. He was devastated by Lin Xiao's betrayal in his previous life, and it was very likely that it would be the same in this life. Chapter 19 False Friendship. The sound of brakes was particularly clear on the quiet and deserted street. Lully stood still, waiting for someone to come. He knew his own value. Even if Fani was angry, he would not really do anything to him. Fani got out of the car and slammed the door shut. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. He strode towards him. The gun in his hand pointed at his heart. "Lully, you actually betrayed me." His eyes were bloodshot and furious. But Lully just looked back at him calmly. "If I really betrayed you, I would not leave quietly. I would let them take your weapons and supplies, and then kill you while you were asleep." Fani was stunned, and the gun in his hand moved slightly down. "Then why did you leave? And take that woman with you?" Lully lowered his eyes. His expression revealed some loneliness. "That girl is Sia's friend. She said Siu is in Beicheng. I know you won't leave here, but I have to find Siu. She is my fiancée and the meaning of my life. I have lived like a zombie for the past 2 months. Now I finally have a meaning. I hope you can help me." These words made Fani put down the gun completely. He knew that Lully cared about this fiancée very much and had been looking for someone for the past 2 months. In this way, Fani could understand, although he was still very angry. But the ability of the Sky Eye is just this one. Fani could only choose to forgive him. He walked towards him with a smile on his lips. "Who said I didn't plan to go? I changed my mind now, and I want to go to Beicheng too." Lully looked at him in surprise. "Why did you suddenly change your mind?" Fani shrugged slightly. "She knew I wants to go to Beicheng. where her family is, and I plan to go with her. It turned out to be for that woman. Lully pursed his lips and smiled, and said nothing more. The two got in the car together and returned to the villa. Fang Yi felt a little sorry for the woman who ran away. They had too many weapons and supplies, and the space ability could just come in handy. But it was a pity that she ran away. But with Lully, they could also find weapons and supplies on the road, so they didn't have to bring so many. By the way, how did you know I left? Lully remembered seeing Fang Yi entangled with that woman in the room. The two were so passionate. How could he suddenly think of looking for him? Fang Yi threw the gun in his hand on the sofa, sat down casually, and crossed his legs. I ran out of condoms in my room, so I wanted to ask you if you had any. Who knew that no one was there when I knocked on the door? Later, I went downstairs and saw that the night watchman was gone. As he spoke, Fang Yi's face visibly sank. He had always regarded Lully as a brother, but he didn't expect that he would do such a trick to him. If it weren't for the brotherhood and his ability of the Sky Eye, Fang Yi really wanted to shoot him. Lully closed his eyes. If they hadn't argued on the street for a while, he would have left. Compared to Fang Yi's team, Lully liked the atmosphere of that team more. They would cook together and talk and laugh at the table, like real friends. And they knew Si Yao, so they were also her friends. Lully really wanted to go with them, instead of staying in Fang Yi's shady team. But the road to North City is full of dangers. It is better to follow Fang Yi and his team than to fight alone. Lully apologized to Fang Yi again, and Fang Yi didn't care about it. The two of them had their own plans in their hearts, and they maintained the illusion of friends on the surface. Fang Yi returned to the room. The beauty on the bed had fallen asleep. He leaned over and kissed the corner of her lips, then changed his clothes and laid down gently on the other side. Fang Yi is not a person who values beauty. He only felt troubled when he met weak women before. Therefore, he distributed all the women who stayed for food to his brothers under his command, and avoided them as much as possible. But after meeting Jiang Xinyue, he realized that he was not unattractive, but just very picky. And Jiang Xinyue just happened to be in his aesthetic point. The slender waist that could be held in one hand, the eyes as smart as a deer, and the look of her crying with tears in her eyes. Fang Yi liked everything. He had enough patience for the people he liked. Even though Jiang Xinyue tried to kill herself every day and refused to eat well, Fang Yi had no intention of letting her go. He firmly believed that his sincerity would move Jiang Xinyue, and they would be together sooner or later. And this day came faster than he thought. Just last night, after Jiang Xinyue hit the wall again, she suddenly seemed to have figured it out and was no longer depressed. She said she was hungry, and Fang Yi immediately went downstairs to cook her a bowl of noodles. She ate quickly and finished it in a short while, then lay down to sleep. She even invited Fang Yi to sleep with her. But the wound on her forehead still stopped Fang Yi. The next morning, her attitude towards him changed a lot. She no longer made a sour face or said harsh words to him, but told him gently what she wanted to eat. Fang Yi went downstairs to make breakfast and met Lully, who was also making breakfast for women. Jiang Xinyue seemed to be in a better mood after breakfast. They chatted casually, and she suddenly kissed him. Everything happened naturally afterwards. Fang Yi experienced the ultimate pleasure and wanted to rub her into his bones, but he didn't dare to toss for too long because he cared about her forehead injury. The two spent a sweet day together. Later, Jiang Xinyue said she wanted to go to Beicheng to find her family. Fang Yi agreed without thinking. He couldn't bear to see the disappointment on that charming face. Even if the road was dangerous, he was willing to take risks for her. Fang Yi had a good night's sleep. When he woke up the next day, the beauty in his arms was still there. He tilted his head and kissed her forehead, his voice slightly hoarse. "It's time to get up, baby." Jiang Xinyue rubbed against him and whispered, "You get up first and make breakfast. I sleep a little longer. Okay?" Fang Yi looked at her lying in bed and thought she was very cute. He smiled and said yes, got out of bed quietly, and then went to the bathroom to wash up. In the villa, everyone was busy packing things. Last night, Fang Yi announced his decision to go to North City. Some people were happy, while others were worried. Several women on the second floor were worried that they would be abandoned, so they went to ask the men they were in love with. But they either replied perfunctorily or said that they couldn't make the decision. In the end, they had no choice but to ask Fang Yi. When the knock on the door sounded, Fang Yi had just come out of the bathroom. He put on his clothes casually and opened the door. and saw 4 women standing at the door, looking at him with tears in their eyes. Fang Yi felt irritated, but was afraid of disturbing Jiang Xinyue. So he had to close the door and walk out. Boss, can you take us to North City? We can't survive here. Yes, take us with you. We can cook and wash clothes, and we won't drag you down. Please, don't leave us. The 4 women knelt on the ground as they spoke. They had no special powers, and no ability to protect themselves. Staying here would mean death. Fang Yi rubbed his brows with a headache. It was a burden to take these women with him, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. You will encounter zombies all the way to North City. You can only die if you follow. I will leave you enough weapons and supplies, and you can continue to live here. After he finished speaking, he ignored the crying of several women and went downstairs directly. Lully stood at the corner of the 2nd floor, listened to the movement upstairs expressionlessly, and then walked down the stairs. Fang Yi's decision was right. Bringing these women along would only slow down the team's progress. If he wanted to survive, he had to be ruthless. Chapter 20 Fang Yi is dead. Before the team set off, Jiang Xinyue came down from upstairs gracefully. She was wearing a white knee-length skirt, light brown wavy hair, and fair and translucent skin. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she came downstairs. Fang Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and he walked up to her and took her into his arms, gently rubbing her hair with his fingers. You are worthy of being my woman. So beautiful. Jiang Xinyue glared at him coquettishly. When am I not beautiful? Lully looked at the 2 of them, and his eyes could not hide his disgust. Don't waste time. Go quickly. Jiang Xinyue was stunned by his roar, turned her head to look at him. Her eyes were pitiful. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to delay time. Lully didn't even look at her, and turned around and left. Damn straight man. Jiang Xinyue gritted her teeth and leaned against Fang Yi in grievance. Fang Yi, your friend is too rude. Fang Yi put his arm around her waist and chuckled. Yes, it's quite rude. Don't pay attention to him in the future. Jiang Xinyue hummed, and stayed in his arms for a while, before the 2 walked out of the villa hand in hand. Just as the 2 were about to get in the car, gunshots suddenly rang in their ears. Fang Yi didn't have time to think about it, and threw himself on Jiang Xinyue. And those guns seemed to be aimed at the 2 of them, and bullets were fired frequently without a trace of hesitation. Just half an hour ago, several women knelt on the ground and begged Jiang Xinyue to help them, but she just glanced at them with contempt, and then laughed with a sense of superiority. Sorry, I'm different from you, and I can't help you. You better take care of yourself. Several women asked for help in vain, and realized that they didn't have much time left, and they all wanted to kill. In order to seek shelter, they had to sell their bodies and cater to them. But these people had taken enough advantage, and wanted to abandon them and walk away. Fang Yi felt that women were a burden and refused to take them with him, but wanted to take that delicate woman with him. What a double standard. These 2 people should die together. The women shot fiercely with guns, feeling very happy. Since they couldn't survive, they would take 2 people with them. Lully saw several women following them, but he didn't expect that they all had pistols in their hands. After hiding in the car, he realized that the targets of the shooting were only Fang Yi and Jiang Xinyue. Fang Yi was shot 5 or 6 times, but he protected the woman in his arms very well. He soon fell in a pool of blood, and his dark eyes were still staring at Jiang Xinyue, as if he couldn't bear to leave her. The women who shot had been dealt with. Lully walked out of the car and asked people to dig 2 pits in the yard, one for Fang Yi and the other for the women. Jiang Xinyue cried, but didn't dare to get close to Fang Yi. Even when burying him, she hid far away, as if she was afraid of being haunted by ghosts. Lully looked at her coldly. Since Fang Yi was dead, there was no need for him to carry this burden. Brother Lu, are we still going to Beicheng? After Fang Yi died, Lully became the leader of this team. He curled his lips slightly. Go. It's not safe here anymore. Let's go as soon as possible. After burying several bodies, a group of people walked out one after another. Jiang Xinyue followed Lully. When she saw him get in the car, she was ready to get in too. But as soon as she bent down, a gun was pointed at her head. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Lully's eyes were very cold, and there was murderous intent in his eyes. He was not as compassionate as Fang Yi, except for Lin Xiao. Other women were no different from men in his eyes. Jiang Xinyue stepped back in panic, tears falling like beads from a broken string. looking extremely pitiful. Lully. Fong Yi just died to save me. If you were his brother, you should take me away with you. This is also his last wish. Lully was too lazy to watch her performance, so he closed the car door and ordered the driver to drive. Lully. Wait a minute. I know a lot about zombies. I can tell you. Before Jiang Xinhua finished her words, she saw 7 cars driving away without stopping for a moment. Shouldn't she be the heroine? Why doesn't she have the aura of the protagonist? Jiang Xinhua stood there in confusion. She had just come to this world the night before yesterday, with the same name as Jiang Xinhua, but her appearance was slightly worse. And this world was a comic book she had read, with Zhou Yuchu as the male protagonist. As for the heroine, there was no arrangement in the book, so Jiang Xinhua felt that she came here to be the heroine. In the original story, Jiang Xinhua was tied back to the villa by Fong Yi, and she would rather die than surrender, and finally hit the wall and died. Fong Yi is a character who rarely appears in the book. He died in the zombie tide not long after Jiang Xinhua died. Jiang Xinhua, who came from the time travel, saw that he was good looking, so she became lustful and slept with him directly. Anyway, he didn't live long and couldn't hinder her relationship with the male protagonist. But she didn't expect Fong Yi to die at this time, and she was cruelly abandoned by Lully. Jiang Xinhua clenched her fists, and her thoughts slowly calmed down. Even without Lully and the others, she could drive to North City by herself, and maybe she would meet the hero on the way. After Wen Yan returned, their team became lively again. They stayed in a small bungalow in the suburbs at night. Wen Xiu cooked a sumptuous seafood dinner in the middle of the night and invited Ningyu and the others to come and eat together. Thank you all for your help in the past 2 days. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Wen Xiu stood up and solemnly expressed his gratitude to everyone. Ningyu, holding a cigarette in his mouth, smiled and nodded at him. In fact, they didn't help much. In the end, Wen Yan came back by herself. This little girl is smart, not a naive person who only relies on others. Ji Yi sat not far from Wen Yan, staring at her with a little melancholy. If Ningyu hadn't stopped him from participating in the rescue, he could have asked for credit in front of Wen Yan. This damn old-fashioned man doesn't know how to adapt at all. Lin Zixi felt that a drink was necessary in such an occasion. He asked Wen Yan to take out beer in glasses, and then poured 13 glasses of wine and handed them to everyone. It is fate that we can meet here. As the saying goes, we should drink wine today and worry tomorrow. Come on. Let's drink. After Lin Zixi finished his toast, a group of people raised their glasses in a lively manner. Wen Yan couldn't drink, so he poured a drink instead. The group of people talked happily and didn't leave until the second half of the night. They left in a hurry this time and found a place to stay in the middle of the night. So the living conditions were a bit simple. There were only 2 brick houses that could accommodate people, and the other room was a utility room. Wen Xiu asked Wen Yan to live in the relatively clean and bright room, and the 3 of them lived in another small house. They needed to take turns to keep watch, so it was okay to sleep in one room. The next morning, Wen Xiu borrowed the stove in the yard, simply fried 2 dishes, and cooked a pot of clear soup noodles. Lin Zixi ate noodles with a satisfied smile in his eyes. He hadn't had a hot meal in the past 2 days. Wen Yan was not here, and Wen Xiu had no mood to cook. Their supplies were not around, so they could only borrow some from Ningyu and others. Those canned meats and biscuits were far inferior to the dishes made by Wen Xiu. Wen Yan also compared the meals of the past 2 days in his mind. Although the clear soup noodles made by Lully tasted good, they were still inferior to his brother. Wen Yan ate with satisfaction, put down his chopsticks and said, I see there is a vegetable field nearby. Let's go pick the vegetables later. It's better to pick them all. No one will grow vegetables for the next year, so they have to save more in advance. Zhou Yuchu nodded in agreement. Now is the autumn harvest season. We can store more. Lin Zixi glanced at Wen Xiu and suggested, should we call Ningyu and the others? More people will work faster. Wen Xiu nodded lightly and stood up from the chair. I go find them. You guys pack up first, and we go together later. Lin Zixi finally finished his meal and squatted by the pool in the yard to wash the dishes. Zhou Yuchu and Wen Yan were not idle either. They picked all the vegetables grown in the yard and put them into the space. Chapter 21 Going to the fields to pick vegetables. Ningyu and his group lived in a yard 100 meters away from them. When Wen Xiu knocked on the door and went in, they were eating instant noodles. Xiu, Do you want to eat something? Ningyu said politely, while holding a bowl of instant noodles. Wensiyu waved his hand. I've already eaten. There is a vegetable field nearby. We plan to pick all of them and store them in the space. Do you want to join us? This part of the supplies can be shared. Ningyu smiled and nodded. Okay. These vegetables will rot in the field if we don't collect them. After finishing breakfast, the group went to find baskets or plastic bags to put the vegetables, and then set off to the vegetable field. When Yen and the others met up with them on the road, seeing Ji also holding a basket in his hand, Wen Yen smiled and joked. Master Ji, are you going to work in the fields too? This was the first time when Yen took the initiative to talk to Ji Yi. Ji Yi blushed slightly and nodded, saying, I used to work out regularly, so this little bit of work is nothing. When Yen tilted her head and cast a look at him, he was wearing a gray sweatshirt and overalls, and his figure was thin, but there was no sign of fitness. Ji Yi felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by her, and looked away and said, I look thin when I'm dressed, and I have abdominal muscles when I'm undressed. When Yen was stunned when he heard it, and then laughed out loud. Okay, then show me your abdominal muscles some other day. When Siyu coughed and pulled Wen Yen to his side. She was joking. Master Ji, don't take it seriously. Ji Ye's raised mouth cornered. He took it seriously. Lin Zishu came over with a smile. Xiao Yen, I also have abdominal muscles. Do you want to see them? When Siyu turned his head and gave Lin Zishu a sharp look, and Lin Zishu immediately fell silent. He was just joking. How could he really show Wen Yen his abdominal muscles? With Wen Siyu's sister control attribute, he would be half buried in the ground as soon as he took off his clothes. Wen Yen pulled Lin Zishu's sleeve and teased him deliberately. Didn't you want to show it to me? Why do you regret it? Lin Zishu glanced at Wen Siyu. When your brother is not around, I will show it to you secretly. Lin Zishu. A gnashing voice sounded, and Lin Zishu didn't dare to look at Wen Siyu's expression again, and ran away. A group of people laughed together. Only Ji Yi and Wen Siyu had a tense face and were angry, passing through the winding path, looking at the endless vegetable fields. Everyone's eyes were shining. Although they have not been hungry yet, they are very clear about the preciousness of fresh vegetables. Maybe they will become more and more precious in the future. Everyone worked hard for a whole morning, but found that only a small half of the vegetable field was harvested. There is no way to pick all the vegetables. There is a breeze under the shade of the tree, and everyone sat on the ground, planning to rest for a while before working again. When Yen took out mineral water and snacks from the space and distributed them, and then sat down next to Wen Siyu. She was very tired, raised her head and drank water in big gulps, and didn't notice that Zhou Yuchu was next to her on the other side. Zhou Yuchu looked at her silently. The tip of his ears turned slightly red, and then moved away the fingers that were pressed by some soft object. When Yen realized something a little late, turned his head and looked at him. Sorry. I pressed your hand. Zhou Yuchu lowered his eyes, and the tip of his ears turned completely red. It's okay, he said softly. When Yen moved towards Wen Siyu, keeping a little distance from him. They had been working on the farm for the whole morning and were sweating. It was even hotter when they were squeezed together. The blue shirt Wen Yen was wearing was already sticking to her body. She raised her hand and waved it. Just when she felt hot, she saw a square ice cube the size of her palm appear in front of her. Suddenly, a comfortable coolness drifted over with the wind. Zhou Yuchu has ice-type abilities and can transform into ice cubes. Thank you. When Yen smiled at him with curved eyebrows, took out a glass container from the space, took the ice cubes and put them in it, and looked at him expectantly and asked, Can I have a few more? Yes. Zhou Yuchu condensed his abilities, and a few more ice cubes appeared in his palm. Under Wen Yen's burning gaze, he calmly put the ice cubes into the glass container. Brother Zhou, I want some ice. Too. Lin Zishu's voice came from the other side. Zhou Yuchu glanced at him and said lightly, No more. Wait 2 more hours. If the superpowers are exhausted, it takes 2 hours to recover. Lin Zishu was disappointed for a moment. Well, I'm not that hot either. Under the willow tree opposite the few people, Ji leaned against the tree trunk and sat casually, watching the interaction of the few people with envy. He also wanted to sit next to Wen Yen and chat with them, but there was no place for him there for the time being. Why don't we cook here? Anyway, I have all the tools and ingredients with me. Wen Yen was feeling the cool breeze and was too lazy to go back. She felt that she had been drained of strength and just wanted to lie down and rest. When Siyu leaned against the tree trunk and said with his eyes closed, "I wait a while before cooking. It's too hot." "Well, no hurry." When Yen moved the ice cubes closer to him and waved her hand. "How about it? Is it cooler?" "Yes." When Siyu curled his lips slightly, opened his eyes and looked at her, then closed his eyes again. When Yen took out the things needed for cooking and said to Ningyu, "Uncle, do you want to cook first? I only put a gas tank and a pot in my space. You can use the ingredients as you like. I take out some first, and then take more if it's not enough." Ningyu smiled and nodded. "Why don't you let Chef Su show you his skills today? His cooking skills may not be worse than your brother's. Su Yinzhou is the best cook in Ningyu's team. He can cook a variety of dishes. Steamed buns and dough are all easy for him." When Siyu opened his eyes and looked at Ningyu, smiling and said, "Okay, I can learn from Chef Su." Su Yinzhou stood up and asked several teammates to wash vegetables and peel onions. There was no water here, but fortunately Ji had water ability, so there was still water for washing vegetables. When Siyu had rested and got up to help, a group of people gathered around the dining table, busy in an orderly manner. 2 kilometers away from them, Lully sat in the car, observing their every move through the sky eye. Such a happy team atmosphere was something he had never felt before. A yearning surged in his heart again, hoping that he could become one of them. Maybe, when they realize his value, they will accept him. An hour later, the delicious meals were served one after another. There were 14 of them in total, and 2 long tables put together could just accommodate them. When Yen felt that their team might expand, and she needed to store some more tables and chairs in the space, as well as tableware for cooking. There were 2 dishes on the table made by Wen Siyu, and the other 10 dishes were made by Su Yinzhou. And there was also cold noodles as the staple food. Lin Zixu praised the food again and again. "This cold noodles is amazing, with cucumber shreds and sauce. It is simply a delicacy on earth." When Yen nodded in agreement. "Yes, Chef Su's cooking is really good. This cowpea shredded pork is also super delicious. And there are tiger skin green peppers. Every dish is delicious. Yeah, I like this local 3 fresh dishes the most. It is more authentic than what I had in the restaurant before." The 2 of them praised Su Yinzhou so much that he felt a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and ate quietly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Who doesn't like to hear compliments? After lunch, the group took a break and continued the task of picking vegetables. When Yin was afraid of the sun, so she put on a sun hat. She bought 3 colors in the supermarket last time. Now she took it out and asked a few people, "Do you want a sun hat?" "I only have 2. When Siyu took a look and said, "I don't want it." In his opinion, sun hats are for women. They have thick skin and don't need them at all. Lin Zixu didn't have this stereotype. Sun protection is the same for men and women. Since it is available, why not use it? "Give me the blue one." "Thank you." When Yen handed him the blue sun hat and turned to Zhou Yuchu. "What about you? Do you want one?" Zhou Yuchu shook his head. He would rather get tan than wear this kind of lace hat. When Yen was about to put it away, but she caught a glimpse of Ji Ye's gaze not far away. She waved at him. "Do you want a sun hat?" Ji Ye's eyes lit up, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Yes." When Yen took the initiative to give him something, how could he not want it? Chapter 22. It's best to be friends. When the vehicle reached the intersection in the suburbs, Lully asked everyone to wait in the car, and he went to the vegetable field alone. These people worked all morning, but only harvested a small half. It would take 2 or 3 days to pick all of them. Lully walked to the area where Wen Yen and others were, and called out from a distance, "Wen Yen." All of them turned around. Wen Yen's narrow and long phoenix eyes lit up slightly, and then smiled gently. "Lully, you're here." She put down the basket in her hand, turned around and walked towards Lully. And when Siyu followed out of concern, Zhou Yuchu and Lin Zixia looked at each other, and when they saw that there was nothing for them to do, they bent down and continued to work. This kind of farm work cannot be stopped, and once it stops, they don't want to do it anymore. Ji rubbed his tired waist, and his eyes fell on Lully. Is this the psychopath who kidnapped Wen Yen and sent her back? He looks like a decent person, but he has no male ethics. He smiles at other women even though he has a fiancée. Wen Yen stopped in front of Lully and looked at him with concern. "I'm glad you're okay. I was worried that Fani and the others would embarrass you. Lully felt warm in his heart, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. I'm fine. But he was killed by a few women. Ah? Wen Yin raised his eyebrows in surprise. What happened? Lully briefly talked about what happened this morning, deliberately skipping the part about Jiang Xinyue. Although he felt that he was not wrong to abandon her. This kind of thing was quite selfish in the eyes of others. Wen Yin felt that Fan Yi was completely to blame. Since he didn't want to protect those women, he shouldn't have taken them in the first place. He wanted to kick them away after using them. How could it be so good? He died, and Wen Yin didn't feel sorry at all. Wen Xiu's eyes fell on Lully. His eyes were slightly cold. He came here on purpose. And it should not be just to chat with Wen Yin. So, now you are the leader of that mob? Lully looked at him. I guess so. I will control them in the future, and will not do kidnapping or anything like that again. Wen Xiu looked at him and asked directly. So you came to us to cooperate? Seeing that he had made it clear, Lully stopped beating around the bush. Yes. I hope to cooperate with you. Although you are strong in combat. You are few in number, and have no heavy weapons. If we cooperate, our survival rate will be higher. After a pause, Lully added, and I have the ability of the clairvoyance. I can give advance warning if zombies appear within 10 kilometers. If you cooperate with me, you will never suffer any loss. Considering his special ability, Wen Xiu has some intention to cooperate. After weighing the pros and cons, he said, then cooperate. I advise you not to play tricks. If you dare to deceive us or attack Wen Yin again, I will definitely kill you. Wen Yin listened to them and said at the right time, Brother, Lully will not hurt me. He is my friend. Lully knew that he had left a bad impression on them, which could not be eliminated for a while, and he did not want to explain more. I was wrong about the previous matter. I hope we can get to know each other again in the future. Don't worry. Wen Yin is Sia's friend, which is also my friend. I will not hurt her. Wen Xiu curled his lips slightly, his eyes mocking. He did not believe Lully's words. But their cooperation was based on interests. As long as both sides benefited, the ship would be temporarily stable. After talking about the cooperation, Wen Xiu was about to leave, but heard Lully say, Do you need me to ask someone to help you dig vegetables? Wen Yin responded first. Okay. We are worried that we can't finish the farm work. It would be best if you can ask someone to help. I will give you some supplies when the time comes. Lully smiled gently. Supplies are not necessary. If it is convenient. Can I have a meal in the evening? I am alone. Of course. It's a small matter. Wen Yin agreed readily, but Wen Xiu frowned. Although he agreed to cooperate, he didn't want to have too much interaction with Lully. He didn't forget that Wen Yin was kidnapped. But Wen Yin had already agreed, and he didn't dare to ruin her plan. So he could only endure it silently. Lully returned the same way, and first did some ideological work with the team members to let them be more obedient and not cause trouble for themselves, and then took them to the vegetable field to help. Brother Lu, do you have to pick all these vegetables? A group of people looked at the vegetable field dumbfounded. The workload was too much. Why do we have to dig these vegetables? Aren't there enough supplies? Lully glanced coldly at the person who was speaking. Isn't this Zhao Chengyang, the most loyal lackey around Fan Yi? If he didn't have the ability of this guy, the leader's position would most likely fall on him. After all, he is best at winning people's hearts. Lully took 2 steps towards him, with a smile on his lips. But his eyes were extremely cold. What? Are you questioning my orders? No. No. I just asked casually. Zhao Chengyang smiled awkwardly and said to the others, Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and work. A group of people resigned themselves to their fate and went into the vegetable field. They worked for an entire afternoon, and their backs were almost too tired to straighten up. They could not dig all the vegetables. They could not dig all the vegetables. Who planted so many cabbages? As the sun set, the lush vegetable fields were harvested one after another and scattered everywhere. Wen Yin did not dig the vegetables again, but put them into the space bit by bit, stacked them neatly, and the pile was about 2 meters high. Her space was about 200 square meters, and the current supplies filled more than half. But there was still a lot of space. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wen Xiu and Ningyu's people stopped working first. They discussed going back to cook, letting Su Yinzhou continue to be the chef, and everyone helped together. Lully looked at the people who were slumped on the ground. leaning on their hose, or rubbing their waists, and sighed slightly. You feel tired from doing this farm work. If you were besieged by zombies, won't you just wait for death? Everyone looked at each other. No one said anything. They were already tired from doing farm work, and they were scolded by the boss. Before in Jiancheng, Fang Yi would not let them do such meaningless work. At most, they drove a car to find supplies, occasionally killed a few zombies, and returned to the villa at night to find a woman for entertainment. Now, they dig wild vegetables during the day and don't know where to stay at night. They couldn't help but miss Fang Yi. Although he had a bad temper and was moody, at least he understood their needs. Xiao Chengyang smiled and said, Brother Lu is right. We should exercise more. Otherwise we won't be able to run fast when we encounter zombies. Lully nodded gently, and his eyes swept over the crowd. There are many vacant houses within 2 kilometers around here. You can find some by yourselves. I have something else to do, and I will meet you later. Watching Lully walk towards the little beauty waiting on the roadside, the group of people all understood. Lully obviously fell in love with the little beauty. He had taken good care of her in the villa before, and now he asked the whole team to dig wild vegetables to pursue her. He also said something high-sounding, such as the road to the north is dangerous, and it is best to cooperate with them. Zhao Chengyang narrowed his eyes and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Fang Yi died, and this team should have belonged to him. Now Lully did this, which gave him the opportunity to take over. As for the so-called Sky Eye ability, Zhao Chengyang felt that it was nothing special. They had enough heavy weapons. If they met zombies, they would just kill them directly, and there was no need to avoid them at all. Arriving in the yard, Wen Yin took out the utensils needed for cooking. A long brown table with a cutting board, 2 knives, a pile of pots and pans, and various cooking seasonings. Then he took out a dozen chairs and distributed them to everyone. Yin, take out the half bag of flour that was not used up today. Okay. And take some other vegetables. Beans, peppers and eggplants. By the way, do you have any more rabbit meat that you saved before? The rabbit meat is finished, and there is still a small bag of chicken. Wen Yin kept taking out items according to his brother's instructions, and Wen Xiu took them one by one. Okay. You go and rest. Seeing that he could not help, Wen Yin sat on the chair and rested at ease. Lin Zixiu was just idle at the moment, and when he heard that there was no rabbit meat, he wanted to go out hunting. Brother Zhou, let's go get some rabbit meat. Zhou Yuchu glanced at him and stood up. Let's go. The two said something to Wen Xiu, and just as they walked out of the yard, they saw Lully following them. I go with you. I can accurately locate the position of the hare, so you don't have to run in vain. Lin Zixia's eyes lit up. What about other game? Pheasants and wild boars? Lully smiled. Of course. I can see people and things within 10 kilometers. But if I want to check up close, it will consume more superpowers. I can only lock an area for half an hour. And then, I need to wait 2 hours to recover my superpowers. Zhou Yuchu felt that the Sky Eye superpower was really powerful, compared with other superpowers. He could avoid many risks, and even lock the prey in advance and hide in the dark. It's best to make such a person a friend. But if he is an enemy, he should be eliminated as soon as possible. What he didn't know was that they were enemies in their previous life. He almost died several times, all thanks to Lully. Later, he finally found an opportunity to kill Lully, but he also suffered heavy losses. Chapter 23 wished them good luck. After leaving the yard and walking up the mountain road, the few of them chatted casually. Lully paused and said in a low voice, There are 2 hares hiding behind the willow tree in front of you on the right. They were not far from there, only 50 meters away. Lin Zixiu walked over lightly, gathered his supernatural power in his palm, and hit them with a fatal blow. Although rabbits are cute, they taste better. With the help of Lully, the 2 caught a few more pheasants and picked up a box of instant noodles and snacks that someone had thrown away. Finally, they stopped hunting when they couldn't hold anything with both hands. On the way down the mountain, Lully's face suddenly changed. There are several mutant zombies approaching here, about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Zhou Yuchu's eyes tightened, and then asked, Can you see the color of their eyes? Lully concentrated his superpowers and locked the area where the mutant zombies were. Purple, gray, blue, pink, a total of 4. Lin Zixiu exclaimed. Aren't there level 1 to 4? Zhou Yuchu's face was slightly solemn, and he quickened his pace to rush back. The few people returned to the farmyard and immediately informed everyone of the news. Ningyu discussed with Wenxiu and decided to eat first, and then hide in the dark to fight. With a previous combat experience, plus Lully's superpower of the Sky Eye, they had nothing to fear. The distance of 5 or 6 kilometers was not far or near, and they needed to finish their meal as soon as possible. Su Yanzhou had already fried 5 dishes, and there was no time to knead the dough into long strips. So he made knife-cut noodles directly. Lully's special power was exhausted, and he could no longer locate the specific location of the zombies. He could only roughly see 4 black shadows walking towards this side. He wanted to inform the group of teammates, but he saw them get in the car and drive away. He was not surprised. He arranged for them to work in the fields today, and then let them solve their own accommodation and dinner. It was all intentional. He wanted to see how loyal these people were to him. Now that he saw it, although he was disappointed, he also understood. He never treated them as his own people, and they were the same. Although he had the special power of the Sky Eye, they had sufficient guns and ammunition, heavy weapons, and supplies. Maybe they felt that he was not that important. Lully didn't look at them again, and turned his sight to the 4 blurred black shadows. Let's eat first, Brother Lu. I will trouble you later. Wenyan asked Lully to sit down, pushed a bowl of noodles in front of him, and put down the chopsticks. Lully lowered his eyes and stared at the steaming noodles, and his eyes couldn't help but feel a little sour. At least, Wenyan really treated him as a friend. Wenxiu patted Lully's shoulder. By the way, can your people come over to help? Lully was silent for a moment, and said softly, They left me behind. I guess I can't help. Wenxiu frowned. He had heard of people abandoning the old, weak, sick and disabled, but he had never heard of abandoning the captain, especially the captain with the ability of clairvoyance. What a group of short-sighted idiots. It's okay, as long as you are here. Wenxiu comforted him perfunctorily, then took the bowl of noodles and started eating. He had consumed too much energy today, and if he didn't eat something, he would have no strength to deal with the zombies. After a hasty dinner, the group split into 2 groups, one ambushing in the dark, and the other attracting the attention of the zombies. There are still about 500 meters. After Lully finished speaking in a low voice, he saw 4 black shadows appear at the end of the road. It was getting dark now, and they walked slowly and leisurely, and they looked no different from humans from a distance. Suddenly, the blue-eyed zombie seemed to smell the breath of humans, roared, and flew towards them. The people standing in the middle of the road immediately opened fire, but he dodged flexibly and pounced directly on one of them. At this moment, lightning appeared in Wenxiu's palm and hit his neck heavily. The blue-eyed zombie did not expect him to attack, and was hit hard, falling to the ground in embarrassment. Wenxiu took advantage of the victory and killed him without much power, digging out the blue crystal core. At the same time, Zhou Yuchu also killed a level 1 zombie, and several people were working together to deal with the other 2 zombies. Wenxiu threw the crystal core to Wenyan, and then rushed to support them. This operation was much smoother than before, and their powers were not even exhausted. And this was all thanks to Lully's Sky Eye power. Wenxiu and Ningyu walked to one side and discussed the ownership of the crystal core. The 4th level crystal core can only be upgraded for the 3rd level psychic, and Zhou Yuchu and Lin Zixia are both 3rd level psychics. Ningyu proposed to upgrade Zhou Yuchu first, because his ice-type psychic ability is more aggressive and can better cooperate with Wenxiu in combat. Wenxiu agreed to this. As for the 3rd level crystal core, it is best to upgrade the space for Wenyan, so that more supplies can be stored. As for the 2nd level, upgrading Lully's Sky Eye psychic ability may allow him to see farther. The 1st level crystal core can only replenish energy, so it can be placed in the space first and taken out when needed. After the 2 men finished discussing, they each called their own teams. Ningyu explained the distribution of the crystal cores, and everyone had no objection. After all, they all relied on Wenxiu and his men to upgrade. Wenxiu also briefly explained the reason and distributed the crystal cores to several people. Lully stared at the pink crystal core in his hand, and his eyes could not hide his surprise. They had just cooperated for the first time, and he was willing to give him a crystal core? He remembered that Fang Yi had heard about the upgrade of superpowers from Wenyan before, and hurriedly took him to a nearby city to look for mutant zombies. They finally found 2, and shot them from a distance with a heavy machine gun. and finally dug out the crystal core. Of course, both crystal cores belonged to Fani, and he was not the kind of person who would share. Although they were brothers, he never treated him sincerely. So when he died, Lully was not sad at all. However, this team in front of him, after only one day of getting along, a crack appeared in Lully's cold heart, and warm light penetrated into the darkness, warming him up inch by inch. He was very glad that when Yin was kidnapped that day, although it was not an upright thing. If it hadn't happened, he might still be trapped in a prison alone, living alone and desperately. The group returned to the farmyard. Yuchu and others went to upgrade, while Wensiyu prepared to cook. He knew that they didn't have enough tonight, and there was a ready-made hare, so it would be a good meal. Lin Zixia helped him deal with the hare, boil water, and remove the hair. He didn't think this kind of work was complicated at all, but enjoyed it. Since joining Wensiyu team, he rarely had those negative thoughts and had hope for the future. They now have sufficient supplies, and their superpowers are gradually upgrading. Even if it is the end of the world, they can survive. In the yard, Lully finished upgrading first. He opened his eyes and felt that his vision was much wider. He tried to use his superpowers to look around and found that the picture was clearer, and he could lock two positions at the same time. He saw the group of former teammates at a glance. Perhaps because of what he said before, they bypassed the road with the most zombies, and were safe for the time being. But the zombies are active in the middle of the night. They drove 7 cars and roared past. The zombies could hear them from a distance. Wish them good luck. Lully raised his lips happily, and stood up to stretch his arms. When Yen and Yuchu were sitting on a chair not far from him, with their eyes closed, he walked over and looked at Wen Yen. She was sitting cross-legged on the chair, her brows slightly wrinkled, and the purple crystal core in her hand was glowing. She looked like she was meditating. It was quite interesting. Lully pulled the chair next to her and sat down, looking lazily at the small yard. Although the space was not large, it seemed to have everything. Under the night light, smoke rose and the cicadas chirped, giving people the illusion that the years were peaceful. Chapter 24. There's something interesting to watch. After Wen Yen upgraded, he found that the original large flat had become a 2-story villa. The space was much more spacious, but it was still a bare shell house. The location of the supplies on the first floor had not changed much. The kitchen utensils were placed in the front. Rice, flour, grain, oil and other things were placed in the left corner. Toiletries and clothes were neatly placed on the left, and a black SUV was parked in the middle. As for the various cabbages dug today, there were other vegetables and fruits, which were piled up into a small mountain in the right corner. Most of the space on the first floor had been occupied, but the second floor was empty. Wen Yen thought that after digging the vegetable field, they should also look for other supplies. Opening his eyes, Wen Yen breathed a sigh of relief, then put his legs down, stood up and stretched his limbs. Noticing Lully sitting next to her, she asked with a smile, "How do you feel after upgrading? Is your vision wider?" Lully leaned back in his chair and said casually, "I feel pretty good. I can see more clearly, and my vision is wider." Wen Yen cast an envious look at him. "Your ability is like a clairvoyance. It's amazing." Lully smiled faintly and sighed suddenly. Although this ability is powerful, it has no offensive power and can only be used as an auxiliary, which also means that he can only be inferior to others. But following Wensiyu and his group, he didn't feel aggrieved. There was no autocracy, no coercion or inducement here. It was easy to get along with, just like friends. Wen Yen watched him sigh, thinking that he was thinking of the teammates who had abandoned him. So she comforted him. "The old ones don't go. The new ones don't come. You will be a member of our team in the future. Don't worry. We will never abandon you." Lully came back to his senses, and a sincere smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Thank you, Wen Yen." Seeing him thanking her so seriously, Wen Yen touched his nose uncomfortably. "Why are you being polite? We are friends." Lully smiled and nodded. "By the way, how long have you known Xiao? Where did you meet?" Wen Yen lowered her eyes, rolling her eyes again and again. "Not long after. We met on the road, and walked together for a while." "Then what?" Lully obviously wanted to hear the details. Wen Yen walked 2 steps in the yard with his back to him. "Then, we talked a lot about you. She showed me your photo. She said you were her fiancé, and you had a good relationship." Wen Yen twisted her hands together, and she couldn't make up any more. At this time, Lully took over the conversation and talked about their love story. They were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Later, when they were in college, Lully confessed his love to her, and the two naturally came together. Although they had some disagreements and broke up in the middle, they had always had a good relationship. After graduation, they got engaged and went on a trip together. Who would have thought that the zombie virus broke out during the trip? Lully sighed slightly, and his dark pupils were full of longing for his lover. Wen Yin looked at his affectionate look and felt a little sorry. At this point in time, the person he liked had changed his heart. In his previous life, he seemed to be very obsessed. After learning that Lin Xiao had changed her heart, he was devastated and later died in a battle. I hope this life will be different. Wen Xiao was frying rabbit meat in the small kitchen, and his eyes occasionally swept over the two people outside. Lin Xiao squatted on the ground to make a fire. Seeing that he was absent-minded, he suggested, "How about I go outside to watch?" Lin Xiao knew that Wen Xiao was worried about Lully. He had a history of kidnapping Wen Yin. Although he joined their team, his character still needed time to test. Wen Xiao glanced at the pot. The rabbit meat was almost fried. Next, he just had to wait for the water to boil, then turn to low heat and cook for 20 minutes, and then collect the juice and serve. There is no need to make a fire now. You go outside, Wen Xiao said lightly. He seemed not to have heard what Lin Xiao said before, and did not mention watching Lully. But Lin Xiao knew that he was worried about Lully and Wen Yin being alone together, so he sent him outside. Lin Xiao stood up immediately, patted the dust on his trouser legs, and strode out. Xiaoyan, what are you talking about? As soon as he arrived, he sat on the chair next to Wen Yin, his arm naturally resting behind her, and cast a look at Lully. Wen Yin smiled and looked at him. We are talking about Lully's ability. He is even more powerful after the upgrade. He can lock two areas at the same time to enlarge the details. The picture is as clear as a camera. Lin Xiao nodded, and suddenly frowned. Why does this ability feel a bit like a voyeur? You won't secretly watch us take a bath, right? Lully's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help rolling his eyes up. I don't have that habit, and I don't want to get sty. Lin Xiao snorted. Who knows if you will peek? We can't see you peeping. I warn you. Don't peek at Wen Yin. Wen Yin was shocked. How could the topic be about peeping at her? It was too outrageous. Wen Yin smiled helplessly. Brother Xiao, don't wrongly accuse me. Lully has a fiancée. They have a good relationship. And with his character, he would never do such a thing. Lin Xiao pursed his lips and did not comment. Character is something that needs time to test. Wen Yin is simple-minded and easily trusts others. But they are not like that. Lully leaned back in the chair and regained his lazy look. He was innocent and didn't want to explain more. As Lin Xiao said, the Sky Eye ability can peek at everything around. If he wants, he can check their privacy at any time. But he is not interested in other people's privacy. Every time he uses his ability, it is to find supplies or weapons, and to deal with zombies. However, in order to take Wen Yin away from Fang Yi's team 2 days ago, he did monitor the entire villa and saw some private scenes that he didn't want to see. To be honest, it was quite eye-catching, and he didn't want to see it at all. Wen Yin was eating melon seeds and said to Lully, Brother Lu, can you see if there is a bigger house nearby? There are 5 of us now, and I'm afraid this place can't accommodate us. Lully nodded, checked with his supernatural power, and quickly locked the location. Within 2 kilometers of this place, halfway up the mountain, there is a 2-story small Western-style building. The furniture and rooms are quite new. There are 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Hearing the configuration of this small Western-style building, Wen Yin's eyes suddenly brightened, and he could finally sleep well tonight. The wooden bed I slept on last night squeaked when I turned over, and Wen Yin liked to turn over when he slept. So he tossed and turned until the second half of the night before he could barely fall asleep. Brother Lu, let's go to this small Western-style building after dinner. Yeah, Lully responded, and his eyes passed over other areas. Someone actually moved into the villa where Fang Yi lived before. The location there is hidden. How did they find it? Lully looked intently. In the room where Fang Yi used to live, 2 naked bodies were entangled together. He closed his eyes in disgust, and just as he was about to look away, he saw a familiar face. Fang Yi had just died in the morning, and she took someone else to bed at night. She really couldn't wait a moment. Lully frowned, unlocked the area, and looked at the group of former teammates. At this moment, they were fighting a group of low-level zombies. The heavy machine gun was very powerful. The zombies that rushed over fell down in rows. They had the smile of the winner on their faces. And they didn't know that the real danger was about to come. On the hillside less than 200 meters away from them, several mutant zombies were looking down at them. One of them had a blue eyeball, which was a level 5 zombie. There was a good show to watch. Lully curved his lips and reached out to Wen Yen, who was eating melon seeds next to him. Can you share some melon seeds? Wen Yen was stunned for a moment, then poured a handful of melon seeds into his hand and gave some to Lin Zishu. You can tell me directly what snacks you want to eat. There are several boxes in the space. Lin Zishu bit the melon seed shell and said, compared to snacks, I still prefer spicy rabbit meat, braised pork, tiger skin green pepper, spicy spare ribs. Don't tell me the names of the dishes. My saliva is about to flow down. Are there any? I wipe it for you. Lin Zishu chuckled and pretended to wipe the corners of her mouth. Wen Yen turned her head away and deliberately teased him, saying, my brother is here. Hearing this, Lin Zishu immediately withdrew his hand and sat down obediently. If Wen Xiu saw him provoking Wen Yen, he would probably be warned again. Lully looked at the surveillance screen and took a moment to glance at the two people movements. Why do they look a bit like a young couple flirting? It seems that there will be no worries about not having fun to watch in the future. Lully ate melon seeds and continued to look at the surveillance screen. It was bloody. Too bloody. But Zhao Chengyang ran really fast. He just left the others and drove away alone. The level 5 zombie had wind power. He waved his hand to change the direction of the bullet. Heavy weapons were useless. TSK. These 20 people are going to be fed by zombies. After a while, the people in the picture fell down one after another. Some people got into the car. But the next moment, the car was swept up by a gust of wind, turned a few circles in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, did they regret leaving me behind? Lully sneered and closed the screen. Chapter 25 Picking Up Bargains. Zhou Yuchu clearly heard the conversation of several people from a distance of several meters. His hearing seemed to be more acute after his supernatural power was upgraded to level 4. He opened his eyes, and first locked his sight on the girl sitting in the center. She was wearing a dark green long-sleeve top, and her face was not made up. But she was particularly attractive. Just like when they first met. Zhou Yuchu closed his eyes, and stood up from the chair. Brother Zhou, have you upgraded? Lin Zishu noticed him first, and stood up and walked towards him. Zhou Yuchu hummed lightly, with no ups and downs in his tone. Lin Zishu looked at him expectantly. Do you have a supernatural spirit? Show it to me. Zhou Yuchu tried to condense his supernatural power. Not long after, a snow-white, round little guy appeared on his shoulder. It was about the size of a palm, with a head that took up most of the body, and small hands and legs, like a small snowman. The little guy yawned lazily, then looked around curiously. His eyes were big and round, and the pupil color was the same as Zhou Yuchu, dark brown. Lin Zishu approached with surprise, and just as he was about to touch it, he saw the little guy step back 2 steps in disdain and perform a disappearance on the spot. He looked puzzled and confused. You just ate melon seeds. Your hands are not clean. Zhou Yuchu explained that he and the little guy were in tune with each other and could feel each other's emotions. Lin Zishu looked at his hands, which were quite clean. This little guy was really picky, just like Zhou Yuchu. Lully watched quietly for a long time, and couldn't help asking, will there be a supernatural spirit when you reach level 4? Wen Yen cracked melon seeds and replied, yes. Supernatural spirits are transformed from the essence and blood of supernatural people. Generally, they will appear at level 4 or 5. Of course, not all supernatural people will have guardian spirits. It depends on fate. You seem to know a lot about supernatural people. Lully smiled softly, his pair of black fox eyes slightly raised, looking at Wen Yen with a bit of inquiry. Wen Yen looked at him, and inexplicably felt that she was seen through. She looked away and smiled. I used to read a lot of miscellaneous books, and these are all mentioned in the books. In the books? Lully obviously didn't believe it, but didn't ask any more questions. After a while, the spicy rabbit meat came out of the pot, and the rich meat aroma immediately filled the whole yard. Wen Xiu first put some rabbit meat into an iron basin and asked Lin Zixia to deliver it to Ningyu and the others. And then put the remaining rabbit meat into 5 plates. 1 for each person. Lin Zixia came back quickly. And after the group had supper, they went down to the 2-story building on the hillside under the guidance of Lully. It was spacious and clean inside, with bathrooms upstairs and downstairs. Several people took a shower in batches, and then went back to their rooms to rest. After a day of farm work, they were all very tired and fell asleep as soon as they touched the pillow. Except for a newcomer who had just joined the team. He concentrated his superpowers to check and confirm that there were no zombies approaching within 10 kilometers. So he closed his eyes to rest. After about 2 hours, he checked again and then closed his eyes to rest. This was a habit he developed after awakening his superpowers. At night, zombies were active, and he needed to stay alert. The next morning, when Wen Yang came downstairs, breakfast was ready, with vegetable cakes and millet porridge. Several men had already had breakfast, and were either exercising in the yard or chatting on the sofa. When Siyu looked at her and said, "Today, Lully cooked. His cooking skills are pretty good. You should try it." Wen Yan chuckled. "I've eaten his noodles before. They're pretty good." Lully was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Hearing this, he cast a glance at Wen Yan. The little girl was wearing a cute light pink v-neck long-sleeve top with a cartoon rabbit printed on it. It was quite suitable for her age. Wen Yan pulled out a chair and sat down. She tasted the vegetable pancake. It tasted very refreshing, and it was even better when eaten with dipping sauce. Wen Yan finished her breakfast contentedly, went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, and then put away all the kitchen utensils. There was a gas stove in the kitchen, and some pots and pans, which she also put into the space. They could encounter danger at any time and leave in a hurry, so it was better to carry these things with them. "Are we still digging vegetables today?" Lin Zixia asked. "Dig. Those are our food. We may not find them again in the future." Wen Yan's attitude was very firm. She knew how precious food was in the late apocalypse, especially fresh vegetables like this, which were hard to come by. Lully looked at the range of the vegetable field and reminded, "There are many vegetable fields nearby. If you want to dig them all, it may take half a month." Wen Yan thought about it. Half a month would definitely not be enough. They still had to get to North City as soon as possible. How about digging for another 2 days? Wen Siyu nodded in agreement. "Okay. I go tell Ningyu and the others. By the way, I saw my former teammates were killed by zombies. Let's go collect the supplies, as well as heavy weapons and the like." Lully said casually that he didn't mention this matter last night because he didn't want these people to think he was cold-blooded. Seeing former teammates in trouble and not helping them, and seeing them die and picking up the spoils. The second one is relatively humane. Wen Siyu paused and turned to look at him. "Is it far from here?" Lully estimated the distance. "It's only about 40 to 50 kilometers. If you drive, it will take about an hour to go back and forth." Wen Yan was delighted. "Great. It happens that my space has expanded, and I can store some more supplies." Lully stood up from the sofa and raised his arm lazily. "I've checked. There is no danger nearby. The nearest zombies are 50 kilometers away, and they are going north. We can't meet them. So, Wen Yan and I can go to collect the supplies. Or if you are worried, send someone to follow, and the others can go to work in the fields first." Wen Siyu glanced at Lully. He was still watching this man's character, and would never let Wen Yan go out with him alone. But Wen Siyu was not too relieved to let others follow. Since he lost Wen Yan 2 days ago, he was always worried and wanted to keep an eye on her all the time, not letting her out of his sight. After a while, Wen Siyu made a decision. The group split into 2 groups and drove away. The vehicle passed a winding mountain road, and saw a group of people lying on the ground in a mess, bleeding and dead. And several cars were parked in a mess, completely blocking the road. Wen Siyu stopped the car, looked at the rearview mirror and asked, "Is it here?" "Yeah." Lully suppressed the upturned corners of his mouth and showed a compassionate expression. Although he felt that those people were not good people and deserved to die. They were his former teammates who had been together for 2 months. And he didn't want to be too cold-blooded in front of his new teammates. After getting off the car, Wen Siyu habitually pulled Wen Yan behind him, worried that she would be scared by the bloody scene, and covered her eyes with his hands. Wen Yan was not afraid of these bloody scenes. She had seen too many in her last life and was immune to them. Lully walked to the front and pointed at 2 trucks. "Can you put the trucks in directly?" There are guns, ammunition, and various supplies in them, all packed in categories. When Yan looked in the direction he pointed, they were 2 large trucks of about 30 square meters, which were fully loaded and covered with rainproof tarpaulins. Fortunately, the space was upgraded. Otherwise these supplies could not be put in. When Yan waved to put the trucks into the space, and then took a fancy to a blue off-road vehicle. With a wave of his hand, he piled it on the truck. After collecting the supplies, several people got in a car and walked back. Lully leaned back in his chair and habitually used his sky eye to check the surroundings. Seeing a group of people coming in their direction, he raised his eyebrows and locked the area to zoom in. TSK. I saw that woman Jiang Xinyu again. She is quite good at hooking up with men. Fang Yi had just died not long ago, and she found a new backer for herself. Lully curled his lips and showed a look of disgust on his face. But he was not a good person, and had no right to judge Jiang Xinyu. Chapter 26 The Chosen Heroine. On the country road, several cars drove slowly. In the leading car, 2 people sitting in the back seat were kissing passionately as if no one was around. Don't do that. There's someone else in the car. Jiang Xinyu pushed the man's restless hand away. Her fair cheeks flushed with shame. Although she was very open in bed, this was in the car, and there was someone in the front seat. She didn't want to perform a live spring palace here. Sun Rui stared at the woman's bright red lips, which were still stained with some ambiguous water stains. His Adam's apple rolled, and his eyes became darker. But he didn't make any other moves because of the occasion. Jiang Xinyu panted slightly, half leaning on the man's shoulder. She was wearing a light purple slim dress. Her graceful figure was looming. Her face was white and rosy, and she was extremely charming. In the driver's seat, Lin Fei glanced at the rearview mirror. His eyes could not hide his irritability. The 2 of them had been tired of each other all the way, and finally remembered that there was someone else in the car. Please, this is the end of the world where you could die at any time. Not a place for you to fall in love. Lin Fei shook his head and turned his sight to the front again. It was the autumn harvest season. What caught his eye was a vast vegetable field with all kinds of vegetables growing well. Not far away, a group of people were bending over to work. Brother son, there is a vegetable field over there. Let's go dig some vegetables. They had almost consumed all the supplies along the way, and they had to store more. Especially this kind of fresh vegetables, which will be more precious in the future. Fortunately, someone in the team has the ability of space. After picking these fresh vegetables and putting them into space, they can be stored for a long time. Sun Rui raised his head and said with a smile, Okay, you can take people to dig some later. Jiang Xinyu asked tenderly, Should I go? Sun Rui curled his lips, stroked the woman's white and smooth cheek with his fingers, and said in a hoarse voice, You don't have to go. Just wait in the car. Isn't this bad? Jiang Xinyu looked at him shyly, and then lowered her head. Sun Rui held her scallion white fingers with a frivolous look in his eyes. You are so delicate. How can you do farm work? Are you disliking me? No. I don't have time to like you. Seeing that the 2 people in the back seat were about to bite each other again, Lin Fei rolled his eyes, slammed on the brakes, and stopped the car on the side of the road. Brother son, I take the brothers to dig some vegetables first. After Lin Fei finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out of the car. Jiang Xinyu blushed, leaned her head against the man's neck, raised her hand and gently hit his chest. Look at you. You scared him away. Sun Rui took her hand, put it to his mouth and kissed it. Don't worry about him. He is a piece of wood. He doesn't understand the taste of women. Jiang Xinyu snorted, a little jealous. What about you? Are you a veteran in the love field? Sun Rui's eyes flickered slightly, and he avoided the main point and said, I have only dated a few. But it's all in the past. When I met you, I understood what love at first sight is. He turned his head, leaned close to the white and attractive neck, bit and kissed slowly. Jiang Xinyu moaned, looking at the man who was fascinated by her, feeling very proud. She felt that she was the chosen heroine, and the kind of person who was charming. As long as she beckoned her finger, no man would not fall at her feet. Of course, except Lully, the guy who had no gentlemanly manners. After being left in the villa by Lully yesterday, Jiang Xinyu quickly found an off-road vehicle, took some supplies and weapons, and prepared to go to North City alone. She was still very scared in her heart. After all, She had no superpowers and no fighting power. If she encountered mutated zombies, there would be no way to survive. Fortunately, she was lucky. She met Sun Rui's team after walking a few kilometers. Sun Rui was handsome and had a good figure. Jiang Xinhua fell in love with him at first sight. And Sun Rui looked at her with surprise in his eyes. After chatting for a few words, Jiang Xinhua learned that they came from South City and rushed for a day and a night. They just wanted to find a place to rest. So Jiang Xinhua took them to the previous villa and gave them a bunch of supplies and weapons, on the condition that they join their team. Sun Rui naturally agreed. After dinner, Jiang Xinhua used the excuse of having something to talk to him privately, and went back to the bedroom together. As soon as the door was closed, Sun Rui pulled her into his arms and leaned over to kiss her. Next, everything happened naturally. It's the end of the world. Who has time to slowly fall in love? Enjoying the present is the most important thing. Jiang Xinua's thoughts returned. Her arm climbed on the man's shoulders and took the initiative to give him a kiss. Now there were only two of them in the car. Jiang Xinhua had no scruples, and simply bravely sat on the man and reached out to unbutton his metal buckle. On the other side, Lin Fei gathered the people in the team together, briefly explained the task of digging vegetables, and reminded them, we'd better dig more. No one is farming now. Who knows if there will be vegetables to eat in the future? Zhang Xiang was very resistant to this task. Didn't that woman give us a lot of supplies? Why do we have to dig vegetables? It's better to hurry up and get on the road. Lin Fei glanced at him and sneered. Do you want to eat all the food you have? Those supplies are all instant food. Or rice, flour, grain, oil, etc. And there are no fresh vegetables. I don't like vegetables. Whoever likes them can go and dig them. Zhang Xiang stood there and didn't move, just looking at Lin Fei provocatively. Lin Fei took a deep breath and advised himself not to get angry with such an ungrateful person. There was no need to argue. Okay, we go dig. And you don't have to eat a single bite when the time comes. Lin Fei led the people to continue walking forward, seeing someone in the vegetable field looking at them. Lin Fei waved from a distance. We are passing by and want to dig some green vegetables. The man raised his hand and pointed to the left. You go over there. There are still a lot over there. Thank you. Lin Fei responded with a smile, and led a group of people to the direction he pointed. Lin Zishu straightened up and took a look at the people coming. He felt that the leader looked familiar, but he couldn't see the man's appearance clearly at a distance of several hundred meters. What's wrong? Zhou Yuchu stopped and turned to look at him. Lin Zishu shook his head. It's okay. I just think that man looks a bit like my cousin. You can go over and confirm it. Anyway, it's only a few hundred meters away, and it won't hurt to take a look. Lin Zishu thought about it, threw down a cabbage in his hand, and strode towards the group of people. When he got closer, he finally saw the man's appearance clearly. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was 1.9 meters tall. He was definitely his uncle's cousin. Lin Fei. Lin Zishu shouted in surprise. Lin Fei raised his eyes when he heard the voice, with some disbelief in his eyes, and then overflowing with joy. Lin Zishu. Although Lin Zixia is 1 year older than Lin Fei never calls him brother, but always calls him by his full name. The two grew up together, just like brothers. Lin Zishu walked a few steps closer to him, looked him up and down, then smiled brightly, and hooked his shoulder intimately. Let's go over there and talk. Wait a minute. Lin Fei turned around and said hello to the others, and then followed Lin Zishu to a secluded and deserted open space. The two reminisced about the past, and they were a little lonely when talking about the past. They were all from the North City, and came to other places for work. But they didn't expect to encounter the outbreak of the zombie virus on the way, and they were displaced all the way. Lin Zishu sighed lightly, and then glanced at the group of people in the distance. Are those all your friends? Lin Fei pursed his lips. I guess so. We met on the road and traveled together. Then you don't have to travel with them now. We go together. Okay. I tell them later. Lin Fei and this group of people are just partners. There is nothing worth lingering about. Even if Lin Zishu doesn't mention this, Lin Fei will rely on his cousin and go back to North City with him. Chapter 27. A hero saves a beauty. When Siyu parked the car on the side of the road, and when he looked up, he saw the ambiguous figures in the car opposite. He saw the car parked there, but he didn't notice that there was someone inside. and he didn't expect that the person inside was doing something unspeakable. His eyes suddenly sank, and he looked away with disgust, opened the car door and got out, and then walked to the other side, blocking Wen Yan's sight. Wen Yan looked up at him in confusion, and saw that his expression was a little unnatural, and asked again, "What's wrong with you?" Wen Xiu shook his head. "It's okay. Go over there." Lully couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Wen Xiu is always worried about Wen Yan. He is afraid that Wen Yan will see the bloody scene, and he is afraid that she will see the scene she shouldn't see. TSK. At such a young age, he has assumed the role of a father. After walking for a while, Wen Xiu slightly relaxed his eyebrows and let Wen Yan walk in front. Lully glanced at the group of people on the left and said to Wen Xiu, "There are 17 people in this team. Most of them are digging vegetables over there. One is smoking on the roadside, and there are 2 people in the car." Wen Xiu hummed, and his eyes passed over the strange man next to Lin Zixu. Seeing the 2 of them hugging each other, they should be acquaintances. Lin Zixu was introducing the team situation to Lin Fei, including the level of superpowers and the relationship between the team members. Lin Fei was stunned. He didn't expect that they all had superpowers, and they were all level 3 or 4. In addition to the space superpower, they also had the Sky Eye superpower. What an outrageous high-end configuration. Compared with them, Sun Rui's team was simply vulnerable. Only 7 of the 17 people were superpowers, and their superpowers were all level 1. At this moment, Lin Fei just wanted to hold the thighs of the big guys tightly. When they approached, Lin Fei bowed directly. "Hello, everyone. Wen Xiu? Lully? Wen Yan?" The 3 looked puzzled and looked at Lin Zixu. Lin Zixu smiled and explained, "This is my cousin, Lin Fei. I just told him about the superpowers in our team, and he was a little excited." Wen Yan raised his eyebrows and took a closer look at Lin Fei. "Isn't this the powerful psychic superpower next to Zhou Yuchu?" After his superpower reached level 7, he controlled all the low-level zombies in North City by himself. Later, in the battle with Wen Xiu, he used his superpowers to weave an illusion for him, which almost took his life. However, that was in the last life. In this life, they will all become helpers of their brother. Lin Zixu walked up to Wen Xiu. "Brother Wen, can I talk to you alone?" Wen Xiu glanced at him, guessed what he wanted to talk about, followed him to the open space for a while, and said directly, "You want your cousin to join our team, right?" Lin Zixu nodded heavily. "My cousin is a very good person and works hard. But there is one thing." He was afraid that Wen Xiu would refuse after he said it. "Just say it directly. Don't hesitate." Wen Xiu glanced at him coldly. Lin Zixu didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Whispered, "He hasn't awakened his superpowers." "Oh," Wen Xiu responded lightly, without any expression. Lin Zixu couldn't guess what he was thinking, so he could only continue. "I can protect him, and won't let him drag the team down. I promise that we will listen to you in the future." Wen Xiu was silent for a while, and then he compromised and said, "Okay. Thank you, Brother Wen." Lin Zixu was overjoyed, with a smile between his eyebrows. Wen Xiu glanced at him and turned back. Lin Zixu quickly followed him, and said with a smile, "Brother Wen, how much supplies did you collect today?" "Not much. Just 2 trucks. Isn't that a lot?" "Then what is considered a lot?" Seeing Lin Zixu's stupid look, Wen Xiu stopped and said seriously, "As for the supplies, we only need to know about it among ourselves. Don't tell anyone." Lin Zixu hummed and his expression returned to seriousness. "I understand. Wealth should not be exposed." The 2 returned to the team and were busy. As for Lin Fei, he returned to the original team first. He was a man with professional ethics. After all, they had met each other, so they had to part in a decent manner. At least, he had to wait until Sun Rui was here before announcing his departure. The weather in October was still a bit hot and humid. When Nian wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out a few bottles of water from the space to give to the people beside him, Zhou Yuchu took the water bottle, used his supernatural power to cool it for a few seconds, and handed it to Wen Yan. "This bottle is for you. It can cool you down." "Thank you." Wen Yan took it with surprise, smiled with curved eyebrows, and then took out another bottle of water and handed it to him. Lully saw the interaction between the 2 and couldn't help wondering, did he choose the wrong CP? He turned his head and glanced at Lin Zixu, who was drinking water and looked heartless. Lully shook her head and felt that he had no chance. When Yin drank a sip of ice water, and felt that she felt much cooler, she put the remaining water back into the space, and continued to work. In the car, the two people put on their clothes after having a satisfying meal. Although there was still a blush on their faces, they had calmed down. I go see my teammates. You rest here for a while. Sun Rui leaned over and kissed Jiang Xinyue's forehead, then opened the door and got out of the car. Jiang Xinyue hummed softly, watched him leave with affection, and then put away her expression, lying down in the back seat, with pride in her eyes and eyebrows. In the original world, although she had some looks, her family background was ordinary, and the men she met were also mediocre. But after coming here for only a few days, she met two high-quality handsome guys and fascinated them. Jiang Xinyue's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she was not even in a hurry to find the male lead. With her charming attributes, the male lead will sooner or later fall at her feet. So there is nothing to worry about. She closed her eyes, fantasized about her beautiful life with men hugging her left and right, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise a happy arc. At this moment, a loud bang came from my ears. I opened my eyes and saw a tall zombie lying on the hood of the car. His eyes were pink. He was looking at me with his head tilted and a weird smile on his lips. Ah! Jiang Xinyue screamed and sat up hurriedly. She used her hands and feet to push the car door. However, before the door opened, she heard another fierce gunshot. Realizing that someone was helping her, Jiang Xinyue didn't rush to get out of the car, but retreated into the car to watch. The zombie was beaten back and finally fell to the ground. Not long after, a man in black casual clothes came over and dug out the crystal core from the zombie's head. Seeing his face clearly, Jiang Xinyue was excited. Ah! Isn't this the male protagonist Zhou Yuchu? They are indeed a destined couple. The scenes of their encounter are all classic heroes saving beauties. Chapter 28. The plot collapsed. Jiang Xinyue happily opened the car door, and quickly adjusted her expression when getting out of the car, revealing a weak and pitiful look, looking forward to the male protagonist falling in love with her at first sight. But the male protagonist didn't notice her existence at all, took the crystal core, and walked towards Wen Yin. Your shooting skills have improved a lot. Zhou Yuchu handed over the crystal core, his eyes full of praise. Wen Yin put away the crystal core and raised his eyebrows at him happily. Thank you for the compliment. This gun is a bit heavy. I need to practice more. Half an hour ago, Lully told them that there was a mutant zombie approaching, and there was only one. The level was level 2. This was not challenging at all for their level 3 and 4 superpowers. Therefore, when Yin suggested that she practice, she was worried that she couldn't find an opportunity to use the heavy machine gun. Of course, Wen Xiu couldn't let her act alone, and they were all with her to prevent any unexpected changes. Wen Xiu was standing next to Wen Yin at the moment. His eyes were filled with relief and admiration. The little guy was braver than he thought, and could even use a gun to deal with a second-level zombie. Jiang Xinyue didn't wait for the male protagonist to take the initiative to chat with her. She looked up and saw 4 men surrounding a pure and lovely young girl not far away, talking and laughing. And the male protagonist was among them. Jiang Xinyue was so angry that her face was distorted. She was such a charming beauty standing here. How could she be more attractive than that underdeveloped girl? Are these people blind? Jiang Xinyue gritted her teeth and was about to walk up to talk to her, but was suddenly pulled into someone's arms. Xinyue, I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried just now. Sun Rui hugged her tightly, saying caring words, but there was no fluctuation in his eyes. Just now, when he saw a mutant zombie approaching from a distance, his first reaction was not to save people, but to run away. They had encountered a mutant zombie before, and just one of them caused heavy casualties in their team, killing half of the people. Sun Rui thought Jiang Xinyue was dead, and he accepted this reality. Women were just a pastime for him. If they died, he could find another one. There was nothing worth lingering about. However, just as he was about to evacuate with his team, he heard gunshots, one after another, with full firepower. He turned around and saw that the zombie was killed. It was killed by a young girl in a light gray sportswear. Sun Rui was shocked for 2 seconds before he remembered to check on Jiang Xinyue's situation. Since she was not dead, he should show his concern. Jiang Xinyue looked at Sun Rui with disdain. This guy didn't come earlier or later, but came when she was about to chat with the male protagonist. He really had no sense of propriety. Jiang Xinhua patted his shoulder and tried to speak in a gentle tone. I'm fine. Let me go first. I want to thank the benefactor who saved me. Hearing this, Sun Rui let her go. And the next moment, he took her hand again. Let's go together to thank him. Sun Rui could see that this team was very strong. They all had to go to North City. And it would be best if they could go together. Jiang Xinhua stared at the two people clasped hands, with some embarrassment in her eyes. Now that the male protagonist has appeared, Sun Rui has no use value to her. Logically, she should dump him immediately and find the male protagonist. But she hasn't slept with him enough. And it would be a pity to break up like this. On second thought, don't male protagonists like to rob? Maybe if she is with Sun Rui, the male protagonist will be more interested in her. After all, what is in other people's bowls looks more delicious. Jiang Xinhua did not finally shake off Sun Rui's hand, but lowered her eyebrows and eyes, and followed him obediently towards those people. After stopping, Jiang Xinhua shyly glanced at Zhou Yuchu, and her voice was unusually soft. Thank you for saving me just now. Looking closely, the male protagonist's face was almost flawless, with deep and three-dimensional eyebrows and eyes, and fair skin, like a work carefully carved by an artist. She thought Sun Rui had looked good before, but when the two stood together, it was like a meeting between a genuine product and a defective product, and the pros and cons could be seen at a glance. Zhou Yuchu glanced at a few people and made sure that she was talking to him, then explained, It was not me who saved you, but Wen Yin. At this time, Sun Rui also spoke. Her voice was slightly unhappy. It was this little girl who saved you. Her shooting skills are very accurate. Jiang Xinua's face froze, and the shyness in her eyes was replaced by resentment. Who asked her to save herself? It should be the male protagonist, who was a hero saving the beauty. Thinking of this, Jiang Xinhua quickly adjusted her expression, raised her head, and looked at Wen Yin. Thank you just now. Her tone was steady, and her voice was no longer pinched. Wen Yin nodded slightly. It's okay. Just by the way, she didn't even know there was someone in the car. Jiang Xinhua turned her gaze to the people around her, and was startled when she saw Wen Xiu's cold and elegant face. Isn't this the villain in the comic book? How could she be with the male lead? She glanced at Wen Yin again. Isn't this the villain's dead sister? The villain turned evil because of her death, and he has been chasing the hero, vowing to avenge his sister. But now, Wen Yin is not only alive, but they have become friends. Is the plot broken? Jiang Xinhua was a little confused for a moment, and did not notice Lully, who was watching the show on the side. Sun Rui then talked to the others. Are you going to North City? Wen Xiu nodded lightly, with no expression on his face. The others around him kept silent. Sun Rui has always been respected since he became the captain, and he has never been neglected like this. He was indignant, but he could only endure it. As high-level psychics, these people have the capital to be arrogant. Sun Rui showed a friendly smile and said to himself, My name is Sun Rui, and I am the captain of this team. Since everyone is going to North City, why don't we go together? It will be safer. Wen Xiu's eyes fell on him, and his voice was cold. More people does not mean more safety. Sun Rui's smile froze. I mean, we can cooperate. There is strength in numbers, and we can help each other if there is anything on the road. Lully listened for a while, and couldn't help but say, Cooperation is based on mutual benefit. Our team is full of superpowers, and there are a few of them at level 3 and 4. If I guess correctly, only half of your team are superpowers, and they are all at level 1. What do you think? With the strength of your team, can you help us? The implication is that they can not only help but also drag others down. What Lully said is also what Wen Xiu thought. It is better to make it clear, so as to avoid this guy entanglement. Sun Rui was choked by these words, and was speechless for a while. Wen Xiu raised his chin slightly towards the others. Let's go. We haven't finished digging the vegetables yet. The group turned around and walked back. Seeing this, Jiang Xinhua anxiously pulled Sun Rui's arm and whispered, You shouldn't mention cooperation. You should lower your posture and join them. Any one of these people is better than Sun Rui. How can he have the nerve to mention cooperation? Sun Rui frowned and glanced at Jiang Xinhua, and said coldly, It's not your turn to decide my affairs. Jiang Xinhua saw his attitude towards her, and her blood immediately surged. Glaring at him, I'm kind enough to help you, but you don't appreciate it. I tell you, there are a lot of those mutant zombies on the way to North City. With the strength of your team, you will die sooner or later. After saying this, Jiang Xinyue no longer paid attention to Sun Rui, picked up her skirt and chased the people in front. Can I join your team? The few people paused after hearing this, and continued to move forward. Lully turned around, with a sarcastic smile on her lips. Jiang Xinyue, your man is over there. Just hook up with one. Don't be so greedy. Jiang Xinyue almost forgot about Lully's existence. The smile on her face stopped, and her eyebrows sank slightly. Does Lully have a grudge against her? He has been targeting her again and again. Now that Zhou Yuchu and others are present, Jiang Xinyue can't get angry, so she can only lower her eyes to hide her anger, and said with a smile, Lully, we know each other after all. Don't be so cruel. Lully stopped and looked at her. We are not familiar with each other. Don't talk to me in this tone. When Yin and Lin Zixiao looked at each other and deliberately slowed down their pace to listen to the gossip, while Zhou Yuchu and Wen Xiu seemed to be uninterested and did not stop at all. Chapter 29, Night Watch Rules. Jiang Xinyue had never seen such an ungentlemanly man before. She was so angry that her back teeth were about to break, and she almost blurted out a curse word. But she still held back, looking at Lully with pitiful eyes. I'm just trying to survive. Can you not be prejudiced against me? I'm not the kind of woman you think. Lully sneered. So? Jiang Xinyue clenched her fists, trying to suppress the surging anger. I know you think I'm useless and worthless. But in fact, I know a lot about zombies. Such as the levels of zombies, the principles of superpower upgrades, and many, many things. As long as you let me join you, I can tell you everything. Lully raised his eyebrows lazily. Tell me about it. Seeing that he was interested, Jiang Xinyue curved her eyebrows and picked out some unimportant things to say. There are 9 levels of zombies, and each level corresponds to a different eye color. Wen Yin was startled when he heard this, and turned around to look at Jiang Xinyue. Could she also be a reborn person? If not, how could she know all this? After listening to this, Lully just said oh faintly. He had heard all these from Wen Yin, and there was nothing special. Jiang Xinyue looked at him expectantly, as if waiting for him to extend an olive branch. Lully suddenly smiled. Besides this information, do you have any other conditions to offer? For example, superpowers. Jiang Xinyue shook her head. I don't have superpowers, but the information I know is very important and can help you upgrade. There are many other things that I can't explain clearly at the moment. Anyway, keeping me will definitely be useful. Is that so? Lully sighed lightly, with regret on his face. But don't you already have a team? And a new boyfriend? How can you betray them? Jiang Xinyue choked and almost broke her teeth. I didn't betray them. I just wanted to make friends with you. She pinched the corner of her clothes aggressively. Tears welled up in her eyes. She hoped that the male protagonist would look back at her and come to comfort her. But the male protagonist left without looking back. Didn't he fall in love with her at first sight? It shouldn't be. Her face is charming and pretty, and her figure is graceful. How can a man not like her? Lully felt annoyed when he saw her like this. He hated women pretending to be weak the most. Of course, Lin Xiu was an exception. Talk to your boyfriend first. We will consider it. After Lully finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, passing by Wen Yin and Lin Zixiu. He said leisurely, leave when you've seen enough of the show. Hearing this, Lin Zixiu and Wen Yin immediately followed. Seeing that they left so decisively, Jiang Xinyue didn't want to pester them anymore. She turned around and saw Sun Rui standing there with a dark look in his eyes. What? You came back to me after being rejected? Sun Rui smiled with his lips curled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Jiang Xinyue approached him and sighed slightly. I am doing this for our own good. They are all level 3 or 4 superpowers, and that Lully has the ability of the Sky Eye, which can see people and objects within a radius of 10 miles. Don't you want to join such a team? Sun Rui snorted coldly. Why didn't you tell me about what you just said? Jiang Xinyue glared at him in shame and anger. You have been pestering me to do that kind of thing. How could I have the chance to tell you? Besides, it's not too late to tell you now. Sun Rui's eyebrows and eyes relaxed slightly, and his inquiring eyes fell on the woman. It seems that she has some other value besides her beauty. Since you know how to upgrade, we don't have to rely on them. But the mutant zombies are very dangerous. The 2nd and 3rd level zombies can be dealt with by guns, but it is difficult to deal with the 4th level and above. It is best to cooperate with other superpowers. Jiang Xinyu didn't want to die in vain. This is the end of the world. Only by following the protagonist group can you survive to the end. You are only level 1 now. And they are already level 4. Even if you know the method, you can't upgrade as fast as them. It's better to follow them and seek shelter. Sun Rui felt uncomfortable listening to her belittling himself. But she was still useful at the moment. So Sun Rui had to keep her. By the way, what is your relationship with that Lully? Sun Rui casually changed the subject. Jiang Xinyu heard this, but thought he was jealous. Lully was quite pretty. Especially those beautiful fox eyes, which seemed to have a seductive hook when looking at people, making people unable to help but be moved. Unfortunately, he was a hard bone that she couldn't chew. Jiang Xinyu said sullenly. He was the teammate who abandoned me before. I told you that after the captain died, he took the group away. Sun Rui was slightly stunned, and then raised a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. He has abandoned you. And you still want to be in the same team with him? Jiang Xinyu mainly wanted to be in the same team with the male lead. Of course she would not tell Sun Rui this clearly. She frowned and explained. The focus is not on him, but on other people with special abilities. They are very powerful. And there are only benefits and no harm in joining them. I consider it. Sun Rui was a senior manager before, and he knew what position to take based on his abilities. When he was not capable enough, he had to hide his edge and wait for his own opportunity. Back in the team, Lully told a few people about Jiang Xinyu's situation, and then expressed his opinion. He personally did not recommend Jiang Xinyu to join the team. She had no ability to protect herself. She could only hide behind others when encountering zombies, and she was a drag. And she looked weak and unable to take care of herself. I guess she couldn't do any work. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Wen Yan's face. She seemed to be like this before. Fortunately, she has gradually become independent. Lully continued. As for that team, I don't think it's that good. Even if they want to join, we should have a review standard. We can't just accept everyone. Wen Xiyu agreed. You're right. We can review the candidates who want to join the team later. Character and ability are both assessment items. Lin Zixia asked weakly. Then my cousin has joined. Right? Wen Xiyu glanced at him sideways. Well, he is an internal recommendation. And the probation period is 1 week. Okay. Thank you, brother Wen. Lin Zixia grinned with his big teeth bared. It seems that his face is still quite useful. Zhou Yuchu listened to the conversation of several people and expressed his own views. Our team has been initially formed. I think we can formulate some binding rules, such as how to distribute crystal cores, and arrange people to take turns to guard at night, etc. Wen Xiyu nodded slightly, looking at Zhou Yuchu with a bit of appreciation. He was very calm in what he said and did, and was the most reliable among these people. We are small now, so we can work together to make some rules and raise any opinions. It's time to arrange the night watch in turns. We haven't been doing night watch recently. Then we can draw lots and start the night watch tonight. Wen Yan doesn't need to do night watch. Of course not. Hearing this, Wen Yan was immediately unhappy. I am also a member of the team. Don't exclude me. I can protect myself now. Several people looked at her with some smiles in their eyes. Lin Zixia took the lead and said, Xiaoyan, don't be angry. You are the most important person in our team and our source of food. Just leave the night watch to us. Lully smiled casually. Yes, we should do the night watch. What are you a little girl fighting for? Go to sleep, your beauty, sleep obediently. Wen Yan pursed her lips. Having said that, she didn't want to do nothing in the team like before and let her brother take everything for her. After a long time, people in the team will definitely complain. Wen Yan turned his gaze to Wen Xiyu. Brother, you are the captain. You should speak fairly and impartially. Wen Xiyu touched the tip of his nose. He was not a fair and impartial captain. The team was formed just to protect his sister, and the rules of the team were to restrain others. Seeing Wen Yan's persistence, Wen Xiyu compromised and said, You can keep watch, but someone must accompany you. Lin Zixia is right. Our supplies are all with you. Your safety is more important than others. The night watch was finalized. Because Lin Fei was not there, the few people did not rush to draw lots. They talked about some other rules, but did not decide. Busy until lunchtime. Wen Xiyu and Ning Yu met and ate together. Chapter 30. It's my duty to look after her. Ning Yu glanced at the other team and asked Wen Xiyu with a smile. Are you going to recruit them? Wen Xiyu also smiled. I'm not a regular army. It's your job to recruit them. Ningyu waved his hand. Our mission is to escort Ji to North City. We don't have the energy to take care of other things. This mission alone is already very difficult. If it weren't for the help of Wen Xiyu and his men, they would have been in danger. Ningyu looked at the people in front of him with some admiration in his eyes. It is said that heroes emerge in troubled times. With their abilities, they will surely do a lot in the future. After lunch, the two teams took a short rest and went to dig vegetables in the fields. Lin Zishu was a little worried when he saw that Lin Fei had not come yet. He was about to look for someone. But when he turned around, he saw Lin Fei and Sun Rui coming over. Lin Fei smiled awkwardly. Brother, this is my friend, Sun Rui, the leader of that team. Lin Zishu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. This guy was polite and didn't call him by his full name in front of outsiders. Turning his eyes to Sun Rui, Lin Zishu returned to his seriousness in a second. Is there anything? Sun Rui nodded with a gentle smile on his face. I want to talk to your captain. Oh! Lin Zishu responded and turned to Wen Xiyu a few meters away and shouted. Boss, someone is looking for you. Wen Xiyu turned around, glanced at a few people lightly, then dropped the cabbage in his hand and walked over slowly. Sun Rui was very humble this time and asked with a smile. Can I talk to you alone? Wen Xiyu nodded slightly and took the lead to walk to a place with fewer people. He understood Sun Rui's intention and wanted to hear what conditions he could propose. Lin Zishu watched the two go away, and then put on the attitude of a brother to ask Lin Fei. What's wrong with you? You are so slow in doing things. And you brought that Sun Rui here. Lin Fei smiled innocently. Sun Rui was very nice to me before. We chatted for a while, and I had lunch there. And then he said he wanted to talk to our captain about cooperation. So I brought him here. Lin Zishu knew that he was naive, and reminded him, you are now in the same team with us. Don't help them casually in the future. Ask me first if you have anything. Okay. I know. Lin Fei nodded seriously. Looked at him again. Then I go to work. Go ahead. Lin Zishu also returned to his position. Each of them was responsible for a vegetable plot, and all the vegetables dug out had to be piled together for Wen Yin to collect in the space. Wen Yin was bending down to pick up a cabbage, and suddenly felt a hot current running through her legs. Realizing something, she hurriedly dropped the cabbage in her hand and turned around to walk back. Brother Yuchu, I need to go back to where I live. Please tell my brother. Zhou Yuchu was the closest to her. Wen Yin told him and walked back quickly. Okay. Zhou Yuchu watched her leave in a hurry, feeling a little worried. He turned to ask Lully, is there no danger around here for the time being? Hearing this, Lully stopped and looked at him meaningfully, and then used his supernatural power to check the surroundings. Not for the time being. But if you are worried, you should go and have a look. Zhou Yuchu thought about it and followed him. Wen Xiyu was busy at the moment, so it was his duty to help look after Wen Yin. Wen Yin didn't notice the person following behind her, and went straight to the bathroom on the second floor after entering the room. The last time she went to the supermarket to buy things, she deliberately stored some sanitary napkins and tampons, enough for her to use for half a year. After packing up, Wen Yin changed into loose jeans and washed the clothes she had taken off, and then went downstairs refreshed. After opening the door, Wen Yin saw Zhou Yuchu standing in the yard. She was slightly startled, and then curved her lips. Did my brother ask you to protect me? The morning sun was very gentle, and the light fell on the girl's face, bright and beautiful. She smiled slowly, and there were shallow dimples on her lips, which was very cute. Zhou Yuchu's heartbeat was slightly disordered, and he looked away and said, your brother is busy. It's my duty to take care of you. Wen Yin walked towards him and thanked him politely. He seemed a little uncomfortable, didn't look at her again, and walked side by side with her at a distance. After walking in silence for a while, Wen Yin took the initiative to bring up the topic. Brother Yuchu, what are your plans when you get to Beicheng? Zhou Yuchu paused for a long while before whispering. I originally promised my parents that I would attend the blind date they arranged when I returned from this business trip. But now, I don't know how they are doing. Wen Yin looked at his depressed look and regretted asking this question. When he arrived in Beicheng in his previous life, his parents had already passed away, and it was probably the same in this life. Wen Yin couldn't say comforting words like they must be fine, so he could only change the topic to something lighter. You are only 22 years old. Why are you going on a blind date? Zhou Yuchu smiled. The depression in his eyes faded. And he joked to himself. Yes. I also think I am still young and shouldn't go on a blind date so early. It's not too late to go when I'm 30. Wen Yan chuckled. 30 is also a good age. I introduce you to someone when the time comes. The two walked on the country road. And the breeze blew, bringing a faint scent of grass, which made people feel much more comfortable. Wen Xiyu waited by the roadside, looking into the distance from time to time. When he saw the familiar figure appear, his tense eyebrows relaxed a little, and his hanging heart fell back to its original place. Although he knew that Wen Yan was just going back to her place, and Zhou Yuchu was with her, Wen Xiyu still couldn't help but worry. Wen Yan is now his only relative. All his emotions and sustenance are poured into her. He needs Wen Yan as a support more than Wen Yan needs him. Even when he wakes up every day, he needs to see Wen Yan first before he can do other things with peace of mind. Wen Xiyu knows that he may be a little extreme, but he can't control it. When Wen Yan approached, he said in a deep voice, "Remember to tell me where you are going next time. Don't run around by yourself." Wen Yan nodded obediently, but couldn't help but whispered, "I didn't run around. I just went to the bathroom." Wen Xiyu stared at her, suddenly thought of something. His eyebrows tightened, and then a little anxiety appeared in his eyes. "Are you having your period?" Wen Yan blushed, glanced at Zhou Yuchu standing on the other side, and whispered, "Yes, it's coming. Don't make a fuss." Wen Xiyu remembered the time of her period, which was in the middle of every month, and the time was very regular, but she would have abdominal pain every time she had her period, and it would get better after taking painkillers. Wen Xiyu touched her hair worriedly. "Have you taken the medicine?" Wen Yan nodded. "Yes." Wen Xiyu said again, "Go over there and rest. When we finish digging the vegetables, you will be responsible for collecting them in the space." Wen Yan hesitated. "My stomach doesn't hurt now. I can actually work. You have done a lot in the past 2 days. It's okay to rest for a while." But Wen Yan remembered that she was disliked by the team members for being delicate and useless before, and she always felt a burden in her heart. Since the formation of the new team, she has been working hard to show her value. Even with the space ability, she has not slacked off. Zhou Yuchu saw Wen Yan's thoughts and chuckled. The little girl was quite serious and not delicate at all. Everyone in the team has a different division of labor. This kind of physical work should not be done by girls. You don't have to do the same work as us for fairness. You have your importance, and no one can replace you. Zhou Yuchu spoke calmly, as if he was objectively stating a fact without adding any personal emotions. Wen Yan felt that what he said made sense, and the last sentence gave her a sense of pleasure of being affirmed. Wen Xiyu was slightly surprised, and then cast an approving look at Zhou Yuchu. "I thought he was a taciturn person, but I didn't expect him to be so eloquent. These words are very good, and you can say more in the future." Wen Yan listened to the advice, and because she was really uncomfortable, she didn't show off and took out a chair to sit down. "Then I rest here for a while. You guys go and get busy. Thank you for your hard work." The two men nodded and turned to their respective areas of responsibility. According to the current progress, they can finish digging this entire vegetable field tomorrow, and then rest for a night before setting off for North City. Chapter 31. 3 people in the middle of the night. At dinner time, the group went to the yard where Wen Yan and the others were to have a barbecue. In the afternoon, Lully told them that there were wild boars nearby. The group determined the location and easily solved the prey. The wild boar was 2 meters long, enough for more than a dozen people to have a full meal. The chef tonight was still Su Yanzhou. They found a few barbecue grills from a nearby farm, cut the pork into pieces, and then skewered it with iron sticks and put it on the barbecue grill to bake. As for seasonings, Wen Yan had them in his space, and there were lettuces picked recently, which were just right for barbecue. The group of people had a great time eating, chatting about everything, and it was a rare relaxation. In a farmyard a few kilometers away from them, Jiang Xinhua and Sun Rui sat face to face, with 2 bowls of instant noodles and a plate of green vegetables on the table. Jiang Xinhua stirred the chopsticks, her eyes unable to hide her disdain. "Can't you go hunt a wild rabbit or something?" Sun Rui lowered his head to eat noodles, thinking that she was really squeamish. This was the end of the world. It was good enough to have something to eat, and she was picky about food. Jiang Xinhua saw that he ignored her, and cast a coquettish look. The other team was eating barbecue. "I can smell it here. I also want to eat barbecue. Sunrui was annoyed. Put down his chopsticks and looked at her. Then go find them. Why are you staying here? Jiang Xinhua was very angry at this. Her fingers clenched the chopsticks. Her voice trembled slightly. You, how can you talk like this? I'm your girlfriend. If I don't stay here, where should I go? Sunrui leaned back in the chair and smiled frivolously. Girlfriend? It's just a stranger sleeping together. He didn't treat her as a girlfriend. Sunrui thought about it, but suppressed his emotions and said in a nice voice, I will ask someone to hunt rabbits tomorrow. You should eat first. Otherwise you will be hungry at night. Jiang Xinhua saw him handing her the steps. So she went down the slope. Well, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't be picky about food. Jiang Xinhua didn't want to break up with Sunrui at this time. She still needed his protection. The male protagonist was not easy to approach, so she could only plot slowly. It was late at night after dinner. Ningyu and his group returned to their residence, and when Siyu and others drew lots, Zhou Yuchu stayed to keep watch, and the others went back to their rooms to rest. The lights were not on in the living room. Zhou Yuchu sat on the sofa chair by the window, looking out the window from time to time. After an unknown period of time, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him. Zhou Yuchu looked up and saw that the living room was dark and a vague black shadow could be seen vaguely. He stood up and walked in the direction of the desk lamp, wanting to turn on the light. But the man thought so too, and the two bumped into each other in the dark. The soft touch was against his body. Zhou Yuchu realized who was coming in just a moment. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. It's okay. Wen Yin rubbed her head that was hurt by the collision, thinking, is this thing made of iron? Why is it so hard? The desk lamp was on, and the girl's delicate and lively face gradually became clear. Zhou Yuchu stood 1 meter away from her, and his ears were almost red. Why did you go downstairs? I want to drink some hot water. Wen Yin turned and walked towards the kitchen. Zhou Yuchu thought of her period and followed her and said, I help you. You go sit on the sofa for a while. No. I can do it myself. This little thing is not enough to bother others. Wen Yin went into the kitchen, quickly found the kettle, cleaned it briefly, poured some mineral water into it, and pressed the heating button, looking at the idle stove on the side. Wen Yin suddenly wanted to eat instant noodles. The barbecue tonight was a bit greasy, and she didn't eat much. Noticing Zhou Yuchu was still beside her, she turned around and asked with a smile, Do you want to eat instant noodles? Zhou Yuchu was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. I cook it. Although I can't cook, I'm very good at cooking instant noodles. That's fine. Wen Yin took out 2 packs of instant noodles, plus some auxiliary ingredients, vegetables, ham, eggs, etc., and then gave him the position of chef. Then I wait and see. Zhou Yuchu smiled, took her place and stepped forward, skillfully rolling up his sleeves. A few minutes later, Wen Yin held the glass with both hands and sipped the hot water, while Zhou Yuchu cooked instant noodles in an orderly manner. The boiling water made a gurgling sound, and the aroma of instant noodles gradually spread in the air. In the small kitchen, there was an inexplicable warm atmosphere. After cooking the instant noodles, the two of them each carried their bowls to the living room. Zhou Yuchu didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks. He watched her take a bite and asked expectantly, How is it? Is it okay? Wen Yin nodded, and after swallowing it, she said, Super delicious. Almost the same taste as my brother's. Zhou Yuchu raised the corners of his lips, stared at the girl's beautiful face for a moment, and then picked up the chopsticks. The two lowered their heads to eat instant noodles, and suddenly a slightly hoarse voice sounded in their ears. You didn't call me when you were eating? Wen Yin was frightened and almost threw the chopsticks out. Zhou Yuchu's expression was calm, and he glanced at Lin Zixu lightly. Why did you wake up? Lin Zixu has wind ability. Since he was promoted to level 3, he almost makes no sound when walking. Zhou Yuchu has gotten used to it. Lin Zixu rubbed his hair. He was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. He got up to go to the bathroom. Who knew he smelled the fragrance of instant noodles? I'm hungry. Lin Zixu stared at the instant noodles and said. Wen Yin took out a pair of chopsticks and handed them to him. I've eaten them before. Do you dislike them? Lin Zixu shook his head and was about to put his chopsticks in, but was blocked by Zhou Yuchu. He pushed his bowl over and said, You eat this bowl. If it's not enough, I cook more. Chapter 32. Are you okay? Lin Zishu didn't care whose leftovers he ate. They were all leftovers anyway. He took Zhou Yuchu's bowl, squinted his eyes, and finished the noodles. Then stood up. I'm going to sleep. He floated away lightly as if he was sleepwalking. Wen Yan looked at his back, her mouth twitching slightly. If the light wasn't on, who could tell who was a human or a ghost? After finishing the noodles, Wen Yan stood up happily, collected the dishes, and was about to go to the kitchen. I washed them. You can't touch cold water during your period. Zhou Yuchu took the dishes from her and said, You go to rest. It's getting late. Wen Yan looked at him in surprise. He knew a lot. Seeing him enter the kitchen, Wen Yan didn't think much about it anymore and turned back to her room to rest. After Zhou Yuchu washed the dishes, he came to the living room to keep watch. For some reason, the scene of being with Wen Yan just now always appeared in front of his eyes. Her every frown and smile, every word she said, was replayed in his mind. Zhou Yuchu touched the position of his heart, which seemed to be beating a little disorderly. Perhaps sensing his emotions, Xiaobai emerged from his heart and landed on his arm. Its eyes were round. Its long eyelashes blinked again, and it tilted its head, looking at its owner with a silly face. It was snow white and small in size. So Zhou Yuchu named it Xiaobai. Xiaobai, do you think I will? Zhou Yuchu hesitated to say those words, and finally did not say those words. He was now in the end of the world and could die at any time. What qualifications did he have to like others? Xiaobai rubbed his fingers soothingly, and looked at him with a bit of pity, as if to say, Don't be sad. You still have me. Zhou Yuchu touched its head, and a very light smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It's okay. It's good to be friends now. Other things will be discussed later. The next morning, a group of people had breakfast downstairs and went to work in the vegetable field. Wen Yan was still feeling uncomfortable, so he didn't show off anymore and found an open space to sit and rest. Just as he was squinting his eyes and taking a nap, a figure suddenly fell in front of him. Feeling a strange breath, Wen Yan slowly opened his eyes and saw a beautiful face with charming and narrow eyebrows, a straight nose, and white skin with pink. She smiled gently, her eyes raised, and looked at herself with a bit of scrutiny. Hello. My name is Jiang Xinyue. Wen Yan smiled back, said her name, and asked, Do you have something to do with me? Jiang Xinyue nodded, glanced at the people not far away, and asked in a low voice, Why did you team up with Zhou Yuchu? Wen Yan raised his eyebrows and looked at her, and smiled again. We met on the road and teamed up. What's so strange about that? How do you know Zhou Yuchu? He doesn't seem to know you. Jiang Xinyue pursed her lips, as if she was struggling for a long time, and then looked at Wen Yan and said, Some things you don't understand even if I tell you. Anyway, I am Zhou Yuchu's future wife. I advise you to stay away from him, and don't have any ideas about him. Wen Yan? He frowned and looked at her, and then thought about the woman who appeared beside Zhou Yuchu in his previous life. It seems that there is no such person as her. Wen Yan guessed that she should be a reborn person. Maybe in her previous life, she saw Zhou Yuchu build a base and become a hegemon. Therefore, she wanted to climb this big tree after she was reborn. Unfortunately, this tree is already hers. Wen Yan lay back in the chair and looked at her carelessly. She is beautiful, but unfortunately her brain is not very smart. If you want to pursue Zhou Yuchu, you should at least be single again. Don't you have a boyfriend now? Did she think that Zhou Yuchu would accept a married woman? Jiang Xinyue's face froze for a moment. Then she frowned and said, I will break up. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to know that Zhou Yuchu is mine. Stay away from him. Wen Yan was amused by her, and her shoulders trembled slightly with laughter. Sister, are you okay? This is the end of the world. Not a place for you to play love games. What's wrong with the end of the world? Jiang Xinyue glanced at Wen Yan coldly, with arrogance. It's not that it can't end. With my help, Zhou Yuchu will stand at the pinnacle of power, and we will build a new world together. Wen Yan's smile slowly stopped. Looking at the woman's confident look, she suddenly became interested. She wanted to see if this woman could take down Zhou Yuchu. In his previous life, Zhou Yuchu was surrounded by many women, but he had no intention of falling in love at all, and he was still alone until his death. After Jiang Xinyue left, Wen Yan stood up and stretched his waist, and shouted to someone not far away, Brother Yuchu, accompany me home. Zhou Yuchu paused and slowly stood up. Wen Xiyu was also there at this moment. Why would Wen Yin call him? Maybe it was because they were close. Zhou Yuchu walked towards her and nodded calmly. But his fingers curled up uncomfortably, revealing his true emotions. The two kept a proper distance and walked slowly. From the back, the man was tall and straight, with broad shoulders and narrow waist, while the woman was small and slender. Standing next to him, she looked like a little bird. Lully stopped and said to the others half-jokingly, "These two look quite a good match." Lin Fei looked up and said, "I think so too." Lin Zixi rubbed his sore waist. "It's okay. Xiao Yin and I look good together." Wen Xiyu frowned and said coldly, "Shut up. My sister is not someone you can imagine. Put away your thoughts." Lully muttered softly, "I don't have any thoughts about your sister." Wen Xiyu glanced at him. "It's better this way." Chapter 33, Psychic Power. After returning to her residence, Wen Yin asked Zhou Yuchu to boil a cup of hot water for her, and then went upstairs to use the bathroom. When she went downstairs again, a cup of hot water was already on the coffee table. Wen Yin smiled at Zhou Yuchu, thanked him, and sat on the sofa to drink it slowly. "Brother Yuchu, what type of girls do you like?" Wen Yin asked casually. Zhou Yuchu stood by the window, and his body stiffened slightly when he heard the words. He looked out the window and said, "I haven't thought about this question, but I think that liking a person should only mean liking her, not liking that type." Wen Yin took a sip of hot water and then asked, "Do you like Jiang Xinyu? She is very beautiful and has a good figure." "No," Zhou Yuchu answered quickly, without waiting for her to finish her sentence. Wen Yin thought, "It's good if she doesn't like it. This big tree is hers, and she doesn't want to be dug away by others." Judging from Jiang Xinyu's attitude, she wanted to take Zhou Yuchu out independently and create their own base. But she found Zhou Yuchu first, so why should she give him to someone else? After drinking water, the two did not stay any longer and quickly returned to the team. Another day passed. They dug the vegetable field several miles away and hunted a few wild game. After a full meal, a group of people went to rest early, leaving only the night watchman in the living room. Wen Yin was lying on the bed, trying to fall asleep, but heard a knock on the door. "Come in." After Wen Yin finished speaking, he saw the door being gently pushed open. The man was dressed in black, tall and long-legged, as cold as jade, but he was holding a red-hot water bag in his hand that did not match his temperament. He walked to the bed, handed over the hot water bag, and then sat on a chair beside him. "If you feel uncomfortable, we can rest for 2 days before continuing on our journey. There's no rush." Wen Yin took the hot water bottle and stuffed it into the quilt. She immediately felt much better in her stomach. She turned her head to look at her brother and said with a smile, "It's okay. We rest on the way anyway." Wen Xiyu looked at the little girl in front of him. His handsome eyebrows and eyes showed concern. She was always squeamish every time she had her period before, but this time she didn't make a fuss at all. "Yin Yin, you don't have to be so sensible." Wen Yin lowered her eyes and pursed her lips. She should have been sensible a long time ago and shouldn't have made her brother so hard. "Brother, I'm not a child anymore, and you don't have to treat me as a child in the future. But you have always been a child in my eyes." Wen Xiyu selfishly didn't want her to grow up, when he thought that she might like another man in the future, or even marry that man and have children. He felt as if his heart was missing a piece, or the most important piece. Wen Yin could see that her brother depended on her, and she also depended on him. In this new life, she just wanted to live with her brother. As for other people and things, they were just icing on the cake for her. "Brother, I'm really fine. Let's set off tomorrow. The base in Beicheng will fall soon, and there is a person there who Wen Yin must find." Wen Xiyu hummed, got up and tucked the quilt for her. "Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow to travel." Before leaving the room, Wen Xiyu looked back again, and then gently closed the door. In the living room, Lin Zixu sat by the window, eating melon seeds boredly. The night was long, and I didn't know how Zhou Yuchu survived last night. By the way, Wen Yin accompanied him to eat instant noodles last night. When it was his turn, he only had a bag of melon seeds and a few bags of snacks. How could Wen Yin be treated differently? Lin Zixu sighed, feeling a little disappointed. But this emotion did not last long before it was interrupted by footsteps. Looking back, he saw that Wen Xiyu and his group, except Wen Yin, had all gone downstairs. What happened? Lin Zishu stood up and asked. 2 mutant zombies are approaching. About 5 kilometers away from here. Lully had just detected the danger and immediately called Wensiyu. Fortunately, they were 2 level 3 zombies, and they should be able to deal with them if they cooperated. Wensiyu pondered for a while and said to Zhou, to be on the safe side, let's call Ningyu and the others. After a pause, he turned his gaze to Lin Zixia. You go upstairs to protect my sister. Don't disturb her sleep. Just stand guard at the door. Lin Zixia nodded seriously. Okay, boss. Lin Fei asked weakly. What about me? Wensiyu glanced at him. You stay here too. After making the arrangements, Wensiyu and his men left the room directly, while Lin Zixia and Lin Fei went to the second floor and stood guard at Wenyan's door. I also wish I had superpowers, so I could help you. Lin Fei looked a little gloomy. Wensiyu didn't think of him when he arranged the task just now, which shows that he is useless. It would be great if he had superpowers. Lin Zixia comforted him. It's okay. Even if you don't have superpowers, you can use guns to deal with zombies. Didn't you see Wenyan kill a level 2 zombie with a gun that day? I saw it. She pretty good? She held such a heavy machine gun without shaking her hands. Yes. She also knows a lot about zombies. We were able to upgrade thanks to her and the boss. Don't be fooled by her weak appearance. She not hypocritical in her words and deeds. She obedient and cute. When Lin Zixia mentioned Wenyan, his eyes sparkled, and the corners of his mouth kept an upward arc. Lin Fei looked at his expression, and it was hard not to understand his thoughts. Do you like Wenyan? Lin Zixia was stunned, and the tip of his ear turned light pink. He avoided Lin Fei's sight and denied with his neck stiff. Who likes her? Don't talk nonsense. I just treat her as my sister. Then why are you blushing? I'm not blushing. You're dazzled. Lin Fei laughed and pushed him with his elbow. I think her brother seems to be a sister control. You'd better take it easy, and don't let him find out your thoughts. Lin Zixia remembered that on the first day they met, Wensiyu warned him not to hit on Wenyan. At that time, he just thought Wenyan was beautiful and simply liked beauty, and didn't think of hitting on anything. But now, he is a little unsure. He cleared his throat and said seriously, It's the end of the world. Why are you still thinking about love and romance? Can you be more ambitious? Lin Fei pointed at himself. Are you sure it's me who's thinking about it? Lin Zixia looked at the ceiling. If it's not you, is it me? You'd better focus on the business and stop thinking about it. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Okay. I won't mention this matter in the future. He is a spectator and will not participate in these troublesome things. In his opinion, women are the most troublesome. Even if he is not in the end of the world, he has no intention of falling in love. As the two were talking, the door behind them was suddenly opened. Lin Zixia turned his head and saw Wenyan standing at the door with sleepy eyes, wearing only a thin black pajamas. His face flushed, and then he turned his back in a hurry. And Lin Fei didn't look away the whole time, and didn't turn his head back. Why are you standing here? Wenyan was going to the bathroom, and saw the two standing at the door, and couldn't help wondering. There are 2 mutant zombies outside. Your brother and his friends went to deal with them. Let us stay to protect you. After Lin Zixia finished speaking, he saw the door snap, closed. After a while, Wenyan came out dressed neatly. Wait for me for a moment. I be there soon. Wenyan rushed into the bathroom like a gust of wind and came out again soon with 2 submachine guns in her hands. She handed one to Lin Fei. Let's go. Let's go and take a look together. Lin Fei took the gun and smiled immediately. He took the lead and walked downstairs. Lin Zixia stopped in front of Wenyan. Those 2 zombies are level 3. They can handle them. You don't have to worry. And your brother didn't want you to go, so he asked us to stay to protect you. Wenyan paused and walked past Lin Zixia. Level 3 zombies. If they have other abilities, it's okay. But if they have mental abilities, it's hard to deal with them if they unite. I hope that the mutant zombies that Wensiyu and the others encountered are not those with mental abilities. Lin Zixia was stunned when he heard it, and then followed him. Is the mental power so powerful? Wenyan said as he walked. The mental power is relatively rare, and it is not common among zombies. This ability can control people's brains for a short period of time and make them obey its instructions. It is a bit like soul control. The highest level of mental power can also weave illusions, making people addicted to it and unwilling to wake up. Level 3 mental power can control all superpowers below level 5. Of course, the level of superpowers is different, and the length of time it can control is also different. If it encounters level 5, it can only control it for a few seconds. If it encounters level 4, it should be a few minutes. Lin Zixia's eyes were filled with worry. If it really happens, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Is there any way to resist mental control? Wen Yin lifted his foot and walked down the stairs, and his steps were faster. When facing this kind of zombie, the most important thing is to delay time, exhaust its superpowers, and then find the right time to kill it. Chapter 34: A Narrow Escape. Wen Xiyu and his companions hid behind several large trees in the night and prepared an ambush in advance. The surroundings were silent, with only a few faint insect chirps occasionally. 500 meters left, Lully reminded. Wen Xiyu hummed lightly, staring at two vaguely visible figures in the distance. Just as he held his breath and concentrated, his brain suddenly went blank, as if he had been hit by an illusion, and the whole person was uncontrollably fixed in place. The same was true for the people behind him. A few seconds later, Wen Xiyu suddenly woke up, and at this time, the two zombies were less than 100 meters away from him. He turned around and saw that everyone else was standing still, as if they had lost their souls. Lully. Wen Xiyu raised his hand and slapped Lully, who was closest to him, but he did not react. Thinking of the mental power Wen Yin mentioned before, Wen Xiyu's face became more serious. He walked towards Zhou Yuchu and tried to wake him up, but he didn't respond. Wen Xiyu took a deep breath, gathered his superpowers in his palms, and attacked the mutant zombie with all his strength. But in an instant, his mind went blank again. Hee. The two mutant zombies roared with joy, and then slowly walked towards the few people. Just as they were about to attack, a weak lightning hit one of the zombies on the head. At the same time, a sharp ice knife stabbed at another zombie. The superpower elves were not controlled by mental power. Two round elves the size of snowballs flew out of their respective masters' bodies, entangled a zombie respectively, and attacked them with all their strength. However, the two little guys had just transformed not long ago, and their strength was really weak. It didn't take long for them to run out of superpowers. Bang! 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 At this moment, several gunshots rang out, and two zombies were bombarded by heavy machine guns in succession, making painful roars. One of the zombies used his mental power again to control the people who appeared. However, before he could concentrate, a lightning bolt quickly and accurately cut his neck. Then, a light purple crystal core was dug out. The people controlled by mental power came to their senses and assisted Wen Xiyu to deal with another zombie. Not long after, Zhou Yuchu dug out another crystal core. Why are you here? Wen Xiyu stared at Wen Yin. His handsome eyebrows slightly frowned, with worry and helplessness in his eyes. Wen Yin took a few steps towards him, and seeing that he was not injured, the tension on her face slowly faded away. I was worried about you, so I rushed over to check on you. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Ningyu on the side smiled and said, it was very timely. If you hadn't shot in time, we would probably have lost our arms and legs. Wen Xiyu sighed slightly. He didn't want Wen Yin to participate in such a dangerous thing, but he was really grateful to her just now. By the way, the crystal core of the mental power is quite special. Keep it for other uses. Wen Yin knew that the two teams were working together tonight, and the crystal cores they got should be divided equally. But it would be better to leave this crystal core to Lin Fei for upgrading later, and the other one could be given to Ningyu and the others. Wen Xiyu heard what she meant and did so. Ningyu took the crystal core and said with some emotion, this mental power is too weird. Like soul control. We were almost wiped out just now. Wen Yin nodded and explained to everyone. The mental power is the most terrifying of all the powers. It can temporarily control the opponent's brain. It is a level 3 power. It can not only control those with lower levels than itself, but also control those of the same level for at least 10 minutes. Level 4 can also control for about 5 minutes. Once you are controlled by mental power, it is difficult to wake up on your own initiative. Wen Xiyu couldn't help but feel a little confused after listening. But I just recovered in just a few seconds. Wen Yin turned his head and looked at him. You have two powers, which are similar to level 5. So it can only control you for a few seconds, but it can control you repeatedly, until the power is exhausted. Oh! Wen Xiyu suddenly realized, and then a little worried. The 3rd level mental power is so difficult to deal with. If they encounter the 4th level, won't they have no power to fight back? Seeing his worry, Wen Yen comforted him. It's okay. There won't be many zombies with mental power. And we will have mental power sooner or later. Zhou Yuchu listened quietly, and also had a doubt. The superpower elf doesn't seem to be controlled by mental power, but its energy is very weak, and can only restrain the opponent for a short time. Well, your and my brother's superpower elves have just transformed not long ago. It's already very powerful to help you resist for a while. Wen Yen thought. Even if he didn't come to help, the 2 superpower elves would sacrifice them to protect their master. But fortunately it didn't come to that step. When you level up, the power of the spirit will also increase. You can also ask the little guy to help you deal with zombies with mental power later. As they spoke, a group of people split into 2 groups and walked towards their residence. Wen Xiu glanced at Wen Yen, and his eyes were full of pride. The shots just now were very accurate and saved them at the critical moment. The little girl has really grown up. She is no longer the crybaby who can only hide behind him. She is calm and composed when doing things, brave and resourceful, and even protects him. Wen Xiu felt relieved that the girl and his family had grown up. At the same time, he also felt a little uneasy in his heart, and felt uncomfortable that Wen Yen was out of his control. Back to the residence, Lin Zixia continued to stay in the living room to keep watch, while the others went into the room to rest. In the farmyard a few kilometers away from them, Sun Rui also returned to the room after watching a battle. After seeing the horror of the mutant zombies, Sun Rui completely put down his pride and decided to follow Wen Xiu and the others all the way. He went to find Wen Xiu today and wanted to join their team, but was rejected. However, Wen Xiu agreed to let them follow north on the condition that they obeyed his instructions. The next morning, Wen Yen and his group set off directly after breakfast. Because the number of people in the team increased to 6, they drove 2 cars. Passing through the city, Lully took them to find a lot of supplies, weapons and medicines. Wen Xiu has been secretly observing Lully these 2 days. Seeing that he has no bad habits and works well, he is less prejudiced. At least his special ability is very useful. And staying in the team has more advantages than disadvantages. Ning Yu and his team followed their car and picked up a lot of supplies, which were also handed over to Wen Yen for safekeeping. Although Sun Rui's team also followed, they did not dare to go forward rashly. They could only look for supplies in the nearby supermarket, and occasionally they would get some gains. Near noon, Wen Xiu parked the car outside a small villa and walked in with the team members. They now have sufficient supplies, and do not need to save food at all. Wen Yen took out a lot of food, confirmed that they did not need help, and then took Zhou Yuchu to accompany him to practice shooting. In the yard, Zhou Yuchu found a few pieces of wood, cut them into squares of the same size, marked the bullseye with a red pin, and then set different distances for Wen Yen to start practicing. Wen Yen held a gun in one hand, aimed at the red dot on the square with her eyes, and was about to shoot a shot, but saw Jiang Xinyue appeared in her shooting range. Chapter 35. The conditions for helping him. Wen Yen frowned irritably, pointed the pistol at Jiang Xinyue, and made a gesture to prepare to shoot. Jiang Xinyue was startled. Her legs softened, and she fell directly to the ground. She glanced at Zhou Yuchu. Her eyebrows drooped, revealing a pitiful look. Wen Yen, why are you scaring me like this? Have I offended you in any way? Wen Yen put away the gun and looked at Zhou Yuchu's reaction. This kind of green tea routine of pretending to be weak, although it looks clumsy, is very effective on men. Perhaps it is because this kind of weakness makes men feel dependent and needed, which can fully satisfy their self-esteem and sense of accomplishment. Wen Yen occasionally uses this routine, and every time it is used on Wen Xiu, it is very effective. But Zhou Yuchu seemed to have no reaction, and even looked straight ahead, as if it had nothing to do with him. Wen Yen's lips curved, and a little admiration rose in his heart. He is worthy of being a big boss in the end times. Looking at beauty like looking at clouds. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jiang Xinyue had to stand up. She was wearing a simple white knee-length dress today. She originally wanted to surprise Zhou Yuchu, but Wen Yen interrupted her and her plan was messed up. Patting the dust on the back of her skirt, Jiang Xinyue hid the resentment in her eyes, and when she raised her eyes, a charming smile appeared on her face. She walked towards the 2 people. Her eyes fell softly on Zhou Yuchu, and her voice was delicate. Can I practice shooting with you? No. Wen Yan refused very straightforwardly. Jiang Xinhua wanted to get close to Zhou Yuchu through her. But it was impossible. Jiang Xinhua bit her lip and looked at Zhou Yuchu with red eyes. I'm sorry. I disturbed you. I just want to make friends with you. Zhou Yuchu glanced at her and said lightly. We don't lack friends. You can go. Jiang Xinhua was stunned, with some disbelief in her eyes. How could he be so cold to her? Was it because of Wen Yan? Jiang Xinhua clenched her palms and took a deep breath. If the beauty trick didn't work, she could only throw out other temptations. Zhou Yuchu, I want to talk to you alone. It's very important. We are not familiar with each other. There is nothing to talk about alone. Just say what you want to say. Jiang Xinhua's lips moved, hesitating to speak. If she said directly that he was the male protagonist in the book, he would probably think she was crazy. It's better to reveal some useful information to him first. Let him know his value. And then it will be easier to get close to him. Thinking of this, Jiang Xinhua said, the base in the North City is not strong enough. It will fall in about half a month. I know a closed island surrounded by the sea. The island can accommodate tens of thousands of people. There are also abundant supplies. Various wild animals and crops can be grown. It will be a very good base. I can take you to find this island. After listening to her, Wen Yan was almost certain that she was reborn. This island was found by Zhou Yuchu and his friends in the previous life after many twists and turns. The specific location is very hidden. If there is no memory of the previous life, it is really not easy to find. Zhou Yuchu looked at Wen Yan. The expression on her face was very calm, and she didn't seem surprised at all. It seems that what Jiang Xinhua said is true. Zhou Yuchu asked, how do you know that the North City base will fall? Jiang Xinhua's eyes flashed with a sly smile. I know a lot of things about the future. As for the source of the information, you may not believe it. Anyway, I can help you build the most powerful base. Power and beauty are almost the lifelong pursuits of all men. And she has both of these things. She doesn't believe that Zhou Yuchu will not be tempted. Zhou Yuchu sneered. Help him build the most powerful base? Are they familiar with each other? This woman is really weird. Then what are the conditions for you to help me? Conditions? Jiang Xinhua walked towards him, looking straight at him with her eyes. And a hint of charm appeared at the end of her narrow eyes. That is, to make friends with you. Zhou Yuchu took 2 steps back and distanced himself from her. Her conditions should be more than just being friends. But Zhou Yuchu was not interested in her, and would never agree to the so-called conditions. Wen Yan held a gun and aimed at the bull's eye. He glanced at the 2 people movements. It was good that Zhou Yuchu didn't like women, so as to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Xinhua. Wait until you help us find the island. There's no rush to make friends. Jiang Xinhua didn't listen to what Wen Yan said, and still stared at Zhou Yuchu with affection. Don't worry. What I said is true. I won't lie to you. Wen Yan rolled his eyes secretly, pulled the trigger with his finger, and with a bang, the bullet shot through the wooden stake, a few centimeters away from the bull's eye. Jiang Xinhua was frightened by the sudden gunshot and rushed towards Zhou Yuchu in fear. But Zhou Yuchu dodged sideways and walked to the other side of Wen Yan. Jiang Xinhua missed and almost fell to the ground. After standing firm, she looked at Zhou Yuchu with resentment, pretended nothing happened, and lifted her hair. Wen Yan looked back at her, shook his head, and continued to aim at the bull's eye, firing several shots in succession. Wen Yan could understand her desire to cling to someone powerful. But the honey trap was not suitable for all men. After practicing for about an hour, Wen Yan put away his gun and returned to the room with Zhou Yuchu. Jiang Xinhua returned to Sun Rui's team. She secretly felt that Zhou Yuchu had already become interested in her. As long as she helped him find the island, they could be together naturally. In the living room, Lully's eyes swept back and forth between Wen Yan and Zhou Yuchu. And then he coughed lightly and asked, what did Jiang Xinhua say to you? Just now. He used his supernatural power to patrol the surroundings, and saw the movements of several people. Although he could not hear what they said, Lully felt that Jiang Xinhua must have bad intentions. After the voice fell, the other people looked at Wen Yan together. Wen Yan swallowed the rice in his mouth and roughly told what had just happened. After hearing this, Lin Zixia couldn't help but ask, does that island really exist? Wen Yan nodded, speaking with certainty. It does exist. And the location is very hidden. Lully's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at her and chuckled. So you also know the location of the island? Wen Yen lowered her head and didn't look at them. She didn't deliberately hide the secret of her rebirth from them. But she couldn't say it out loud. If they insisted on asking about it, she could only say that she had a dream that predicted the future. The table was silent for a few seconds. But no one asked. Wen Xiu had a guess in his heart. But Wen Yen didn't say it. And he didn't want to ask. In any case, Wen Yen was the closest person to him in the world. Lin Zixu was eating. And suddenly raised his eyebrows. Looked at Zhou Yuchu. And smiled teasingly. That woman won't fall in love with you. Right? Zhou Yuchu glanced at him and said lightly. Don't talk nonsense. She has a boyfriend. Lully laughed. What's the big deal? There are many women like her who are fickle. Having a boyfriend doesn't prevent her from being ambiguous with other people. And it's also common for women to have multiple relationships. Hearing him say this, Wen Yen wanted to refute immediately, not to speak for Jiang Xinhua, but because she felt that this type of man and woman exists in both sexes. Why only talk about women? Wen Yen sighed lightly. There are many boys like this. Okay? Eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. In terms of quantity, there are still more philandering boys. Lin Zixu hurriedly expressed his opinion. I'm not like that. I'm very loyal to my feelings. I've been single for 22 years. And I've always kept myself clean. Wen Yen just refuted Lu Li's point of view. Not targeting them. Seeing Lin Zixu's serious explanation, Wen Yen couldn't help laughing. I thought you had been in a relationship before. You have such a good personality. How come you haven't found a girlfriend? Lin Zixu shrugged slightly. This kind of thing depends on fate. If you don't meet someone you like, you can't let yourself down. After a pause, he raised his chin slightly. By the way, there are indeed many girls chasing me in college. But I rejected them all. Wen Yen looked at his face and analyzed objectively. Your type is quite popular with girls. You are good-looking, humorous, and can provide emotional value. It was the first time that Lin Zixu was praised so bluntly by a girl. His earlobe slowly turned pink. He lowered his head and coughed uncomfortably. I'm not as good as you say. While the two were talking, the air pressure at the table dropped very low. Lin Fei glanced at Wen Xiu with a cold face. Then glanced at Zhou Yuchu with a slightly lost expression. And then silently lowered his head to eat. Lully, on the other hand, looked like he was just there to watch the fun. He ate his food slowly, glancing at a few people from time to time. Chapter 36, You are the most important. A group of people finished lunch with different thoughts. And then packed up to leave. Wen Yen was rinsing his mouth in the bathroom upstairs, but heard a sudden knock on the door. Wen Yen, Lully said that a group of zombies are approaching. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Wen Yen pushed the door open and went out, only to see Lin Fei standing outside the door, with his eyes downcast. His expression a little restrained, probably not used to talking to girls. Wen Yen took out a submachine gun from the space and handed it to him. And he took a revolver. Let's go! The two went downstairs one after the other. In the living room, several men were discussing countermeasures. According to what Lully saw, there were about 1,000 zombies in the group, led by 5 mutant zombies, with 2 level 2, 2 level 3 and 1 level 4. They are currently 20 kilometers away, at the normal speed of humans. If they walk, they will arrive in about 4 hours. They can choose to continue walking north to avoid this group of zombies, or they can wait and kill the mutant zombies, take the crystal core and then leave. As for the low-level zombies, they are not to be feared, and Sunray's group can deal with them. However, several people are worried about encountering zombies with mental power again. After listening, Wen Yen turned his head and looked at Lin Fei. When will this guy awaken? The 2nd level crystal core and the 3rd level crystal core are ready for him, just waiting for him to awaken and upgrade directly. Or, he has already awakened, but he doesn't know it. After all, the 1st level mental power is just a clearer perception of the surroundings. If you don't try to control others, you may not be able to find it. Realizing this, Wen Yen took out the secondary crystal core and handed it to Lin Fei. Try it, and see if you can absorb the energy of the crystal core. Lin Fei blinked and looked at her in confusion. I don't have superpowers. Just try it. It's okay. Wen Yen gave him an encouraging look. Lin Fei didn't understand why, but he still pinched the crystal core and tried to absorb the energy of the crystal core. But the crystal core had no reaction, and he didn't feel any energy. No! Lin Fei lowered his eyes. His voice was a little depressed. Wen Yin patted his arm and comforted him. It's okay. Try again in 2 days. I believe you will awaken superpowers. Lin Fei hummed in a muffled voice. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly let him try. He could see that she was kind-hearted. Unfortunately, superpowers are not something that everyone can have. Noticing the movement between the two, the other people were a little surprised. But they didn't say anything. Wen Yin cognition often exceeded their imagination, and sometimes even made them feel that she seemed to know many things in the future. Yin, do you think we should take the risk? Wen Xiu now habitually asks Wen Yin for her opinion before making important decisions. Wen Yin's eyes turned slightly, and he said calmly, the further north we go, the more mutant zombies there will be. We can't avoid them all the time. And we need crystal cores to replenish our abilities or upgrade our levels. We didn't do a good job of defense last night, so we can be more prepared this time. We have heavy weapons, and can set up an ambush in advance. Even if it has mental abilities, it may not be able to escape from heavy machine guns. It's best to use heavy machine guns to shoot from a distance first, and then use abilities if you can't solve it. Wen Xiu felt that what she said made sense. If they did a good job of defense in advance, they would have a great chance of winning. Even if they encountered zombies with mental abilities, they couldn't control everyone at the same time, and there would always be someone who could shoot. After making a decision, Wen Xiu turned to Zhou Yuchu and said, you take them to set some traps first. Lully will be responsible for determining the direction, and let Ningyu help. As for Sun Rui, I will talk to him, and let them be responsible for holding back the low-level zombies. Several people nodded and went to work. Wen Yin and Lin Fei followed to set traps. Although they were not as strong as the others, they also helped. An hour later, the obstacle traps on the roadside had been set up. Lully checked again with the Sky Eye and found that the group of zombies were walking a little slowly. It would take several hours to arrive. Everyone squatted near the traps and discussed the battle strategy again, and then went back to the car or room to rest. Lully kept an eye on the zombies. Seeing that they were really slow, he notified everyone to come back after dinner. Wen Xiu simply fried 2 vegetarian dishes and made noodle soup. The group quickly finished their meal and met up with others on the roadside, quietly waiting for the prey to approach. A tree trunk half a man's height stood across the middle of the road, completely blocking the road. The tree trunk was covered with various sharp weapons, and a group of people were either hiding on both sides of the road or standing behind the tree trunk, setting up heavy machine guns and ready to go. Behind them, several cars were parked neatly on the roadside, ready to retreat at any time. Ji sat in one of the black SUVs, leaning against the back seat with a gloomy look. He wanted to participate in tonight's action, but Ningyu did not allow it. He said that their mission was to protect him, and would never let him take risks. Ji knew that Ningyu was doing this for his own good, but he really didn't like the feeling of powerlessness of hiding behind someone else. Thinking that Wen Yin was fighting outside while he, a grown man, was hiding in the car, he felt uncomfortable all over. Su Yinzhou, let's go outside and watch the battle. Give me a gun for self-defense, and I promise not to rush to the front. Ji persuaded Su Yinzhou, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Again, but he was not moved at all. He looked at him calmly, turned his head, and said 2 words lightly. No. Am I such a waste in your eyes? Ji clenched his fingers, angry and unwilling. Su Yinzhou looked at him in the rearview mirror and sighed slightly. Our mission is to take you back to North City safely. During this period, you cannot participate in any dangerous behavior. Ji has heard this many times. He rubbed his ears impatiently and laid down on the back of the chair. I know. I am a first-class protected animal and cannot take risks. Su Yinzhou's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything. Ji's description was quite appropriate. In their eyes, he was indeed a first-class protected animal. The car was quiet for a while. Su Yinzhou noticed a woman walking towards them, and then the car window was gently knocked. Su Yinzhou did not unlock the car door, but pressed the window and asked, Is there anything wrong? Jiang Xinyu smiled at him. Can I ride with you temporarily? I'm a little scared to be alone in the car. Su Yinzhou looked at her and smiled politely. No. Jiang Xinyu's smile froze slightly, and her eyes were suddenly covered with a layer of mist. Pitiful and helpless. Really? I promise I won't disturb you. I'm just a little scared. Ji was getting irritated in the back seat, and he got even more angry when he heard the woman's pretentious voice. Aren't you Sun Rui's woman? If you're scared, go find him. Why are you looking for us? It's the end of the world. Why are you pretending to be a little green tea here? Jiang Xinyue froze completely, watching the car window slowly rise. Her eyes were so angry that she was about to burst into fire. What kind of stuff is this? They don't know how to be gentle with women at all. She went back to Sun Rui's car angrily, sat in the driver's seat, and kept an eye on the situation behind her at all times. The ambush tonight was not mentioned in the book, so she should stay away for the sake of caution. After all, in this book, the protagonist's halo seems to be non-existent. People around the hero died one by one. And finally he died too. Although Jiang Xinyue likes male beauty, she cherishes her life more. In times of crisis, she is definitely the most important. Chapter 37 Lin Fei Awakens. Lin Fei stood near the roadside, and his sight was suddenly attracted by a hare running through the bushes. He heard the sound of the hare stepping on the ground. It was very subtle and some distance away, but he could hear it clearly. Following the sound, it was indeed a gray hare. Lin Zixia also noticed the hare. A wind blade flew over, and the hare suddenly stopped moving. He walked over and picked up the hare's ears and handed the prey to Wen Yin. If everything goes well tonight, they can have a meal of hare meat to celebrate. Thinking of this, his nervous mood was relieved a lot. Lin Fei stared at the hare, and his sight became much clearer for some reason, as if it was right in front of him. Lin Fei was a little nearsighted, and he needed to get closer to see things clearly. Realizing that something was wrong, Lin Fei walked towards Wen Yin and said a little nervously, "Can you give me that crystal core again?" He felt that he should have awakened his superpowers, but he was not sure. Thinking that Wen Yin had tried it with the crystal core before, he decided to try again. Wen Yin nodded and quickly took out the crystal core and handed it over. Lin Fei took a deep breath, clenched the crystal core in his palm, and tried to absorb its energy. The next moment, the crystal core emitted a light pink light, and he clearly felt that energy was transferred from his palm to his body. He has awakened superpowers? Lin Zixia stared at the glowing crystal core, his eyes overflowing with surprise. Only superpowers can absorb the energy of the crystal core. Lin Fei's current state must have awakened superpowers, but he didn't know what kind of superpowers it was. The other people glanced at Lin Fei, and then looked at Wen Yin. She seemed to have the ability to predict, and even guessed that Lin Fei had awakened superpowers. Lin Fei finished upgrading, and looked at the others with joy and excitement. "I seem to have awakened my mental power." Zhou Yuchu and Wen Xiyu looked at each other, and couldn't help but think of the third-level mental power zombie they encountered last night. It could control them from a distance of several hundred meters, and they were unaware and even unable to resist, just like lambs on the chopping board. Now that Lin Fei has awakened his mental power, they feel much more at ease. Lin Zixia patted Lin Fei's shoulder, his tone full of pride. The mental power is stronger than the same level of superpowers, like soul-stealing. Congratulations. Wen Yin smiled and handed Lin Fei another purple crystal core. This is a third-level crystal core with mental power memory. It can not only be upgraded, but also teach you some mental power control skills. You should upgrade quickly. We will rely on you later. Lin Fei took the crystal core, and his heart was slightly touched. Such a precious crystal core. Wen Yin gave it to him without hesitation, which showed that he treated him as his own. He must not let her and others down. Lin Fei solemnly nodded, took the crystal core, closed his eyes, and absorbed energy attentively. Lully used his supernatural power to check the position of the zombies and reminded everyone. They seem to have sped up. There are still 3 kilometers to go. Those mutant zombies should be here soon. Hearing this, the originally lazy people stood up straight in an instant, pulled the trigger with their fingers, and stared at the front nervously and anxiously. Time passed by. The sunset sank, and 5 figures appeared at the end of the road against the light. With a casual posture, from a distance, they looked no different from humans. Shoot! After Wen Xiyu finished speaking, everyone pulled the trigger, and the gunshots exploded like thunder. But in just a few seconds, the gunshots stopped, and everyone looked forward with dull eyes. Their bodies stopped in place, like puppets being controlled. This did not include Lin Fei, who was upgrading with his eyes closed. He noticed that the surroundings were covered by a spiritual force, and he quickly condensed his supernatural power to fight against it. Wen Xiyu was the first to wake up from his unconscious state. He swung lightning with his palm, and a level 2 zombie was hit in the neck, and its head immediately fell to the ground. Zhou Yuchu and others also woke up later, For a while, the sky was full of flames, accompanied by fierce gunfire. That level 4 zombie has a mental power. I can't hold on for long. Hurry up. If that zombie had not consumed a lot of mental power to control the superpower, Lin Fei would not be able to compete with it at all. Fortunately, he has now risen to level 3 and can barely hold on for a few minutes. When Siyu condensed lightning again to attack the level 4 zombie, Zhou Yuchu cooperated with him and swung several ice blades from the other side. Lin Zixia and Ningyu and others also worked together to deal with the other 2 level 3 zombies at this time. When Yin took a look at the battle situation, pointed the muzzle of the gun at a level 2 zombie, aimed at the head, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the bloody brains splashed everywhere. Lully stood beside Wen Yin and thought she was a really good shooter. Seeing that both teammates had the upper hand, he couldn't help much, so he used his supernatural power to check the position of the group of low-level zombies. They were still 1 kilometer away from them. Not far away, Lully turned to Sun Rui and said, "Those low-level zombies are coming. Get ready to shoot." "Okay," Sun Rui responded slowly, looking at the few people fighting with the mutated zombies, feeling nervous and admiring. Fortunately, they were on the same journey. Otherwise, if they encountered such zombies, they would have no way out. Chapter 38. Let's cook together. Under the control of Lin Fei's mental power, the level 4 zombie was unable to dodge and was hit by an ice blade in the neck. And then his head was split by lightning. He seemed unwilling to give up, and his eyes were still fixed on his own crystal core when he fell. Wen Siyu threw the crystal core to Wen Yin and rushed over to support the others. This difficult level 3 zombie has wood-type abilities. Lin Zixia dodged it in time because of his previous experience. But Ningyu and his group were not so lucky. 2 people were almost suffocated by the branches, and the shoulders and legs of the other 2 were pierced by branches, and Ningyu's arms were also beaten with blood marks. Several people had been holding on, and now they saw Wen Siyu and others rushing over, and they were relieved and stepped aside. The lightning struck the branches fiercely, and the zombie howled and retracted the branches that were running around. At this moment, a gunshot sounded, and the zombie's head exploded like tofu pudding in an instant, and blood splattered everywhere. Wen Siyu was closest to it and was splashed with blood. Zhou Yuchu also had a few drops of blood on his face, and Lin Zixia hid away when he heard the gunshot. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." Wen Yin apologized hurriedly. She was only staring at the zombie's head and didn't notice the location of the 2 people. Wen Siyu bent down to pick up the purple crystal core that fell on the ground. When he turned around, he saw Wen Yin smiling at him ingratiatingly and taking out a wet towel to help him wipe his face. "I do it myself." Wen Siyu smiled helplessly, took the wet towel from Wen Yin's hand and wiped his face, and then simply wiped the blood off his body. Wen Yin walked towards Zhou Yuchu and handed him a wet towel. "Sorry." Zhou Yuchu took the wet towel and smiled. "It's okay. Your shooting skills are very good. You taught me well." Wen Yin looked up at him and saw that he didn't care about the drop of blood on his jaw after wiping it once. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She stretched out her hand to pull his wrist and wiped his jaw with the wet towel. Zhou Yuchu was startled by her action, and his eyes were deep. But Wen Yin didn't notice his emotional changes. She took back her hand and stepped back 2 steps. "Okay. Wipe it clean." Wen Siyu saw the interaction between the 2 and was shocked and angry. How could Wen Yin help another boy wipe his face and be so close to him? In view of the current situation, Wen Siyu did not get angry, but turned his head to do other things. Out of sight, out of mind. Not far away, a group of low-level zombies were walking towards them. Sun Rui and his group prepared their machine guns and started shooting directly. Wen Yin returned to his original position and picked up the submachine gun again. After a hearty gunfight, Wen Siyu issued an order to retreat. Everyone got in the car and sped away in the night. 2 hours later, the car entered the slightly depressed urban area, drove for a while, and finally stopped at a high-end residential building. For safety reasons, they chose to live on the first floor. Ningyu had a teammate with gold ability, who used his ability to open several doors and let Wen Yin and his friends choose first. Wen Yin took a rough look and found that there were 6 of them, and it was a bit crowded to live in one apartment. In the end, they chose 2 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartments. Just opposite, Ningyu and Sun Rui's teams lived in the building next door, and also chose the first floor apartment. Before parting, Wensiyu gave a second-level crystal core to Sun Rui, and a third-level crystal core, and a second-level crystal core to Ningyu. On Ningyu's side, Su Yinzhou's healing ability is already level 2. He wants to upgrade it to level 3, so that he can heal the injuries of the two teammates. As for the level 2 crystal core, Ji can be upgraded first. Although his water ability is not very offensive, it is very practical. Looking at the current situation, it is estimated that the water and electricity will be cut off soon, and they will also need water. Wensiyu still has 2 crystal cores in his hand, which he gave to Lully and Lin Zixio for upgrades. Lully looked at the level 3 with crystal core thrown into his hand, hesitated for a moment, and threw it to Wensiyu again. The wood crystal core should be kept for you to upgrade. I'm not in a hurry. Wen Yin mentioned before that Wensiyu has dual abilities, and the wood ability is more special, so it can only be upgraded with a wood crystal core. Lully thinks it's better to leave it to him. After all, he can use any crystal core to upgrade himself. Wensiyu glanced at him and smiled. Okay. Wen Yin thought it was still early, so he smiled and suggested, do you want to have a midnight snack? How about we make some fried skewers? Just treat it as a reward for yourself and spend another peaceful day. When it comes to food, Lin Zixia is usually the first to respond, but at this moment he is upgrading on the sofa, so he didn't participate in the topic. Zhou Yuchu replied, okay, I can do this too. Lully glanced at the two of them with a knowing smile in his eyes. Then thank you too for your hard work. Wensiyu is very tired from cooking every day. You two should be responsible for tonight's midnight snack. Wensiyu pursed his lips and glanced at Lully unhappily. Even if he was tired, he would not let Wen Yin cook. Lin Fei had just joined the team, and he felt embarrassed to eat for free after hearing what they said. I can help you. Wen Yin was just suggesting it, but she didn't expect Lully to let her cook. But what he said was right. Wensiyu worked hard cooking every day, and they should let him take a break occasionally. Since Zhou Yuchu said he could do it, there was no problem. Wen Yin could just step back and help out. Wen Yin rolled up her sleeves and said to Zhou Yuchu, let's go. Brother Yuchu, the kitchen is ours today. Zhou Yuchu was pleased by the ours in her words, and the corners of his lips curved. He quickly stood up and followed the girl to the kitchen. Wensiyu looked at the scene in front of him, and his handsome eyebrows suddenly turned cold. It was annoying enough to have Lin Zixio thinking about his sister, and now there was another one. Lully was sitting next to Wensiyu. Feeling the sudden drop in air pressure, he turned his head to look at him and sighed. Can't you bear it? What if your sister has someone she likes in the future? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wensiyu's cold voice. Shut up your crow mouth. Lully, realizing the horror of sister control, he decided not to provoke him. Lin Fei, who was originally planning to get up and help in the kitchen, sat back in his original position quietly after hearing what the other said. In the kitchen, Wen Yin took out a bunch of ingredients and various seasonings, roughly classified them, and then processed the ingredients with Zhou Yuchu. The two stood side by the sink, and because of washing vegetables, their bodies were a little close. When she lowered her head, Wen Yin smelled a light gardenia scent, which smelled very nice. She smiled and joked. Did you spray perfume today? Zhou Yuchu was slightly stunned. No. It might be the smell of laundry detergent. I just changed my shirt. He was a bit of a germaphobe. His shirt was splattered with blood just now. He always felt uncomfortable if he didn't change his clothes. When Yang glanced at him, he did change his shirt. Before, it was dull dark blue or black, but this one was a slightly lively sky blue, and the style was also very casual. Their clothes were usually placed in Wen Yin's space, and they would come to her every 2 days to get them. Zhou Yuchu did come to him once last night, but those clothes were packed in paper bags and placed in the clothing area with sticky notes. She didn't pay much attention to them. You look good in this color, Wen Yang casually praised, and the next moment, Zhou Yuchu turned to look at her. His dark brown eyes were bright, with a hint of joy. Really? Yeah. Wen Yin saw that he looked like he was seeking recognition, and couldn't help laughing. You are so good looking. Why are you still not confident in yourself? Has no one ever praised you for your good looks? Yes. But those people were not you. Zhou Yuchu looked at the girl's bright smile, and his heartbeat gradually became disordered. He hurriedly turned his head away and closed his eyes again, barely suppressing the throbbing. At this moment, Xiaobai emerged from his heart, first shook his head at him, and then flew in front of Wen Yin, blinking a pair of cute big eyes. smiling at her with curved eyebrows, like a Samoyed seeking favor from its owner. Chapter 39 Side Effects. Wen Yen was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes widened, and she softened her voice unconsciously. So cute. Xiaobai cast a learning look at Zhou Yuchu, then flew to Wen Yen's palm, tilted its white and round head to one side, and rubbed her fingers affectionately. So good. Wen Yen reached out and touched Xiaobai's head, which felt very smooth and cold. She was washing vegetables, but now her attention was diverted. She stared at it with her eyes, wishing she could pounce on it and kiss it. But Wen Yen still restrained this impulse. The superpower elf and the superpower are one, and kissing it is equivalent to kissing Zhou Yuchu. Forget it. But how can Zhou Yuchu's superpower elf be so cute? Those beautiful and round dark brown eyes looked at her obediently, and the round head shook. Wen Yen's eyes were straight, and her heart stopped for a moment. Zhou Yuchu stared at the little guy who was acting cute in Wen Yen's palm, pursing his thin lips again and again. It was too unrestrained. How could it be so obvious? Don't you have any face? Feeling the owner's emotions, the little guy turned his head to look at him, and reluctantly returned to his body. Wen Yen hadn't played enough, and saw the little guy flew away, with a little disappointment in his eyes. Zhou Yuchu coughed lightly to cover up. Sorry. It always pops up like this. Wen Yen smiled. It's okay. I like it very much. After washing the vegetables, the two of them continued to deal with the meat. Because there were not enough bamboo sticks, they only skewered the vegetables together and put the meat on the plate. After the ingredients were ready, Zhou Yuchu said to Wen Yen, "You go outside first. Frying will easily splash on your body." Wen Yen glanced at his clothes, turned around, opened the cupboard and searched for it, and took out a black apron from it. "This is for you." "Okay." Zhou Yuchu's hands were stained with flour. He was about to wash his hands and take the apron when he saw Wen Yen walking towards him, standing on tiptoe to help him tie the apron. He bent down in cooperation and turned around. The little girl stood behind him, and her slender white hands gently stroked his waist. "Okay." Wen Yen helped him tie the apron, and curled her lips in satisfaction. "This way it won't splash on your clothes." "Yeah." Zhou Yuchu didn't look back, and his voice was a little hoarse. Wen Yen saw that his earlobes were red, thinking it was because of the heat. So she took out a bottle of water and put it on the counter. "Then I leave first. Thank you for your hard work." Coming to the living room, Wen Yen walked straight to Wenxiu and sat down. "Brother, can you make a dipping sauce? I remember you made it once before, and it tasted delicious." Wen Yen tilted her head and rubbed his shoulder, her voice soft and sticky, with obvious coquettish meaning. "I want to eat something spicy. Please." Wenxiu glanced at her, and his cold eyes instantly became gentle. He responded with a compromise, and then got up and went to the kitchen. Lin Fei sat on the other side, listening to Wen Yen's coquettishness, and her body trembled slightly. When she was fighting zombies, she was not so weak. Women really have two faces. Just thinking about it, he saw Wen Yen walking towards him and sitting next to him. Lin Fei suddenly felt uncomfortable and stood up and moved to the other side. Wen Yen looked at his movements and chuckled. "What are you afraid of? I won't eat you." Lin Fei lowered his head, not knowing what to say. His fingers nervously clasped the sofa cushion. Wen Yen smiled again, and seeing that he was so introverted, she didn't intend to tease him. "I just want to tell you that after the awakening of the mental power, there will be some side effects. For example, you will accidentally connect to other people's dreams when you sleep, and occasionally you will have a headache due to excessive brain use." Lin Fei was startled, then raised his head and looked at her. "What is the matter with connecting dreams?" "It means that when you sleep, the mental power will unconsciously diverge, and it is possible to enter other people's dreams. This is because you haven't fully mastered this ability. It will be fine after a while." These are all what Wen Yen eavesdropped on as a ghost in her previous life. She even heard many things that are not suitable for children, such as someone secretly in love with someone, and then had a dream about that person when he slept, but was seen by the mental power user. Coincidentally, that person was the girlfriend of the psychic. Then, what happened next was a bit bloody. Two men fought over a dream, and the woman persuaded them to stop fighting. The most amazing thing was that in the end, the woman followed the man who had a crush on him. Wen Yen waved away his messy thoughts and said to Lin Fei, "If you see someone's dream, it's best not to tell it. After all, it's private. Just keep it to yourself." Lin Fei nodded. Don't worry. I will master this ability as soon as possible. Lully came back from smoking and saw Wen Yin sitting in the living room. He raised his eyebrows slightly and asked with a smile. Didn't you say that the kitchen belongs to you and Zhou Yuchu? Why did you leave him behind and come back? Wen Yin shrugged slightly. My brother went to help him. It was the same. Are you sure it's the same? Lully smiled meaningfully. Wen Yin looked at him, thought about it, and said, It's different. My brother is much more useful than me. Lully. He choked in his throat and finally chose to remain silent. Wen Yin took out a bag of melon seeds from the space. This time, he didn't wait for Lully to take the initiative to ask for it, and handed it directly to him. Open your hand. I pour you some. Lully didn't want to eat melon seeds at this moment, but he couldn't refuse the girl's kindness, so he reached out and took it obediently. Wen Yin poured another cup of watermelon seeds for Lin Fei, and the three of them ate melon seeds silently. In the kitchen, Wen Xiu prepared the dipping sauce, but didn't leave. Fried skewers looked simple, but it was not easy to control the heat, so he had to keep an eye on them to be at ease. He thought about what happened just now and felt that he seemed to be a little too radical. It was Wen Yin right to like whoever she liked, and he shouldn't interfere. And Wen Yin was in adolescence, which was prone to rebellion. The more he interfered in such things, the more counterproductive it would be. He should just wait and see. Although he was still very angry, the rose he had carefully raised was remembered by someone, and he had to pretend to be generous. Zhou Yuchu didn't know what Wen Xiu was thinking, and stared at the boiling oil pan, fearing that he would mess up tonight's midnight snack. Fortunately, the final result was not bad. The fried fries were golden and crispy, and the other vegetables were also in good condition. Various fried skewers were served one after another. On the table, Lin Zishu also finished upgrading. He condensed his supernatural power to transform into a small elf, which was also small, with a light gray body, a tuft of side bangs on the forehead, round and bright eyes, and a round body. The head was as big as a fist, but the limbs were a bit short. The little guy was not afraid of strangers at all. His black and white eyes looked around. When he saw Wen Yin, his expression was slightly stunned, and then he flew straight towards her. Wen Yin was staring at it, and when he saw it flying towards her, suddenly, his eyes curved with laughter. The little guy rubbed her cheek, then fell into her palm, his little head swaying, and his two little hands pulling her fingers. He was as lively and active as Lin Zishu. Wen Xiu put the plate on the table, gathered his supernatural power to summon his elf, and ordered it to beat up Xiao Hui. Little Lightning hesitated a little, turned his head and looked at him, asking with his eyes, Beat it in front of Wen Yin? Wen Xiu thought about it, and replied with his mind, Take it to a corner where no one is and beat it up. Chapter 40 The Effect of Water-Based Superpowers. Wen Yin stroked the elf's head gently with his fingers, like petting a cat. Unlike the other two, Xiao Hui had hair, although it was only a tuft. It felt good to touch. Lin Zishu looked at Wen Yin's movements and smiled. Superpower elves are made of the essence and blood of superpowers. Their emotions and senses are connected. When Wen Yin touched the little guy, he could also feel it, although the synesthesia was a little weak. How about we call it Xiao Hui? Lin Zishu was not good at naming, so he thought it was gray and small. So he called it Xiao Hui. Wen Yin agreed. Okay. It matches its color. Hearing that the two people had just hastily decided on their names, Xiao Hui glared at Lin Zishu in dissatisfaction, then turned around and pointed his gray butt at the two people. Oh! You still have a little temper. Lin Zishu raised his hand and poked its head. It still didn't look back. Its two short hands held Wen Yin's thumb and shook it as if it was wronged. Wen Yin was amused by its appearance, and his shoulders trembled with laughter. However, the next second, a white elf landed on Wen Yin's arm, quickly picked up Xiao Hui's head, flew away neatly, and then disappeared in front of Wen Yin. Wen Yin? His smile stopped, and he turned to look at Wen Xiu. Brother, your little lightning took Xiao Hui away. Wen Xiu raised his eyebrows disapprovingly. It's just a joke between children. Don't worry about them. Wen Yin thought about it. Although the superpower elves were formed from the essence and blood of superpowers, their minds were no different from those of children, and it was common for them to play together. But Lin Zishu soon felt uncomfortable, as if he had been beaten, but the force was not very strong. He turned his eyes to Wen Xiu, only to see that he had a smile on his lips and seemed to be in a good mood. Xiao Hui just acted coquettishly with Wen Yin. So was it necessary to fight? Wen Xiu cast a look at him, as if to say, if you dare to seduce my sister again, I will beat you next time. Lin Zixiu looked away guiltily. He would dare to do it again next time. As long as Wen Yin liked it. He was not afraid of being beaten. Zhou Yuchu came out with the last 2 plates of fried skewers, still wearing a black apron around his waist. He put the plates on the table, pulled over a chair and sat down, just facing Wen Yin. Brother Yuchu, you've worked hard tonight. Wen Yin looked up at him with a grateful smile in his eyes. Zhou Yuchu pursed his lips and smiled. It's okay. It's not hard. Wen Xiu glanced at the 2 of them, and frowned slightly. Your brother, cook every day, and I haven't heard you say it's hard. Wen Yin turned around when she heard the voice, and saw that her brother was emotional, and hurriedly smiled to coax him. You are my real brother. Isn't it polite to say that you are hard-working? Of course. I remember your hard work, and when we are old, I will definitely take good care of you. Wen Xiu emotions came and went quickly. Seeing her say so, her eyebrows and eyes immediately relaxed. You have a conscience. Wen Yin smiled and picked up a string of grilled mushrooms and handed it to him. Try it. Although I didn't fry this, but I washed the vegetables, so I also have a little credit. Wen Xiu hummed proudly, took the grilled skewers and ate slowly, watching the close relationship between the brother and sister. Zhou Yuchu felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and even had a bit of strange jealousy, realizing his extreme thoughts. He closed his eyes and forced himself to look away. Lully took a look at the movements of several people, and then looked at Lin Zixiu, who was heartless and only had food in his eyes, and felt that this drama was very interesting. One was stupid and flirted without knowing it. One liked to suppress his nature and pretended to be calm and steady, and the other one didn't know whether he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid. It was really a drama with 3 people. Add a brother who had a strong desire for control. It was simply amazing. Xiaoyan, try this chicken wing. It's super delicious. Lin Zixiu picked up the plate and handed it to Wen Yin. The chicken wings were not skewered with bamboo sticks, so Wen Yin took a pair of chopsticks and took it, then handed it to his mouth and tasted it. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was really good. Wen Yin nodded with satisfaction. And after eating the chicken wings, he tried some other things, and didn't put down the chopsticks until his stomach was a little full. I'm full. I go back to wash up first. Wen Yin stood up, and then remembered something, waved his hand to take out a bunch of toiletries and various materials needed for breakfast, put them on the counter, and then went back to his room. This is a master bedroom with a bathroom, which is very convenient for washing. Wen Yin brushed her teeth and washed her face as usual, then stood under the shower to take a shower. The warm water drops sprinkled on her body, washing away her fatigue bit by bit. She squinted her eyes comfortably, took out the shampoo and poured some on her head, and rubbed it gently with her hands. Just then, the sound of water seemed to stop. Wen Yin opened her eyes, and saw that there was no water in the shower. She tried to turn it on again, but there was still no water. She remembered that the water was not cut off at this time in her previous life. Wen Yin was a little frustrated, and walked back and forth with a foamy head. There was water stored in her space, but those were precious drinking water, and it was too wasteful to use it to wash her hair. Taking the bath towel and wrapping it around his body, Wen Yin casually tied his hair with a hair tie, dried his body, quickly put on his home clothes, then opened the door and said to the people on the sofa, "The water is out at home, and I haven't finished washing my hair yet. Can you help me call Ji Yi?" Ji Yi's water ability is particularly useful at this time. Several people looked back at Wen Yin, and then turned their heads with different expressions. Wen Xiu stood up and walked to Wen Yin's side, standing at the door of the bedroom with a height of 1.9 meters. He completely blocked the sight of others. "Aren't there some in the space?" he asked. Wen Yin frowned. "That's drinking water. Very precious." Lin Zixiu stood up at the right time. "How about I go find Ji Yi?" Wen Xiu turned his head to look at him and nodded slightly. "Go ahead. Just say we need some water and ask him to come as soon as possible." "Okay." Lin Zixiu immediately walked to the door. Ji Yi lived on the first floor of the building next door. Lin Zixiu arrived in a few steps. He knocked on the door and briefly explained his purpose. Ningyu asked someone to call Ji Yi out. Hearing that they needed him, Ji Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He could finally play his role. Wait for me to change my clothes and go over right away. He turned around and went to the room to change into a casual shirt, and soon followed Lin Zixia out the door. Chapter 41 Precious Water. When Yin walked into the living room, her wet hair was messily tied into a bun, with water stains flowing down her temples and dripping onto the towel on her shoulders. Her face was pale and pink. She looked cute in a messy way. Zhou Yuchu looked at her, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but rise. Lully laughed out loud. Xiao Yin, your hairstyle is quite unique. Lin Fei bit his lip to hold back his laughter, but he couldn't help it in the end, and turned his head to laugh. Wen Xiyu was also laughing, but his laughter didn't have any mocking meaning, and his eyes were full of pampering. Wen Yin was a little embarrassed, so she pulled Wen Xiyu to cover herself and said in a muffled voice, "Is it that funny?" Lully was the only one who was still laughing. When she received Wen Xiyu's eyes, she stopped laughing and comforted the little girl, saying, "No, we laughed because we thought you were cute." Wen Xiyu gently patted Wen Yin's hand. "Really? We think you are cute." Wen Yin didn't believe it, because he obviously thought she was funny. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Fei got up to open the door. Ji Yi followed Lin Zixia in, smiled and greeted, and then his eyes fell on Wen Yin. Seeing her wet hair, Ji Yi was obviously stunned. Wen Yin put away her little emotion and smiled at him. "The water was cut off before I finished washing my hair. Can you help me rinse my hair?" Ji Yi nodded, realizing that they were looking for him because of this matter, and suddenly felt a little shy. "Shall we go to the bathroom?" After he asked in a low voice. The tip of his ears turned red. Wen Yin nodded and walked to his bedroom first. Seeing that Ji Yi didn't follow, he turned around and said, "There is a separate bathroom in my room. Come with me." Ji Yi glanced at Wen Xiyu's face and saw that he didn't object, so he followed Wen Yin into the bedroom. The door was not closed, and the two walked straight to the bathroom. Wen Yin stood by the sink, took off the hair tie in front of the mirror, and hung the towel on the bracket. Finally, he lowered his head towards the sink. "Sorry for the trouble, Ji Yi." "It's okay." Ji Yi concentrated his supernatural power and aimed his palm downward at the girl's long black hair. Waves of water flowed out of his palm, and he had to stand closer to Wen Yin for ease of operation. This was the first time he washed a girl's hair, although it was not a real hair wash. The feeling was also quite wonderful. Ji Yi tried his best not to think too much and focused on washing the girl's hair, but his cheeks still couldn't help getting hot. The girl's fingers were white and slender, with distinct joints, which formed a sharp contrast with her black hair. He looked at her hands uncontrollably, and his heartbeat was a little messy. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. "You don't have to get so close. You can control the direction of the water from a distance." Ji Ye's hand trembled in shock, and the water splashed on Wen Yin's clothes. He quickly retracted his hand. "Sorry. I didn't mean it." "It's okay." Wen Yin had almost washed it, twisted the water stains with his hands, and then took a towel to wipe it. At the door of the bathroom, Wen Xiyu leaned against the door frame and laughed very lightly. "Is he that scary?" Just one sentence scared this guy hands. Compared with the other two guys, he really can't help being scared. Wen Yin glanced at Wen Xiyu in the mirror, then turned to Ji Yi and said softly, "You are now a second-level water system. You can learn to control water. It is not only practical, but also offensive. But this offensiveness needs more practice." Ji Yi originally lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. Hearing her words, he slowly raised his head and said seriously, "I will practice well." Wen Yin wiped his hair and smiled at him. "Can you help us store some more water?" "Yeah." "Okay." Ji Yi responded quickly, as if he hadn't thought about it. Wen Yin looked at the innocent boy in front of him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. In the late apocalypse, the water flow was polluted, and drinking water was seriously scarce, while the number of people with water-related abilities increased, and the supply could not meet the demand. It would be great if Ji Yi could join their team. But there is no rush for this matter. Let's talk about it when we get to Beicheng. Wen Yin took out a few unused buckets from the space, and found some containers in the bathroom, and asked Ji Yi to fill them all up. They were just staying for one night, and there were already many places where water was needed. In addition to water in the kitchen, toilet, and hands and face, water was also needed. When Ji Yi was done, Wen Yin thanked him again, and sent him to the door, and asked Lin Zixia to send him back. "You are quite enthusiastic about Ji Yi. Lully smiled and joked. Wen Nian looked at him and blinked innocently. I am very enthusiastic about you all, Lully said meaningfully. So you treat us all the same? Wen Nian. What else? Except for Wenxiu, her brother. Everyone else is the same to her. Lully smiled, and her fox eyes slightly raised. I thought you would treat them differently. Wen Nian was confused, but she didn't care about this topic, and said, we need to store more drinking water and other water sources. Now there is a small-scale water outage, and then it will be a national water outage, and then there may be water pollution. Lully's expression returned to seriousness. Then I look for water sources and water plants nearby. There should be several of them. But drinking water has a shelf life. At most 1 or 2 years. And your space is limited. So we can't store too much. Wenxiu thought about it, looked at Wen Nian and said, so, it's best to have a teammate with water ability. This guy just tried to get close to Ji Yi. Probably just trying to get him. Wen Nian turned and smiled at him. It's best to do this. Otherwise it will be troublesome to use water later. Lin Fei couldn't help but wonder. Can the water produced by the water ability be drunk directly? Wen Nian shook his head. No. You have to boil it and drink it. The taste of this water is different from pure natural water. If you are interested, you can try it later. Lin Fei hummed and planned to boil a cup of water later. When will the water source be polluted? Can we stop it? Zhou Yuchu asked. Wen Nian thought back and didn't remember why the water source was polluted. She only remembered that everyone was scrambling for water and supplies. People's hearts were scarier than zombies. About a year later. I don't know the cause of the pollution. I can only wait and see. Zhou Yuchu nodded. He believed in her prediction of the future. Even though he was curious about why she knew all this. He didn't ask any more questions. Wen Nian left a bucket of water for himself. Then moved all the other buckets to the living room and took out a box of mineral water for their use. Realizing the preciousness of water, the few people who originally wanted to take a bath gave up and went to bed after a simple wash. Chapter 42 Connecting Dreams. In the apartment building next door, Jiang Xinyue just washed her face and found that the water supply was cut off. She hadn't taken a shower yet. After walking out of the bathroom, she looked at the man lying on the bed with an irritated look. The water supply is cut off. It's probably a nationwide water supply cut. We have to find some water sources as soon as possible and store more water. Sun Rui was immersed in the joy of upgrading his superpowers. When he suddenly heard her words, his expression froze for a moment, and then he quickly returned to his smile. It's okay. We have teammates with water superpowers. Jiang Xinyue smiled comfortably, with some expectation in her eyes. Then asked her to come and get some water for me. I want to take a shower. Sun Rui looked at her for a long time, as if thinking for a while, and then nodded slightly. Then turned over and got out of bed and walked out of the room. Soon, he came in with a pretty young woman, and turned to her and said, Thank you for your hard work. Go to the bathroom and put more water in. The woman nodded, smiled politely at Jiang Xinyue, and then went into the bathroom. She had a first-level water ability, and she only filled half of the bathtub after exhausting her energy. And she had to wait another 2 hours for the ability to recover. Jiang Xinyue tooted in dissatisfaction. She wanted to take a bath, but when she put her hand into the bathtub, she felt that the water was too cold. Arui, can you help me? The water is too cold. Sun Rui couldn't hide his irritation in his eyes, but he still got up and walked to the bathroom, using his fire ability to heat the water. He liked women to be more delicate, but once it was too much. It was annoying. It was the end of the world, and she had no ability to protect herself. She would say she was scared at any time, and then stare at him with a wronged look, wanting him to comfort her. Who wouldn't be annoyed? If Jiang Xinyue hadn't been of some value, he wouldn't bother to serve her. Back in the bedroom, Sun Rui stared at the pink crystal core for a while. From level 1 to level 2, his superpowers were obviously much stronger. It was just a small flame before, but now it was a raging fire, and also an offensive weapon. He was in a very happy mood, thinking about upgrading step by step and becoming the strongest superpower user. Then, he would build his own base and raise a bunch of beautiful women. When Jiang Xinyue came back from taking a shower, she saw Sun Rui lying on the bed in a daze, with an inexplicable smile on his lips. What was even more strange was that he didn't even look at her when she changed clothes in front of him. Jiang Xinyue doubted her charm for a moment, turned off the lights and climbed onto the bed. expecting Sun Rui to pounce on her like a hungry wolf. But the next moment, she saw him turn sideways and sleep with his back to her. Very good. Dog man. She will dump him when she catches up with the male protagonist. Thinking of the male protagonist, Jiang Xinyue's eyes lit up again. Such a perfect face. Broad shoulders and narrow waist. How comfortable it would be to sleep with him. And that villain. He was also very good looking. If she could have them both, her life would be complete. Jiang Xinyue fell asleep with a beautiful dream in her heart. And so did Sun Rui. But their dreams were not quite the same. On the other side, after Lin Fei fell asleep, he found that he seemed to have left his body and floated to a strange place. What he saw was a vast field, with rolling mountains in the distance, and golden rice ears swaying in the wind, making rustling sounds. A man and a woman walked hand in hand on the ridge of the field. The man was wearing a white shirt and black trousers, and the woman was wearing a dark green suspender dress. Lin Fei took a closer look. Aren't these Zhou Yuchu and Wen Yan? For a moment, all kinds of questions came to his mind. Why are the two of them holding hands? Also, when did Wen Yan dress so sexy? Didn't one see you care? Suddenly, he woke up and realized that he might have entered someone else's dream. Just when he thought it was Zhou Yuchu's dream, a woman with angry eyes suddenly came over not far away. She was wearing an old-fashioned floral shirt and 2 pigtails. As soon as she came over, she started to tear Wen Yan apart, cursing as she did so. You shameless bitch. You actually seduced my husband. Lin Fei was startled. He wanted to leave. But now he stopped and watched the show with interest. Zhou Yuchu protected Wen Yan behind him, and said with a sullen face, Are you sick? You and I are just acquaintances. Don't try to make connections here. Jiang Xinyue raised her eyes, and looked at him with tears in her eyes. We were engaged when we were young. Have you forgotten? Zhou Yuchu sneered, his eyebrows cold. That was a joke between the elders. No one took it seriously. But I have liked you for a long time. Jiang Xinyue's tears fell one by one. Her voice choked. We had a good time when we were young. Don't you remember? You also gave me a stone. Zhou Yuchu looked at her coldly. Unmoved. I say again, I don't like you. The person I like is Wen Yan. We are about to get married. Please don't bother us again. Hearing this, Jiang Xinyue's tears stopped immediately. She glared at Wen Yan with resentment, and then pulled out a knife from somewhere, and stabbed her straight at her. Lin Fei was so anxious that he forgot that this was a dream, and rushed over to block Wen Yan. The knife in Jiang Xinyue's hand pierced through his body, and then stabbed into Wen Yan's body. He then noticed that he was in a transparent state, and others could not see him or touch him. It was a dream for sure. Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief, turned his head to look at the dying woman in Zhou Yuchu's arms, and then gathered his supernatural power to leave the dream. He thought he should be able to sleep peacefully, but in the blink of an eye, he came to a strange room again. The large flat with floor-to-ceiling window panes had a wide view. A man in a black robe stood by the window, shaking a red wine glass. Lin Fei floated over and took a look. It was Zhou Yuchu again. Forget it. Since I'm here, I stay for a while. He laid down on the sofa and heard footsteps soon. Turning his head, he saw a woman in a cool nightgown coming over, standing on tiptoes, hooking the man's neck, and then kissing him. Ah, is this something he can see? Lin Fei covered his eyes, but couldn't help but secretly look, and saw that the two kissed more and more passionately, and there was even a sign of going further. He wanted to see, but he didn't dare to see. If he saw this, how could he face them later? Lin Fei closed his eyes, gathered his supernatural power again, and exited the dream. But the next moment, the scene changed again. After tossing all night, Lin Fei was exhausted and had 2 huge dark circles under his eyes when he woke up early. Wen Yan took a look at Lin Fei and guessed that he had connected to someone else's dream last night, while no one was around. She whispered, gossiping. Whose dream did you connect to? Is there anything fun? Lin Fei thought of last night's dream, and his ears turned red slightly. Could he tell her that he dreamed of her and Zhou Yuchu kissing passionately in front of the floor-to-ceiling window last night? Of course not. He curled his lips and said uninterestedly, I dreamed that Lin Zixia went to the amusement park for a whole day, eating and playing. I wanted to say hello to him, but he couldn't see me. Wen Yan laughed. I didn't expect that he was also a foodie in the dream. Yeah. Lin Fei forced a smile. His eyelids were almost fighting. Wen Yan saw that he didn't sleep well, and patted his arm sympathetically. Sleep in the car later. Usually don't connect to dreams during the day. Breakfast was ready. The two didn't talk much, and went to the dining table to sit down first. Not long after, everyone else arrived. Lin Fei glanced at Zhou Yuchu. He was wearing a casual black shirt with an open collar today. He looked lazy and noble, and it was quite pleasing to the eye. Thinking of the dream last night, Lin Fei was embarrassed for a moment. Silently lowered his head to eat, and didn't know when this side effect would end. He really didn't want to connect to various dreams every night. Chapter 43 decided to take a detour. After breakfast, a group of people took a car to the water source. Lully checked and found that the nearest water source was about 10 kilometers away. There was also a processing plant nearby, which contained many drinking water barrels and packaged mineral water. Lully took another closer look and reminded. There are hundreds of low-level zombies and 3 mutant zombies. Level 1 and Level 2. Wenxiu nodded slightly. Level 1 and Level 2 are nothing to be afraid of. Just don't pollute the water source. In the co-pilot seat, Wenyan suddenly remembered something and turned to look at the back seat. Brother Lu, how far are we from the zombie tide you mentioned before? Lully was startled when he heard this, and his expression was slightly solemn. About 30 kilometers. They have been walking north. When we were resting, they were also walking non-stop, as if they were following the orders of the high-level zombies. When Yin thought about it, according to the walking speed of this group of zombies, they will arrive in North City in about half a month. And North City will also fall in half a month. Can you see the level of those high-level zombies? Lully nodded slightly, focused on the front position, looked carefully for a few times, and his eyes changed instantly. I'm afraid we have to take a detour. There are more than a dozen mutant zombies there, 2 of which are level 5, and the others are level 3 or 4. They only have 2 level 4 psychics now. Wouldn't it be suicide to fight against level 5 zombies? When Yin heart skipped a beat, remembering that the leader who besieged North City in the previous life was a level 5 mental power psychic. He later evolved to level 9, and became the zombie king who commanded all zombies. Wenxiu and Zhou Yuchu both suffered several losses at his hands, and even almost lost their entire army. If they met now, wouldn't it be a dead end? North City must be gone. But you can't go head-on with this group of zombies. It's best to avoid them first, and wait until your strength allows. Lully looked at the virtual map in front of him. We can take a detour from the northwest, where there are relatively fewer zombies. When Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's take a detour. With more than a dozen mutant zombies, we have no chance of winning. Lully looked up at her, his dark fox eyes slightly raised. The little girl has a lot of secrets, and it's time to dig them out. This group of zombies should be the reason why North City fell. Right? When Yin hummed, thinking that he still had a lot of things to explain. So he simply thought of a reason to make it easier for himself to spoil the story. I had a dream. I saw a lot of things about zombies in the dream. The 2 level 5 zombies. One has wind power, and the other has mental power. The mental power later evolved to level 9, and became the zombie king. North City will fall in half a month. We probably can't stop it. But we have to go to North City to find someone. He will later develop drugs to fight the zombie virus. So he is very important, and must not be allowed to die. After saying a long paragraph in one breath, When Yan looked at the 2 people, and found that they were not very surprised. Lully leaned back in the chair and smiled lazily. Did you see our ending in the dream? When Yin pursed his lips, not knowing whether he should say it or not. When Siyu looked at her hesitant look, his eyes dimmed slightly. Is our ending not so good? Yeah. When Yin responded sullenly, and then said, but now I know the future. We can definitely change the ending. She has changed the ending of her own death. Hasn't she? Next, just find the researcher. Take him to the extremely safe island, and then develop drugs to fight the virus. And the end of the world can be ended. The researcher in the previous life also developed drugs, but because of his physical disability, his mind was a little twisted. After verifying the effectiveness of the drug, he destroyed the drug in front of everyone, looking at the hope in everyone's eyes. And then the hope was dashed. Painful and unwilling. He smiled happily for a long time, and then ended his life with a gun. When Yin thought, they must find him as soon as possible, and worship him well, so that he can do experiments with peace of mind. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at the door of a dilapidated factory. A group of people got off the car one after another. When Yin walked in the middle, there were tall and handsome men in front, behind, and on both sides. At a glance, it felt like a star surrounded by stars. Jiang Xinyue stood on the side of the road, following the group with her eyes, and the jealousy in her eyes was real. This kind of life surrounded by handsome men should belong to her. Thinking of last night's dream, she became more and more irritated. It was not easy to dream of Zhou Yuchu. But when Yin was also there, the most hateful thing was that they were actually affectionate in her dream. She didn't remember what happened later, but the scene of the two walking hand in hand kept lingering in her mind. Damn it. She actually felt that they were a bit compatible. Sun Rui looked at the few people who walked into the factory, thought about it, and followed them. Jiang Xinyue stood there for a while, and then went back to the car. The sunlight was very dazzling at this time, so she was too lazy to walk more. In the factory, a group of low-level zombies were walking with their heads down in dejection. When they smelled the smell of humans, they suddenly seemed to be injected with vitality and rushed towards the humans with their teeth bared. But before they could jump a few steps, they were blown to the ground by a gust of wind. Then, the sharp ice blade pierced their necks. The second death came too quickly. They didn't even react. There was still a trace of shock in their eyes. When Yin shook her head regretfully, and put the revolver she had just taken out back. This kind of low-level zombie is not difficult for a superpower. It's like cutting leeks. The head falls to the ground with a knife. Zhou Yuchu saw Wen Yin regret and said to her, "When you meet it later, I let you practice." Wen Yin smiled obediently. "Okay." Wen Xiyu glanced at the two of them. His eyes sank slightly, and continued to move forward. Lully led the way, and soon they came to the underground warehouse for storing water. There are about 10 tons of bottled water and 20 tons of barreled water here. Can you store them all? Wen Yin glanced at the space and nodded slightly. She rearranged the things on the first floor, freeing up enough space, and then waved to store them in the space. 30 tons of water is equivalent to the annual water consumption of an ordinary person, including bathing, cooking, washing clothes, etc. If they use it sparingly, 6 people can use it for a year. Of course, drinking water has a shelf life. If it is stored in a space, it can only be stored for a year at most. Wen Yin thought about it, and felt that he still had to store more. Anyway, the space could still hold it. Let's go, Brother Lu. Let's find some more drinking water buckets, and go to the water source to fill up 20 to 30 tons. Lully smiled and said yes. And then said, "There are empty buckets over there. About 100. They quickly walked to the side of the operating room. And when Wen Yin put the buckets into the space, the group turned around and walked back. Sun Rui and Ningyu followed them, watching and listening silently. And they also realized the preciousness of water. Ningyu was not worried about having no water. Ji had water ability, so they could go to him directly if they needed water. However, water ability was different from natural drinking water, so it was better to store some natural drinking water. They were getting along well with Wen Xiyu team now, and they might continue to cooperate when they arrived in Beicheng. Sun Rui wanted to ask the space ability users in the team to store some water, but then he remembered that his space was already full of supplies, and he couldn't store anything else unless he upgraded it to level 2. Fortunately, they had a water ability user, so they didn't have to worry too much about drinking water. The water source was about 2 kilometers away from here, halfway up the mountain. The group drove to the foot of the mountain, and before they stopped the car, they saw a large group of low-level zombies rushing over. But soon, a trace of confusion appeared on their faces, and then they stopped moving and stood there blankly. Lin Fei glanced out the car window. His lips curved into a happy smile. He just tried to control hundreds of low-level zombies at the same time, but he didn't expect to succeed. Wen Yin got out of the car with a gun in his hand, looking at the group of zombies with dull expressions, and felt that there was no challenge. But he still shot one by one, aiming at the head. Ningyu saw this and took out a gun and threw it to Ji Yi. "Go and play for a while." Ji Yi felt insulted, but still took the gun and got out of the car quickly. It was a rare opportunity to practice, so he didn't want to miss it. After a brief shock, Sun Rui and his group took up their guns and pointed them out the window one after another. This was the first time they saw a zombie standing still, just waiting to be shot. Who would have thought that Lin Fei left their team and actually awakened such a powerful mental power? If they had known this, they should have found a way to keep him. Chapter 44. Throw yourself into someone's arms. Zhou Yuchu observed several of the mutated zombies, which were also controlled by mental power. 2 level 1 zombies had been shot and fell to the ground, while the level 2 zombie, luckily dodged the bullets and was awakened by the gunshots, was preparing to escape from here. He moved his body, and the ice blade in his palm shot out, piercing the zombie's neck quickly and accurately. The gunshots gradually stopped, and Lin Zixia flew over like a gust of wind, and quickly dug out 3 crystal cores, 2 gray and 1 pink. Wen Xiyu took a look and asked Wen Yan to put away the gray crystal core, and threw the pink crystal core to Ningyu. There were still people in their team who were level 1, and it was time to upgrade. After dealing with the zombies, the group drove to the middle of the mountain. The mountain road was relatively flat, but a little narrow. Wen Xiyu told the others not to follow, and they could just go get some water. The vehicle drove to the mountain spring pool, and several people got off the car, still consciously protecting Wen Yan in the center. Although Lully's ability of the sky eye can avoid many dangers, it is better to be safe than sorry. Wen Yan is now in charge of the supplies, and has the ability to predict the future. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is the most important person in the team. They should protect her safety. When they walked to the pool, Wen Yan first took out some buckets and distributed them to several people. After they filled the water, she took the buckets back to the space and handed them an empty bucket again. This was repeated more than a dozen times, and the water storage task was finally completed. Lin Zixia had time to taste the mountain spring water, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He called a few people and said, "Come and taste it. This water is delicious. Wait, I have a cup here." Wen Yan called a few people and took out the cups to distribute them one by one. It was too unhygienic to drink water with hands. They couldn't learn from Lin Zixia. After distributing the water cups, Wen Yan also took a cup, walked past a few people to the upper reaches of the spring, and just as she bent down to scoop water, she saw the reflection of a snake in the water. Ah! There's a snake! Wen Yan was most afraid of this kind of mollusk, and she didn't think of drawing her gun for a moment. So she just sat on the ground, her legs almost unable to move. Zhou Yuchu was closest to her, and when he heard her voice, he immediately killed the snake with an ice blade, and then walked over to comfort her. "It's okay." Wen Yan glanced at the snake body lying on the ground, which was as thick as her arm. She was so scared that her legs trembled, and she threw herself into Zhou Yuchu's arms, holding his arms tightly, and her voice trembled. "Are you sure it's dead?" Zhou Yuchu was stunned for a moment, his arms hanging stiffly at his sides, and the girl threw herself into his arms, holding his waist tightly with both hands. He smelled her faint body fragrance, like the fragrance of bamboo leaves, mixed with the sweetness of peaches, which smelled very good. His ears were immediately flushed with red. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, and his voice was hoarse. "It's dead. Don't be afraid." The people who came a step slower looked at the intimate posture of the two people with different expressions. Wen Xiyu clenched his fists, and resisted the urge to step forward and pull them apart. Lin Zixia looked away, regretting that he was busy drinking water. If he had been a step faster, he would be the one holding Wen Yan now. Thinking that Wen Yan was afraid of snakes, he gathered his supernatural power in his palm and moved the snake's body 10 meters away. Lin Fei also looked away. He inexplicably thought of the dream last night. He thought it was Zhou Yuchu's dream, but now he was not so sure. Lully was the slowest one. He knew that with these people around, Wen Yan would not be in any danger. Seeing that the two showed no signs of letting go, he curled his lips and teased, "Have you two hugged enough? We should hurry on our way." Hearing his words, Wen Yan suddenly froze. Her face flushed with shame. She had just thrown herself into Zhou Yuchu's arms because she was afraid of snakes. In front of everyone. This is too embarrassing. Wen Yan let go, lowered her head, and didn't dare to look at Zhou Yuchu's expression. "Well, thank you just now." After saying that, she didn't wait for Zhou Yuchu to respond, and ran to Wen Xiyu's side. Looking at the girl's blushing cheeks, Wen Xiyu's mood sank again, and he walked forward without saying a word. Wen Yan quickly followed him, and when she had some distance from the others, she whispered, "Was I embarrassed just now?" Wen Xiyu paused, and although he was still sulking, he still comforted her. "You are just afraid of snakes. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Wen Yan grabbed his arm, and her voice was like a kitten. "But I feel so embarrassed. Zhou Yuchu wouldn't think I did it on purpose. Right? No. You don't like him?" Wen Xiu spoke neither loudly nor softly, and didn't avoid the people behind him at all. Wen Yin pulled his sleeve, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. Keep your voice down. Am I not embarrassed enough? Wen Xiu rubbed her head. You are not embarrassed. It's others who are embarrassed. The cold humor came unexpectedly. Wen Yin didn't want to pay attention to him, so she let go of her hand and walked forward on her own. Wen Xiu followed her and didn't say anything. What happened just now was not embarrassing in his eyes, but it made him very angry. It was nothing that Wen Yin threw herself into another man's arms because she was afraid. But Zhou Yuchu looked at her with extremely fiery eyes at that time, as if he was going to do something to her the next moment. If they were not all present, who knows what he would do? Wen Xiu decided that he would not let Wen Yin be alone with any of them in the future. Even Lully, who had a fiancé, was no exception. After all, his sister looked like a fairy, and her personality was obedient and cute. Who would not like her? It was always right to be on guard in advance. Lully was enjoying the fun and turned to tease Zhou Yuchu. It seems that she only hugged you because she was afraid of snakes, not throwing herself into his arms. Zhou Yuchu was still immersed in the hug just now and didn't care about his teasing. Instead, Lin Zixu replied righteously, Wen Yin is still young. Don't pollute her with that kind of thought. Lully pouted in boredom. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Several people walked to the side of the road, got into 2 cars, and then drove down the mountain. Originally, they were walking in a straight line to the North City, but now they had to take a long detour to avoid the group of high-level zombies. Fortunately, the distance was not very far. If they drove, they could reach the destination in 3 or 4 days, including the time for rest and eating. On the way, they encountered several waves of zombies. Under Lin Fei's supernatural control, they easily got 6 first-level crystal cores and 4 second-level crystal cores. Wen Xiu gave all the second-level crystal cores to Ningyu, and let Wen Yin save the first-level crystal cores. These were all the spoils of their team, and it was reasonable not to share them with others. But he considered that they might need to cooperate to deal with a group of mutant zombies in the future. So he helped Ningyu by the way. Now that all his team members are above level 2, they should be able to handle the mutant zombies on their own. Ningyu was very grateful and proposed to take them to see the commander-in-chief in Beicheng. If possible, he hoped that they could cooperate with the army. Wen Xiu nodded in agreement. Beicheng was under the jurisdiction of the army, and it would be good to have a relationship with them. But Beicheng would fall soon, and Wen Xiu could only wait and see. Chapter 45 Like Raising a Daughter. Night fell. The group settled down in an ancient Chinese-style villa. It was 2 hours away from the city, and the city was now surrounded by tens of thousands of zombies. If they wanted to cross the city, they would inevitably have to go through a fierce battle. Therefore, they decided to rest for a night. This villa was very large, with more than 20 rooms inside and outside. The decoration was antique, and the furniture was antique, which looked very comfortable at first glance. The only drawback was that there was no water source for daily life, so they needed to find a way to solve the water problem by themselves. Wen Yin and his group lived in the front yard of the villa. Ningyu was next to them, and Sun Rui and his group lived in the yard separated by several corridors. Ningyu suggested that they cook dinner, except for the lack of water. The kitchen here was quite complete. Wen Yin took out some ingredients and seasonings from the space, as well as a bucket of mountain spring water, and then handed the kitchen to Su Yin's show. Ji thought that water was needed for washing vegetables, so he also went to the kitchen to help. They were busy until the night fell, and the sumptuous dishes were served on the table. 16 people sat neatly at 2 long tables. Wen Yin sat next to Wen Xiu as usual, and on the other side was Lin Zixu, and opposite was Zhou Yuchu. When she looked up, she saw Zhou Yuchu gaze, and her cheeks suddenly became hot. That thing in the morning was too social, and she still felt embarrassed when she thought about it now. Zhou Yuchu looked calm and smiled at her, and then lowered his head to eat. He ate very elegantly and slowly, and with that noble and cold face. It was particularly pleasing to look at. Wen Yin stared at him for a while, and then looked away as if nothing had happened. She shouldn't be so awkward. They were all friends, and a hug was no big deal. Zhou Yuchu didn't think much about it, so why should she care? After dinner, Ningyu and his group left the yard one after another. Ji looked at Wen Yin for a long time, then mustered up the courage to walk over and ask her, "Do you need my help to wash your hair tonight?" Wen Yin was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and said, "Will that be too much trouble for you?" Ji shook his head. A hint of shyness flashed in his eyes. "It's not a trouble. You have helped us so much. I have always wanted to repay you." Wenyan smiled. "Okay. Then I trouble you." The two talked and walked into the room together. The people in the yard just looked at them like that. And they were not very happy. Lully was worried that the CP he was eating was broken up. And Lin Fei inexplicably felt that this kid was a bit annoying. As for the other three people, they all had their own troubles. So it's better not to mention them. When Yen entered the room and asked Ji to sit casually in the living room first. And he went inside to change clothes. Ji sat obediently on the sofa in the living room and waited. Not long after, when Yen changed into a light pink home clothes and came out, she smiled at Ji. "Okay. Let's go to the bathroom." "Yeah." Ji followed her into the bathroom. Then gentlemanly kept a distance and controlled the water flow with his fingertips. He deliberately practiced it when he returned to the apartment last night. And now he can control it freely. When Yen washed her hair and washed her face. To express her gratitude, she gave Ji a bucket of mountain spring water. If it is for drinking, this kind of mountain spring water tastes better. Ji was embarrassed to accept it, but he couldn't refuse it in the end. So he helped them store some water for washing, and then said goodbye and left. When Yen felt that he had become much more sensible, and he was no longer like the arrogant little master. But people will change. Just like herself, she is no longer the spoiled and willful little girl. After watching him leave, when Yen was ready to go to bed, she took out the toiletries for several people, as well as the ingredients and cooking tools needed for breakfast, and then went back to the room to rest. After washing up, the people in the yard went back to the room, leaving only Lin Fei to keep watch in the yard. Lin Fei lay on the recliner with his eyes closed and concentrated, while releasing his mental tentacles to control the zombies within 5 kilometers to turn around and go to other places. He didn't plan to sleep tonight, nor did he want to connect to anyone's dream. But in the blink of an eye, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He found himself standing in a very beautiful garden, with flowers of various colors blooming, and on the gravel road not far away, a little girl in a pink princess dress with long hair shawl was running towards him with her skirt lifted. "Brother, let's go there to play." She looked back while running, and when she saw that her brother didn't catch up, the smile on her face suddenly faded, and she looked at her brother with grievance and anger. "You said you would play with me." "Humph." Lin Fei glanced at the person who came, and raised his eyebrows. "Isn't this a smaller version of Wen Yin and a young version of Wen Xiu?" Little Wen Yin looked about 5 or 6 years old, with cheeks as white as jade, and a pair of round and big eyes, like a golden and jade doll. Very cute. And Wen Xiu looked about 13 or 14 years old, with clear and tender eyebrows and eyes, and his facial features were no different from his current one, as if they were enlarged in proportion. Lin Fei crossed his arms, and suddenly became interested. Wen Xiu smiled helplessly, then walked to Xiao Wen Yin, raised his hand, and touched her head. "I can only play with you for half an hour, and you have to go to class later." Xiao Wen Yin frowned, showing a troubled look. "Why do you have so many classes? You can't play with me." Wen Xiu squatted down and picked her up. "You will also go to elementary school soon, and you will have many classes at that time." "Then I don't want to go to elementary school." "That's not up to you." Xiao Wen Yin heard him say that, and suddenly burst into tears, crying and shouting, "I don't want to go to elementary school. I don't want." Wen Xiu frowned, and coaxed her softly. Okay. Don't go. Let's go over there to play." Lin Fei laughed when he saw it. Did Wen Xiu raise a daughter since she was a child? No wonder he has such a strong desire to control her. Lin Fei didn't stay for too long, and exited the dream with concentration. And then the scene shifted again. In a minimalist bedroom, a man and a woman were kissing each other on the bed, their clothes half removed. Lin Fei glanced at the two people indifferently, and found that he didn't know them, so he was about to leave. But the next moment, he saw the door suddenly pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. He was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, as if he had just come back from get off work, and he was holding a briefcase in his hand. Seeing the two people entangled on the bed, his face suddenly sank, and his arms were throbbing with veins. But he restrained himself from rushing forward, trying his best to maintain the last bit of decency. "Put on your clothes and come out. We talk." He finished speaking very calmly. then turned and walked out. But the door, that was closed with force, and the briefcase thrown on the ground all revealed his unrest in his heart. Lin Fei walked out through the door, and saw Lully punching the wall heavily, and couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, Lin Fei also guessed who the woman inside was. He walked to the sofa chair and lay down, watching the show lazily. Lully called the lawyer to discuss the divorce, and then turned to his cheating wife and told her to leave with her things. The woman cried and refused to leave, saying that she had made a mistake that all women would make, and asked him to give her another chance. Lully was not soft-hearted, and threw her out, along with her luggage. He seemed to be disgusted by the dirt, went to the bathroom and rubbed his hands vigorously, and then sat down on the ground weakly, his arms around his legs, and tears fell silently. Lin Fei felt a little uncomfortable. It is said that men don't cry easily. Why did he cry? Lin Fei had never been in love, and didn't understand this kind of thing. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and left the dream with his mind focused. Another night passed, and when a group of people sat at a dining table again, Lully and Lin Fei looked very bad. One had a nightmare, and the other didn't sleep. Wen Yin cast his eyes towards the unusually quiet Lully. "What's wrong with you? Why is it so quiet today?" Lully lowered his eyes and replied listlessly, "Nothing. Just had a nightmare." Wen Yin blinked and asked curiously, "What nightmare? Were you being chased?" Lully shook his head, but refused to say anything more. Wen Xiu put a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables in front of Wen Yin. "Ignore him. Eat your meal." Wen Yin, "Oh," said, and lowered his head to eat obediently. Lin Fei watched the two of them get along, and couldn't help but think of the scene of the young Wen Xiu hugging the little Wen Yin and coaxing him. He felt like laughing for some reason. He pursed his lips to suppress his laughter, thought of another dream, and turned to comfort Lully. "Brother Lu, dreams are always the opposite. Don't think too much." Lully hummed, picked up the spoon and slowly drank the porridge. It was better that the dream was the opposite. Otherwise he would really go crazy. Chapter 46, Questioning the Dream. Just before they set off, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. Wen Yin remembered that there seemed to be a few umbrellas in the space, but the rain was not heavy, and she was too lazy to look for them. So she simply walked out. Wen Xiu took off his coat to help her block the rain, and waited until she got into the car before putting away his coat and going to the driver's seat. Lully sat in the back seat as usual, looking at the virtual map in front of him, and said like a navigation, "Go 5 kilometers along this road, and then turn left." Lully had seen before that there were about 7 or 8 mutant zombies in the city. Most of them were level 1 or 2, and only one was level 3. For them, the level 3 crystal core can upgrade Lully's Sky Eye, and the level 1 or 2 crystal cores are not very useful. But if the level 2 is wood type, it can help Wen Xiu upgrade his wood type ability. Wen Xiu drove along Lully's route for about half an hour, and the vehicle was blocked by a group of low-level zombies. But the number was not large, only a few hundred. Lin Fei used his supernatural power to control them. And then, wind blades and lightning met in the rain. Soon, all the zombies that stood still fell down. Lin Zixi got out of the car and dug out 2 pink crystal cores. He used his supernatural power to move the zombies that were blocking the road to one side, then walked to the passenger seat of the car in front and handed the crystal cores in through the car window. "Brother Zixi, you've worked hard." Wen Yin saw that his forehead hair was all wet, so he took out a towel and handed it to him. "Wipe it off." Lin Zixi black and white pupils suddenly lit up, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "Thank you." He took the towel and didn't stay any longer, turning back to another car. The car window was closed, and Wen Yin held the 2 crystal cores and looked at them carefully. One of them was pink with a little green, which was undoubtedly a wood crystal core. Seeing Wen Xiu preparing to start the car, Wen Yin raised her hand to stop him. "Let me drive. You upgrade first." "This is a wood crystal core." Wen Xiu looked at her and hesitated to speak. Wen Yin just got her driver's license a few months ago, and Wen Xiu accompanied her to practice driving for half a year, and suffered a lot. She didn't like to hear that her driving skills were poor. Lully saw something and said with a smile, "The road conditions are not good on rainy days, so let me, the old driver, drive." "Okay." Wen Xiu responded quickly, got out of the car and changed seats with Lully, sat in the back seat and concentrated on upgrading, letting Lully, the living navigator, drive. He had nothing to worry about. 10 minutes later, the vehicle stopped again briefly, and the 3 people in the back car solved a group of zombies, and got 3 first-level crystal cores and 1 second-level crystal core. The group of people following them didn't even have a chance to shoot. Sunroy leaned out of the car window to take a look, then shrank back in a depressed mood. It was safe to follow the boss, but there was no chance to get the crystal core. He was the only level 2 psychic in their team now, and the others were all level 1. Without Wensiyu, they were simply vulnerable. They still had to upgrade as soon as possible, but they had no chance to attack following these people. Wensiyu would not give them crystal cores for nothing. He gave him a level 2 crystal core that day just because they worked together. I hope there will be another chance to work together in the future. Sunroy prayed secretly. Jiang Xinhua, who was sitting next to him, stared out the window with a gloomy look. She hated rainy days the most. They were sticky and made people feel depressed for no reason. On the nth day after coming to this world, Jiang Xinhua began to doubt herself. Others came with systems or golden fingers, but she had nothing but a beautiful face. She originally thought that she was a popular person and came here to enjoy the handsome men. But the male protagonist did not fall in love with her at first sight, nor did he express anything, since he said those words 2 days ago. The two of them have no intersection. Jiang Xinhua thought about it all night and suddenly realized that she, who had the script in hand, should first play the role of military advisor beside Zhou Yuchu, and then slowly make him like her. She decided to give herself a deadline of half a year. If she couldn't chew this bone within half a year, she would still like someone else. There are so many handsome men in the world, and she doesn't have to be him. The vehicle continued to move towards the city. Occasionally, it encountered a dozen low-level zombies blocking the road. They were too lazy to shoot, so they let Lin Fei control the zombies to move in another direction. In the front car, Wensiyu absorbed another level 3 with crystal core after his wood ability was upgraded to level 2, and then he was upgraded to level 3 steadily. At this time, they also entered the urban section. Lully glanced at Wensiyu in the rearview mirror and asked curiously, "What does it feel like to have 2 powers? Control one with each hand?" Wensiyu looked at the green vine beating in his palm. "Not bad. 2 hands can control 2 powers at the same time." Lully raised his eyebrows. "I really want to see it." Wen Yen smiled and said, "Let's step back and let my brother go first." Wensiyu also smiled. "Okay." In another car, Zhou Yuchu and others were also chatting, but they were talking about dreams. Lin Fei told the two that he could connect to dreams. This was not a secret, and Lin Fei did not intend to hide it from them at first. It was just that Wen Yen said that it was best not to tell them about the dreams he saw. After all, no one wanted their privacy to be seen and shared. Zhou Yuchu looked at Lin Fei with a subtle expression. "Then did you see my dream?" Lin Fei pursed his lips, turned his eyes to the window, and then vaguely, said. Lin Zishi was driving in the front seat and asked with a smile, "What did you dream about? It wasn't that kind of erotic dream, was it?" Zhou Yuchu didn't answer, raised his hand, and rubbed his eyebrows. Lin Zishi glanced at the two people who were a little embarrassed. "This kind of dream is normal. No big deal. But it's a bit embarrassing to be seen by others." Lin Fei cleared his throat. "I only saw them kissing, and then I exited the dream. I don't have the habit of peeping at that kind of thing." Hearing him say this, Lin Zishi immediately became interested. "Who is he kissing? Did you see it clearly?" Lin Fei moved his eyes away guiltily. "I didn't see it clearly. I only saw the back." Lin Zishi tooted a little disappointedly, and turned his gaze to Zhou Yuchu. "Don't be shy. Tell me the details. Home run? Or?" Zhou Yuchu's ears were slightly stained red. He turned his eyes to the window and said lightly, "No. It was just a kiss." Lin Zishia's mouth curled down. "No way. I'm so innocent even in my dreams." Zhou Yuchu didn't want him to ask who he kissed anymore, so he changed the subject and said, "According to our current speed, we should be able to reach Beicheng the day after tomorrow." Lin Fei took over the conversation. "Will we still follow Wensiyu and the others when we get to Beicheng?" Zhou Yuchu nodded and asked again, "Don't you want to follow them?" Lin Fei lowered his head and thought for a while. A little entangled. "I was just thinking that when we get to Beicheng, we will go to meet up with our family." "Forget it. We see when the time comes." When Lin Zixia heard the word family, his eyebrows slightly frowned, and he sighed again. All along the way, they had already prepared for the worst. Although there was a protection base in Beicheng, the zombie virus broke out suddenly, and not everyone had a chance to escape. Their parents were old and not in good health. There was a high probability that they had already. It was useless to think too much, so they could only hold a glimmer of hope to verify the outcome. Chapter 47. You're smart. There was a sound of rain outside, and the sky was gloomy. When Yin stared at the movement outside the car window, with the gun in his hand ready to go, there were quite a lot of low-level zombies this time. Probably tens of thousands of them, blocking several intersections, and completely blocking the way out of the city. Lully glanced at the third-level zombie at the left intersection and drove directly in its direction. When Siyu opened the rear window, and a hard vine appeared in his palm, accompanied by lightning. He pierced the head of the third-level zombie from a distance of several meters and dug out the purple crystal core from it. At the same time, bursts of gunfire rang out in the slowly moving car, except for the person sitting in the driver's seat and Jiang Xinhue, who was weak and unable to take care of herself. Everyone either used guns or supernatural powers to attack the zombies. Since they had encountered them, it was best to eliminate them all. Otherwise there would be hidden dangers later. When Siyu condensed his superpowers again, and the vines with lightning spread out, and hundreds of zombies fell to the ground. Zhou Yuchu and Lin Zishu, both 4th-level superpowers, could kill dozens of zombies with a wave of their hands. Ningyu and his group also used superpowers. Ningyu's fire superpowers were obviously weakened when it rained, but Ji was like a fish in water, condensing water knives to kill many zombies. Seeing this, Lin Fei no longer consumed his mental power and superpowers, and took out his submachine gun and fired at the window. When Yin used up a box of bullets, changed his gun, and aimed at the shadow outside the window again. Sun Rui and his group also attacked with guns, but they did not have enough guns and ammunition. After using up a box of bullets, they put away their guns and watched the battle silently. Although there were many zombies, they were not afraid at all with these big guys in charge. Half an hour later, everything returned to calm, and the vehicle continued to move forward. When Yin counted the crystal cores she had harvested, including yesterday's, there were 10 first-level crystal cores, 4 second-level crystal cores, and 1 third-level crystal core. When Yin curled her lips in satisfaction, and then sorted out the guns and ammunition in the space. Every time she entered the space, she used her mind to operate it. Her body could not really enter, but the touch of her fingers was quite real. She took out several types of bullets from the car, filled the empty shells of guns according to different categories, and then placed them in the most conspicuous position on the second floor in order. When Yin then exited the space, the vehicle drove for a while, and finally stopped in front of a department store. Lully looked at the rearview mirror and said, "There are quite a lot of supplies here, as well as a 4th-level zombie, 5 first-level zombies, and 100 low-level zombies." When Siyu eyes lit up, if it was level 4, it would be just right for Wen Yin to upgrade the space. Everyone got off the car one after another. Wen Yin looked back, and his eyes met Zhou Yuchu briefly, and then quickly moved away. When Siyu told Ningyu about his plan to go to the mall and asked them to wait there, he would share some of the supplies with them. As for Sun Rui and his group, they were not familiar with each other, so there was no need to tell them anything. He just told them to wait. After entering the mall building, Lully paused slightly. The level 4 zombie is coming towards us. The higher the level of the zombie, the more sensitive it is to detect the traces of the superpowers. Smell their scent, and follow the scent. For them, superpowers are better food than ordinary humans. Not only are they delicious, but they can also help them upgrade their levels. When Siyu walked to the front of the team, and the vine in his palm was ready to go, Lin Fei noticed that the zombie was approaching and immediately condensed his mental power to control it. The level 4 zombie stopped more than 10 meters away from them, and his eyes fell into a daze. Seeing this, Wen Siyu immediately swung the vine over and dug out the crystal core directly. Then he wiped the blood off the zombie's clothes and handed the crystal core to Wen Yin. "This is the space for you to upgrade." Wen Yin took it with a smile, and wanted to upgrade now, but the location was not suitable. Let's go to the underground first floor to collect supplies." Lully took a long step and led the way, followed by Wen Siyu and Wen Yin, and Zhou Yuchu and others at the end. When they arrived at the underground first floor, they saw the food area and the daily necessities area. All kinds of goods were very complete, as if they were operating normally. Wen Yin glanced at the remaining space, and then looked at the dazzling array of various foods. which seemed to be a bit too much. I upgrade first. The space is a bit small. Wenyin said to the others, took a blanket and spread it on the ground. Then sat cross-legged, took out the blue crystal core, and started to upgrade. Zhou Yuchu's eyes fell on the girl. She was wearing a red long-sleeve top. Her skin was very white, and her hair was pure black. The black and white formed a sharp contrast, which made her face look even more icy and jade-like. Her facial features are also very beautiful, with a straight nose and a clear jawline. Every part is perfect. Zhou Yuchu closed his eyes, suppressed the inappropriate throbbing, turned around and said to Wenxiyu, Zixia and I will go to deal with the other zombies. You stay here with Wenyin first. Wenxiyu was about to ask him if he had seen enough, but after hearing what he said, he silently swallowed his words of blame. You are smart, kid. Well, go ahead. Wenxiyu nodded lightly, and turned his gaze to Lin Fei. You can go with me. Lin Fei had just torn open a bag of potato chips, and responded sullenly, then followed Zhou Yuchu with the potato chips in his hand. It was just dealing with a level 1 zombie. Why would he be needed? Besides, these two were level 4 psychics, and 5 level 1 zombies were no match at all. He reasonably suspected that Wenxiyu thought he was an eyesore standing next to him. After the others left, Wenxiyu and Lully found a chair, took some snacks and drinks from the shelf, and sat on the chairs to enjoy them slowly. It took an hour for Wenyin to reach level 4, and they had nothing to do, so they could only kill time with snacks. Lully wanted to upgrade herself, but the crystal core was with Wenyin, and she had already entered the upgrade state and could not pause. When Zhou Yuchu and the others came back, the two were sitting on the chairs, crossing their legs, and eating snacks leisurely. Lin Fei pursed his lips and found a chair to do the same. Zhou Yuchu was not interested in snacks. He walked to the shelf to get a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it, and took a sip. And Lin Zixia, who was not greedy, turned around and went to the daily necessities area to stroll around. Wenyin's birthday is more than a month away, and he thinks he should prepare a gift in advance. Although it doesn't cost money to go to the supermarket now. This is also his intention. Zhou Yuchu glanced at the direction where Lin Zixia left and said to Wenxiyu, why don't we sort the things first, so that we can save some time later? Wenxiyu chewed potato chips. Well, you guys go sort them. Lin Fei, who had just sat down for a while, inexplicably felt like being dominated by the boss. Lin Fei stood up reluctantly, and when he saw Lully standing up as well, he felt relieved. Workers should be treated the same way. Chapter 48. The space ability has evolved. After the upgrade, Wenyin slowly opened her eyes and saw a green lawn of about several hundred square meters. The lawn was surrounded by white walls, and in the center was a 3-story villa with a pastoral style. Wenyin curled her lips in surprise and was about to use her mind to transfer the scene to the villa, but she found herself lying on the lawn. She patted her face with her hand. It was a little painful. It was her body. Did she enter the space? Wenyin was a little stunned. In her previous life, she had seen some space ability users, but she had never heard that they could enter the space. Yin, where are you? Wenxiyu's anxious voice came, and Wenyin didn't think about it anymore. He condensed his ability and returned to the supermarket. Wenxiyu was about to go to other places to find someone, but saw Wenyin appear in the original place. He walked over quickly and nervously held the girl's arm. Where have you been? In the blink of an eye, Wenyin disappeared in front of him out of thin air. He felt that his heart stopped suddenly. Wenyin smiled and said, don't worry. I was in the space just now. My space ability has evolved, and my body can enter the space. Wenxiyu breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. I try to take you in. Wenyin pulled Wenxiyu's arm, closed her eyes and concentrated. But when she opened her eyes again, she was the only one on the lawn. It seems that she can't bring others into the space. Or in other words, her level is not enough. Maybe if she upgrades 1 or 2 levels, she can bring others in. Wenyin didn't rush back, but went into the villa to check the supplies. The previous 2-story building became a 3-story building, and the supplies were still in the original location. But the room seemed to have been simply decorated. A simple style spiral staircase connected the 3 floors, and from the door to the stairs, it was covered with light gray carpet all the way. Wenyin raised her foot and walked up. There was no change on the 2nd floor, but the newly added 3rd floor surprised and delighted her. It seemed like a residence specially prepared for her, with a kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. The decoration was relatively simple, but the basic facilities were all there. The most amazing thing was that there was water and electricity. Who would have thought that the space ability has such a function? Not only can it store supplies, but also provide a place for oneself. Nian Nian, are you still there? Hearing her brother's voice. When Nian said yes, but the other side seemed not to hear her, and called her name again. When Nian was afraid that her brother would worry, so she teleported back to the supermarket. Zhou Yuchu and others had just come back from sorting out supplies. When they heard Wen Xiyu say that when Yan entered the space, they were all a little shocked. Not long after, they saw the girl appear out of thin air like a magic trick. When Yan smiled and explained, "My space ability has evolved. There is a bedroom, living room, and kitchen inside. The most amazing thing is that there is water and electricity. But now I can only go in by myself. I don't know if I can bring others with me after I reach level 5. The shock in Lully's eyes was replaced by envy. It would be best if I can bring others with me. Next time I encounter danger, take me with you to hide." Zhou Yuchu curved his lips. This ability is very practical. Lin Zishu remembered something and asked, "Then do you have a superpower elf?" When Yen shook his head, "I don't have this. It's okay. This space ability is already very powerful." When Xiyu touched the girl's head, "Okay. Collect the supplies." When Yen looked up and saw that all kinds of supplies had been piled together in different categories, she waved her hand and collected them all. The few people also found some clothes and daily necessities in the living area, packed them in bags, marked their names, and handed them to Wen Yen. Compared to the others, Lin Zishi's bag was particularly full. Wen Yen asked with a smile, "How many clothes did you pack?" Lin Zishu smiled mysteriously. "Not clothes, but other things." Wen Yen was a little curious, but she still resisted peeking. After putting away all the supplies, she glanced at the empty bed on the 3rd floor and turned to the bedding area to choose sheets and quilts. Several people followed her, calmly glanced at the dazzling array of bedding, and waited patiently for Wen Yen to choose. Wen Yen chose a total of 4 sets of bedding. Since she could enter the space, it meant that she could live in it. Maybe she could bring people in the future, so it would be good to prepare some items in advance. On the empty street, a group of people were bored waiting and got off the car to stretch their waists. It was still raining at this time. They walked to the nearby eaves, either alone in a trance or chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Ningyu lit a cigarette and looked at Yuwu nonchalantly. They had been out for a month, and he didn't know what the situation was like in North City. His parents were placed in the base, so they should be safe. But when he thought of the mutant zombies he had encountered recently, he felt that the base was not that safe. When he returned to North City, he would introduce Wen Xiyu and his group to the commander-in-chief as soon as possible, and then strengthen the base's external defense measures. And the matter of the superpower upgrade, I don't know if they have discovered it. Ningyu was so distracted that he didn't notice a zombie coming towards him. It wasn't until the zombie's throat was cut by a water blade that he came back to his senses. Took a puff of cigarette, turned around and said thank you to Ji Yi. Ji Yi moved his palms and nodded a little proudly. "It's okay. It's nothing." In the past, he was protected by Ningyu. Now that he helped Ningyu, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Ningyu looked at him and smiled. When he first met him, he thought he was a spoiled young master. After a few days of getting along, he found that his temper was okay. At least, he could understand what people said, and would not take the initiative to cause trouble. Ningyu took a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to him. "Do you want to smoke?" Ji Yi hesitated, took the cigarette and held it. Ningyu raised his fingers slightly, and used his supernatural power to help him light the cigarette. The cigarette holder was handed to his lips. Ji Yi took a deep puff, and then choked. Ningyu glanced at him. "What's the point of showing off if you can't smoke? I thought you could." Ji Yi raised his neck and was about to retort that he could smoke, but he saw Wen Yen and his group coming out of the gate. He quickly threw away his cigarette and stomped it out with his foot. Girls mostly don't like boys smoking, and Wen Yen should be the same. He doesn't want to be disliked by Wen Yen. Ningyu noticed his gaze and movements, and couldn't help but smile. After all, he was young and energetic, and he couldn't hide his feelings. Back in the car, they were about to continue their journey, but saw a blue SUV driving towards them. The driver's window slowly lowered, and a young and beautiful curly-haired woman poked her head out. Excuse me. Are any of you doctors? My sister-in-law is about to give birth. Can anyone help? Wensiyu frowned and didn't respond. He used to study medicine, but later gave up medicine to do business. Midwifery is not suitable for him. Ningyu rolled down the car window and looked at her through the rain. I know a little bit of medical skills, but I can't deliver babies. The woman opened the car door and got out, pleading in her eyes. It's good to know a little bit. Please help me. Okay. As a soldier, Ningyu couldn't just watch a pregnant woman die. He got out of the car quickly and turned to Wensiyu and the others and said, if you don't want to wait for me, can you take Ji with you? Wensiyu pressed his fingers on his temples, as if he had made up his mind, and also opened the car door and got out of the car. I studied medicine. Maybe I can help. Chapter 49 Helping with Childbirth. When Yen stared blankly at Wensiyu getting out of the car, and his eyes fell on the woman again. Isn't this the only female superpower around my brother in the previous life? Or a healing superpower? When Yen remembered that her brother met her on the roadside. At that time, she was being chased by zombies. Her brother helped her casually, and then they went to North City together. At that time, she didn't bring her pregnant sister-in-law. The encounter in this life is different after all. Lully's eyes were a little surprised. He didn't expect that Wensiyu actually studied medicine. In another car, Zhou Yuchu and others also heard Wensiyu words. In addition to being shocked, Lin Zixia pressed the window and praised sincerely. Brother Wen, you are really omnipotent. You can even deliver babies. Wensiyu paused and continued to move forward. He had to take a look at the woman's condition first, and then determine whether he could help. Opening the back door, a woman with a bulging belly and extremely thin and pale cheeks came into view. Wensiyu asked her, are you having contractions? The woman nodded, as if she was trying to suppress the pain. Her expression was a little distorted. Wensiyu thought for a moment, closed the car door first, and then said to the strange woman in front of him, let's go to the nearby hospital. You follow us. Suyin smiled gratefully. Okay. Thank you. Originally, she also planned to take her sister-in-law to the hospital, but she didn't expect to meet these kind people halfway. Wensiyu walked back to the car and said to Lully, go to the nearby hospital with navigation. Lully's eyebrows moved, and he imitated the mechanical voice and said, Lu's navigation is now at your service. Turn left, and turn right in 500 meters. Wen Yen laughed out loud when he heard it. Isn't he a walking navigation now? The routes of dozens of miles are all in his head. Wensiyu also laughed and followed Lully's navigation. After driving for about 10 minutes, a municipal public hospital appeared in front of him. He drove the car directly in and parked at the door. Other people's cars followed him and entered the hospital one after another. Sun Rui was a little confused. It was the end of the world. Why did Wensiyu still want to help people deliver babies? Is it because the woman was beautiful? He took a look from a distance. It seemed that she had a good figure, but he couldn't see her face clearly. Maybe she was pretty. Otherwise, why would Wensiyu be so kind? Jiang Xinhua also saw the scene in the car. With curly hair, thin waist and hips, she looked like a beauty from a distance. She felt a sense of crisis in her heart. But then she thought that the woman had a sister-in-law who was a burden. If Wensiyu had any sense, he would never let her join the team. Wensiyu got out of the car and told Ningyu to carry the pregnant woman out. Ningyu nodded. There was nothing to avoid at this time. After entering the hospital, a group of people went directly to the obstetrics and gynecology department. Wensiyu led a few people into the delivery room, while Wen Yen and the others waited in the corridor. Lully walked towards Wen Yen. Give me the crystal core. It will probably take a few hours to deliver the baby. I go upgrade first. Wen Yen said yes and took out the purple crystal core and handed it to him. Hearing the painful cry of a woman inside, the few people fell into silence. Except for Lully. They had never been in love, so how could they understand how to give birth? The men looked a little embarrassed and looked away at the ground or the ceiling. Lully found a place to sit down and upgrade. Wen Yen walked to the door of the ward and tiptoed to take a look, but found that she could not see anything, thinking that she would have to stay here for a few more hours. Wen Yen took out a fluffy gray cushion and spread it on the metal waiting chair, then sat down, closed her eyes and concentrating on organizing the items in the space. She could use her mind to spread the sheets and quilts without entering the space and classify the items. Half an hour later, Wen Yen looked at her space with satisfaction. The food area, daily necessities area, gun and ammunition area, and the rest area on the third floor were all arranged in an orderly manner. It was already lunchtime. When Yen took out a bunch of snacks and drinks from the space and invited a few people to come and eat. Lin Zixi walked to Wen Yen first and sat down, taking a bag of braised snacks and functional drinks. Zhou Yuchu glanced at the two of them, raised his long legs, and sat on the other side of Wen Yen. He didn't like snacks very much, so he glanced at them lightly and picked up a bag of potato chips. Lin Fei looked at the harmonious relationship between the three people and felt strange for some reason. Lin Fei, what do you want to eat? Seeing Wen Yen looking at him, Lin Fei walked over and took 2 bags of snacks, said thank you, and then carried the snack bag to a seat slightly away from them and sat down, eating snacks silently. After Lully finished upgrading, he went to the window seat to smoke. Wen Yen didn't call him when he saw this. Anyway, he would come over by himself when he was hungry. Wen Yen ate some cookies and opened a bottle of coconut milk and drank it. Seeing Zhou Yuchu chewing potato chips without appetite, she handed the biscuits over. Try this. It tastes good. Zhou Yuchu tilted his head to look at her, and saw that there were some chocolate crumbs on her lips. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to help her wipe it off. But then he remembered something, and slowly lowered his raised hand. What's wrong? Don't like sweets? Wen Yen was not surprised by his stunned reaction, and took out some other snacks. Look, which one do you like? Zhou Yuchu's lips moved and smiled. I don't dislike sweets. He took a cookie from the box and said thank you. Lin Zixi heard the two people movements and raised his eyebrows slightly. In the past, Zhou Yuchu never ate sweets. When he went out for social events and met desserts after the meal, he would throw them to him. Now his appetite has changed. Lully came back from smoking and took a pack of instant noodles from Wen Yen's hand and started to eat. Wen Siyu was not there, so he was too lazy to cook. And the hospital was not a good place to cook. You have chocolate crumbs on your mouth. He took a look and couldn't help but remind him. Wen Yen was slightly stunned, remembering that Zhou Yuchu had stared at her just now. Perhaps because of this reason. Her face suddenly turned red. Then she took out a tissue and a mirror and wiped it carefully in front of the mirror. In the ward, Wen Siyu stood aside, skillfully directing Su Yin and Ningyu to do various examinations. Although doctors do not distinguish between men and women, he is not a doctor and does not want to leave any shadows on himself. Since Ningyu wants to help, let him go to the front line and direct it yourself. Ningyu took a look, looked up, and said to Wen Siyu, It's about 5 fingers now. Wen Siyu nodded slightly, walked to the Praetorian and said, Take a deep breath. Push. You better give birth quickly. I don't have so much time to waste with you. The Praetorian's face froze, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed according to the method he had said before. Su Yin listened to Wen Siyu's words, although she was a little dissatisfied. But she didn't say anything. He could help them find a hospital and prepare the tools and items for delivery. He was already a very good person. There was another painful roar, and Su Yin saw the baby's head exposed. Then, a hand wearing a rubber glove came closer and gently pulled the baby out. The baby's cry came from the ward. Wen Yen and the others were stunned. And then they smiled. The birth of a new life is always joyful, even though he was born at a bad time and could die at any time. Wen Siyu took off his gloves and said to Su Yin, Okay, we have done this favor. We are leaving first. The smile on Su Yin's face stopped, and she said anxiously, Can you wait for us? I will be able to pack up soon. And we are going to North City too. Wen Siyu glanced at the weak woman lying on the bed and said 2 words lightly. No. He was not so kind. Helping them once was already the limit, and it was impossible for him to drag the team with him. Ningyu held the baby he delivered himself, and couldn't bear it. Seeing Wen Siyu walk out, he gritted his teeth and said to Su Yin, Help your sister-in-law change her clothes, and we will go down together. Su Yin lowered her eyes, thinking about what to do next. When she heard Ningyu's words, her face suddenly brightened. Her sister-in-law and nephew were her only relatives left. She couldn't leave them behind, but she also knew that she couldn't protect them. It was best for her to follow this seemingly decent man. Chapter 50, There are dark circles under the eyes. In the corridor, several people saw Wen Siyu coming out and immediately greeted him. Lin Zixi smiled and said, The delivery went smoothly. It was over in an hour. Wen Siyu glanced at him lightly and said in a cold voice, Let's go. Wen Yin glanced at the closed door. Don't you want to wait for them? No. I've helped. We can go. Wen Xiu knew that Wen Yin was kind. But now it is the end of the world. They shouldn't be too sympathetic. There are too many poor people in this world. They can't help them all. Wen Yin thought about it, and finally said nothing, and followed Wen Xiu to the stairs. Although she wanted to help, she didn't have the ability, and she didn't want the whole team to bear the consequences of her kindness. This is just like when Wen Xiu brought her a burden to join someone else's team. The teammates value Wen Xiu, but didn't want her as a burden. Meeting people in the same situation, Wen Yin found that she would also consider this problem. This is the end of the world. They may die at any time, and she can only protect herself, not others. Back in the car, Wen Yin took out some snacks and handed them to Wen Xiu. You should eat something first. We have already eaten. Wen Xiu hummed, unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a sip, and then tore a small piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth. Wen Xiu was not surprised to see Ningyu holding the pregnant woman out of the hospital. As a soldier, Ningyu should have a stronger sense of justice and responsibility than him. I hope he can take good care of these two people. Wen Xiu didn't look at it anymore, stepped on the accelerator, and started the car. The rain was still falling, and there was even a sign of getting heavier. They drove for 3 or 4 hours, dealt with several mutant zombies on the road, and continued to drive forward until it got dark, and then found a nearby residence. Since they didn't eat much for lunch, Wen Xiu added a few more dishes for them in the evening. As soon as they sat down at the table, they heard a baby crying. The brick and tile houses in the suburbs are not soundproof. Ningyu lives next door to them with the two people, so it is normal to hear crying. Everyone was silent for a while, and lowered their heads to eat. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. Lully took a look and motioned Lin Zixia to open the door. He must have something to ask for if he knocked at this time. Although he is not the type who is willing to help others, he should at least do some superficial work. Su Yinzhou walked into the room and bowed his head to Wen Xiu with a pleading tone. Captain 1. I'm sorry to bother you. Can you ask Lully to help us find some milk powder, diapers, etc.? The mother is very weak and can't breastfeed. Ningyu didn't want to bother Wen Xiu and the others anymore, but Su Yinzhou felt that such supplies were not easy to find. Instead of wasting time like a headless fly, it would be better to come and ask for their help. He could see that Wen Xiu was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and since the situation was urgent, he shamelessly came to ask for help. Wen Xiu put down his chopsticks after hearing this, pondered for a while, and then nodded. Lully, go and help them look for it. Lully guessed that he would be soft-hearted, curled his lips, and stood up. Let's go. I go with you. Wen Yin also wanted to go over to help, but when she was about to stand up, her arm was held down by someone. Eat well. Don't worry about things that are not your business. Wen Xiu didn't want Wen Yin to come into contact with these people. She was soft and kind-hearted, and once she came into contact, she would get involved, and there would be a lot of trouble. Wen Yin understood his intention, thought about it, and picked up her chopsticks to eat again. It was 2 hours later when Lully came back. He took Ningyu's people to the city to find baby products and brought back some supplies. Xiaoyan, your birthday is coming soon. This necklace is my gift to you in advance. When passing by a luxury jewelry store, Lully suddenly had an idea and went into the store to pick out a gift for Lin Xiu. Then he remembered that Wen Yin's birthday was coming soon, so he took one for her as well. Thank you, Brother Lu. Wen Yin happily took it and opened the gift box to see that it was a very beautiful rose gold necklace. Lully's vision was quite good. However, it was the end of the world. Who would still wear such a flashy thing? Wen Yin looked at it silently for a while, and then put the thing into the space. Lully handed Wen Yin a black brocade box. This is for Sia. Please keep it for me first. Hearing the word Sia, Wen Yin's smile froze and his expression froze slightly. I almost forgot about this. When we get to Beicheng, Lully should see Lin Sia soon, and then find out that she has moved on to someone else. In order to survive, Wen Yin lied to Lully that Lin Sia was looking for him with photos and had deep feelings for him. Should he confess in advance? Wen Yin was a little conflicted. There were only Wen Yin, Wen Xiu and Lully in the living room at this time. The others were either washing up in the bathroom or resting in the room. Wen Yin felt that she needed to talk to Lully alone. She turned her head and glanced at Wen Xiu. then smiled and leaned over. Brother, is it my turn to keep watch tonight? Wenxi was sitting on the sofa flipping through an old book. When he heard her words, his eyes paused slightly. It seems so. Then I keep watch with you. Wenyan shook his arm lightly. You don't need to accompany me. I want Lully to accompany me. After that, Wenxiu and Lully fell silent at the same time. Wenxiu glanced at Lully with cold eyes, and saw his confused expression, and his mood was slightly relieved. That's fine. Wenxiu's tone was light, and he turned his eyes back to the page. But the finger on the page unconsciously increased the force, scratching out a crease. Wenyan was relieved to see that he didn't object, and thought he was going to ask why. Time passed by minute, and Wenxiu finally got up from the sofa and returned to the room. Wenyan patted the sofa and motioned Lully to sit down. She had been thinking for a while and was about to confess, but she saw Zhou Yuchu coming out of the bathroom. He was wearing a light gray home suit. His hair was half wet, and his face was particularly handsome, clean and refreshing. Wenyan, are you keeping watch tonight? He leaned against the wall and asked. Yes, Lully will accompany me. Wenyan thought he would turn around and go back to the room, but he didn't. He came over and sat on the sofa, just to the right of Wenyan. The fragrance of shower gel came to her nose. Wenyan was slightly dazed and looked at him sideways. She was instantly attracted by the sharp-edged, white and cold profile. After a long while, she came back to her senses from the beauty, closed her eyes, and adjusted her mood, and said to Zhou Yuchu, you should go to bed early. Going to bed early is good for your skin. Look at you. You have dark circles under your eyes. How can such a beautiful face have flaws? Zhou Yuchu's expression froze for a moment. Did he have dark circles? Yes. He hasn't had a full night's sleep in this period of time, and it's normal to have dark circles. He didn't care about his appearance, but after hearing Wenyan say so, he felt that he should pay more attention. I will go to bed earlier in the future. If Wenyan likes his face, he will take good care of it. Wenyan looked into his eyes and said seriously, don't do it later. Just now. Go to bed quickly. But Zhou Yuchu wanted to keep watch with her. Lully saw what he was thinking and smiled. You can't sleep, right? Then you can keep watch with Wenyan. I go back to my room first. As he said that, Lully was about to get up and leave. Wenyan hurriedly called him. Lully, I have something to tell you. It's about Lin Xiao. Lully paused and sat back on the sofa. Zhou Yuchu also understood at this time that Wenyan wanted to talk to Lully alone. So he didn't stay any longer and tactfully got up and went back to his room. Chapter 51. A Quarrel. Lully had a bad feeling that Wenyan was going to tell him some bad news. Thinking of the dream last night, he gradually became irritated and took out a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket. Wenyan looked at Lully, and after hesitating for several times, he finally spoke. Do you remember that I said I had a dream that predicted the future? Lully hummed softly, playing with the lighter with his fingers, but did not light the cigarette. Wenyan rubbed the hem of her skirt nervously and took a deep breath. I saw that Lin Xiao was with another man. Pa! With a sound, the lighter in Lully's hand fell to the ground. He was stunned for several seconds before turning his head and staring at her and said, You lied to me. Right? This is not true. Sia loves me so much. How could she fall in love with someone else? It's impossible. She wouldn't do this to me. We grew up together and have so many good memories. She can't fall in love with someone else. As Lully spoke, he became more and more emotional and scratched his hair with both hands. She did it to live. Right? That man forced her. Right? Wenyan didn't know how to comfort him. After a long silence, she said softly, Maybe it's for survival. But I see that the two of them are very close. It doesn't seem forced. Lully grabbed her shoulders suddenly. His eyes red. Then you said before that she was looking for me everywhere with my photo. Did you lie to me? Wenyan was frightened by his appearance, lowered her head to avoid his sight. I'm sorry. I also lied to you for survival. If I didn't say that I knew Lin Xiao, you wouldn't save me. Lully looked at the girl in front of him, and felt that he didn't know her in a trance. She was not as simple as she looked. When they first met, she was using him. Lully sneered, loosened his hand that was pinching her shoulder, and then picked up the lighter on the ground and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. Lully, in the future I saw, you and my brother are very good friends. So I want you to join our team. Although I used you at first, I was sincere. I really treat you as a friend. And so do my brother and others. After Wen Yin finished speaking, she didn't say anything more. This matter would have to be faced sooner or later. And she didn't think of escaping. Even if Lully hated her for this, she could only accept it. After Lully finished smoking a cigarette, he turned to look at Wen Yin and asked in a deep voice, "What is my ending in the future you see?" Wen Yin secretly glanced at him and said truthfully, "You died. My brother and others died. And so did I. Are they all dead?" Lully pulled the corners of his lips. Born in the end of the world. Such an ending seems normal. He flicked the lighter with his finger and lit another cigarette. In the thick smoke, he looked at the girl sitting beside him and smiled faintly. "Do you think we can change the future you see?" Wen Yin had a headache from the smoke and raised his hand to rub his nose. "I think we can." Lully took a puff of cigarette, and his slightly raised fox eyes revealed a bit of confusion. If Xiao really fell in love with someone else, what should he do? Compared to the ending of death, he could not accept this even more. They had only been separated for 2 months. No. What Wen Yin saw was just a prediction of the future, which might not happen. He should have confidence in Xiao. They have known each other for so many years. How could he doubt her because of Wen Yin's words? Lully closed her eyes and suppressed her surging emotions. "You go back and rest. I keep watch alone." Wen Yin knew that he didn't want to see her now, so she stood up and planned to leave, but couldn't help saying, "Lully, people's feelings are always changing. No one will always like someone. If you can't live without Lin Xiao, then I really look down on you." She has said what she should say, and there is nothing else she can do. If Lully is still devastated by Lin Xiao's betrayal in this life, or even wants to die, then she can only respect the fate of others. Lully looked at Wen Yin through the smoke, with a very faint smile on her lips. She was a little girl who had never been in love. So what qualifications did she have to comment on him? It rained all night, and Lully was in the living room with her eyes open, staring out the window absent-mindedly, thinking about the past. When Wen-Xiu got up early and went downstairs, he saw that the living room was filled with smoke and cigarette butts were scattered all over the floor. He could see that Lully was in a bad mood and wanted to ask, but he felt it was unnecessary. So he just walked over and opened the window. Lin Xiu was the second one to get up. Noticing the strong smell of smoke in the living room, he immediately used his supernatural power to dispel the smoke. Among the few of them, only Lully smoked. But he was not a heavy smoker. Only 1 or 2 cigarettes a day. Today, for some reason, there were cigarette butts all over the floor. Lin Xiu walked over and patted Lully's arm tentatively. "Are you okay?" Lully tilted his head to look at him, as if he had just come out of his thoughts. His eyes were still a little dull. "I'm fine." Lin Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked like he was fine, but he didn't want to say it. And Lin Xiu couldn't ask him. After all, they had known each other for a short time and hadn't reached the point of heart-to-heart communication. Wen-Xiu went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Soon, the smell of smoke in the room was replaced by the aroma of food. When Wen Yin went downstairs, there was no smell of smoke in the living room. She looked at Lully for a moment, then silently looked away, as if nothing had happened, and smiled and greeted several people. Breakfast had been served on the table. Wen Yin sat diagonally opposite Lully. The two of them looked at each other inadvertently, and then looked away at the same time. Wen Yin felt a little embarrassed. After that, he kept his head down to drink porridge and eat vegetables, and didn't raise his head again until he finished eating and put down his bowl and chopsticks. The other 3 people naturally saw that something was wrong with Wen Yin and Lully. They wanted to ask what was going on, but they were afraid of making Wen Yin unhappy. So they finally gave up. After getting into the car, Wen-Xiu couldn't help asking, "What happened between you and Lully? Are you having a quarrel?" This time, Lully was not in the same car with them, but with Lin Xiu and Lin Fei. In order to facilitate the way, their car had already driven to the front. Wen Yin sat in the passenger seat with a sullen expression. "It's okay. Don't worry about it. Wait until we get to North City." Wen-Xiu saw that she was in a bad mood, so he didn't ask any more questions. In the evening, the car drove into the territory of North City. Chapter 52 North City Base. Please get off the car and be inspected. A team of people in green military uniforms stood at the intersection with guns and waved to the approaching vehicles. Lin Zishu stepped on the brakes, and his heart tightened inexplicably. The once familiar North City, the prosperous and bustling city that never sleeps, is now completely unrecognizable, and no longer has a trace of vitality. He clenched his fingers, then slowly loosened them, took a deep breath, and then opened the door and got out of the car. Lin Fei got off the car after him, and his mood was also very heavy. In the past, when he went out and came home, his parents would prepare a sumptuous meal at home, and the family would have a happy meal, then chat about family matters and visit friends. But such a simple and warm day will never come again. Lin Fei's eyes were a little hot. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, and pursed his lips, trying to suppress the overflowing emotions. Lully glanced at the two people. His eyes were calm and indifferent. He only wanted to find Lin Xiao now, and he didn't care about other people and things. Register your information. Write down your ability type and level clearly. You need to hand in certain supplies to enter the base, preferably rice, flour, grain, oil, vegetables, and fruits. If you don't have them, you need to do voluntary labor for 1 month to offset them. Those with abilities above level 2 can be exempted from supplies, and others must follow the regulations. The leader finished speaking and motioned them to register their information first, and then hand in the supplies according to the steps. Lin Zishu was about to write when a hand pressed his wrist. He looked up and saw that it was Wen Xiu. He whispered, "Just write level 2. Lin Zishu was a little confused, but he still wrote the number 2 in the ability level. Seeing this, Lin Fei and Lully also wrote down their levels by 1 level. When it was Wen Yan's turn, she wrote in the ability column, "None." There are not many people who have awakened their abilities now, and their levels are all level 1 or 2. If a bunch of level 3 or 4 suddenly appear, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. A tall tree attracts the wind, so it is better to keep a low profile. As for Ningyu and Sunray's group, Wen Yan expected that they would not spread rumors everywhere. Even if someone spread it, it would only be a rumor. As the only non-superpowered person in the team, Wen Yan handed over the supplies according to the regulations. 2 bags of rice and a small bag of vegetables. Ningyu and his group drove a little slower, and after getting off the car, they also lined up to fill in the information. Although Ningyu was a member of the army, he did not know the soldiers guarding here. In addition, he was wearing civilian clothes, so everything was normal, and he did not exercise any privileges. You live in Building 1. Unit 4. 102. 103. The man threw them 2 number plates and said, "There are no parking spaces inside. Park your car on the side of the road and walk 1 kilometer forward. Someone will take you in." Ningyu took the number plate and asked uncertainly, "You mean, the 16 of us live in 2 rooms?" The man looked at him impatiently. "What else? The base is already full. It's good to have a place to stay." Ningyu's face darkened, and he turned to Wen Xiu and said, "See you. I will take you to see Commander Xiaoji later, and I will arrange the housing." Wen Xiu smiled indifferently. "It's okay. If there is really no room, we can make do. Wen Yan can now enter the space, and it's okay for a few men to make do. Anyway, they won't live for a few days." Ningyu didn't know that Wen Yan's space had evolved yet, and worriedly said, "You can make do, but Wen Yan can't. Don't worry. If there is really no vacant room, I can give you my room." Wen Xiu saw his good intentions and didn't refuse again. Su Yan registered her information and drove over. She didn't get the number plate. The man said that with their conditions, they couldn't arrange accommodation, and it would be best to find other people to squeeze in. Su Yan felt sad and helpless. Before the virus broke out, she was a 3rd or 4th tier actress who had emerged in the entertainment industry. She had never worried about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. But now, she not only couldn't eat enough, but also had to sleep on the streets. If it was just her, it would be fine. But she still had her sister-in-law and nephew to take care of. What self-esteem? What's face? Su Yan bit her lip, got out of the car and walked towards Ningyu. Her eyes were filled with tears. Her voice was soft and pitiful. "Brother Ning, can you help us again? My sister-in-law and I have nowhere to go. Can you take us in?" Ningyu was talking to Wen Xiu, and when he saw Su Yan's appearance, his heart trembled slightly, and he looked away uncomfortably. "Wait here for a while. I will arrange it later." Su Yan's eyes flashed, and her eyes became redder. "Thank you." Wen Xiu looked at the scene in front of him and understood that Su Yin had boarded Ning Yu's boat. It's good. Each of them got what they needed. After parking the car on the side of the road, the group walked towards the base one after another. Ning Yu asked Su Yin to wait there, so she didn't follow. There was still a group of gunmen guarding the entrance of the base. Ning Yu stated his identity, and the few people looked at each other, sent someone in to verify, and asked them to wait for a while. 10 minutes later, the underground entrance was opened again. The man was wearing a green military uniform, about 30 years old, with a neat and capable crew cut. He greeted Ning Yu with a smile as soon as he saw him. The two were comrades, who had known each other for many years. They were both at the level of army commander. A month ago, Ning Yu was sent out to do a mission, while Wu Su stayed at the base to do guard work. You are finally back. Wu Su patted Ning Yu's shoulder and looked at him. You seem to be darker and thinner. Ning Yu smiled heartily. It's not normal to be darker and thinner when doing field missions. Yes. The most important thing is that I came back alive. I am a very tough person. It's not that easy to die. The two smiled at each other again. Since there were other people around, they didn't bother to chat more and took them inside. Going down the spiral staircase slowly, you can see a wide and flat road, and on both sides of the road are rows of simple mobile cabins. The overall building is white, and the houses are low. After walking a few kilometers, there seemed to be tens of thousands of such small houses. Through the open door, they could roughly see the structure inside. There were 2 rows of bunk beds in the room, with 3 beds in each row, a total of 6 beds, which looked extremely crowded. When Yin saw that there was no one in the house, turned around and asked Ning Yu, Uncle, where are all these people? Didn't you say it was full? Ning Yu looked at her and explained with a smile. It's time for dinner now. They all went to the cafeteria. Do they eat together? Yes. It's dinner time from 6 to 7 in the evening. When Yin said, Oh, and didn't say anything else. What's the difference between living in such a place and being in prison? Fortunately, her space ability has evolved, so she doesn't have to share a room with them. After walking for another 10 minutes, a white wall appeared in front of several people. There was a closed square iron gate in the center of the wall. Wu Su approached the iron gate and seemed to have used face recognition, and the iron gate opened afterwards. What followed was a completely different scene. The rooms were no longer low prefabricated houses, but well-arranged townhouses with exquisite and beautiful appearance and pleasant environment. When Yen was stunned, these upper-class people knew how to enjoy themselves. Even if they were born in the end times, they would not treat themselves badly. Chapter 53 Worrying about him. Passing by a villa, Ning Yu said to Su Yinzhou, Take them back to rest first, and you have to work normally tomorrow. Su Yinzhou saluted him. Yes, Commander Ning. Ning Yu didn't want to reveal his identity when he was on a mission, so they always called him Captain Ning. Now that he is back at the base, the original name should be changed back. Hearing this, Wen Xiu and others were a little surprised. They knew that Ji Yi was the son of the commander-in-chief of the army, but they didn't expect that the commander would come to pick him up. However, Ning Yu didn't have any official heirs, and there was no generation gap when getting along with them. Noticing the gazes of several people, Ning Yu smiled gently. I didn't hide it from you on purpose. It's just an unimportant title. Nothing. Wen Yin was a little tired from walking, and was lazily hanging on Wen Xiu. She half-jokingly said, Then can I still call you uncle? General Ning. Ning Yu smiled helplessly. Of course. Although I don't think I'm that old. I don't think you're old. The word uncle, in my opinion, is a compliment, used to refer to handsome guys over 30 years old. When Yin said it seriously, with an extremely serious expression, Ning Yu was amused by her appearance. You little girl. You are quirky. Wen Xiu helped Wen Yin stand up, with a doting tone. Okay. Stop joking. Remember to call General Ning in the future. Wu Su looked at the interaction between the few people and felt a little confused. General Ning became more and more approachable after going out. Wu Su led them to the innermost villa and rang the doorbell. Soon someone came to open the door. A group of people automatically made way for Ji Yi to enter first. After all, this was his home. Ji Yi was originally quietly acting as a background board, occasionally looking in the direction of Wen Yin, and was suddenly moved to the center by everyone. And he was still a little uncomfortable. After entering the door, a middle-aged man in a light green military uniform with a badge on his shoulder walked over quickly and slapped Ji Yi on the shoulder. Stinky boy. Why did you go out to travel alone and make me worry for so long? Ji Yi was pushed hard by him and almost couldn't stand still. He raised his eyes and glared at his old father. There are outsiders here. Give me some face. Hearing this, Ji Hung frowned slightly and turned his eyes to Ningyu and the young people he brought with him. With Ningyu's caution, he would never bring strangers here easily unless there were special circumstances. It seems that these people may have some extraordinary qualities. Or perhaps they have some secrets hidden in them. Ji Hung smiled and nodded at the few people. Come in quickly. My little brat is bothering you. When the group entered the door, Ningyu introduced Ji Hang's names one by one, and roughly told them about the situations they encountered along the way. After listening, Ji Hang's face gradually became solemn. Although there were also mutant zombies in the North City, they were not of such a high level, and they didn't know about the upgrade of superpowers. Ji Hung left a few people at home for dinner, and talked a lot with Ningyu and Wensiyu during the meal. Although Wensiyu looked young, he was the leader of this elite team, and he also had both thunder and with superpowers. He was really a rare talent. Ji Hung proposed that they join the patrol camp with a title, but Wensiyu smiled and refused, saying that they were used to freedom and didn't like being restrained. Ji Hung thought about it and proposed that they help deal with the mutant zombies. Wensiyu didn't refuse this. In return, Ji Hung would allocate a villa next to him to them as a residence, and provide them with sufficient supplies and water. Zhou Yuchu and the others had been listening quietly. When they finished talking about the business, Zhou Yuchu asked, Commander Ji, do you have a list of base personnel here? Can you lend it to me? Ji Hung looked at him and sighed. Many people came to Beicheng base to look for people during this period. But unfortunately, the final results were not very good. Are you a local of Beicheng? Zhou Yuchu nodded. And Lin Zixia next to him took over and said, The three of us are from Beicheng. Our parents and relatives are here. We want to see if they are on the list. Ji Hung nodded, and then waved to the guard standing aside. Go to my study and get the personnel list. The guard answered yes, and quickly turned around and went upstairs. During the waiting period, Zhou Yuchu and the others were very nervous. They wanted to know the result, but they were afraid to know the result. Finally, the personnel list was handed to the three people. They flipped through it page by page. In addition to the name, the list also had age and basic family information. At a glance, there were almost no people above 40 years old in the age column. Lin Zixia turned page after page with trembling hands, but still did not see the name he wanted to see. The same was true for Zhou Yuchu and Lin Fei. They were all the only children in their families. Besides themselves, there were only their parents and some relatives and friends. However, there was no one familiar on the list. When his finger landed on the last page, Lin Zixia felt a lump in his throat. He turned the page again without giving up, but still couldn't find it. There was a person with the same name as his father, who was 29 years old. He stared at the name for a long time, and tears slowly fell from his eyes. Lin Fei endured and endured, and finally his emotions completely collapsed. Before the tears fell, he stood up suddenly, said sorry, and rushed out directly. Zhou Yuchu was very calm. His narrow black eyes were calm, like a pool of stagnant water. He took the personnel list from Lin Zixia and handed it back to the guard. Wensiyu saw that several people were in a bad state and had no intention of chatting with Ji Hung about business. He stood up and said goodbye, and took a group of people to the two-story villa assigned to them by Ji Hung. Wen Yan looked at the three people who were in a low mood, and wanted to say something comforting, but she didn't know where to start, so she could only stay with them silently. Her and Wensiyu parents died of illness as early as last year. Fortunately, they did not catch up with the outbreak of the virus, and were able to rest in peace. And now, the dead may not even have a complete body, let alone a burial. Lin Zixia was silent for a while, and said to Wensiyu, I want to go home, and will be back later. Lin Fei rubbed his red eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. I go with you. Wensiyu glanced at the two of them, and turned his gaze to Lully. You go with them. Be careful. Lully was immersed in his own thoughts, nodded slowly, and then followed the two out the door. Zhou Yuchu then went to the room, leaving only Wensiyu and Wen Yan in the living room, looking at each other. Are you hungry? I go cook a bowl of noodles. A little. Then you can cook one more bowl. I send it to Zhou Yuchu later. Wen Yan was a little worried about Zhou Yuchu. He didn't show his emotions much. and liked to keep everything in his heart. But sometimes, it's better to vent your emotions. Wen Yin accompanied Wen Xiu in the kitchen for a while. When the noodles came out of the pot, she ate a bowl first, then took the plate to the bedroom on the left side of the first floor. Chapter 54. Can you give me a hug? The bedroom was dark. The curtains were closed tightly. Zhou Yuchu sat on the ground leaning against the wall. His eyes were empty and confused. He remembered the day he left home. His mother was sitting in the yard to enjoy the cool, reading a book, and his father was squatting in the flower bed, watering various flowers with a kettle. Seeing that he was about to leave, his mother dropped the book and looked at him. She took a closer look at him and said with a smile, "My son is so handsome, but I don't know which girl he will marry in the future." When his father heard this, he looked over and said with disdain, "What's the use of being good looking? He hasn't found a girlfriend yet. And I don't know when your mother and I can hold our grandchildren." The mother leaned back in the chair and looked at him with curved eyebrows. "You promised me that you would go to see that girl when you come back from the business trip. I tell you, she is very beautiful and has a very good personality. You will definitely like her when you see her." He felt a little annoyed at the time, and perfunctorily replied, "I know," and then hurriedly left home. Who would have thought that it would be their last meeting? Zhou Yuchu lowered his head, and all kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. Remorse, sadness, regret, fear, like an invisible net trapping him, pressing him so hard that he could hardly breathe. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door, followed by the girl's gentle voice. "Brother Yuchu, you didn't eat much for dinner. My brother cooked noodles. You should eat some." Zhou Yuchu's eyes were clear for a moment, but his eyes became more and more sour. He pursed his lips and tried to say in a calm voice, "I'm not hungry. Thank you." He didn't want Wen Yin to see his vulnerable side, even though he was eager for her to get close. Wen Yin stayed outside the door for a while and didn't leave. She felt that Zhou Yuchu needed comfort at this time. Lin Zixia and Lin Fei at least had each other as blood brothers, but Zhou Yuchu had no relatives. "Can I come in?" Wen Yin asked tentatively. After a long while without hearing a reply, she gently pushed the door. It was not locked from the inside, so it was pushed open directly. Wen Yin walked in with a plate and saw Zhou Yuchu sitting on the windowsill at a glance. The room was dimly lit. She couldn't see his expression, but she could feel his sadness inexplicably. Putting the plate on the table, Wen Yin turned around and closed the door, then came to Zhou Yuchu and sat on the floor like him. "The floor is cold. Don't sit here." Zhou Yuchu suddenly spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Wen Yin looked at him and said softly, "It's okay. I find something to cushion it." Wen Yin took out a light blue round cushion from the space, sat down again, turned around and asked Zhou Yuchu, "Do you want a cushion?" Zhou Yuchu smiled. "No." Wen Yin took out another bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. "Do you want some water?" Zhou Yuchu could see that she wanted to comfort him, and she was indeed comforted. He took the bottle of water and whispered thank you. Wen Yin turned her head to look at him. The light was too dim, and she could only vaguely see his lost outline. Wen Yin thought for a while, and finally said a comforting word. "Brother Yuchu, don't be too sad. You still have us. We will all be your family in the future." Zhou Yuchu's body stiffened slightly, as if he sighed, and then whispered, "Wen Yin, I feel so tired. Can you give me a hug?" Wen Yin hesitated for a moment, and then heard him say, "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked for this." His voice was very low, and Wen Yin felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She thought about it, and felt that Zhou Yuchu was at a vulnerable time, and it was okay to want a hug. In the dim light and shadow, the girl slowly stood up, and slowly approached the man sitting on the ground, leaned down, and gave him the hug he wanted. Zhou Yuchu was flustered for a moment, as if a heavy rain had fallen in his heart, messy and unbearable. His arms hung stiffly at his side, and his eyes were dyed red a little bit, afraid that he would scare Wen Yin by being too out of control. He pushed her away with restraint. "Wen Yin, you go first. I want to be alone for a while." Wen Yin heard him say this, and she didn't force him anymore. She put away the mat and stood up to walk out. When she reached the door, she turned back and said, "Eat the noodles while they're hot. They won't taste good if they're cold." Zhou Yuchu hummed, watching the door close from the outside, and the room fell into darkness again. He suddenly had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe that beam of bright light could belong to him. Lin Zixio and his friends left the villa area and met Sun Rui and his group at the turning intersection. Sun Rui came over and asked, "Do you live there?" Lin Zixio was not in the mood to talk, so he nodded and walked past him. Jiang Xinyue's eyes fell on Lully, and a mocking smile appeared in her eyes. "You want to find Lin Xiao, right? She lives there." As she spoke, Jiang Xinyue raised her hand and pointed at a building that looked like a slum not far away. She didn't plan to live here. Firstly, the conditions were too bad. And secondly, this place would be occupied in a few days. She just came in to take a look out of curiosity and to chat with Zhou Yuchu. Zhou Yuchu may not realize the seriousness of the problem. When he sees the zombies surrounding the city, he will believe what he said that day and ask her to take them to the closed island surrounded by the sea. At that time, Jiang Xinyue can stay with him naturally. Seeing Lully and others, Jiang Xinyue suddenly thought of the plot related to Lully. He has been looking for his fiancée Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao has already fallen in love with someone else during the time they were apart. The one who fell in love was not someone else, but Lully's best friend, Zhao Yuqing. Jiang Xinyue was targeted by Lully several times, and he hoped that he would be tortured to death by Lin Xiao. It would be best if he was like in the story, and he was unable to recover for a woman and finally died in a zombie tide. Hearing the 3 words, Lin Xiao, Lully's indifferent expression changed slightly, and his eyes suddenly had light. He was originally using his supernatural power to check the residents outside, but there were too many people here, and he needed several days to check it out. Although he wondered how Jiang Xinyue knew where Xia lived, he did not ask again, but walked straight in the direction she pointed. Lin Fei glanced at Lully and called Lin Zixio. "Shall we wait for him together?" Lin Zixio's eyes were a little irritable. He did not need Lully to help them check the surrounding situation. But when Xiu asked them to go together, and he could not leave Lully and leave directly. After all, they were a team. "Let's go. Follow and see." Lin Zixio turned around and took Lin Fei to catch up with Lully. At this time, people who had dinner came back one after another, and the streets were much more lively. Many people stood at the door of their homes, and there were even a few children running around. Lully approached the mobile cabin and looked through the window. The small room was in full view. There was no furniture inside. Only 2 camp beds, a simple desk, and a folding chair. At this moment, on one of the single beds, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The man was holding the dishes and coaxing the woman to eat in a soft voice. Chapter 55. More like friends than lovers. Lully stopped where he was. His heart suddenly felt like it was falling into an ice cave. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that Lin Xiao would be with his best friend. It turned out that what Wen Yen said was true. Lin Xiao was not forced, but really liked someone else. Lully felt a chill in his heart, and he just looked at the 2 people outside the window, unable to move forward. Lin Zixia and Lin Fei also saw the scene in the room, and realized that this was the fiancé that Lully had been looking for. They looked at him sympathetically. In the room, Lin Xiao ate half a bowl of rice, and shook her head, and refused to eat. She had just been sick 2 days ago, and her skin looked very pale, almost bloodless. Her already beautiful face now added a bit of weakness. Zhao Yuqing looked at her with pity, wiped the corners of her mouth for her, and then stood up and put the bowls and chopsticks on the table. When he raised his eyes, his pupils suddenly startled. Lully smiled at him, but her eyes were cold as ice. "What? Are you disappointed to see me alive?" A guilty look flashed in Zhao Yuqing's eyes, and then he looked away and put the dishes on the table. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xiao's face was happy, and she immediately stood up from the bed and looked out the window. "Ali, you're still alive. That's great." Lin Xiao was about to push the door and walk out, but her wrist was grabbed by someone. She heard the man's low, aggrieved voice. "Are you going to leave me?" Lin Xiao's body froze, and she suddenly realized that she was facing a choice between 2 options at this moment. One was her childhood sweetheart, and the other was her boyfriend who she had been dating for 2 months. She thought Lully was dead before, and she was sad for a while, and then she continued her life. Later, Zhao Yuqing saved her from danger several times and took care of her in every detail, so it was inevitable that she was moved. Zhao Yuqing confessed that he liked her a long time ago. When Lin Xia recalled, she found that she had always had a good impression of him, but because she had a fiancé at the time, She suppressed the throbbing. Later, the two of them naturally confirmed their relationship. Lin Xia hesitated for a short while, then took Xiao Yuqing's hand. I won't abandon you. Ah Chung. I have understood my feelings in the past 2 months. I have more family affection for Lully and love for you. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and Lully heard it all through the inferior mobile cabin. He stood there in a daze, as if someone had hit him on the head with a stick and stabbed his heart with a sharp knife. It hurt like a piercing pain. Lin Xia saw that he was a little unstable, and stepped forward to help him. Lully seemed to laugh very lightly, and then pushed him away. I'm fine. Thank you. When Lin Xiao and Zhao Yuqing came out hand in hand, Lully had recovered as usual, looking at the two of them calmly and indifferently. I'm sorry, Ali. I thought you were dead, so I was with a Chung. Lin Xiao apologized. Her eyes were full of tears. In the past, when she cried, Lully would comfort her first. But now, he was not qualified to step forward. Lully closed his eyes and turned his gaze to Zhao Yuqing. You asked me to lead the zombies away that day. Was it intentional? Right? If not, he and Lin Xiao would not have separated. Looking back, he realized that he was a complete fool. He didn't realize Zhao Yuqing's thoughts at all, and handed Lin Xiao to him personally. Zhao Yuqing pursed his lips and said nothing, but Lin Xiao hurriedly explained. Ollie, don't take your anger out on Aching. He has known you for so many years. How could he deliberately hurt you? We were in danger that day, and I almost died. It was Aching who saved me. Lully clenched his fists and tried to suppress his emotions, but he couldn't suppress them in the end. Lin Xiao, shut up. I'm asking him a question. Lin Xiao looked at his indifferent appearance. Her heart was sour, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Ollie, I know you are very angry, and I don't want to be like this, but we have known each other for so long. We are more like friends than lovers. We have been dating for 5 years, and the most intimate actions are only holding hands and hugging. You have never been to me at all. I have that desire, and I feel the same way about you. But we are too dependent on each other and think that this is love. After saying this, Lin Xiao loosened her hand holding Zhao Yuqing and walked towards Lully. Let's just be friends. Okay? Lully laughed coldly. Aren't they lovers? Then has his youth in the past 5 years been wasted? Lin Xiao approached and wanted to hug him, but he dodged sideways. A sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. I don't have the habit of hugging my ex-fiancé. Since you have a new love, it's time for us to end it. When we meet in the future, just call me Lully. We are not familiar with each other. Lully took a last look at her, and then said to the two people who were watching the show, Let's go. Are we going out? Lin Fei said oh, and hurriedly followed. Lin Xia's eyes fell on Zhao Yuqing. His eyes were full of contempt. You are a poacher. You don't deserve friends. Zhao Yuqing's lips moved, but he didn't say anything in the end. He did do something to let Lully down, but he didn't regret it. Lin Xiao was what he wanted most in his life. Now he got it. Even if he betrayed his friendship for it, it was worth it. Lin Xiao looked at Lully's back as he left. Tears gradually blurred her eyes. They grew up together, and were the most important existence in each other's lives. Even if they were not lovers, they should be friends. But she knew Lully's temper very well. He would not tolerate betrayal, especially the double betrayal from his friends and his fiancée. Maybe they can only be strangers in the future. Walking out of the base, Lully still had a blank expression on his face. He didn't say a word about what happened just now, as if it was a trivial episode. But Lin Xia could see that his whole heart was broken, and he was just holding on at this moment, not wanting them to see it. The three of them got into the car in silence and drove towards the city. An hour later, the car stopped downstairs of a high-end residential area. Lin Xia and Lin Fei got off the car one after another, but Lully did not move. He leaned lazily on the back seat, rolled down the window, and said to the two, I wait for you in the car. There are no zombies within 10 kilometers of this area. You can take your time. Lin Xia responded with a yes, looked up at the empty and desolate residential area for a long time, and then slowly turned and entered the apartment building. Lin Fei followed behind him. His steps were also very heavy. Their two families lived very close, upstairs and downstairs, and they had to go home together. But no one was waiting for them at home. In the car, Lully took out a cigarette and lit it. looking out the window with unfocused eyes, his thoughts gradually drifting away. His mother died when he was 6 years old, and his father, who had only been dead for a month, brought a woman home. From that day on, Lully no longer had a home. His only happiness was to sit in the garden of the community and chat with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao knew that he was often hungry, so she would bring him some snacks every time she came, such as a piece of bread or a piece of candy. They grew up together. To him, Lin Xiao was not only a friend and lover, but also the light that saved his dark life. But now, that light no longer wanted him for another man. She didn't want him anymore. Lully bit the cigarette and smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had lived his life in vain and got nothing. The things he once cherished the most were all covered with dust. He suddenly thought that the ending that Wen Yin saw was also good. And it was also a kind of relief. Wasn't it? Chapter 56, Can't Comfort People. Wen Yin waited in the living room until midnight, and finally saw several people coming back from outside. She walked forward worriedly. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Lin Xiao looked at the concern in her eyes, and his heart was slightly warmed. He smiled and said, I am a little hungry. Then I will help you cook instant noodles. Wen Yin turned around and went to the kitchen, but was pulled back by Wen Xiao. Just let them cook it themselves. They are not without hands. After accommodating these people for a whole night, Wen Xiao's patience has been exhausted. They are in the end of the world. How can they have so much time to feel sad? Wen Yin was pressed back to the sofa by Wen Xiao. She looked up at the few people and said softly, Then you can cook it yourself. There is hot water in the kitchen. I have also put your wash things in the bathroom. Thank you, Xiao Yin. Lin Xiao felt that she was very considerate. It is better to cook instant noodles by yourself. Lin Fei also said thank you and went to the bathroom. Lully walked to the sofa and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, put a cigarette in his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. Wen Xiao frowned and looked at him. After thinking for a while, he advised, Can you smoke less? You smell like cigarettes. Lully raised his eyebrows disapprovingly. I'm in a bad mood recently, and may smoke too much. Please bear with me. Seeing him like this, Wen Yin guessed that he had met Lin Xiao. It was similar in his previous life. Lully never put down his cigarette every day. He was either in a daze or smoking. Occasionally, he went out to do tasks. And he looked absent-minded. People whose parents have both passed away are not as decadent as him. Wen Yin sighed and took out a beer from the space. Why don't you drink to relieve your sorrow? The cigarette smells a bit bad. Lully tilted his head to look at her, holding a lit cigarette in his mouth, looking like a gangster. Why? Dislike me? I dislike the smell of your cigarette. Not you. Wen Yin approached him, directly reached out to grab the lit cigarette, and put it out on the table. Isn't it just a broken heart? What's the big deal? Lully was shocked by her action and stared at her blankly, even without the intention of teasing. Wen Xiao glanced at Lully and said to Wen Yin, You go back and rest first. I drink with him. Wen Yin was worrying about how to persuade Lully, and after hearing what her brother said, she thought that this matter should be left to him. Then I'm going to sleep. Wen Yin threw the cigarette butt into the trash can and turned away. Lully looked at her back as she left, and his eyes froze slightly. Lin Xiao said that he didn't really like her. So what is true love? Facing a young and beautiful girl like Wen Yin, he didn't seem to feel moved. He probably won't be able to experience that feeling in his life. Don't look at it. Even if you are heartbroken, my sister is not someone you can covet. When Xiao's voice came, Lully chuckled and turned to look at him. Why can't you covet? Your sister is not your private property. When Xiao pushed the full wine glass to him, you can still joke. It seems that the breakup didn't hit you too hard. Lully leaned back on the sofa, picked up the wine glass and took a big sip, then sighed. My heart is dead. But you can't see it. When Xiao sighed, his eyes could not hide his disgust. Your heart is dead, but your mouth is still alive, and you can still smoke. Lully laughed when he heard this, and for a long time, and then lowered his eyes sadly. You said, what is the meaning of life? I am a little confused now. When Xiao poured himself a glass of wine, and glanced at him from the corner of his eye. You won't die for a woman, right? Then I really looked down on you. Lully rubbed the wine glass with his fingers, thinking of what Wen Yin said last night, and smiled again. You brothers and sisters are really alike, saying the same thing. Lin Zixia cooked instant noodles and shouted to the door. Lully, come and get your noodles. Lully wanted to say that he didn't want to eat, but his stomach protested. He got up and walked to the kitchen, took a bowl of noodles, and returned to the living room. Lin Fei and Zhou Yuchu also came out of the room. If you want to eat, go to the kitchen. Lin Zixia is cooking. Lully sat on the sofa and started to eat. Lin Fei glanced at him and turned to the kitchen. Zhou Yuchu sat on the other side of the sofa and said to Wenxiyu, I want to drink too. Wenxiyu handed him a whole bottle of wine. You guys can drink together. If you can't sleep, just stay downstairs. I go back to sleep first. Wenxiyu was eager to go to bed early. If it weren't for his sister, he wouldn't bother to drink with Lully. Zhou Yuchu took the wine and was stunned for a moment, then turned his eyes to Lully. Are you in a bad mood too? Lully ate instant noodles and said vaguely, I'm heartbroken. It's not a big deal. Let's drink separately. Lully knew that he had no reason to be depressed. He was just betrayed by the closest person. Not his parents. But his parents had died long ago. And he had no impression of his mother who died early. And he didn't feel sad about the death of his biased and selfish father. The only person he cared about in this world was Lin Xia. But Lin Xia betrayed him and stabbed him hard in the heart. Zhou Yuchu tilted his head to look at him and asked hesitantly, Have you found that fiancé? Lully hummed, not wanting to say much. And Zhou Yuchu didn't ask any more questions. He picked up the bottle and poured himself a glass of wine, then leaned back in the chair and drank slowly. After a while, Lin Zixia and Lin Fei also joined the two of them, and the living room was filled with a rich aroma of instant noodles and bursts of wine. After Lully finished eating, he subconsciously took out a cigarette from his pocket and was about to light it. Lin Zixia frowned at him and couldn't help but say, You should smoke less. If you keep smoking a pack a day, you will get lung disease sooner or later. On the way back, Lully kept smoking, and he was still dead when he got home. Isn't it just a broken heart? What's the big deal? They lost their parents, but they were not as depressed as him. Lully hesitated, but still lit a cigarette. We are all living in the end times. Do you think I care about lung disease? Lin Zixia was blocked by his words, and it was difficult to persuade him. He quickly finished the noodles and put down the chopsticks. Washed the dishes after eating last. Lin Fei looked up at him. His eyes were still red. I was going to wash them too. Lin Zixia patted his arm and pulled a comforting smile at the corner of his lips. He knew he was very sad, but the dead could not be resurrected, and the living needed to look forward. At least they still had each other as blood brothers. Unlike Zhou Yuchu, who had no relatives. Lully, probably the same. Lin Zixia suddenly understood him a little. Maybe Lin Xia was not only a lover to him, but also a relative. Lin Xia's betrayal meant that he'd lost his last relative. Lin Zixia poured himself a glass of wine and turned his gaze to Lully again. His eyes were empty, as if he was lost in some kind of thought, and his face was lifeless. Are you still sad because of the breakup? I think this is a good thing. The old doesn't go away, and the new doesn't come. It's no big deal. Lin Zixia comforted him and sighed. But your eyesight is really bad. Can't you see that your brother likes your fiancé? You actually created opportunities for the two of them. Lully puffed out smoke and cast a cold look. If you can't comfort people, just shut up. I'm already very uncomfortable. And you want to cut my heart? Lin Zixia drank the wine and shook his head slightly. But it's true. Brothers have similar tastes and so on. It's normal to like a woman. Lully snorted coldly and said meaningfully, You and Zhou Yuchu have similar tastes. Lin Zixia put down his wine glass and looked at Lully. Really? But I will never turn against him because of a woman. If he likes it, I can give it to him. Lully laughed softly and said sarcastically, Did Zhou Yuchu save your life? That made you so devoted. Lin Zixia heard that he was mocking himself, but still answered seriously, Yes, he saved me several times. Lully rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to him. After being disturbed by Lin Zixia, he felt much less depressed and didn't want to smoke. Raising his hand to put out the cigarette, he picked up the wine glass again and drank. His eyes passed over Zhou Yuxin's profile, and he sneered. What's the use of being good-looking? He still didn't win Wen Yan. But with Wenxiyu around, these two people probably have no chance. Zhou Yuchu was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't listen to what they were saying. Many images appeared in his mind. From childhood to college graduation, his parents were always harmonious and stable in his memory. They respected him and let him make many decisions since he was a child. They often said that boys should have their own opinions, think more and talk less. He listened carefully and grew up according to their expectations. The only regret was that he didn't have time to achieve the family happiness of having children and grandchildren around him that they had always dreamed of. Chapter 57. Even dogs don't talk about love. The lights in the living room were on all night. The four men drank and chatted occasionally, but they were mostly silent and dazed. Until the sky turned pale, the four of them returned to their rooms, either to wash or to catch up on sleep. They were now in the end of the world and didn't have much time to feel sad. A night of emotional venting was enough. When Yin slept until he woke up naturally, washed up and went downstairs. Breakfast was ready, with porridge and vegetables, and it looked steaming hot. When Yin pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at Lin Zixu, who was yawning beside him. "Didn't you sleep well?" Lin Zixu narrowed his eyes. "Yeah. Didn't Lully break up? I listened to his love story all night last night." Lully looked at the two of them, raised his eyebrows, and snorted proudly. "You insisted on asking, and asked me what it feels like to like someone. How can I know what it feels like?" When Yin smiled, and seeing that Lully was in a much better state than last night, asked him, "Have you figured it out?" "Yeah." Lully thought about it all night last night, and finally figured out one thing, that his love for Lin Xia was not the kind of love between men and women, but gratitude and dependence. In the 5 years they were together, he had been avoiding having an intimate relationship with Lin Xia, and even had some aversion to kissing. In his heart, he always knew that Lin Xia was like a relative, and kissing Lin Xia seemed like incest to him, but he really relied on her, so he kept her by his side as a boyfriend. In the end, he was sorry for her. When Yin drank a mouthful of porridge and said half-jokingly, "Love is something that even dogs don't talk about. We must put an end to it in the future." After he finished speaking, the table was still for a moment. Lin Fei drank the porridge and glanced back and forth at the two men opposite him. Lully curled his lips and agreed. "You are right. We must put an end to this trend. Especially you, Wen Yan. As the only girl in the team, you must set an example." Wen Yan didn't expect Lully to bring up the topic. She was just joking. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Wen Yan shrugged slightly. "Before the end of the world, I won't fall in love. And I think love is very illusory. Who would always like someone? After the novelty wears off, it is normal to fall in love with someone else. So don't waste your feelings." After Zhou Yuchu finished listening to her words, the light in his eyes dimmed a little bit. He slowly lowered his eyes and pursed his lips tightly, as if he was suppressing some emotions. Lin Zixu looked at Wen Yan with hesitation, and finally said nothing. Lin Fei pursed his lips to suppress his smile, thinking, some people are broken at this moment. Lully happily added half a bowl of porridge for himself, which was good. No one would talk about it in the future. Wen Si was also in a good mood. He picked up the public chopsticks and put vegetables in Wen Yan's bowl. "Eat more. You have lost weight recently," Wen Yan hummed, and his eyes swept over the people with different emotions, and got back to the point. "We have to find Xiaochen as soon as possible. He is tall and thin, often wearing black-framed glasses, and has a rather withdrawn personality. He should live in a mobile cabin. We will go to find him in batches after dinner." Hearing this, the faces of several people returned to seriousness. It won't be long before the North City base will fall, and they have to find Xiaochen as soon as possible. Lully nodded, frowning again. There are quite a few people wearing black-framed glasses, and with eccentric personalities. Can we narrow the scope a little bit? Asking their names? They may not know. Wen Yan thought back. Xiaochen's face was a little blurry in her memory. Only the gloomy and eccentric eyes left a particularly deep impression on her. And the black-framed glasses. The scope cannot be narrowed down. Let's ask in batches when the time comes. We will always find someone. After breakfast, everyone packed up and went out. Outside the villa, Ji was waiting on the roadside, holding a fruit basket in his hand, followed by two men with suitcases. Wen Yan, these are my gifts to you. You have helped me a lot. You must accept the gifts. The boy smiled with curved eyebrows. His amber eyes were crystal clear. With a little expectation, Wen Yan glanced at the fruit basket, thanked him happily, and said, I take the fruit, but I don't need the rest. Ji Ye's smile froze for a moment, and he blinked aggrievedly. The clothes in the box are the ones I gave you. Compared to your previous help, these are nothing. Wen Xiyu was annoyed and walked up to him and said, I remember that our entire team escorted you to Beicheng. So why did you only give Wen Yin a gift? Don't we have any? Ji Yi was frightened by his powerful aura and nodded blankly. Yes. In another box. Wen Xiyu looked at his frightened look, and the words he wanted to warn him not to have any ideas about Wen Yin turned around in his throat and swallowed them again. Forget it. This kid will still be useful in the future, so I'd better not scare him. Wen Yin took the fruit basket and said to Ji Yi, We have something to do now. We will treat you to dinner tonight. Okay? Ji Yi nodded obediently, and because of the presence of others, he looked at her with a more restrained look. These gifts are my little thoughts. Can you accept them? Now that they are in the end of the world, Ji Yi has nothing to show for gifts. Only these expensive clothes and jewelry. When Yin glanced at the suitcase he handed over, she had some clothes, but they were all picked up from the supermarket, and the materials and styles were not very good. Since Ji Yi insisted on giving gifts, she would accept them. Thank you then. When Yin waved and put the fruits and 2 suitcases into the space, and smiled sweetly at him again. We're leaving first. Remember to come to my house for dinner later. Yeah. Okay. The boy smiled brightly, and his handsome eyebrows and eyes were coated with a layer of warm light in the sun, looking particularly refreshing and moving. When Yin was slightly distracted, waved to him, and then walked forward with Wen Xiyu. After exiting the iron gate and walking a few hundred meters, Wen Yin said to the others, Let's split up now. Brother, you and Lully take the left road. Zixiao and Fei go to the right. And Yu Chu and I go forward first and start asking from the entrance. This grouping was discussed before, and no one had any objections. But when Yin addressed made their expressions slightly change. Lully frowned unhappily. Why do you treat me differently and call me by my full name? When Yin said, looking silly. I didn't notice. So I call you Ali? Lully looked disgusted. No. You should continue to call me Brother Lu. Lin Fei was called a Fei, and he felt very uncomfortable. His family and friends had never called him that before. They either called him Xiao Fei or his full name. Lin Zixia and Zhou Yuchu were relieved, and they quite liked her calling them that. When Xiyu glanced at the people coldly. It's just a name. Why bother? My sister can call me whatever she wants. When Yang cleared his throat and said, Okay. Let's go. When you find Xiaochen, remember to talk to him nicely and don't scare him. Chapter 58. Rob a handsome man on the street. Several people went their separate ways. When Yin and Zhou Yuchu walked in the middle of the road, because of their outstanding appearance and clean clothes, they attracted the attention of people around them. Some of them had just arrived, and some had been here for half a year. The rooms they were assigned were too small, except for sleeping time. They stayed outside most of the time. Seeing such a lively and bright couple, they had some envy in their eyes. Only when they first came, they had such a lively state. After staying here for a long time, they felt like they were in prison. They ate, worked, and slept at regular times every day. There was no entertainment, no mobile phones or computers. People who used to live in single-family villas can only squeeze into small partition houses now. Get up early to queue up to use the bathroom, and then queue up to eat. At night, they lie on the creaking wooden bed and may fall down if they turn over. But in order to survive, they had to endure and bear it. When the day came when they couldn't endure it anymore, they might be like those crazy people a few days ago, preferring to go out and feed the zombies rather than stay here. When Yin followed the gazes of those people, searching for the gloomy and lonely eyes, but after looking for a long time, he didn't catch the eyes. There is a man wearing black-rimmed glasses. Zhou Yuchu's voice came. When Yin turned his head to look at him, and then followed his line of sight. There was such a person, but unfortunately it was not Xiao Qin. When Yin whispered, No, and then continued to move forward. Along the way, they saw many people with dull eyes and wooden expressions, as if they had lost hope in life, with gray eyes and no light. When Yin felt a little complicated. In the previous life, when the North City base fell, this group of people were the first to die, and those upper-class people in the villa area moved out from another exit because they learned the news in advance. At that time, Zhou Yuchu also lived in the villa area because of Ji Yi. When he learned that the zombie tide was coming, he took his team to the front line to resist. But unfortunately, he was defeated in the end. He even broke an arm to save people. As for Wensiu, Lully reminded him the day before the zombies approached, and the group left the base that night. If they start over again, the strongest few superpowers will get together, and they may have a chance to fight against the 2 level 5 zombies. But Wen Yen didn't want to take risks. After finding Xiao Chun, they should leave as soon as possible. As for the others, they will also tell them before they leave. What will happen in the end depends on their own luck. When they walked to the entrance of the base, Wen Yen and Zhou Yuchu started asking from both sides. They came all the way until they met up with Wensiu and others. But they didn't see the shadow of Xiao Chun. Lin Zixi said, "We asked all the way, and there is no one named Xiao Chun here. Although there are some lonely men with glasses. The name doesn't match." Wen Yen frowned. It shouldn't be. He was in the base at this time. Did he change his name? Although I didn't hear about his name change in my previous life. Many things have changed for Wen Yen since he was reborn. So it's okay for him to change his name. When she came over just now, Wen Yen only noticed the people standing outside. But Xiao Chun was a lonely and introverted person who didn't like to interact with people. So he was very likely hiding in the room. Zhou Yuchu and the others had never seen Xiao Chun, and they couldn't recognize him just by looking at his black-framed glasses. For now, Wen Yen could only go door to door to look for him. When she saw someone sleeping on the bed, she walked to the side of the window and looked inside from the windowsill. If she couldn't see the face clearly, she would say hello to the person inside and wait for him to turn around to confirm. Many times, the people lying in the room were scared by her. And then when they saw her face clearly, their eyes changed again, either smiling at her or looking away in embarrassment. Wensiu looked at his sister's behavior like a voyeur, and pursed his lips again and again. "Yen Yen, why don't you describe your appearance again? And we can find it together." Wen Yen shook her head. "But I can't remember it clearly. I only remember those eyes." Lully crossed his arms and leaned lazily against a tree. "That's a common face. If he looks as good as Zhou Yuchu, you will definitely remember it clearly." Wen Yen looked puzzled. She didn't remember Xiao Chun's appearance because they only met once, and it had nothing to do with whether he looked good or not. However, Zhou Yuchu looked pretty, and did leave a deep impression on her. Wen Yen cast her eyes at him, smiled with curved eyebrows, and turned to the other people. "Let's go. We must find Xiao Chun today." Zhou Yuchu saw the girl's sweet smile, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He suddenly felt fortunate that he had a decent face. Even if Wen Yen didn't have that kind of thoughts about him, she would look at him more because of this face. Thinking of what Wen Yen said that day, that he had dark circles under his eyes, he pursed his lips again and secretly decided to go to bed early and get up early in the future. Lin Zixia followed Wen Yen and asked her, "Can this Xiao Chun really develop a virus vaccine?" Wen Yen nodded affirmatively, and noticed a few men gathered in a group not far away, and frowned slightly. "I hate people who fight the most. A group of people beating one person is nothing. If you have the ability, just fight alone." Wen Yen walked over quickly, and was about to scold a few people. But he noticed the man lying on the ground being beaten. That face is particularly beautiful, especially the pair of peach blossom eyes, which are extremely beautiful, but gloomy and depressed, revealing a sense of world weariness. Wen Yen's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the person she was looking for? Seeing that several people were still kicking him, Wen Yen shouted coldly, "Stop it! Who told you to hit him?" Several people stopped their actions after hearing the voice, turned their heads to look at the people who came, and snorted with disdain. One of them said, "What? Are you also interested in this pretty boy?" Wen Yen glanced at Xiao Chun's condition. He seemed to have been beaten badly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and blood oozing from his forehead. Wensiu and his group rushed over at this time. He swept his eyes over several people fiercely. "If you don't want to die, get out now." Several people looked at the 5 tall men. Seeing that the situation was not good, they didn't dare to say a word of rebuttal, and turned around and left immediately. Wen Yen squatted down to help Xiao Chun, and just as her hand was about to touch him, she was pulled up. She looked at Wensiu with a confused face, and heard him say, "Let Lin Zixia help." Lin Zixia, who was called, was stunned for a moment, and then stepped forward and picked him up. Xiao Chun and Lin Zixia were about the same height, about 1.85 meters, but he was thinner and his face was pale, as if he was malnourished. After standing firmly, he immediately pushed Lin Zixia's hand away. smiled politely and distantly. Thank you. He was about to turn around and leave. But how could Wen Yin let him go? Her hands were faster than her brain, and she grabbed his wrist directly. Xiaochen, I came here specially to see you. Xiaochen's body froze, and he waved Wen Yin's hand away as if he had been electrocuted. Then took 2 steps back, looking at her vigilantly. Since leaving Licheng a few months ago, Xiaochen has changed his name. He didn't know the girl in front of him, so how could she call out his original name? Wen Yin looked at his expression and smiled. Don't be so vigilant. Do you think I look like a bad guy? Xiaochen lowered his eyes and stopped talking. Wen Yin knew that he was awkward, so he didn't approach him anymore. He said from a distance, It's not convenient to chat here. Come with us. Seeing that Xiaochen didn't move, Wen Yin said again, If you don't want to leave, I can only let my brother knock you out and take you away. Her words were frivolous, and coupled with the handsome men standing behind her, it felt like someone was robbing a handsome man on the street. Xiaochen pursed his lips, clenched and unclenched his fingers, and said, as if he struggled for a moment, I go with you. Chapter 59. How do you want me to repay you? Wen Yin glanced at the people watching the show around him, and asked Xiaochen as she walked, What happened just now? Why did they beat you? Xiaochen lowered his head slightly, his thick and long eyelashes trembling slightly, covering the emotions in his eyes. His cold and handsome face was indifferent and quiet at this moment, with his lips pursed, as if he didn't want to talk. Wen Yin didn't ask any more questions, and said to himself, I just saved you. Shouldn't you repay me? Xiaochen paused. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and then asked in a low voice, How do you want me to repay you? Wen Yin looked at his nervous look, and smiled. Don't be nervous. I just need your help. Xiaochen seemed to be relieved, turned his head to look at her, and stopped talking again. Lully followed behind the two of them, and took out a cigarette to smoke. Seeing this, Lin Zixia frowned, looking disgusted. Can you quit smoking? You want to get lung disease, but we don't want to breathe secondhand smoke. Lully sneered and slid the lighter to light the cigarette. Do you live by the sea? Why do you mind so much? Wen Xiyu had not planned to participate in this topic, but on second thought, he felt that it was necessary to set a rule. He glanced at a few people, and said in a deep voice, No smoking at home in the future, and drinking should be moderate. If someone is addicted to smoking and drinking, and lowers the morale of the entire team, I will consider kicking him out of the team. This remark was very targeted. Lully's smoking action paused slightly, and he suddenly didn't want to smoke anymore. His dependence on this team was second only to Lin Xiao, and only by staying in this team could he withstand those negative emotions. He didn't want to be kicked out of the team because of his smoking. Throwing the cigarette butt on the ground and stamping it out with his foot, Lully looked at Wen Xiyu and said, I will quit smoking in the future. Okay? Wen Xiyu shrugged. A smile flashed in his eyes. You said it. I didn't force you. Wen Yin listened to the movements of the people behind him and laughed softly. Lully was really not scared at all. He compromised so easily. But it would be great if he was willing to quit smoking. Wen Yin's clothes were stinking from the smoke that night, and he really didn't want to experience it again. Xiaochen walked quietly with his head down, ignoring the movements between the people, and his eyes were calmly looking ahead. Suddenly, a sexy woman in a black long skirt walked straight towards them and reached out to grab Xiaochen's arm. Xiaochen dodged sideways and didn't let her succeed, and her eyes were red, almost crying. Wen Yin rolled her eyes, and her gossipy eyes fell on the two people. Could this be Xiaochen's girlfriend? Or ex-girlfriend? Xiaochen didn't say anything, and walked past her. The woman shouted unwillingly, If it weren't for me, you would have died in the zombie pile. You said you would repay me. I just want you to be my boyfriend. Is this request so difficult? Wen Xiyu and his group? This request is not difficult to say. If you like it, it's naturally no problem. But if you don't like it, it's too much to ask. Xiaochen turned around after hearing her words, and his narrow and cold peach eyes showed impatience. You saved me once, but I can survive without your rescue. You are doing it in vain. As for repaying, I have done enough recently. What else are you not satisfied with? If it weren't for this woman, he wouldn't have been beaten up by these people. Wen Yin stood beside Xiaochen, and after listening to him, she added, Don't use moral blackmail. A forced melon is not sweet. The woman looked at Xiaochen with resentment, and when she turned her eyes to Wen Yin, her eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. I am a second-level fire system. I advise you not to mess with me. Wen Yen showed a frightened expression, retreated to Wen Xiu's side, and grabbed his sleeve. Brother, she threatened me. Wen Xiu looked at Wen Yen's artificial appearance, and wanted to laugh. But he still held back. He transformed into a hard vine, waved it gently, and brought a gust of biting and terrifying cold wind. He glanced over with a cold eye. Do you want to try? Second-level fire system. The woman was stunned in place, obviously feeling the pressure from the high-level psychic. She swallowed nervously, and although she was unwilling, she still left in a timely manner. Wen Yen looked at Xiao Chen, only to see that he lowered his eyes again, with the indifferent look of a gloomy young man. Now his legs are fine, so he shouldn't be too twisted. Wen Yen was a little worried, thinking that he must be well guided in the future, and must not let him develop a virus vaccine and destroy it with his own hands like in the previous life. The few people walked for a while, and when they were about to turn, they met another beautiful woman with a cold temperament. She was wearing a light brown shirt and black jeans, and her figure was a little thin. Ollie, can we talk? Lully paused, and then walked forward as if nothing had happened. Lin Xiu chased after him, staring at Lully with a wronged look, tears rolling in her eyes. Can't you really forgive me? Ollie, we are friends who grew up together, and I don't want to lose you. Lully felt that she was really hypocritical. She had already confirmed her relationship with Zhao Yuqing, but she came to pretend to be affectionate in front of him. Even if Lully thought about many things clearly, he could not forgive Lin Xiu's betrayal. For the past 2 months, he has been thinking about her and worrying about her. But she thought he was dead and turned around to find another man. Even if there was no love between them, she should not be so heartless. She chose his best friend. This is intolerable. Wen Yen was originally walking in front of Lully, but now she deliberately slowed down her pace and winked at Xiao Chen, asking him to walk slower. Xiao Chen was not interested in this kind of ex-boyfriend-girlfriend quarrel, but he was under control at the moment, so he could only walk slower. Wen Yen reached into his pocket, pretending to look for something, and then took out a bag of melon seeds from the space, tore open the package, and handed it to Xiao Chen. Do you want to eat? Xiao Chen lowered his eyes, with no expression. No. Wen Yen turned to the people behind him. Do you want to eat some melon seeds? Lin Zishu stretched out his hand first. Zhou Yuchu and Lin Fei hesitated a little, and then spread out their palms. Wen Yen poured some melon seeds into the palms of several people, then took Wen Xiu's hand and gave him some. Wen Xiu looked at the scene of several people eating melon seeds together, and it was hard to describe. How come these guys are getting more and more childish? Hearing the sound of eating melon seeds from behind, Lully stopped and turned his head to glare at several people. A group of guys without empathy, just watching his fun. Lully was originally very uncomfortable, but after being disturbed by them, his emotions were much relieved. He looked down at the woman who was crying and said calmly, If you really care about the friendship between us, you won't fall in love with someone else in just 2 months. Whether it's love or friendship, you gave up on me. Maybe I will forgive you one day, but not now. Lin Xiu looked up at him, tears falling. I'm sorry. Ali, I'm really sorry. Lully didn't say anything, didn't look at her again, and walked forward. Wen Yen's eyes fell on Lin Xiu's face, and she thought she was pretty, with a standard oval face, willow eyebrows and almond eyes, and fair and translucent skin. No wonder Lully couldn't forget her. Seeing Lully leave the beauty behind, they quickly followed him, thinking that Lully was in a bad mood at the moment. They finished eating the melon seeds in their hands and didn't continue. Wen Yen put away his idle thoughts and put all his thoughts on Xiao Chen. Chapter 60. She is the boss here. Arriving at the villa area, Xiao Chen looked at the structure of the house, and his eyes flashed with surprise, but soon calmed down. Entering the room, Wen Yen took out the iodine and cotton swabs and said to him, I help you deal with the wound on your forehead. Xiao Chen stared at her movements for a moment, and rarely took the initiative to talk to her. Do you have spatial abilities? Wen Yen hummed, with a smile in her eyes. She was about to get close to deal with the wound, but her arm was pulled again. When she looked up, it was not Wen Xiu, but Zhou Yuchu. Let me do it. Zhou Yuchu took the cotton swab and iodine from her, and Wen Xiu picked her up directly. This kind of thing should be left to Zhou Yuchu. You are clumsy. How can you do these? Wen Yen, although she didn't understand, she didn't struggle anymore. Anyway, It didn't matter who dealt with the wound. At this time, Xiaochen avoided Zhou Yuchu approaching hand. I can do it myself. He had not planned to let Wenyan help him. It was not the first time he was beaten. This injury was not a problem at all. It didn't matter if he didn't treat it. Under the gaze of a group of strangers, Xiaochen took the cotton swab and iodine tincture, and was about to wipe it a few times when he saw a palm-sized mirror in front of him. The girl handed him the mirror and asked him to take his time. Xiaochen frowned, looked at the mirror, quickly treated the wound, and asked her, "What do you want me to do for you?" Wenyan put away the mirror and looked at him. "I heard that you majored in virus research in college, and went abroad for a few years after graduation. Can you develop a vaccine for the zombie virus?" After Xiaochen heard her, his eyes changed slightly, and he looked away. "I'm just a junior researcher. How can I develop that kind of vaccine?" Wenyan stared at him with a gentle smile on her face. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Tell us what materials and equipment you need, and we find them." Xiaochen shook his head. "Sorry, I can't help you with this." He suddenly realized a problem, and his eyes were alert again. "How do you know my information?" Wenyan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Because I had a dream that predicted the future. In the dream, you developed a virus vaccine." Xiaochen sneered and shook his head again. "Sorry, I really can't do it. You should find someone else." After that, he got up and was about to leave. Wenyan anxiously reached out and grabbed him. "Don't leave. This kind of thing needs to be done slowly. And I didn't ask you to develop it right away." Xiaochen looked at the girl holding his hand, which was white and slender, with distinct joints and clear blue blood vessels. "It is very suitable for a specimen model." He was slightly distracted, and disgust appeared in his eyes. He was about to shake off his hand, but the warm touch disappeared. Wenyan was dragged back, looked at Wenxiyu blankly, then turned to Xiaochen and said earnestly, "Xiaochen, would you like to join our team? We have enough supplies and water, and we all have superpowers to protect you." Xiaochen pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled lightly, with some sarcasm in his smile. "I can't develop a virus vaccine, and it's useless for you to stay." Wenyan looked at the extremely defensive boy in front of him, and sighed helplessly. "Anyway, you must stay. If you don't want to, I can only force you to stay." Xiaochen frowned slightly. His eyes passed over a few men who didn't talk much. "Is she the one who makes the decision here?" "My sister makes the decision." Wenxiyu put his hand on Wenyan's shoulder, his voice steady and powerful. "This team was originally formed for her, and it was right for her to make the decision." Xiaochen was silent for a while, and looked at Wenyan again. "You can let me stay, but you can't force me to do something I don't want to do, such as vaccine development." Wenyan just smiled when she heard the previous sentence, and then the corners of her mouth fell. Xiaochen is really difficult to deal with, but it's okay. They still have 2 years, and she will definitely be able to persuade him to develop a vaccine. Seeing that Wenyan had almost finished chatting, Wenxiyu said to the others, "Let Lully cook today, and the others can help." Lin Zixia turned down his lips and whispered, "Lully's cooking is not as delicious as yours." Lully was standing next to him, and heard everything clearly. He glanced at her and said with a bad taste, "Are you treating our boss as a chef? Let him cook every day." Wenxiyu looked at Lin Zixia. His eyes slightly darkened. "Cooking skills need practice to improve. All of you practice, and then take turns to cook." "Ah?" Lin Zixia's face drooped immediately. He liked to enjoy delicious food, but he didn't like to cook. Wenxiyu glanced at him coldly. "What? Do you really think I'm your exclusive chef?" Lully succeeded in arguing and walked towards the kitchen happily. Lin Zixia followed with a drooping face. The other two looked at each other, and went into the kitchen to learn how to cook. Wenyan looked at the movements of several people, then moved his eyes to Xiaochen, and smiled gently. "Please sit down. Don't be polite. Just treat it as your own home." Xiaochen sat down stiffly and whispered, "I won't live here for nothing. I can work, wash clothes and cook." Wenyan took out a bottle of water and handed it to him. "We wash our own clothes. You don't have to wash them, but we can take turns to cook." Xiaochen took the water bottle hesitantly. "You want me to develop a vaccine, but I really can't do it." "But you really did it in your last life," Wenyan thought to himself, and smiled with a curved lip. "It's okay. We take it slowly. You don't have to feel pressured. It's okay if you can't do it. We just treat it as making friends." Xiao Chen's hand holding the water bottle froze slightly. And he didn't answer the question. He was sure that he had never seen this girl before, let alone had any intersection with her. How did she recognize him? Does the dream of predicting the future really exist? Wen Yan did not wait for his answer. Nor did he care. He was a loner and introverted person. It was already very good that he could talk to a stranger like her. Wen Xiu leaned on the sofa, flipping through a book carelessly. He was very upset when he heard Wen Yan asking about this guy's well-being and currying favor with him. But Wen Yan said that this guy was the hope to end the apocalypse. And he must not be intimidated or targeted. And his attitude should be as kind as possible. He also said that he was a loner and introverted person. And he might have some psychological problems. So they should be more tolerant of him in normal times. Wen Xiu bit his lip, suppressed the uncomfortable feeling, and focused on the pages of the book. This book was something he accidentally found in the supermarket before. The name was, Restrain the Devil in Your Heart. He thought it was interesting. So he brought it back, and kept it to kill time when he was free. But after reading it for a few days, he found that he seemed to have a lot of demons in his heart. And he couldn't control them. According to the book, he had a defective personality, and his desire for control exceeded the normal range, which was a kind of mental illness. It was recommended to see a psychologist. The suggestion was good. He smiled and turned the page. Chapter 61. She has an intention. When lunch was served, there was one more person in the original 6 seats, which was inexplicably crowded. But adding another table seemed redundant. Wen Yan knew that Xiao Chen didn't like to be too close to people, so she deliberately left enough space for him, and squeezed towards Wen Xiu. Zhou Yuchu frowned and looked at Xiao Chen, thinking of Wen Yan's previous instructions, and swallowed what he wanted to say. Before Xiao Chen developed a vaccine, they had to serve him well. After all, this guy looked lifeless and looked like he was dying. It was quite similar to Lully last night. Lully himself was also looking at Xiao Chen. Can this guy with a world-weary face and looking more depressed than him really develop a vaccine? It would be better if he could. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to make an extra meal. Lin Zixu sat on the other side of Xiao Chen, seeing Wen Yan make room for him. He also moved towards Lin Fei. This is a respected living Buddha, so he must be well worshipped. Lin Fei glanced at Xiao Chen, then lowered his head and ate silently. Ending the end of the world was too far away for him, and it was most important to live well in the present. The group of people had their own thoughts, and the table seemed particularly quiet. Wen Yan saw that Xiao Chen only ate rice, and thought he was shy and embarrassed to pick up food. So she picked up the public chopsticks, and picked up a piece of spicy pork ribs for him. Xiao Chen pursed his lips, and said in a very light voice, I don't eat spicy food. Wen Yan smiled apologetically, and picked up the piece of pork ribs, and put it in her bowl. This is not spicy. You eat it. Wen Yan did not pick up any more food, but swapped the positions of several dishes, and put the non-spicy dishes in front of Xiao Chen. The other 3 men looked at this scene, and felt jealous. Wen Yan had never treated them so caringly. Damn Xiao Chen. He actually gave her a cold face. Lully saw the expressions of the 3 people, and thought they were really childish. What was there to be jealous about? He raised his arm, and gently pushed Lin Zixu. Do you like the food I cooked today? Lin Zixu was in a depressed mood. Hearing his sarcastic words, he curled his lips and said, Yes, very much. Lully smiled with curved lips. Then you should eat more. After all, you will eat the food you cook tomorrow. Lin Zixu was even more depressed. He tilted his head and glared at him, and buried his head in eating again. After lunch, Xiao Chen suggested that he wash the dishes. Wen Yan smiled and said, Okay, then I will accompany you. The 2 of them cleaned up the dishes, and went into the kitchen together. In the living room, Lully deliberately sighed. Wen Yan said that he would not treat them differently. But now there is a difference. Isn't it? Zhou Yuchu looked in the direction of the kitchen. Wen Yan had intentions toward Xiao Chen, so it was normal to treat them differently. The closer the person is, the less you need to please them deliberately. Lin Zixu thought so too. Don't make trouble. Wen Yan treats him well for a purpose, which is different from us. Lully chuckled, and a foxy look flashed in his fox eyes. Are you sure it's different? Zhou Yuchu looked at him and frowned slightly. What are you hinting at? You might as well say it directly. Lully leaned back in the chair and glanced at Wen Xiu. Nothing. Just arguing. Lin Zixu rolled his eyes at him. You like to argue, and like to add fuel to the fire. if he hadn't deliberately added fuel to the fire. Wensiu wouldn't have suggested that they take turns cooking. Lully raised his lips in a nonchalant manner. So what? Hit me. Lin Zixia looked at his face and wanted to fight him. But it was not conducive to the unity of the team. Thinking of something, he suddenly smiled. It's okay. I understand you. It's normal to be a little twisted in your heart after being betrayed by your good brother and fiancé. The smile on Lully's face faded, and his dark eyes dimmed for a moment. You only know how to attack me with this, right? Lin Zixia looked at him with a smile, and his eyes were full of pride. This is the most effective, isn't it? Wensi was a little annoyed. Okay. Stop arguing. If you have nothing to do, go outside to find mutant zombies. When it comes to business, Lully's expression instantly returns to seriousness. He looks at the situation within a few dozen kilometers near the base and says to Wensiu, there are 5 mutant zombies in the west district of North City, about 15 kilometers away from us, and the levels are 2 and 3. Wensiu nodded slightly, and his cold eyes swept over a few people. We will go out this afternoon. As he was talking, there was a knock at the door. The person who came was the guard beside Ji Hung, saying that Commander Ji had something to ask Wensiu to go over. Wensiu stood up and prepared to go out, and told a few people, remember to tell my sister to wait for me at home and not to run around. Lin Zixia smiled and agreed. Okay, boss. Don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Wen Yin. Lully glanced at the person who was trying to please him, and rolled his eyes. Didn't he just know Wensiu a few days earlier than him? In terms of closeness, he was the same as him. In the kitchen, Xiaochen was washing the dishes skillfully, and Wen Yin stood aside, unable to help. She stared at Xiaochen's eyes, and suddenly remembered something. Where are your glasses? The black-rimmed glasses. Xiaochen movements of washing the dishes paused for a moment, and he whispered, I lost them. My myopia is not too serious, so I can go without glasses. Wen Yin said, actually, you look better without glasses. The black-rimmed glasses are a bit dull. Xiaochen continued to wash the dishes and stopped talking. Wen Yin was not surprised, and did not think he was rude. For someone who could develop a virus vaccine, it was okay for him to be a little introverted. Compared with his importance, his character flaws were not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 62, Fragile Girl. After Xiaochen finished washing the dishes, Wen Yin took out some fruits from the space, washed them, cut them into small pieces, and brought them to the living room to taste with them. Seeing that the plate of fruits was almost divided up, Lully tried a small piece, which was quite sweet. Thanks to Wen Yin, they were able to eat the fresh fruits said by Ji Yi. Lully remembered Wensiu's instructions, and said to Wen Yin, your brother went to Ji Yi's place, and asked you not to run around and wait for him at home. Wen Yin had just stuffed a piece of apple into her mouth. She chewed the crisp and sweet apple with bulging cheeks. What do you think Commander Ji wants to talk to my brother about? Lully looked at her and thought she looked like a little hamster eating, which was quite cute. There are 5 level 2 or 3 zombies in the West District, and some scattered low-level zombies. Commander Ji should have received the news. They have been using drones to investigate the situation in the North City. Wen Yin suddenly realized and said, oh! She felt that it was time to inform Commander Ji and them to evacuate. They didn't say it before because they had to find Xiaochen first. Now that they have found him, they should also inform everyone to evacuate. Although the group of high-level mutant zombies will not arrive here for about a week, it is better to evacuate early for safety reasons. When Wensiu comes back, she will mention this matter to him and see how he arranges it. Several people sat on the sofa and chatted casually. Not long after, they saw Wensiu coming back from outside. Brother. Wen Yin immediately went up to him and asked with a smile, are we going out to fight zombies? I want to go too. Wensiu nodded slightly. His eyes swept over the people in the living room, and said, I've told Commander Ji about evacuating North City. He has several military helicopters that can take us to the island. Wen Yin's eyes lit up. That's great. We can go directly there. Wensiu pursed his lips. But I think we should take a risk before leaving. If we miss those 2 level 5 zombies, we don't know when we can upgrade next time. Wen Yin thought about it. In his previous life, Zhou Yuchu found the island a year later. At that time, his ability had reached level 8, and his brother established a base on a suburban farm. During this period, he had been fighting monsters and upgrading. If they moved to the closed island to settle down now, It would be difficult to rise in level. However, they were facing a group of hundreds of thousands of zombies, led by 2 level 5 zombies, and a dozen level 3 and 4 zombies. The possibility of winning was really low. When Siyu saw Wen Yin worry, and raised his hand to rub her hair. It's okay. Let's not take risks for now. Let's move over. Anyway, there is a helicopter, so we can come out later. Wen Yin didn't have any good plans for the time being, so this was the only way. When Siyu looked at the people on the sofa. Okay, it's time to go. The crowd stood up one after another, including Xiao Qin. Although he didn't think he could help much. With his current strength, he could deal with ordinary zombies. But he would die if he encountered mutant zombies. When Siyu eyes passed Xiao Qin and finally fell on Lin Zixu. Your mission is to protect Xiao Qin. Don't get too involved. Lin Zixu nodded respectfully. Okay, boss. It was the first time that Xiao Qin heard someone say they wanted to protect him. It seemed that they really thought he could develop a vaccine. The group left the villa, and the car arranged by Ji Hung was waiting at the intersection. They got on the car in batches and left the base from another exit. On the way, Wen Yin and Xiao Qin explained the level identification of zombies and the method of upgrading superpowers. Xiao Qin listened quietly and spoke very little. Wen Yin said 10 sentences before he could reply one sentence. Lin Zixu looked at him unhappily and felt that his dull temperament was more annoying than Lully. If it weren't for the vital importance of vaccines, they would not be friends with people like him. It's annoying to look at. The vehicle slowly drove into the West District. Lully, who was sitting in the passenger seat and resting his eyes, suddenly sat up straighter. There are still 2 kilometers to go. When Siyu hummed and drove forward. About 5 minutes later, they saw the traces of the mutated zombies. Wen Yin took out 2 sniper rifles from the space and handed one to Xiao Qin. We can practice with those low-level zombies. Seeing Xiao Qin holding the gun barrel unfamiliarly, Wen Yin raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you never used a gun? Xiao Qin shook his head. He had been using a short knife all the way here. After arriving at the base, the short knife was stolen. When Siyu and others had already gotten out of the car, Lin Zixu stood outside the car door to perform protection duties. Only Lully, Wen Yin, and Xiao Qin were left in the car. Wen Yin lowered the window and said to Xiao Qin, "Let me show you." As she said that, she aimed at a low-level zombie that was moving slowly not far away and pulled the trigger. With a bang, the zombie was shot in the neck. Blood splattered. He shook his head and fell straight down. Xiao Qin looked at the girl's quick and decisive movements, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He had thought that she was the kind of weak girl who depended on men. But unexpectedly, her shooting skills were quite accurate. Chapter 63. You like Wen Yin. Wen Yin fired several shots in succession, then turned to Xiao Qin and asked with a faint smile, "Have you learned it?" Xiao Qin nodded silently, stroking the gun barrel with his fingers, and was also eager to try. Wen Yin saw what he was thinking, leaned back a little, and gave him some space. "You try it. There are a few more over there." Xiao Qin hesitated for a moment, picked up the gun and pointed it out the window. He had never used a gun before, so his accuracy was not very good. He fired several shots in succession before killing a low-level zombie. Not bad. Wen Yin smiled at him and patted his shoulder as if encouraging. "It will be better if you practice more." Xiao Qin didn't like others touching him, but this woman had touched him several times. His eyebrows were gloomy, but he still suppressed his emotions. At least, her eyes looked very pure, and it didn't seem like she had that kind of desire for him. Wen Yin noticed Xiao Qin's mood changes and realized that she shouldn't pat him on the shoulder. This guy must have had some psychological trauma towards women before. She should pay more attention to her behavior in the future. Outside the window, Wen Siyu and his men were dealing with several zombies. One of them had a mental power and was at the same level as Lin Fei. They were restraining each other at this time. After Wen Siyu and Zhou Yuchu dealt with the other zombies, they looked at each other tacitly and attacked the zombie with mental power at the same time. The ice blade cut the zombie's neck, and then the branches with lightning penetrated the black head and directly dug out the crystal core inside. The few low-level zombies on the street had all been dealt with by Wen Yin and Xiao Qin with guns. Wen Siyu collected the crystal cores, wiped off the blood, and handed them to Wen Yin from the window. They now have a small savings, with 15 first-level crystal cores, 10 second-level crystal cores, and 5 third-level crystal cores. Wen Yen put the crystal cores in boxes according to their levels, so that they can be used at any time. The next time they face high-level zombies, they can use these crystal cores to replenish their energy. There are also some used crystal cores, which Wen Yen also put in a basket to avoid using them later. Lully looked at the nearby area and said to Wensiu, "There are still some mutant zombies in the East District. The level is not too high. All level 2 or 3. It will take about 2 or 3 hours to drive there." Wensiu thought for a while, and thought it would be better to go there and store more crystal cores. Crystal cores can also be used to replenish energy when dealing with high-level zombies later. Seeing him nod, Lully opened the car door and got out. "Then I drive. It's tiring to do navigation. I have to keep telling you how to go." Lully went to the driver's seat. Wensiu glanced at the 3 people in the back seat, opened the passenger door, and got in the car. Zhou Yuchu and Lin Fei were sitting in another car, and the atmosphere was a little silent. The two of them didn't talk much on the way here. In the past, when Lin Zixia was in the car with them, the atmosphere was never dull. He could always bring up a topic and chat with them about everything. But without Lin Zixia as a bond, the two who didn't know each other well didn't know what to talk about. After another silence, Lin Fei looked at Zhou Yuchu and asked him bluntly, "You like Wen Yen, don't you?" Zhou Yuchu was slightly startled. He didn't expect him to suddenly ask such a private question. He coughed uncomfortably and said to the rearview mirror, "We are in the end of the world and may die at any time. How can we have the right to like others?" Lin Fei smiled and comforted him. "You don't have to be too pessimistic. Didn't Wen Yen say that Xiaoqin would develop a virus vaccine in 2 years? After 2 years, you will be qualified to like." Zhou Yuchu glanced at him and sighed slightly. Wen Yen is still young and doesn't understand what love is. She may want us to be her friends. Lin Fei leaned back in his chair and looked at him sideways. Such a good-looking face. Wen Yen actually doesn't like it? But it's true. Wensiu is also very good-looking. Wen Yen probably has aesthetic fatigue. Lin Fei clutched the seat belt, thinking of something, and said hesitantly, If Lin Zixia also likes Wen Yen, will you turn against him?" Hearing this, Zhou Yuchu's expression froze for a moment, and then his eyebrows and eyes slightly frowned, as if he was lost in thought. Lin Fei thought he would not answer, and was about to change the topic to liven up the atmosphere. But he saw him speak again. "No. If there really is that day, we can compete fairly. If Wen Yen chooses him, I will bless them." Lin Fei looked at him in surprise, and saw that he looked calm, as if he was not troubled by this matter, and couldn't help asking, "Are you really so generous?" Zhou Yuchu laughed softly. "It's not that I'm generous. Liking this kind of thing is not something that can be forced. Even if she doesn't choose me, I hope she will be happy." After a pause, his smile slowly stopped, and he said seriously, "But I will still try my best to fight for myself. Of course I hope she chooses me." Lin Fei felt that what he said made sense. Relationships really can't be forced. It's good that he can think this way. He doesn't have to worry about the two of them breaking up because of Wen Yen. Wen Yen himself was chatting with Lin Zixia about Lully's gossip at the moment, while Lully was driving in the front seat, gritting his teeth in anger, but helpless. He hasn't kissed in 5 years of dating? How is this possible? I also think it's strange. But Lin Zixia said so. She also said that they are more like friends than lovers. Then I don't understand. After 5 years of dating, they haven't kissed. How can they still get engaged? Who knows? Maybe it's a platonic relationship. Wen Yen shook his head and felt that relationships were really complicated. Fortunately, Lully's condition was much better than yesterday, and he was no longer half dead. Lin Zixia teased Lully deliberately. "Brother Lu, please explain this to us." Lully was so angry that he laughed. These two people opened his wound and sprinkled some salt on it, and they wanted to ask him what he thought of the wound. He ran his tongue across his palate, stared at the two people in the back seat and said, "I want to know." The two nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling, waiting to hear gossip. But the next second, they heard Lully say in a provocative tone, "I won't tell you." Lin Zixia rolled his eyes at him. "TSK. Who wants to hear your love story? There's no passion at all." Lully glanced at him coldly, and said sarcastically, "Your story is passionate. Okay? Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't been in love yet, and it seems that I may not be able to be in love in this life." Xiaoqin listened to the three people bickering, and a little surprise flashed in his eyes. They are really boring. Wensiyu was getting a headache from the two people quarrels. He rubbed his forehead and said, "Shut up. Let me be quiet for a while." After the words fell, the car suddenly became quiet. Lin Zixio and Lully looked at each other in the rearview mirror, and then turned their eyes away in disgust. When Yin glanced at Xiaochen, and seeing that he seemed to want to rest, he didn't say anything. The vehicle arrived at the East District. Wensiyu and his friends got off the car again to deal with the mutant zombies, and then got on the car and went back. They had been out for 4 hours, and it was just time for dinner when they got back. When they arrived at the base, Wensiyu and Wen Yen asked for 3 crystal cores, and then went to Ji Heng's villa alone. They needed to use his helicopter, so giving him some crystal cores was just a gift. Ji Heng also awakened his superpowers not long ago. Like Ji Yi, he was a first-level water system. After learning the upgrade method, he thought about sending Ningyu and his group to deal with those mutant zombies, and then get the crystal cores to upgrade. But there were 5 mutant zombies in the footage taken by the drone, 3 of which were level 3 and 2 were level 2. And Ningyu and his group had only 1 level 3, so he might not be able to deal with them. Therefore, Ji Heng could only ask Wensiyu and his group for help. Seeing him hand over 3 crystal cores, Ji Heng hesitated for a moment and took them. Now that the zombies were about to besiege the city, upgrading was the most important thing, and he had no time to be humble. "See you? I thought about the transfer to the island, and we have to act as soon as possible. We'd better set off early tomorrow morning. First determine the location of the island, and then transfer the people in the base in batches." After listening to Ningyu's detailed account of the encounter along the way, Ji Heng trusted Wensiyu a little more. In the afternoon, Wensiyu said that there were a lot of high-level zombies approaching North City, led by 2 level 5 zombies, one of which was a very difficult to deal with mental power. Even if they gathered all their strength, they might not be able to deal with it. It would be best to transfer to other places. As for this other place, he only said it was an island, but the exact location was not clear, so he needed to check it out first. Ji Heng knew that there was a Sky Eye in their team, and with him, they would definitely be able to find the island. Wensiyu nodded slightly to Ji Heng. "Then tomorrow morning, you let someone follow us to explore the way, and then transfer the others." Ji Heng thought about it. There were tens of thousands of people in the base, and it would be troublesome to transfer them. If it was really too late, they had to be transferred to other places to hide. In short, he couldn't leave them alone. Wensiyu didn't care about other people, and mentioned that whether they could escape depended on their luck. After talking about business, Wensiyu stood up and said goodbye, noticing Ji Yi standing at the door, hesitant to speak. He said lightly, "Wen Yen asked you to have dinner, right? Let's go." Ji Yi was stunned, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. Okay. He wanted to go out with Wensiyu and the others in the afternoon, but his father didn't allow him to go, saying that he would only cause trouble if he went. Ji Yi has been controlled by his father since he was a child, and he is used to obeying his orders. The only time he rebelled in these years was when he went on a trip to another place alone a few months ago, but he didn't regret it at all. If he hadn't rebelled once, he wouldn't have met Wen Yen and others. The day he met Wen Yen, he was attracted by her liveliness at first sight. That was a color that had never appeared in his rigid and polite life. It was so bright and beautiful. Later, when he saw her rushing out to save her brother, Ji Yi liked her even more. How could he not like such a loyal, lively and bright girl? But the opposite sex around the girl were better than each other. Whether in appearance or ability, they were all outstanding. And he, except for his better family background, had no competitiveness at all. He thought about it, and felt that being friends was good enough. Chapter 64 I Want to Join You. Wensiyu brought Ji Yi back to the villa, and went straight to the kitchen to work. Lin Zixia helped on the side, muttering, "Brother Wen, how do you put the seasoning? How can the taste be just right? This needs to be stir-fried over low heat for a while, and then it needs to be cooked over high heat. I can't remember it." Wensiyu was annoyed and interrupted. "Shut up. You will learn it after watching it a few more times." Zhou Yuchu was learning to cut potato shreds. He wanted to ask a technique, but after hearing what Wensiyu said, he didn't ask again and continued to think with his head down. Lully leaned on the door frame, looking at the 3 people who got along harmoniously, and teased, "Look at you. You are really a loving family." Wensiyu glanced at them coldly, and his smile froze immediately. He stood up and said, I won't disturb you. You continue. Lin Zixia mouth corners raised, and a smile flashed across his eyes. Fortunately, Wen Xiyu suppressed this guy. Otherwise he would be really lawless. In the living room, Ji Yi greeted Xiao Qin and then had nothing to talk about. Wen Yin went upstairs to use the bathroom. Without her, the atmosphere was extremely cold. Ji Yi was not a silent person, but seeing Xiao Qin lifeless look, he lost interest in talking. Lin Fei sat on a sofa chair a little far away from the two of them, and casually flipped open the book left by Wen Xiyu. Isn't the devil in the heart a mental illness? Why did Wen Xiyu read this kind of book? Does he have a mental problem? Lin Fei read a few pages and thought it made sense. So he flipped down again. What are you reading? Ji Yi finally couldn't stand the silence anymore. So he stood up and walked to Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei looked up at him, half closed the book, and showed him the cover. Restrain the devil in your heart. Ji Yi read the title of the book, his eyes twitching slightly. Isn't this a psychology book? He doesn't like to read this kind of book. Just glanced at it, and sat down on a chair beside him without interest. Wen Yin walked down the stairs, and also curiously glanced at the book in Lin Fei's hand. Isn't this the one her brother is reading? The name is quite interesting, and she will take it, and take a look when she is free. When Ji Yi saw the girl coming, the boredom in his eyes faded away, and his amber eyes lit up slightly. Have you tried the clothes I gave you? Does it fit? Wen Yin turned to look at him, apologetically smiled. I haven't had time yet. I will try it later. Yeah, Ji Yi responded, looking at her with curved eyebrows. Today she wore a rose-red short-sleeved shirt, black jeans, and her hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, looking particularly energetic. Wen Yin walked to Xiao Qin and asked him, Do you want to use the bathroom? There are both upstairs and downstairs. I can point them out to you. Xiao Qin glanced at her sideways, hummed very lightly, and then stood up. Wen Yin took him to the bathroom on the first floor, looked at his somewhat worn clothes, and pursed her lips. Well, why don't you change your clothes? I find you a set. There were several sets of clothes in the space that she prepared for Wen Xiyu. Xiao Qin might be a little too big for them, but for now, he could only make do with them. When he went back to the supermarket, he would find some clothes for him. Wen Yin took out a black jacket, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of gray trousers, and handed them to Xiao Qin. He was obviously stunned, with confusion and puzzlement in his eyes, and some unknown emotions. These are my brother's clothes. They may be too big for you. We go to the supermarket later, and find you some clothes to change. Seeing Xiao Qin in a daze, Wen Yin stuffed the clothes into his hands, and turned around and left. Xiao Qin changed his clothes in the bathroom, and washed his old clothes. He looked at the gloomy boy in the mirror, and smiled mockingly. So what if she is very nice to him now? If she can't develop a vaccine, she will be the first to turn against him. Over the years, he has seen many such people. They flatter and please for the sake of benefits. But once there is no benefit, they kick them away. Xiao Qin originally wanted to leave quietly at night, but these people abilities have reached level 3 or 4, and they are very sensitive. Lully also has the ability of the Sky Eye. It may be difficult for him to escape. In this case, it is better to wait and see what happens and find an opportunity to leave later. At the dinner table, Wen Xiyu noticed Xiao Qin's clothes at first glance. The black jacket was a little too big, and the white short-sleeved shirt inside looked familiar. It looked like the clothes Wen Yin showed him a few days ago. His eyes suddenly darkened, and his fists clenched secretly. Wen Yin leaned closer to him and whispered, Brother, I gave Xiao Qin a set of your clothes. His previous set can't be worn. Seeing that he was gloomy and silent, Wen Yin raised his hand and shook his arm. Oh, don't be angry. It's just a set of clothes. I find you a few more later. Xiao Qin noticed the movement of the two, glanced sideways, and lowered his head again, eating white rice silently. Wen Xiyu couldn't stand Wen Yin's coquetry, and gently pushed her head away from her shoulder. Eat. I'm not angry. Wen Yin chuckled, picked up the chopsticks, and picked up a dish for him. Eat more. You've worked hard cooking. Yeah. Wen Xiyu nodded with satisfaction, seeing that she was no longer clinging to Xiao Qin. He felt much better. Ji Yi stared at Wen Xiyu for a while, and mustered up the courage to speak. Brother Wen, can I join your team? I want to fight zombies with you. Wen Xiyu raised his eyebrows slightly, put down his chopsticks, and looked at him in confusion. Your father is the commander-in-chief of the army. What's the matter with you following us? Will your father agree? Ji clenched his palms, lowered his eyes and said, I don't care whether he agrees or not. This is my decision. I have superpowers now, and I won't drag you down. Wen Xiu hooked his lips and turned his eyes to Wen Yin. Both of them smiled at the same time. Now the team is short of a water superpower, and it would be best if he could join. What do you think? Wen Xiu asked Wen Yin. Wen Yin smiled and nodded. I think it's good. Water-based abilities are not only practical, but also very aggressive. Moreover, Ji has been with us for more than half a month and has become our friend. It's great that he can join our team. Ji didn't expect that she not only recognized his ability, but also treated him as a friend. And these were what he needed most. He looked at her gratefully, and then turned to Wen Xiu. Waiting for his answer, Wen Xiu drank a sip of water and said slowly, Ji, think about it. If you join our team, you will no longer be the commander-in-chief's son, but just a member of our team. You don't have any privileges. You need to protect yourself. And you need to work. Ji looked at him with a firm look in his eyes. I've thought about it. He has been thinking about this matter these days. Instead of staying with his father and being a mediocre waste, it is better to take a risk and make his life more meaningful. After dinner, Ji was about to say goodbye and leave. But then he thought of something and said to Wen Yin, Do you want to wash your hair tonight? I can help you. Xiaochen looked at the two of them with a hard-to-speak look. Do you need help with this kind of thing? I really don't understand how these people get along. Wen Yin smiled at Ji. No. My space has been upgraded, and I can take a shower inside. She went into the space to wash last night, and the water inside was warm. Not cold at all. It's just that this kind of water can't be taken out, and can only be used in the space. Ji raised his eyebrows in surprise. You mean, you can enter the space? Wen Yin nodded, and then told him, Don't tell others about this matter first. Just let our own people know. Ji was stunned by the 3 words our own people for a while, and a silly smile rose on his face. I will keep it a secret. Lully couldn't bear to watch it. Where did this naive person come from? It was too obvious. It's a pity that Wen Yin didn't get it, and he didn't have any effect no matter how much he acted like a peacock. In Wen Yin's eyes, except for her brother, everyone else is a useful friend. She gathers them together just to live better. Of course, this is also beneficial to them. As an egoist, Lully didn't think she did anything wrong. But the little girl was inexperienced, and sometimes showed it very obviously and hurtful. Some people are trapped in the blind spot and can't see it. Some people choose to ignore it. But he saw it, and didn't think there was anything wrong. At least there is sincerity in it. Isn't it? Lully raised his lips and smiled casually, turning his eyes to Ji. Since you have joined the team, don't just think about helping Wen Yin wash her hair. We also need to wash. Okay? Come and help us store some water for washing. I want to take a bath tonight. It's better to store more. Ji looked at him and smiled brightly. Okay, Brother Lu. Wen Yin took out some empty buckets from the space. Then I work hard for you. Ji shook his head. Not hard. He was very happy to join this team. He was able to help. Not a waste. Xiaoqing got up to clean up the dishes, and saw that Wen Yin didn't follow him diligently anymore. But he was relieved. He didn't like being stared at all the time, as if he was being monitored. The atmosphere of this team was different from the ones he had been in before. They seemed to be living a happy life, cooking together, chatting, and going out to do tasks. It was lively and warm. But this happiness had nothing to do with him. He was never a sociable person. Chapter 65, Compete. Night fell, and it was time to go to bed in the blink of an eye. They had no mobile phones and no other entertainment now, so they could only go to bed early and get up early. There were 6 bedrooms in the villa, and they had 1 each. But now that Xiaochen was there, it was a bit insufficient. Wen Xiu thought that he would be on guard tonight, so he let Xiaochen live in his room. Wen Yin took out some new toiletries and handed them to Xiaochen, and said to Lully, Brother Lu, take him to the room. Wen Yin noticed that Xiaochen was somewhat repulsive to women, and didn't want to do any more useless work, so he let Lully get in touch with him more. If they could become friends, the ultimate goal could be achieved. Lully was quite shrewd except for not being clear about Lin Xi's affairs. It should be no problem for him to deal with Xiaochen. Lully understood Wen Yin's thoughts, smiled and nodded. Okay, I take him there. The two went upstairs, while the others sat in the living room and chatted. They would move to the closed island tomorrow. But moving there did not mean absolute safety. They still had to go out regularly to upgrade their abilities. Ji Hung promised to send them a helicopter as a reward for escorting Ji Yi back. But none of them could fly a plane. Wen Xiyu felt that this skill was very important, and everyone needed to learn it. Lin Zixia nodded solemnly. Brother Wen, I learned this kind of thing very quickly. Faster than learning to cook. Wen Xiyu rolled his eyes at him, and reminded them. You cook tomorrow morning. Zhou Yuchu for lunch. And Lin Fei for dinner. You'd better not mess it up on purpose. There are 6 or 7 of them now. And they have to prepare at least 6 dishes every time they cook. And kneading dough is particularly time-consuming. Wen Xiyu doesn't want to be a chef all the time. When they move to the island, and their safety is guaranteed, everyone except Wen Yin will have to take turns cooking. Wen Yin asked weakly, Should I take turns cooking? Wen Xiyu remembered that she cooked in the farmhouse last time. She just went to the bathroom, and found the kitchen on fire when she came back. She didn't know how to use that kind of earthen stove. The fire was too strong. And she accidentally brought out the sticks, which ignited the surrounding firewood. The flames almost burned her clothes. Wen Xiyu closed her eyes, and shook her head, saying, You don't have to. Just provide the ingredients. Although this stove will not catch fire again. Wen Yin is really clumsy in cooking. So it's better not to get close to the kitchen. Lin Fei looked at Wen Xiyu in embarrassment. He just learned to cook for a day. And he will be responsible for dinner tomorrow? This is more difficult than asking him to deal with zombies. He will definitely mess it up. Zhou Yuchu was also a little worried about his cooking skills. He looked at Wen Xiyu and said, This is our first time cooking. Can you give us some guidance? Wen Xiyu nodded in agreement. Even if Zhou Yuchu didn't mention it, he would go to the kitchen to keep an eye on it. After all, he didn't want to eat any dark dishes. Lully came down from upstairs, and sat casually on the sofa chair. Then he glanced at a few people and said, Xiaochen might leave secretly. We'd better keep an eye on him, and don't let him be alone. Several people looked at him when they heard it. There was no surprise in their eyes. Xiaochen didn't stay voluntarily, and it was normal for him to want to leave. But they couldn't let him leave. He is the only one who can develop a vaccine and the hope to end the apocalypse. But his psychology is a little twisted. It's safer to keep such a person around. Wen Xiyu said to the others, He is a very cautious person. You should be more careful when dealing with him. Of course, you don't have to try to please him. Just treat him as a normal friend. Lin Zixia didn't understand. He is really awkward. Although we have something to ask of him, we have also helped him a lot and provided him with food, clothing, shelter and transportation. What else can he be dissatisfied with? Wen Yin supported his chin and sighed. Maybe he has a psychological problem. In short, we should be more patient with him. Also, don't get too close to him or put your arm around him. He doesn't seem to like physical contact with others. Lully raised his eyebrows and looked at her, teasing. You are the only one who has physical contact with him. Okay. We haven't touched him. And we don't want to touch him. Wen Yin smiled awkwardly. When I'm in a hurry, my hands are faster than my brain. I pay attention to it next time. She leaned on Wen Xiyu's shoulder, buried her head, and rubbed it with some embarrassment, and raised her head after a while. Sometimes I don't think things through enough. If there is anything I don't do well, remember to remind me. Wen Xiyu helped her tidy up her slightly messy hair, with a smile in his eyes. You have done very well. These little things are not important. No one can do everything perfectly. Besides, you are only 17 years old. It's amazing that you can consider these things. Lin Zixi nodded in agreement. Yes, you are already very good. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have upgraded so quickly. Wen Yin thought. That's because I have the memory of my previous life. If not, I probably can't help them much. Of course, if she had awakened the space ability in her previous life, the result might be different. Zhou Yuchu continued. You don't have to set such high standards for yourself. We don't think things through that well. So we have to form a team. Right? Wen Yin turned to look at him, and inexplicably felt that his expression was so gentle and his words were so pleasant to hear. Wen Yin smiled at him. I have a feeling that we will be the strongest team among the superpowers in the future. Zhou Yuchu curved his lips. It should be now. At least in the North City base. We have the highest superpower level. Lully cast a glance at the two of them. Yes. As long as we continue to upgrade our superpowers. We should be able to sit firmly on the throne of the industry's first place. Lin Zixia. Speaking of superpowers. Brother, when superpowers are still the most powerful. The Thunder system plus the Wood system. If they are upgraded a few levels, they will be invincible. Lully. Lin Fei's mental power is also very powerful. I wonder who will win against Brother One. Lin Fei, who was mentioned, touched his chin thoughtfully. If Brother One is a level 4 Thunder system, I am sure I can control him. But he has dual superpowers. So I am not sure. Lully raised his eyebrow and became interested. Why don't you two compete with each other and let us open our eyes? Chapter 66, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Lin Fei and Wen Xiyu looked at each other and thought that it was okay to compete. It was just right to see the true strength of the dual system superpowers. The two got up from the sofa one after another, walked a few steps to the center of the living room, and then attacked at the same time. Lin Fei concentrated his mental power and briefly controlled Wen Xiyu. But in just 1 second, a thin vine swung out from his hand and circled Lin Fei's neck. Lin Fei reached out to pull the vine and continued to attack with mental power, trying to make him loosen the vine. But the vine became tighter and tighter, and there was no sign of loosening at all. Boss, I give up. The moment Lin Fei put away his mental power, the vine also dropped, and then flew back to Wen Xiyu's hand. Lin Fei's expression was a little wilted. I was clearly controlling it just now. How could you break free? Wen Xiyu chuckled. I was controlled for a few seconds. Just now, it was the wood power controlled by the supernatural spirit. Hearing his words, a white snowball-like little man emerged from his chest. Its eyes narrowed slightly. The cold look in its eyes was exactly the same as Wen Xiyu, and there was a light yellow lightning mark on its forehead. So that's how it is. Lin Fei suddenly realized that it seemed that the dual system supernatural power was indeed very powerful. Even if the supernatural was controlled by mental power, the supernatural spirit could still use supernatural power to attack. Then can you use the thunder power? Lin Fei stared at the little guy and asked. The little guy nodded. His expression was very calm and steady. Wen Xiyu heard the little guy voice and explained for him. If you use the thunder power, you will be injured. Lin Fei touched his neck. He seemed to be injured. He was sure there was a mark on it. But the little guy still showed mercy. If he had been struck by lightning, he would have had to find a healing psychic. Wen Yang came over at this time and explained. Dual system psychic powers have advantages over mental power. Even without a psychic elf, he can quickly get rid of control unless you kill him within a few seconds. Lin Fei nodded and looked at little lightning with envy. Will I have a psychic elf when I reach level 4? Wen Yin pursed his lips. He didn't seem to have a psychic elf in his previous life. And so did Lully. Their psychic powers were already amazing. And they didn't need psychic elves to add to their power. It depends on fate. It doesn't matter if you don't have it. Your mental power is already very powerful and doesn't need assistance. Lin Fei heard the meaning of her words. Although he felt a little regretful, he also felt that it made sense. The mental power itself was fatal to other psychic powers. If you add another psychic elf, there would be almost no nemesis. But everything is interdependent. So how can there be a superpower without a nemesis? Lin Fei smiled at Wen Yin. It's okay if there is no elf. I don't like this kind of small pet. I just asked casually. Wen Yin's attention has been attracted by the little lightning. When she heard his words, she just said oh. Compared with the other two superpower elves, the little lightning didn't seem to like to show up. Nor did he like to play with her. Wen Yin raised her hand to touch the little guy head. But just as she was about to get close, she saw it turn around and disappear. Wen Yin was stunned for a moment, and tugged at Wen Xiyu's sleeve aggrievedly. I just wanted to touch it, but it ran so fast. Wen Xiyu looked at her helplessly. It and I have synesthesia. Don't touch its head casually. Thinking of something. His expression turned cold for a moment. The other two little guys are the same. Don't touch them casually. They are not just pets. They have synesthesia with the superpowers. Seeing his serious expression, Wen Yin nodded obediently. Got it. On the sofa, Lully watched a battle and withdrew his eyes without interest. The result was similar to what he expected. Wen Xiyu dual system superpowers, plus the superpower elves, can completely crush superpowers of the same level, including the supernatural mental power. Next, they just need to upgrade steadily. And then let Xiaoqin develop a virus vaccine. Maybe they can really end the end of the world. But Lully doesn't want to end the end of the world so quickly. He likes the current state. Every day, There is a group of people accompanying him, eating, chatting, and going out to do tasks together, just like a family. Even if Lin Xiao doesn't want him anymore, he seems to be able to survive here. Thinking of Lin Xiao, Lully felt uncomfortable again. He shouldn't have tied her to his side as a boyfriend. They could have been friends. It was his fault that he was blind at the time, and was busy with studies and work, and never faced this problem. Lully sighed slightly, and when he saw several people coming over, his eyebrows and eyes returned to normal, and he smiled. Your superpower elf is as stable as you. Unlike Lin Xiao, who only knows how to act cute. Lin Xiao raised his eyes. Why did the topic lead to him again? He really was caught in the crossfire. Last time, Xiao Hui refused to come out after being beaten. When Xiu was really cruel, and didn't show any mercy. When Xiu glanced at Lin Xiao, and the corners of his lips slightly raised. Why haven't you seen Xiao Hui come out recently? Lin Xiao. Don't you know what's going on? You're asking even though you know the answer. Lin Xiao was indignant. But he smiled. It's been lazy recently, and doesn't like to go out to play. Zhou Yuchu glanced at Lin Xiao, and smiled slightly. When this guy said one thing and meant another, the expression on his face was particularly obvious. Especially his eyes, which would never lie. When Xiu also saw that he said one thing and meant another, and raised his hand to pat his shoulder. Remember what I told you before. Don't think about things you shouldn't think about. Lin Xiao hummed in a sullen voice, thinking, why should I warn him alone? Don't other people need to be warned? Wen Yan is so cute and well-behaved. He doesn't believe that other people don't have any thoughts. Humph. He is always the one who takes the blame. Although he did have some thoughts. He didn't want to do anything. At most, he just stared at Wen Yan every day. Zhou Yuchu's eyebrows tightened slightly when he heard Wen Xiu's words. And he thought of Lin Fei's previous question. Some things are already very clear. He just subconsciously ignored it. He looked at Lin Xiao, feeling a little heavy, but not surprised. When Wen Xiu warned Lin Xiao, he thought about this matter. But he was not really moved at that time. And he didn't care. Now, he actually felt a little awkward. But on second thought, with Wen Xiu around, both of them probably have no chance. Instead of wasting themselves, it's better to let nature take its course. Just like he said to Lin Fei before. If Wen Yan really chose Lin Xiao, he would send his blessings. But he would also try his best to fight for himself. The relationship between them will not change because of this. At least, he thinks so now. Lully glanced at the two men with different expressions. And then at Wen Yan, who looked confused, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Why do you only warn Lin Xiao, but not others? Wen Xiu glanced at him coldly. Do you know what it means to kill a chicken to scare the monkey? Lully. Oh, said, and raised his eyebrows again. So Lin Xiao is the chicken, and we are the monkeys. Lin Fei looked up in confusion. Was he also among those being warned? He did nothing, and he didn't have any covetous thoughts. Lin Xiao tilted his head and glared at Lully. You are the chicken. Lully hooked his lips and said lazily, I can't be a chicken. At most I can be a duck. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. This man looked calm when he first met him. But after getting along for a long time, his true nature was slowly exposed. A childish ghost. He is used to watching the fun and stirring up trouble. He is also quite poisonous. Lin Xiao was also convinced. He couldn't talk him out of it. And he couldn't beat him. Wen Yan blinked and looked at Wen Xiu in confusion. Brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Wen Xiu smiled at her. It's normal for children not to understand adults' matters. You should go to bed. Okay. Wen Yan was indeed a little sleepy. After saying hello to a few people, she walked upstairs. Her room was on the left side of the second floor. Next door was her brother's room. And then Lully's. The other three lived downstairs. Before entering the bedroom, Wen Yan remembered something. Stopped, turned around and knocked on the door next door. After a while, the door was opened. And Xiao Chen looked at her with obvious vigilance in his eyes, as if he was afraid that she would do something to him. Wen Yan's mouth twitched. She didn't look like a bad person. Was it necessary to be so vigilant? What on earth did this guy go through? Wen Yan frowned painfully, then took out a bucket of water from the space and put it on the ground. And then took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Xiao Chen's palm. Don't be so vigilant. Don't I need your help? How could I hurt you? Bottled water is for washing. This is for you to drink. Go to bed early. After saying that, Wen Yen didn't look at him again, and turned around and left. Xiaochen stood there. His eyes were stunned for a moment. And then he returned to the calmness of dead water, raised his hand, and closed the door. Chapter 67, Zombies That Can Drive. Several people downstairs returned to their rooms one after another, leaving only Wenxiu to keep watch in the living room. In the middle of the night, he was leaning on the sofa chair flipping through the unfinished book, but heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Zhou Yuchu. Wenxiu put down the book and sat up a little straighter. Something? Zhou Yuchu walked closer to him, his eyebrows slightly lowered. I plan to go home. I can go back alone. I don't need anyone to accompany me. He thought about going home last night, but he was too timid to face it. He was afraid of seeing his parents' bodies and the empty room. But he was leaving here tomorrow. And before leaving, he still wanted to go home. Wenxiu raised his eyes to look at him, frowning slightly. Midnight is when zombies are most active. Even if you have a high level of superpowers, it is still dangerous to encounter emergencies. Go call Lully and ask him to accompany you. Zhou Yuchu didn't want to bother Lully very much. He hesitated for a while, but still went to the second floor. Lully had just fallen asleep upstairs when he heard a knock on the door. He opened his eyes irritably and used his superpowers to check who was standing outside the door. He was too lazy to change his clothes, so he got out of bed and opened the door. He leaned against the door and asked with half-closed eyes, "What's wrong? You can't sleep and come to talk to me?" Zhou Yuchu choked. He didn't want to disturb others in the middle of the night, but the door had been knocked open, so he could only say with apology, "I want to go home. Brother Wen asked you to accompany me." Lully scratched his messy hair. Very sleepy. Now? Zhou Yuchu hummed softly and said sorry again. Wait a minute. Lully yawned and walked back to the bed, put on his clothes in a daze, and then followed Zhou Yuchu out the door. In the living room downstairs, Wenxiu threw a bunch of car keys to the two and reminded them, if you encounter a mutant zombie, those above level 3 should hide and don't get close to it. Zhou Yuchu said yes, and his heart was slightly touched. Lully nodded sleepily. Got it, boss. The two left the base from the back door. There was no traffic light restriction, and the road was smooth. Zhou Yuchu stepped on the accelerator to speed up and increased the speed to more than 100. Lully sat in the co-pilot seat, and his sleepiness disappeared all of a sudden. The push on his back caused by the excessive speed made him feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted him to slow down, but he opened his mouth but didn't say it. Forget it. It's better to bear it, so that he can go home and sleep earlier. Half an hour later, the car stopped downstairs of a villa. Lully pushed open the door and got out of the car. His head was still dizzy. The car seemed to have reached 180 just now, and he was afraid that he would die in a car accident. Fortunately, they arrived safely. Lully looked at the person who was driving calmly just now. His state just now had a sense of calm madness, much more terrible than Lin Zixia and Lin Fei. Those two were just crying silently at most. Do you need me to go in with you? No. I want to stay in there alone for a while. You wait for me in the car. Lully leaned against the side of the car and watched him go in, then took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. It wasn't that he wanted to smoke. It was really too sleepy in the middle of the night. He needed to wake up. While smoking, Lully suddenly noticed that a mutant zombie appeared 5 kilometers away. Strangely, it was sitting in the driver's seat and driving the car. Wow! Lully cursed, locked the area and took a look, and found that it was a level 5 zombie. Wen Yen said that the higher the level of the zombie, the closer the consciousness is to humans. But the blood-eating nature will not change. But she didn't say that zombies can drive. Lully threw the cigarette butt on the ground and stomped it out, then quickly walked into the villa to look for someone. He turned on the light inside and looked around, but didn't find Zhou Yuchu. Zhou Yuchu, come downstairs quickly. There is a level 5 zombie that can drive approaching us. Lully shouted upstairs. And soon, a bedroom door was pushed open, and Zhou Yuchu hurried downstairs with a metal box in his hand. Chapter 68, Speeding in the Middle of the Night. Time was running out, so the two of them didn't stop and drove out of the villa directly. Lully used his sky eye to check the position of the zombie. It seemed to be speeding, and it was driving very fast. In just a few minutes, the car was only 2 kilometers away from them. There was no fork in this road, and turning around or moving forward was a bit dangerous. He could only urge Zhou to speed up. He rushed all the way to the entrance of the back door of the base, pressed a button in a hidden corner of the bushes, and entered a string of passwords. The originally flat road section immediately sank, and a lift ladder appeared at the same time. The vehicle went down the ladder, and soon, the road section returned to its original state. The vehicle landed smoothly on the ground, and Zhou started the car again and drove towards the villa. Wenxiu was waiting for the two at home. Hearing the roar of the car, he pushed the door and walked out. "Boss, there is a level 5 zombie that can drive. It's so weird." Lully got out of the car and said as he walked. Zhou followed him and added, "It seems to be racing. It's very fast. It's about 2 kilometers away from us now." Wenxiu raised his eyebrows. The opportunity to upgrade has come. It's rare to encounter such a lone high-level zombie. They must not miss it. You go upstairs to call Lin Zixia and others. Zhou and I will attract the attention of the zombie first, so that he won't run too far. Lully looked at him worriedly. "It's level 5. If it's a mental power, you two might." Wenxiu smiled with his lips curved. "It's okay. Even if it's level 5. The superpower elves are not controlled by mental power." Zhou nodded and followed Wenxiu into the car again. This time, Wenxiu drove. When Lully saw the two people get in the car, he immediately walked into the villa quickly and knocked on the doors one by one like a gust of wind. "Wake up! There is a level 5 zombie that can drive that needs to be dealt with." Lin Fei was not asleep at first, and was still connected to the dream. When he heard Lully's voice, he got up all of a sudden, put on his clothes and went out. Lin Zixia was not sleeping well either. He woke up when he heard the knock on the door, and then put on his clothes in a daze. Lully didn't want to wake Wenyan up, but was afraid that Xiao Chen would sneak away. So he knocked on Wenyan's door and asked her to watch in the living room. Wenyan rubbed her sleepy eyes and vaguely replied, "Okay. If they work together, they can definitely deal with a level 5 zombie." Wenyan was not worried about this. She put on her clothes and went to the living room to watch. On the street, the roar of cars continued. It sounded like the sound of a sports car. Jiang Xinyue, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and cursed in her heart. What kind of lunatic is this? He's racing in the middle of the night. Sun Rui woke up earlier than her. At this moment, he was lying by the window, lifting one side of the curtain to check the situation. He is a second-level psychic, with much sharper vision and hearing than ordinary humans. Even in dim light, he can see clearly what is happening outside. He followed Jiang Xinyue's advice and lived outside the base. After all, there was no place to go inside. It was no different from being in prison for more than a dozen of them to squeeze into a mobile house. But now, he regretted it. Compared with being in prison, life seemed more important, especially when he saw the person sitting in the sports car. No, it was a zombie, who stopped the car with excitement. Sun Rui's regret reached its peak. Zombies that can drive must be of a high-level species. Please, don't be a psychic. Don't notice their existence. Sun Rui prayed in his heart, and secretly decided to move to the base tomorrow. Jiang Xinyue glanced at Sun Rui, got out of bed, and walked to the window. "What's wrong? You seem very nervous." Sun Rui stared out the window, his voice very low. "Have you seen a zombie that can drive?" Jiang Xinyue yawned lazily. "I've seen it in a book." Sun Rui raised his slightly trembling hand and pointed at the black figure standing on the street. That zombie just got off the sports car. Jiang Xinyue followed his line of sight. The light was dim, and it was difficult for her to tell whether it was a person or a zombie with only a blurry back. But Sun Rui should have seen it clearly. Otherwise, he would not be trembling with fear. Jiang Xinyue patted his shoulder soothingly. "What are you afraid of? It didn't find us. As long as we don't turn on the lights, it's fine." But the next second, they saw the black shadow look in their direction, and then condense flames in the palm of his hand, and smash straight into the window where they were. "Ah!" Jiang Xinyue screamed and immediately squatted down with her head in her hands. Sun Rui was faster than her, and had already rushed out of the room. The fireball smashed a hole in the glass, and finally landed on the bed sheet in the bedroom. Jiang Xinyue came back to her senses from the shock, and looked at Sun Rui, who left her alone, her eyes full of disbelief. He kept saying that he loved her, but he left her at the critical moment. Jiang Xinyue's eyes were sore for a moment, and she saw several more flames smashing into the room. She didn't have time to think about it and ran out quickly. At the same time, a sharp brake sound was heard on the street. When Siyu and Zhou got out of the car respectively, and then gathered their superpowers and attacked the level 5 zombie. The level 5 zombie, who was still grinning at the window, saw the two high-level superpowers suddenly appear, and immediately lost interest in the ants in the apartment building. The flame and the ice blade collided in the air, and the ice quickly melted into water, and the flame was extinguished at this time. The ice power has an advantage over the fire power, even though Zhou is one level lower than him. The level 5 zombie grinned at the two in anger, and condensed the flame again to attack the two. When Siyu dodged and controlled the vine to swing at the zombie, but the vine burned when it met fire, and even with the blessing of thunder and lightning, the effect was greatly reduced. He simply stopped using the wood power, and only used the thunder power to attack. Zhou cooperated with him, and the ice blade kept flying out of his palm. When Lully and his companions arrived, they saw sparks flying in the sky, ice blades flying everywhere, and lightning crackling. Lin Zixu quickly opened the door and got out of the car, but Lin Fei did not get out of the car. He used his mental power to control the zombies. He could only control this level 5 zombie for a few seconds at most, but a few seconds was enough for Wen Xiu and his companions to take action. Lully sat in the back seat and watched the battle. Although he could not help much, he was always nervous for them, seeing the zombies' eyes slightly stagnant. Wen Xiu vine flew out quickly, directly penetrated the dark head, and dug out a green crystal core. Wen Xiu wiped the blood off the crystal core, turned to Lin Fei and said, "Not bad. You can control it at level 5. Lin Fei smiled, showing his white teeth. "I can only control it for 1 or 2 seconds. Fortunately, your wood ability is fast enough." Before Lin Zixu could help, the battle was over. He cast an admiring look at the few people. "With you here, I can even lie down." Lully pressed the car window and cast a casual glance. "It's okay for me to lie down, but you are destined to work hard." Lin Zixu snorted. "I am not destined to work hard. I am destined to enjoy happiness." Lully laughed. "You don't have this fate in the end times." Wen Xiu swept the two people with cold eyes, and there was some helplessness in his eyes. These two people probably have conflicting attributes and can quarrel at any time. "Okay, go home and rest." Wen Xiu spoke, then walked into the car, and Zhou followed him in the car. They were about to drive away, but saw a woman in a thin nightgown rushing over on the road. Several people looked at each other and then looked away. Running out in such a way in the middle of the night is really a problem. Jiang Xinyu walked to the car window and looked at Zhou with tears in her eyes. "Yuchu, can you take me with you? I almost died tonight." Just after coming out of the bedroom, Jiang Xinyu heard the fighting outside. She lay by the window of the living room and watched for a while. Seeing that they won, she hurried out without even changing clothes. Sun Rui was missing at this time, and Jiang Xinyu didn't care about him. She was almost hit by the flame. Compared with the last time, she was almost killed by a gun. This time, the attack of the mutant zombies made her more scared, because no one protected her. Jiang Xinyu finally realized that this was not a game world. If she died here, she might really die. She must climb up the tree of the male protagonist, even if it was to be a military advisor. Zhou didn't even look at her, and coldly spat out 2 words. "No." He felt that this woman must have a problem with her brain. They were obviously not familiar with each other, but she always put on a pretentious attitude and said some strange things. What does her death have to do with him? Chapter 69: The Hero and the Villain. When Siyu glanced at the rearview mirror, his eyes were filled with impatience, and he stepped on the clutch to start the car, but heard Jiang Xinyu say, "Zhou, in fact, you live in a comic book world. You are the hero. Wen Xiu is the villain. You should not form a team. You should be with me. I came to this world. I can help you build your own base." Jiang Xinyu saw that Zhou had no patience, so she simply pointed it out. "I know this sounds incredible, but it's the truth. If you don't believe me, you can verify what I said one by one. In about a week, North City will fall. The level of that group of mutant zombies is very high. Most of them are level 3 or 4. And there are 2 level 5. One of which has mental power. You may not be able to deal with them together. Also, I know there is a person named Xiao Chen in the base, who can develop a virus vaccine in 2 years. I can take you to find him." Jiang Xinyu said a lot of information in one breath, and then stood by the car door waiting for Zhou Yuchu's reaction. She is valuable. Even if Zhou Yuchu doesn't like her now, he should keep her. Wen Xiyu looked at Jiang Xinhua thoughtfully. Wen Yin also said what she said that needed to be verified. And they have verified it, and found Xiaochen. So, this woman can predict the future like Wen Yin? But what the hell is the male protagonist and villain, she said. I am actually a villain? Why is it that I feel a little unhappy for no reason? Lin Zixia and the others also heard what Jiang Xinhua said. And their faces showed expressions of doubting life at the same time. Outrageous. Too outrageous. Zhou Yuchu is the male protagonist. And Wen Xiyu is the villain. Then what are they? Insignificant supporting roles? Zhou Yuchu also fell into self-doubt. He was stunned for a long time before saying, what male protagonist and villain? Are you mentally ill? Jiang Xinhua blinked, staring at him aggrievedly and nervously. My brain is fine. What I said is true. If you don't believe it, you can verify it. When the zombies get close in a few days, you can ask Lully to check it out. Jiang Xinhua was really scared. Although she knew the plot of the book and the location of the safe island, she couldn't go there by herself. And Sun Rui was unreliable. If she stayed in Beicheng for a few more days, she estimated that her life would be in danger. Now she could only pin her hopes on the protagonist group. Zhou Yuchu rubbed his eyebrows, then looked at Wen Xiyu, asking him with his eyes how to deal with this woman. Wen Xiyu glanced at the rearview mirror, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Since Miss Jiang wants to stay with the hero so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Get in the car. Jiang Xinhua didn't expect that the villain would leave her behind. She was slightly surprised. And then a grateful smile rose on her face. Thank you. Wen Xiyu sneered at the rearview mirror. Idiot. With this little IQ, you still want to help Zhou Yuchu build a base? The vehicle restarted, and the roar of the car was particularly obvious in the silent night. Sun Rui stood at the door and watched the few people drive away from a distance, with a dark color in his eyes. What did Jiang Xinhua say to let this group of people take her away? During this period, he got a lot of words out of her mouth. But she was not completely without IQ, and she still concealed a lot. Thinking of what happened just now, Sun Rui was a little annoyed. If he had known that these people would come, he would have symbolically protected her. Now that this is the case, it is not easy to lie to her again, or go to the base tomorrow to apologize to her. Maybe there is room for change. Back at the villa, Wen Xiyu was pulled over by Wen Yin as soon as he entered the door and looked at him carefully. After confirming that he was fine, the worry in Wen Yin's eyes slowly faded, and she turned her eyes to other people, noticing the woman in a thin nightgown following Zhou Yuchu. Wen Yin frowned. Why did they bring her back? Wen Yin's eyes flashed with vigilance. She didn't forget that this woman wanted to dig up her tree. Zhou Yuchu's eyes were all on Wen Yin, and he didn't notice that Jiang Xinhua stood beside him. Seeing Wen Yin frowning, he reacted and immediately moved 2 meters away from Jiang Xinhua. Seeing this, Lin Zixia and Lin Fei also silently stepped back. Lin Zixia had never dealt with this woman, but he heard about her and 2 men on the road, and was quite shocked by her character. Fang Yi died to save her, and she actually found another man the next day. It was really heartless. Lully leaned lazily against the wall, sleepy and wanting to watch the show. He was wondering why Jiang Xinhua had changed her personality before, but now he understood that it was because her inner core had changed. It was quite interesting. Zhou Yuchu was afraid that Wen Yin would misunderstand him. So he explained, the person was brought back by your brother, and it has nothing to do with me. After hearing this, Wen Yin turned to Wen Xiyu in confusion. But before he could answer, he heard Jiang Xinhua say, Wen Yin, don't blame your brother. He just felt sorry for me. I almost died tonight. Jiang Xinhua's eyes were slightly red, and with her charming face and sexy clothes, she looked quite beautiful. Wen Yin curled her lips in displeasure. Would her brother also like this kind of pitiful little green tea? Wen Xiyu saw Wen Yin's thoughts and raised his hand to rub her hair. Don't think too much. I have my own plan. You go upstairs to rest first. Wen Yin glanced at Jiang Xinhua's translucent clothes and felt that it was a bit annoying. So he took out a set of light gray home clothes from the space and handed it to her. Go to the bathroom to change. Jiang Xinhua pursed her lips and said with a little embarrassment, I don't like this kind of cute clothes. Do you have any more mature ones? Wen Yin rolled his eyes and didn't have the patience to act with her. He took out a gun and pointed it at her head. Don't talk nonsense. Change quickly. Jiang Xinhua was stunned, and looked at the men next to her with a wrong look, but found that no one was looking at her. She gritted her teeth, and finally could only take the clothes angrily, and go to the bathroom. Wen Yin put away the gun, and turned his sight to Wen Xiu again, with the corner of his lips down. Why did you bring her back? I tell you, if you want her to be my sister-in-law, I will break off relations with you and disown you. Wen Xiu was angry for a moment, raised his hand, and knocked her head. What nonsense! I brought her back because she knows something about the future. I want to see what secrets she has. Wen Yin was a little hurt by the knock, and glared at Wen Xiu with her head covered. Wen Xiu felt angry and funny, and reached out to help her rub her forehead. Lully laughed out loud, watching from the side. Don't worry. Your brother is not interested in her, and neither are we. After a pause, he roughly described what happened just now, although he felt it was outrageous. Jiang Xinua's prediction was basically the same as Wen Yin's previous prediction. Wen Xiu brought her back to find out her secret. As for Wen Yin's secret, it was probably the same as hers. Wen Yin was shocked. She thought her rebirth was already bizarre. How could she live in a book? Is her brother a villain? No wonder he ended up like that. But how come Zhou Yuchu, as the male protagonist, died in the end? Wen Yin was a little confused. Lin Zixi glanced at the slightly serious expressions of the others and said, I think she may have some problems with her brain. We don't need to take it seriously. Lin Fei sighed softly, but the prediction she made seemed to be true. Zhou Yuchu said calmly, maybe she has awakened the ability to predict the future. Or like Wen Yin, she has dreamed of predicting the future. Lully looked at him teasingly, but his analysis was quite objective. Jiang Xinyu had changed her clothes and came over, holding her pajamas in her hands. Although she was wearing loose home clothes, she still twisted her waist when she walked, and her flowing chestnut curly hair hung on her shoulders, showing her charm in her demeanor. Several men looked away, but Wen Yin stared at her straight, with his arms folded, and his usually gentle and harmless eyes were a little sharp. Jiang Xinyu, if you want to live, you'd better tell me everything you know. Chapter 70. What a miserable man. Jiang Xinyu paused, lowered her eyes, and thought for a while, then raised her eyes to look at the others. I can tell you, but you have to let me stay with Zhou Yuchu. I am his destined goddess, and we are destined to be together. As soon as the words fell, the room was silent for a moment. Lin Fei's expression was slightly distorted, because he was trying not to laugh. This woman had slept with 2 men. Why did she just think of Zhou Yuchu? Her destiny? Lin Zixi laughed out loud. What destiny goddess? This woman must be seriously ill. Zhou Yuchu was so angry that her heartbeat was irregular, and the ice blade in her palm condensed automatically, and she wanted to kill her directly. Wen Xiu's expression did not change, and he thought about this condition very seriously. Sacrificing Zhou Yuchu is not impossible. Lully leaned against the wall and cast a casual glance. Since you are the destined goddess, why did you sleep with other men? And more than one? Jiang Xinua's expression froze, and she regretted that she had forgotten Lully's existence. He knew her past and her nature. Jiang Xinyu bit her lip in hatred, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She looked up at Zhou Yuchu, her voice soft and pitiful. Yuchu, that was done by the previous Jiang Xinyu. When I came here, she was already with Sun Rui. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it. The only person I like is you, and I came here for you. Zhou Yuchu felt a little nauseous when he heard it. He caught a glimpse of several people trying to hold back their laughter, and his heart was blocked again. This woman must have a grudge against him, always saying some inexplicable words to disgust him. Wen Yin looked at Jiang Xinua's pretentious appearance and thought she was really stupid. She didn't realize that she was now a prisoner. Wen Yin sneered, slowly took out a revolver from the space, and pointed the gun at her. His movements smooth and natural. Do you think you have the right to choose? Still want to bargain with us? Wen Yin's finger gently rested on the trigger. His eyes were cold and firm, as if ready to pull the trigger at any time. Jiang Xinyu looked at the loaded pistol close at hand. Her face was pale with fear, and her voice was trembling. You? Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out. Wen Yin approached her with the gun against her. His lips curved, and he smiled inexplicably like a villain. You'd better be sensible and spit out everything you know. Otherwise I will kill you now. Zhou Yuchu and others were stunned. They had never seen Wen Yin like this before. How to say it? It's pretty cool. Wen Xiu looked at Wen Yin, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. TSK. The little guy seemed to be more like a villain than himself. Originally, he planned to torture Jiang Xinyu in this way while she was away. But he didn't expect that she did it for him. Lully saw the reactions of several people and raised his eyebrows, as if watching a play. Jiang Xinyu said that she was a time traveler. So what about Wen Yin? Did she also change her heart? But with Wen Xiyu's sister control attribute, it is impossible for him not to recognize his sister. So, the dream that Wen Yin had may not be a dream, but a real thing. Jiang Xinyu was held to the head by a gun, and tears immediately fell down. Her already beautiful cheeks added a bit of fragility at this moment. But whether it was Wen Yin or the men around her, they were indifferent to her tears. She hated it so much that she could only hold back her tears and roughly tell the plot of this comic book. Several people doubted their lives after listening to it, and their expressions were a little solemn. According to the plot that Jiang Xinyu said, Wen Yin had died more than half a month ago, and Wen Xiyu believed that Zhou Yuchu was the culprit and pursued his trail all the way. During this period, he teamed up with Lully and others. After that, he confronted Zhou Yuchu team several times and finally died in a battle together. However, the story did not develop that way. Jiang Xinyu glanced at Wen Yin, the variable, and thought to herself, could Wen Yin be reborn? If so, then everything can be explained. Or, it was her transmigration into the book that caused a series of butterfly effects. Wen Yin half leaned on the sofa. Her eyes narrowed slightly. She was silenced when she told her brother about her rebirth before. But Jiang Xinyu seemed to be unrestricted. Is it because she is an outsider? Maybe. Wen Yin felt that she could explain it to her brother later. Zhou Yuchu glanced at Wen Yin and was glad that the story did not develop according to the plot in the book. But he couldn't help but wonder, are they really characters in the comic book? This matter sounds incredible. Lin Zixia and Lin Fei looked at each other, with shock and doubt in their eyes. Did they all die at the end? And they were killed by Wen Xiyu. It's outrageous. Wen Yin looked at Jiang Xinyu and thought of another important thing. Tell us the storyline of Xiaoqun in detail. Jiang Xinyu scratched her hair, a little annoyed. He is just a supporting role. How can I remember him clearly? Wen Yin shook the gun lightly. I can't remember what book you are wearing. Think about it again. Lully closed his eyes and listened for a while, then opened his eyes and looked at Jiang Xinyu. His dark eyes were filled with some confusion. Why did you come to this world? You have no ability to protect yourself. No superpowers. And you are stupid as hell. After listening to him, Jiang Xinyu's eyes suddenly turned red. I don't want to come here either. As soon as I opened my eyes, I became a person in a comic book. And it's the end of the world full of crises. I'm already very unlucky. Okay. I originally wanted to experience a life surrounded by handsome men here. But now, it's probably impossible. The male protagonist looked like he couldn't avoid her. And when Yin threatened her with a gun, it's really a waste of her beautiful face. Lully looked at her impatiently. Okay. Stop pretending. And continue to think about Xiaoqun's storyline. If you can't think of it, don't sleep tonight. Jiang Xinyu secretly glared at Lully. And then the corners of her mouth sank. None of these 5 men are gentle and considerate. She racked her brains for a while, and said slowly. Xiaoqun seems to be from a single-parent family. His mother has a bad temper, and often beats and scolds him. When he was a child, she dressed him up as a girl to go to school. Later, he seemed to have experienced some school bullying and other things, which caused him to have psychological problems. Then when he was in college, he went to a bar to work part-time because he was short of money, and was almost raped by a few female hooligans. In short, it is a setting of beauty, strength and misery. Later, his legs were broken and his face was destroyed. His personality became more twisted. I guess he wanted to destroy the world. So, he took the trouble to develop a virus vaccine and destroyed it in public in front of everyone. It was also a kind of revenge. After listening to Xiaoqun's story, several people showed sympathy. No wonder he always looked alert and didn't have a good face towards Wen Yin. It turned out that he was almost raped by a woman before. What a poor man. Lin Fei recalled a dream he had connected to not long ago. The room was dimly lit, and there was a little boy squatting on the ground, holding his legs with his arms, his eyes full of fear and terror. And someone was knocking on the door. That little boy should be Xiaoqun. Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoqun is quite miserable. If I were him, I would probably want to take revenge on society. Lully rubbed his sleepy eyebrows and smiled gently. I thought I was miserable enough. But I didn't expect him to be more miserable than me. Lin Zixu was shocked. It turns out that his world-weary face is not pretended. He really wants to die. Wen Xiyu looked at Jiang Xinhua thoughtfully. His legs are not broken now, so his heart should not be so twisted. Right? Jiang Xinhua lowered her head and picked her fingers. Who knows? You let him develop a vaccine. Don't let him be ruined. And you don't care whether he is mentally healthy or not. Wen Yan didn't think so. If he still has that mentality, he will have a backup plan when developing the vaccine. It will be useless for us to keep an eye on him, unless we are as proficient in pharmacology and viruses as he is. Zhou Yuchu felt that what Wen Yan said made sense, and agreed. We need to let him change his mentality. Don't we still have 2 years? It should be in time. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Lully yawned and asked, Boss, can I go to bed first? I'm so sleepy. Wen Xiyu nodded slightly. Looking over the others, you all go to bed. The crowd got up and went upstairs one after another, except Wen Yan, Jiang Xinhua, and Wen Xiyu. Jiang Xinhua asked weakly, Can I go to bed? I'm so sleepy too. Jiang Xinhua knew her own value very well, and knew that they would keep her. Next, she just had to lead them to find that island and survive there. As for ending the apocalypse, Jiang Xinhua didn't care. Even if the sky fell, there were the protagonists to support it. Wen Xiyu didn't say anything. He was considering whether to keep this woman. Wen Yan was also thinking about it. The two looked at each other, and Wen Yan spoke first. Let's go. You come with me to sleep upstairs. Jiang Xinhua was already very sleepy, rubbing her eyes and said, Okay. I don't mind sharing a bed with you. Wen Yan's mouth twitched slightly. She didn't plan to sleep in the same bed with her. The two went upstairs. She simply packed her things, watched Jiang Xinhua fall asleep, and turned around and walked out. Chapter 71 Wen Yan Dream. When she came downstairs again, Wen Yan tried to talk to Wen Xiyu about her rebirth, and found that she could tell him. Maybe Jiang Xinhua had already revealed the secret, and she was no longer restricted. Wen Xiyu listened to her words, and his eyes changed several times, with guilt, pain, and hatred. So, did Zhou Yuchu really kill you? Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Wen Yan hurriedly explained. It wasn't him. It was the teammates before. It had nothing to do with Zhou Yuchu. And those people have already died in the zombie tide. It can be considered as evil pays off. Wen Xiyu clenched his fingers. His joints were cold and white. He lowered his eyes. His voice trembled. But after you turned into a zombie, it was him who killed you. Wen Yan held his arm and comforted him. Don't blame Zhou Yuchu. Even if he didn't do it, it would be someone else. And I would have been dead by then. The past is over. Are we all good now? I have a feeling that we will definitely end the apocalypse this time. Wen Xiyu's eyes were red. His arms were tense, and he looked very depressed. Seeing him like this, Wen Yan felt a little uncomfortable. She leaned closer and buried her head in his shoulder, rubbing it affectionately like when she was a child. Wen Xiyu pursed his lips, sighed very lightly, and then raised his hand to rub the girl's hair. His voice was a little dry. I'm sorry, Nian. I didn't protect you well. Wen Yan looked up at him. Her nose was a little sour. No, you have done very well. It's because I am too useless that I ended up like that. The two were silent for a while, and did not continue this topic. Wen Yan said, Before the vaccine is developed, it's better for Jiang Xinhua to stay on that island. She knows a lot of details of the story, and she will definitely be useful at that time. Wen Xiyu closed his eyes, and all his emotions were covered up. Okay. You should go to bed. Go to the space. I will wake you up in the morning. Yeah. Wen Yan waved goodbye to him. And with a thought, his body appeared in the space. Looking at the full supplies on the first and second floors, Wen Yan felt very at ease. Even if this is a comic book, it is real to them. She will live well with her brother, and will never repeat the ending in the book. Wen Xiyu sat on the sofa, staring at the place where Wen Yan disappeared for a while, and then took out the crystal core in the drawer of the coffee table and started to upgrade. An hour and a half later, he opened his eyes again and placed the faded blue crystal core on the coffee table. Thinking of what happened tonight, he felt a little complicated. He had been thinking about the reasons for Wen Yan change before, and thought of many reasons, but he didn't expect it to be this kind. It turned out that she didn't have a dream that predicted the future, but had experienced it once. Wen Xiu's eyes slowly became cold. Although it was a matter of the previous life, he didn't have any memory. But he still felt angry. Shanhai's group was dead. But Zhou Yuchu was still there. And right in front of him. Wen Xiu closed his eyes, suppressed some extreme thoughts, got up from the sofa and walked to the French window. He formed a team to protect his sister. But now he found that the people in the team were all carefully selected by his sister. She was helping him gather the strongest superpowers. From the beginning when she chatted with Zhou Yuchu and the others on the roadside to later letting Lully join the team. She had always had a plan. Or rather, a premeditated plan. The little girl was smarter than he thought. That was good. In this way, if he was gone one day, she could still survive. There was a sound of footsteps behind him. Wen Xiu turned around and saw that it was Lin Fei, who was sleepy and had frizzy hair. They really should take time to get a haircut. Brother Wen. Lin Fei waved and said hello, then walked towards the bathroom. He seemed to be very sleepy, and his steps were all shaky when he walked. Wen Xiu glanced at him, then turned to the dark window. The room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Until a few minutes later, the footsteps sounded again. Seeing Lin Fei walk to his side, Wen Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him with some doubt. Why don't you go to bed? Lin Fei yawned and said, I haven't had a good sleep recently. As soon as I lie down, I will connect to various dreams. But I am also very awake in the dreams and can't fall asleep at all. Lin Fei mentioned this matter once at the dinner table before. Wen Xiu didn't pay much attention to it at that time. But now he is a little interested. What dreams did you connect to? Lin Fei thought about it and picked an interesting one and said, for example, last night, I saw Wen Yin dream. She lived in a very beautiful pink castle. Her father was the king, and her brother was the prince. They all loved her very much. Then on the day she came of age, 3 princes from neighboring countries came to propose marriage. Guess who Wen Yin chose in the end? Wen Xiu frowned. How could he know who Wen Yin would choose in her dream? If he was that brother, he would not let her get married so early. Seeing his expression of surprise, Lin Fei did not keep him in suspense and revealed the answer directly. She said different tests for the 3 princes, but none of them passed. Then she did not choose anyone and became the queen. Her father and brother were also quite funny, so they gave her the throne. Wen Xiu curled her lips and smiled. This dream is quite interesting. Seeing him smile, Lin Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and silently praised his wit. He only picked out the good part and didn't dare to say who the 3 princes were. Nor did he dare to say that the princess finally got married. After chatting for a while, Lin Fei went back to the room to rest. Wen Xiu stayed in the living room all night. Seeing Lin Zixia yawning and leaving the bedroom, he went to the 2nd floor to wash up, and then went into the kitchen to get busy. Lin Zixia was a step later than him, leaning against the door and wondering, Brother Wen, didn't I cook this morning? Wen Xiu's action of washing vegetables stagnated. He had become accustomed to cooking and almost forgot about it. Then I leave it to you. Wen Xiu took a tissue to dry his hands. You don't need any instructions for breakfast. Right? Lin Zixia smiled when he heard that, rolled up his sleeves and walked to the stove. Just wait and see. The sandwich I make is unique. Wen Xiu's mouth twitched, and he didn't believe him for some reason. But sandwiches shouldn't be messed up. Chapter 72 Envy and Jealousy. Wen Xiu returned to the living room and prepared to call Wen Yin to get up, but found that she was already sitting on the sofa dressed neatly. She wore a white and gray round-neck sweater with English letters, light-colored jeans, and her hair was tied into a fluffy bun, which looked very refreshing and cute. Brother. Wen Yin smiled brightly and waved at him again. Come here. Wen Xiu walked over as he said, and saw that she suddenly produced a pair of scissors in her hand. Your hair is a little long. I will help you cut it. Wen Yin pressed the man on the sofa and produced a white plastic object similar to a cloth, which was neatly put on him. Wen Xiu held down her hand that was about to make trouble, with a little helplessness in his eyes. After you cut it, can I still see people? Oh, why don't you believe me? I used to trim Duke's hair frequently. Duke was a poodle that their family had raised before. One time, Wen Yin cut his hair badly, and he was depressed for a week. Wen Xiu thought for a moment, pulled down the cloth and said, Let's talk about it when we get to the island. I have to meet outsiders these 2 days. Wen Yin curled her lips in disappointment and put the things back into the space. Their hair was a little long. When they got to the island, she had to cut it one by one. While the two were talking, Lin Fei also got up. He came over to say hello and went to the kitchen to help. Not long after, Xiaochen also came down from upstairs. He glanced at the two of them with a reserved look, and then lowered his eyes, as if he didn't know whether to say hello. Seeing this, Wen Yin took the initiative to wave his hand. Xiaochen, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Xiaochen nodded and hummed very lightly. He heard someone banging on the door last night, saying that there was a level 5 mutant zombie who could drive. He thought he couldn't help much, so he didn't go out. Wen Xiyu originally disliked this guy, but now he felt sorry for him. He walked over and took the initiative to say, "We are moving to an island today, and you have to go with us." Xiaochen eyes changed slightly, and he nodded again. Okay. Upstairs, Jiang Xinyue got up, washed up in a separate bathroom, and then changed into the loose home clothes. She left in a hurry last night and forgot to bring clothes. She thought about going back to get them today. Although this group of people didn't treat her well, they also realized her value and planned to keep her. Next, as long as she followed them, she could survive. As for other things, Jiang Xinyue thought she could take her time and find a way when she got to the island. Pushing the door and walking out, Jiang Xinyue happened to run into Lully coming out of the room. She smiled slightly and was about to say hello, but saw Lully ignore her and walk downstairs. Jiang Xinyue's smile froze, and she rolled her eyes at Lully's back. Impolite guy. Deserves to be abandoned by Lin Xiyu. Walking down the stairs, Jiang Xinyue saw other people in the living room. She looked around and saw a handsome boy sitting in an armchair with a band-aid on his forehead, looking a little cramped. Her eyes widened immediately. Isn't this Xiaochen? How did they find him overnight? It's too fast. But the base has registered personnel information, so it's not difficult to find him. Thinking so, Jiang Xinyue walked over and greeted Xiaochen with a smile. Hello. My name is Jiang Xinyue. Xiaochen looked at the strange woman who suddenly appeared, with a slight surprise in his eyes, and then lowered his eyes and hummed softly. Jiang Xinyue knew that he had a psychological shadow on women, and didn't want to make himself unhappy, so he walked towards the sofa after greeting. Wen Yin was chatting with Lully at this time. Seeing Jiang Xinyue coming over, she raised her eyes and smiled softly. Jiang Xinyue shuddered, thinking of the scene of her pointing a gun at her last night, and she was a little nervous for a moment. She looked soft and harmless, but when she got ruthless, she was more terrifying than those men. When Yin saw Jiang Xinyue paused, wanted to sit down but didn't seem to dare, and looked timid, which he found quite interesting. Just sit down. What are you afraid of? Jiang Xinyue smiled awkwardly, sat down next to her and said, Wen Yin, there is no conflict of interest between us, and there is no grudge. We can be friends. Wen Yin turned his head to look at her, his eyes slightly raised, his eyes clear and innocent. As long as you are obedient and don't make trouble, I won't kill you. As for being friends, forget it. Jiang Xinyue's heart skipped a beat, and she said very tactfully, Don't worry. I just want to live. I won't make trouble. Wen Yin smiled sweetly at her. You better not break your promise. Otherwise I will really kill you. Jiang Xinyue inexplicably felt that her smile was creepy, and looked away and said, No. Don't worry. Lully didn't expect Wen Yin to be so threatening. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he exchanged glances with Wen Xiyu. Lully understood Wen Xiyu's intention to keep Jiang Xinyue. She knew a lot about this world. Before the vaccine was developed, they would definitely need her. But keeping her here doesn't mean they have to get along as teammates. People like Jiang Xinyue are stupid and bad. They need to be on guard against her all the time to prevent her from doing something stupid. According to Lully, it would be best to find a suitable place to lock her up. They are in the end of the world, and they are no longer bound by morality and law. They can do whatever they want. It depends on how Wen Xiyu plans. Breakfast is ready. Lin Fei walked out of the kitchen with 2 white porcelain plates in his hands, on which sandwiches were placed. Lin Zixi followed with a porcelain plate. The table was soon filled with food of the same color. Bread with fresh vegetables and fried eggs looked very appetizing. Boss, try it first. Lin Zixi stared at Wen Xiyu expectantly, wanting to hear words of praise. Wen Xiyu glanced at him, slowly picked up the sandwich and took a bite, then frowned. and said after swallowing it. It's okay. The bread is a little hard. I can do better next time. Lin Zixu's nervous heart suddenly fell back to where it was, and a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Okay. I pay attention next time. Wen Yin took a bite and praised generously. Brother Zixu, the sandwich you made is super delicious. Crispy and crunchy. And tastes great. Lin Zixu cast his eyes at her. His lips raised. His eyes sparkling. As long as you like it. Lully felt that the two of them were talking so disgustingly. And he tooted lightly, wanting to see Zhou Yuchu's reaction, but found that he was not at the table. Where's the male lead? Lully nudged Lin Zixu with his elbow. And Lin Zixu was confused for a few seconds. Who? Reacting that he was talking about Zhou Yuchu. Lin Zixu glared at him, and warned in a low voice. Don't use this to sow discord between him and the boss. One of them is the male lead, and the other is the villain. Which sounds like they are irreconcilable. Especially since it involves Wen Yin being killed in the story. The two probably have some ideas in their minds. Wen Xiyu, who is a serious sister control, probably doesn't like Zhou Yuchu. I hope the two can maintain the status quo and don't make any separation. Otherwise Lin Zixu will find it really difficult to make a decision. Lully. TSK. Sounded. He was just joking. So he didn't have the time to sow discord between them. Even if what Jiang Xinhua said was true, the two should be in a hostile relationship. But now Wen Yin is still alive. Everything has changed. And they should change their way of life. After all, no one wants to have a tragic ending where everyone dies. Jiang Xinhua lowered her head to eat a sandwich. Her eyes occasionally swept across the men at the table. She was indignant in her heart. How could Wen Yin eat so well? Each of them was stunning. And they were all different types of handsome guys. Wen Xiyu was the most outstanding one among the few. He was as cold and elegant as a banished immortal, making people unforgettable. Lully was a fox beauty. Her fox eyes had a perfect arc, and the tail of her eyes seemed to have a seductive hook. Cunning and charming. Lin Zixu had a gentle and jade-like temperament of a noble man, with fair and delicate skin. He could also be called a pretty boy. And Lin Fei was the synonym of a pure man, looking very sunny and comfortable. As for Xiao Chen, his appearance was more delicate and cold. And he was so beautiful that it was hard to tell whether he was male or female. Jiang Xinhua swallowed silently, envious and jealous. At this moment, she hoped that her soul would be transformed into Wen Yin, and then all these people would be collected into her harem, including Wen Xiyu. Anyway, they were not siblings. Of course, neither of them knew this. After thinking about it, Jiang Xinhua's face fell again. Forget it. Let's just stay alive first. Beauty is attractive, but one's life is also important. Chapter 73. Fine Island. After everyone had breakfast, they saw Zhou Yuchu coming out of the room. He said apologetically, Sorry, I overslept. He couldn't sleep for most of the night last night, and he felt sleepy when it was light, so he got up late. Lin Zixu smiled at him. It's okay. We be a little early. Go wash up. I left breakfast for you. Zhou Yuchu hummed and turned to go to the bathroom. Wen Xiyu looked at his back. His eyes sank slightly. He thought Zhou Yuchu was the best among them before, and maybe one day he could be worthy of Wen Yin. But now, he doesn't think so. After Zhou Yuchu had breakfast, they prepared to go out. The pilot sent by Ji Heng was waiting outside, as well as Ning Yu and his group and Ji Yi. As soon as Ji Yi saw them, he waved at them, with a sincere smile that only belongs to a teenager. He was wearing a white shirt and black trousers today, and his short black hair was neatly groomed, looking particularly refreshing. Wen Yin smiled back. Ji Yi, have you had breakfast? Ji Yi lowered his eyes slightly, as if a little embarrassed. I have. I brought you some fruit. As he said that, he showed her his hands behind his back, and saw a small box of washed green grapes on it. Wen Yin curled her lips in surprise, walked towards him and said, Thank you. They all like the fruit you sent yesterday. Ji Yi handed the box over, and his handsome eyebrows raised slightly. What about you? Do you like it? Of course I like it too. Wen Yin took the fruit box and put it into the space, and smiled at Ji Yi again. We are all family members in the future, so there is no need to be so formal. Ji Yi heard this, and his heart was sweet. He finally had his own friends and values. Last night, he proposed to his father to join Wen Xiyu team. Unexpectedly, his father did not object. but only told him to pay attention to safety, and not to do things beyond his ability. Ji understood his father's concerns, and promised to be careful. The father and son rarely agreed and chatted for a long time in the study. He lost his mother when he was young, and his father was busy with work, so the relationship between the two was not good. He respected and feared his father, but occasionally wanted to rebel and attract his attention. But after many things happened recently, Ji suddenly realized that his father was not bad to him, but he had more important responsibilities, or his own mission. Just like joining Wensiu team now, he felt that he was also given a mission. Even if he paid the price of his life for it, it was worth it. Ningyu stood beside the two young people, feeling that he seemed to be a bit of a hindrance. He silently stepped back a few steps to give them some private space. "Let's go!" Wensiu walked forward first, and Wenyan didn't talk much when he saw this, and quickly followed and sat in the co-pilot's seat. The helicopter stopped on the outdoor lawn about 5 kilometers away from the base. The group drove out from the back door of the base, and then entered the cabin separately. Before boarding the plane, Wenyan put the 4 off-road vehicles into the space for later use. This large helicopter can accommodate 28 people. They all sat inside, and there were still 10 empty seats left. Lully, Jiang Xinhua, Wenyan, and Wensiu sat in the front row, and the others sat behind them. Ji noticed the presence of Jiang Xinhua, and some doubts appeared in his eyes. How did this woman join the team? She looked weak and unable to take care of herself. And she was a married woman. How could Wensiu agree? Could it be that he was attracted by that face? Ji shook his head, thinking that he must have been wrong. Wensiu only had eyes for his sister. How could he tolerate other women? In the front row, Wenyan gently pushed Jiang Xinhua with her arm. "Don't you know the location of the island? Now show me the way." Jiang Xinhua looked at her blankly. Since she got on the plane, she had been in a daze, and didn't know what they were going to do. Now, after hearing what Wenyan said, she finally understood. They believed what she said, and prepared to find the island with extremely high security. Jiang Xinhua bit her lip and thought for a while. "I don't remember the exact location. I just know it's surrounded by the sea. The scenery is beautiful. I should be able to recognize it when I get closer." Lully glanced at her coldly. "I thought you were so useful." Jiang Xinhua pouted. "Why am I useless? I've told you the truth about this world." After a pause, she glanced at the Wen brothers and sisters. "I also know the most obscure secrets in your hearts. Do you want to hear it?" Wenyan tilted his head to look at her. "Don't say anything too private. No one wants to expose their secrets, or let others know their secrets. If you can't control your mouth, it's easy to be killed." Jiang Xinhua shuddered and stopped talking. Wenyan felt that she was really scared. He just said it casually, but she took it seriously. In the back row, Lin Zishi whispered to Zhou Yuchu. "Brother Zhou, you don't plan to leave the team, right?" Zhou Yuchu glanced at him and frowned slightly. "Why do you think so?" Lin Zixiao leaned close to his ear and whispered. "Aren't you the hero in the comic book? Don't you want to start your own business?" Zhou Yuchu pushed his face away. "I don't want to start my own business. And don't mention the hero to me again. That's not me." He thought about it all night last night, and always felt that this matter was too outrageous. As if he was listening to someone else's story. In his opinion, the life in front of him is real and worthy of his attention. He shouldn't be entangled in those distant things that have nothing to do with him. After listening to him, Lin Zixiao was relieved. It's good that they don't split up. He really doesn't want to face the problem of who to choose. Although he will definitely choose Zhou Yuchu. He can't bear to miss them. Lin Fei closed his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the conversation between the two. Zhou Yuchu's heart was on Wenyan. So how could he bear to leave the team? The plane passed the coastline, hovered in the sky for several hours, and then slowly descended a distance. Yes, it's there. Jiang Xinhua stood up. Her face was full of excitement. She was not a useless waste. At least she helped them find the island. Didn't she? Lully glanced at her lightly. Congratulations. You are still a little useful. Wenyan recognized that it was the island that Zhou Yuchu found in his previous life. The scenery was pleasant, but it was extremely desolate, like a forgotten island in a fairy tale world. The helicopter began to slowly land. Wenyan rubbed his slightly stiff legs, and saw Wensiu still flipping through the book, and couldn't help but get closer to take a look. Her eyes fell on the page of the book. She glanced over it, and leaned her head on Wensiu's shoulder. Wenxiu smiled and handed the book to her. I've finished reading it. You can read it slowly. Wen Yin took the book and read a page, and saw the helicopter landed on the island. She immediately lost interest in reading, put the book into the space, unbuckled her seat belt, and stood up. This will be their permanent residence in the future. They arrive first, so they can naturally choose the house first. Unlike other deserted islands, there are some dilapidated retro houses here, scattered on the island. After getting off the plane, Ningyu came over and asked Lully, "Are there any traces of zombies here?" Lully looked at it intently and shook his head slightly. "I can't cover the entire island. I can only see that there are no zombies within 60 kilometers nearby." Ningyu came with him, this time to confirm the location and safety of the island, and then transfer other people here. Hearing Lully say so, he felt that it still needs to be verified. Wenxiu glanced at everyone. "Let's check separately. We have to search the entire island before dark." Wen Yin took out the 4 off-road vehicles from the space. "I see some sections of the road can be driven. We can go from the left and right sides separately. Go around and meet again." Jiang Xinyue pouted on the side. "I said there are no zombies here. Why bother?" Lully looked at her coldly. "If you think it's troublesome, just wait here. I didn't say I have to take you with me." Jiang Xinyue didn't want to wait here alone. What if she encountered danger? This is a deserted island, and wild animals often appear. She changed her attitude instantly and said with a smile, "It's good to be cautious. I go with you." On the way here, Jiang Xinyue and Wen Yin were in a car, and this time was the same. She glanced in Zhou Yuqi's direction. She had a dirty mind but no guts. When she saw him get in the car, she retracted her gaze and got in the car. Lully sat in the back seat, looking at Jiang Xinyue, who was clinging to the car door with a playful look in his eyes. "If you want to find Zhou Yuqi, just go. What are you afraid of? The worst that can happen is that he will kill you with an ice knife." Jiang Xinyue pursed her lips. This is what she was afraid of. Wenxiu was about to start the car, but stopped when he heard it. Since they had found the island, this woman was of no use for the time being, so it was better to let her pester Zhou Yuqi. "Go to that car. Zhou Yuqi won't kill you without my order." Jiang Xinyue's eyes lit up. "Really?" Wenxiu hummed without any expression. Jiang Xinyue immediately opened the car door and walked happily to another car. Wen Yin stared at the rearview mirror for a while, frowning slightly. Jiang Xinyue shouldn't still be thinking about poaching, right? It seems that her IQ has been given to her beauty, and she can't see her own situation clearly, which is also quite magical. Chapter 74. I won't betray him. In another car, four men saw Jiang Xinyue knocking on the car window and frowned at the same time. Zhou Yuqi pressed the car window and asked coldly, "Is there something wrong?" Jiang Xinyue nodded, with a smile in her eyes. "Wenxiu asked me to take a car with you." Zhou Yuqi closed his eyes with a headache, then opened the car door and got out. "Walk to the front driver's seat. I drive. You sit in the back," Lin Zishu explained in surprise, with an embarrassed look on his face. He thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Lin Fei in the passenger seat. "You go sit in the back." Lin Fei looked at him, then at Zhou Yuqi. "It's just a car. Is it necessary to be so strict with male ethics?" He shook his head helplessly, opened the car door and got out, and changed seats with Zhou Yuqi. Jiang Xinyue, who was watching this scene. "Do you think I don't exist?" The disdain is so obvious. Jiang Xinyue bit her lip in humiliation, and finally bent down to get into the car. She didn't understand. How could anyone not like her face when it was so beautiful? Even if they liked Wen Yin first, it wouldn't affect their liking for other women. Just like her, she liked all the handsome ones. Seeing the male protagonist's cold face towards her, Jiang Xinyue didn't bother to make herself look bad, so she simply turned her eyes to Lin Fei on the side. He was also quite handsome, with clear eyebrows and eyes, and a pure and innocent face. Lin Fei was speechless after noticing Jiang Xinyue's 1-minute stare. Is this woman okay? She was actually staring at him in a daze. He had seen her and Sun Rui chewing in the car and forgetting everything. Could it be that she thought he would be interested in her like this? With a churning in his stomach, Lin Fei closed his eyes for a while, then raised his eyes and glared at the two people in the front row. It is said that brothers share difficulties, but these two people are really not nice. It was also his fault for underestimating Jiang Xinyue's narcissism. Lin Fei moved a little closer to Xiao Chen, and his leg accidentally touched Xiao Chen's arm. He shrank back as if he had received an electric shock, and then pressed his whole body against the side of the glass. Lin Fei. He really didn't mean to touch him. He just wanted to avoid Jiang Xinyue, thinking that Xiaochen didn't like being touched by others. Lin Fei said sorry, and moved a little closer to the middle. Lin Zixiao looked at the rearview mirror, and cast a sympathetic look at Lin Fei. There was no other way. He could only sacrifice him at this time. The vehicle passed the bumpy road, and Jiang Xinyue took the opportunity to fall towards Lin Fei. But Lin Fei didn't want to touch either side, and after struggling, he chose to push her away with his hand. But he didn't control the strength well, and pushed Jiang Xinyue heavily against the glass, making a bang sound. Jiang Xinyue rubbed her head, which was hurt by the collision, and looked at Lin Fei with grievance and anger. Why did you push me? She was such a beautiful woman who threw herself into his arms, but was pushed away. Sorry. I didn't mean it. Lin Fei felt that he really shouldn't push girls, but Jiang Xinyue was obviously leaning towards him on purpose, and if he didn't push her away, he would feel uncomfortable. Lin Zixiao saw the situation in the back seat, held back his laughter, and coughed lightly. Jiang Xinyue, can you sit properly? Don't take advantage of my brother on purpose. Jiang Xinyue curled her lips. She didn't take any advantage, and she was hit, and had a headache. Thinking so, she still apologized symbolically. I didn't mean it. It was just that the road conditions were bad. Lin Zixiao hummed and said nothing. Zhou Yuchu also saw the situation in the back seat clearly from the co-pilot's seat. He rolled his eyes secretly, and rubbed his eyebrows again. Could this woman be more obvious than she is? She said she liked him, but when she saw a man, she wanted to pounce on him. She was really hungry. Xiaochen looked at them silently, remembering that when Yin was in the car yesterday, there was constant laughter in the car. But today when a woman came, they were all silent. It seemed that they had the same preferences. Jiang Xinyue was quiet for a while, and suddenly sighed. Zhou Yuchu, are you really willing to be inferior to others? You are the male protagonist in the book. Why do you have to listen to the villain? You should build your own team. Zhou Yuchu was impatient, raised his hand to support his temple, thought about it, and responded. Wen Xiyu is my brother, who has been through thick and thin with me. I will not betray him. You can save your words of provocation. Jiang Xinyue clicked her tongue twice, and a hint of sarcasm appeared in her eyes. What's wrong with brothers? Since ancient times, those who have fought for power and turned against each other are brothers. Besides, power and beauty are the goals pursued by all men. Do you think you are an exception? Zhou Yuchu didn't want to argue with her about this issue, and felt it was unnecessary. He said lightly, You can shut up. Jiang Xinyue's mouth twitched, and she rolled her eyes at him. If it weren't for the fact that he was the male protagonist and handsome, she wouldn't bother to persuade him. He really doesn't know how to be kind. Lin Zixiao and Lin Fei looked at each other in the rearview mirror. One of them had a smile on his lips, and the other looked a little depressed. Lin Zixiao suddenly understood Lully's interest in watching the fun. Sometimes it's good to be a spectator. Lin Fei felt that he was innocent, and he was tortured mentally while riding in the car. He originally wanted to catch up on some sleep in the car, but now he was not sleepy at all. Chapter 75. Take turns cooking. The car moved slowly forward, passing a dense flower bush, and when Yin's sight was instantly attracted. It was an extremely beautiful sea of flowers, with flowers of various colors. From a distance, it looked like a fairyland. Brother, Lully, look, it's so beautiful there. Wen Xiyu looked along her line of sight, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Do you want to get off the car and take a look? When Yin lay on the car window, his long black hair was a little messy in the wind. His eyes were round and clear, and his voice was smiling. No, we still have business to do. Let's come and see after we are done. Lully was resting with his eyes closed, hearing Wen Yin's words. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was indeed beautiful. The purple flowers seemed to be lavender. His eyes lit up slightly, and then he looked away with a sad look. Lavender is Lin Xiao's favorite flower. She thinks this flower is very romantic and represents loyal love. In the past, every holiday, Lully would give her a big bunch of lavender. She would be very happy to see the flowers. Her eyes slowly overflowed with surprise, and then she would rush over to hug him and act coquettishly. Unfortunately, those were all in the past. Lully smiled self-deprecatingly, raised his eyes, and said to Wen Xiyu, I want to go back with Ningyu and the others later. Those words choked in his throat, and it was a bit difficult to speak. You are worried about Lin Xiao, right? Wen Yan finished speaking for him, and turned his head to look at him. Then go back and bring her here in person, and you will feel relieved. Lully hummed lightly, and his eyebrows drooped slightly. He and Lin Xiao are friends who have grown up with each other, and those pasts cannot be erased overnight, even if she abandons him and chooses someone else. Lully hopes that she can live well, compared with the previous decadence and depression. Lully's mentality has changed a lot now. At least, he has friends to accompany him. And he is not alone. The scenery of the island is very beautiful. They drove all the way, enjoying the scenery while checking the situation. Wen Yan was in a good mood and hummed a song. When she sang, her voice was less sweet and more clear, like a lark playing music next to her. Lully looked at her in surprise. The corners of her lips curved, and she leaned back on the car seat, closing her eyes and listening to the song comfortably. Wen Xiu hadn't heard Wen Yan sing for a long time. She had a good voice since she was a child. Her parents sent her to learn vocal music for a period of time, thinking that if she didn't do well in her studies, she would go to a music school. But the little girl was very motivated. She was always among the top students in the class in professional courses. If it went as expected, she should be able to get into a good university. It was a pity that the zombie virus broke out in June, and she only had time to finish the exam and didn't even wait for her transcript. Wen Xiu felt sorry for her. If they could live until the end of the apocalypse, he would definitely send her to college again. The vehicle passed the turning intersection and merged with another car on a narrow road. Lin Zishu stopped the car and smiled and leaned out of the window. Boss, should we take a break and have a meal? Wen Xiu opened the door and got out of the car, nodding lightly. Zhou Yuchu will cook for lunch. When Lin Zishu heard this, he immediately lost interest in lunch. Zhou Yuchu's cooking skills were not as good as his, and there was a high probability that he would fail later. Lin Fei thought so too, and was also worried that he would mess up the dinner. He must learn more from the side later, at least to understand the use of several seasonings. Wen Yan got out of the car and slowly took out the ingredients. Brother Yuchu, don't be nervous. No matter what you make, we will eat it all. Zhou Yuchu was not nervous, but was afraid of wasting food. He hummed softly, rolled up his sleeves, and began to process the ingredients. Lully's expression changed slightly. If it tastes bad, do we have to eat it all? Wen Yan tilted her head to look at him, with an expression that said otherwise. Food is so scarce now. How can they waste it? Lully frowned, walked forward and said, Then I cook. I'm a little worried about Zhou Yuchu's cooking skills. Zhou Yuchu also had no confidence in his cooking skills. But Wen Xiu stipulated that they would take turns to cook, so he had to bite the bullet and go on stage. Wen Xiu said coldly, We agreed to take turns to cook. Don't break the rules. Lully, when you eat the dark cuisine, it's better to be so stubborn. The rolled-up sleeves fell, and Lully returned to his original position. Wen Xiu had originally planned to guide Zhou Yuchu to cook, but now he was annoyed to see him. So he simply didn't bother to watch and walked away to check the terrain. Lully wanted to watch the fun, so he didn't go to instruct Zhou Yuchu. Wen Yan, Lin Zixia, and Lin Fei, the kitchen novices, surrounded him to help. Jiang Xinyu glanced at a few people lazily, and realized that she couldn't fit in this circle, so she didn't bother to force it. She fiddled with her fingers boredly, and then glanced at the lifeless Xiaochen, and finally walked up to him and talked to him. What do you think of this place? Is it suitable for settling down? Xiaochen nodded with his eyes downcast, not wanting to talk much. Jiang Xinyu tooted, looked at his handsome face, and said to herself, Your eyelashes are so long. Are they natural or grafted? Xiaochen's eyes condensed slightly, and he looked at her with a hard-to-describe look, then turned around and faced the sea. Jiang Xinyu failed to flirt with men several times, and she didn't want to talk anymore. A bunch of blind men. You all deserve to die tragically in the original book. It's better not to let her go back to the original world. If she goes back, she will definitely send a razor blade to the author, and then scold all the blind protagonists one by one. When Wen Xiu came back after looking at the terrain, he smelled a burnt smell. He looked over and found a dark dish on the table, and he couldn't see the origin. He closed his eyes, calmed himself, and then walked over resignedly, and instructed Zhou Yuchu to cook. Seeing this, Wen Yin and the others looked at each other tacitly and retreated to the side to rest. Chapter 76 Other Teammates. They were located halfway up the mountain, with a wide view, overlooking the entire blue coastline. Wen Yin and Lin Zixu chatted casually, and when they walked a little further away from the team, Wen Yin asked the question that really concerned them. Did Jiang Xinhua tell you anything? Although Wen Yin believed that Zhou Yuchu would not be deceived by beauty, he was still a little worried. Jiang Xinhua revealed too many inside stories last night. Zhou Yuchu knew that he was the male lead. Would he want to build his own team? If he decided to leave, Lin Zixu and Lin Fei would definitely follow him. And then, they would be a little weak. Lin Zixu understood Wen Yin's concerns and chuckled. Jiang Xinhua is quite funny. She said that Brother Zhou is the male lead and should build his own team. Brother Zhou refused, of course. Don't worry. Brother Zhou is very loyal and will never be provoked by her. Wen Yin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes, I also think Brother Zhou is a good person. Lin Zixu continued. He is a slow-moving type. Although he doesn't talk much, he has already regarded you as good friends in his heart. Wen Yin felt that she was a little mean-spirited. They had experienced so many things along the way and had been friends for a long time. But she didn't even have basic trust. But it's always good to be cautious. Wen Yin looked at Lin Zixu and asked with a smile. What type are you? Lin Zixu raised his eyebrows slightly. I am a very familiar person. I felt very compatible with you when I first met you. When they met on the roadside that day, he wanted to know Wen Yin at the first sight. But he was busy on the road at that time, so he didn't chat for a few more words. Fortunately, they met again on the highway and formed a team. Lin Zixu now recalled and realized something. But he didn't want to think too much. Even if Wen Yin teamed up with them because of a precognitive dream, it was a mutually beneficial thing. When Siyu looked at the two people talking and laughing not far away, his eyebrows slightly sank, and then glanced at the dishes in the pot, reminding Zhou Yuchu, who was also absent-minded. The fire can be turned down a little. Pour in these seasonings, and stir-fry evenly. Okay. Zhou Yuchu responded and turned his eyes back to the stove. He turned down the fire as Wen Siyu said, poured in the seasonings, and then stir-fried. 5 minutes later, a dish of beans and eggplants with decent color came out of the pot. Wen Siyu picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. The taste was a bit complicated, but at least there was not too much salt, so it was still edible. He casually instructed the next few dishes and didn't taste them again, as long as the color was acceptable. After the meal was ready, Wen Yin took out a thermos box and left a lunch for Ji. It was the first day of joining the team, so he couldn't just ignore everything. Originally, they were supposed to sit in the same car, but Ningyu seemed to have something to talk to him about, so he let him sit in their car. Lully looked at the scenery at the beach for a while, and when he came back, lunch was ready. 8 people sat in 2 rows on the long dining table. Wen Yin distributed chopsticks and sat down next to Jiang Xinhua. Eat. Wen Siyu spoke, and the group of people started to move their chopsticks. Lin Zixu avoided the black dish, picked up a piece of fried pork with peppers and put it in his mouth, and then choked. It was so unpalatable. He tasted the cold beans again. How can I describe the taste? It's better to cook it directly. Wasn't Wen Siyu guiding him? How could it be so bad? Wen Yin thought it was okay. The 2 dishes in front of her tasted okay, although they were not as good as her brother's cooking. They were also good in color, fragrance and taste. What she didn't know was that the dish in front of her was the only dish that was edible, and the others were a little hard to swallow. Jiang Xinhua picked up a small piece of cabbage and put it in her mouth. The next second, she almost vomited it out. In view of the presence of a group of handsome men, in order to maintain her own image, she could only swallow it with tears. After tasting a circle of dishes, she found that only the 2 dishes in front of Wen Yin were edible. Wen Siyu really knows how to treat people differently. Lully couldn't eat anything, and he regretted not watching him, seeing Wen Siyu eating those dark dishes without changing his expression. His mouth twitched, and he lowered his head again, picked up the chopsticks, and mechanically stuffed noodles into his mouth. Lin Fei's eyes were facing the dark dish. He bravely picked up a chopstick, and then regretted his impulsiveness. Zhou Yuchu really had no talent in cooking, and so did he. He couldn't help but worry. Lunch was already hard to swallow. If he messed up dinner again, it would be a sin. Xiaochen silently ate the noodles that tasted a bit strange. His expression did not change at all. In his opinion, food is used to fill the stomach. There is nothing to be picky about. When Yin gradually saw from the expressions of several people that the other dishes were unpalatable, she wanted to try them. But when she stretched out her chopsticks, Wen Xiu grabbed her wrist. Just eat these too. Wen Xiu pinched her wrist and changed direction, then leaned closer to her and whispered, "You don't want to try it." After hearing what he said, Wen Yin didn't try it again, and ate the 2 dishes in front of him obediently. Noticing Zhou Yuchu's slightly lost look, Wen Yin comforted him. "Brother Yuchu, you are already very good for your first time cooking. Much better than me. And I think this oil lettuce and tomato scrambled eggs are really good. The taste and appearance are very good." Wen Yin was very sincere every time she praised others, making people feel that she really cared and gave enough emotional value. Zhou Yuchu's depressed mood improved in an instant, raised his eyes to meet the girl's clear eyes, and his lips curved. "Well, I will do better next time." Lin Zishi opened his mouth and wanted to echo the praise, but he didn't say it out loud. He hoped that Brother Zhou could realize his cooking flaws and try to reduce the number of times he cooks. Lin Fei glanced at the 2 dishes in front of Wen Yin. The color was quite good. He stood up and picked up a chopstick and put it into his mouth. It's edible. Wen Xiu is too partial. Sensing Lin Fei's resentful gaze, Wen Xiu said lightly, "You cook tonight. I keep an eye on you." Lin Fei's mood suddenly turned from gloomy to sunny, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Okay. Thank you, Brother Wen." After lunch, the group packed up and went to explore again. This section of the road was not suitable for driving, so they divided into 2 teams to walk 2 small roads, still in the same grouping as before. After walking for half an hour, Wen Yin was obviously exhausted. Wen Xiu saw it and asked her if she wanted to take a break. Wen Yin shook her head and grabbed his arm as a crutch. "It's okay. I help you walk." Wen Xiu felt a small object hanging on his body, pulling his arm down. He smiled helplessly and slowed down his pace. Lully walked in front of the 2, checked the surroundings with his sky eye, turned around and said, "There's nothing around here. We meet up with Ningyu and the others after we cross that mountain." Wen Xiu nodded at him. "Then we can take a break, or wait for them to come." Wen Yin stopped immediately after hearing this, and took out a gray mat from the space and spread it on the lawn. "We're not leaving. Right? Then I take a break." Wen Yin sat down panting, with a layer of light red on her pretty cheeks, and it was obvious that she lacked exercise. Lully's eyes fell on her, and then quickly moved away. The girl was wearing a light gray short-sleeved shirt, which was now soaked with sweat, and her round curves were particularly obvious. Wen Xiu sat down next to Wen Yin and noticed her clothes. He whispered a reminder, and Wen Yin immediately went into the space to change clothes. Wen Xiu looked up at Lully. "Are there any houses nearby that are suitable for us to live in? It would be best if they were a few kilometers away from other houses, with separate fences or something like that." On the way here, Lully saw an ancient building with red walls and wooden shutters. It looked a bit old, and it should be habitable after some repairs. It has 2 floors, with 6 rooms on each floor, a total of 12 rooms, enough for them to live in. There is also a small courtyard of 50 square meters outside, surrounded by high walls, and the privacy is pretty good. Lully gave a general description of the situation, and Wen Xiu thought it was pretty good, and he could go and see it later. Wen Yin heard what the 2 said in the space. After changing clothes, she came back and said with a smile, "Let's live there. There may be 2 or 3 teammates joining us later. 12 rooms are just right." Wen Xiu and Lully looked at each other. They knew that these teammates were all the ones Wen Yin had seen in her previous life. Lully asked curiously, "What are those teammates like?" Wen Yin looked at the sea in the distance, her eyes full of longing for the future. "There is a gold system, a fire system, and I'm not sure about the earth system." In fact, Wen Yin couldn't remember clearly how many people there were, but there were only 3 people who accompanied Wen Xiu to the end. Lully died earlier, and the others accompanied Wen Xiu to the end, and then died together in that battle. Lully looked at her thoughtfully. "Is it your brother's teammate or Zhou Yuchu?" Wen Yin raised his eyebrows. "In fact, there is no need to distinguish so clearly. Zhou Yuchu is also our teammate now. Isn't he? They are teammates and friends. The tit-for-tat scenes in the previous life should not happen again." Lully nodded slowly. With Wen Yin around, Zhou Yuchu would most likely not leave the team. I just don't know if these people will fight over Wen Yin in the future. He would probably sit on a chair, eat melon seeds and watch the show, and then give a few symbolic words of advice. It's quite interesting to think about it. Chapter 77 Mutant Beasts. Ji Yi and Ningyu and his group climbed over a mountain and met Wen Yin and his group on the downhill road. Not long after, Zhou Yuchu and his group also joined them here. They almost walked through the entire island and confirmed the safety here. There was no other danger here except for some ferocious wild animals. Ningyu saw that it was getting late and said to Wenxiyu, "Then we will go back first. We have to transfer the group of people in the base as soon as possible. Ji Yi is in your care." Just now in the car, Ningyu told Ji Yi some things, some of which were told by Ji Hung, and some were his own experience. It is a good thing for Ji Yi to train with Wenxiyu and his group, and it is also an opportunity for him to train and grow alone. But he is simple and straightforward, and it is easy for him to suffer losses or be used by others. Ningyu felt uneasy, so he told a few more words. The relationship between the father and son of the Ji family is not very good, and some things can be more effective for him to say than Ji Hung. Wenxiyu nodded to Ningyu. "Don't worry. Ji Yi will be fine." Lully walked up to Ningyu. "Captain Ning, I want to go back with you to pick someone up." Ningyu looked at him and raised his eyebrows. "Is it the fiancé?" When Ningyu was chatting with a few people before, he heard Lully mention this fiancé, saying that the two of them were separated and the fiancé went to North City first. I don't know if he found her. Ningyu has been busy with official duties and Su Yan's affairs recently, and has not had time to follow up on their situation. When Lully heard the word fiancé, his eyes darkened slightly, and then he chuckled and said, "It's my ex-fiancé, but she is a very important friend of mine. I want to bring her here first." Ningyu glanced at the people around him and felt that he seemed to have missed a lot of gossip. But there were more important things at the moment, and he didn't have time to ask more questions. He said goodbye to Wenxiyu and the others and prepared to leave. Ji Yi waved at Ningyu, with some reluctance in his eyes. Compared with his majestic father, he preferred an elder like Ningyu, who would respect his ideas, affirm his abilities, and not be so strong in giving suggestions. Ningyu smiled back and gave him an encouraging look. He knew that Ji Yi wanted to prove his worth, and believed that he could do it. Wen Yin glanced at Ji Yi and suddenly remembered that she had saved lunch for him before. Although it was a little late, it should still be warm. She took out the insulated box and handed it over. "Today, Brother Yuchu cooked. Do you want to try it? We specially saved a portion for you." Ji Ye's eyes were slightly hot for a moment. They were not together, but she actually saved food for him. He actually ate some food and was not very hungry. But this was a kind gesture from Wen Yin, so he would not refuse. Ji Yi took the lunch box, opened it, tasted it, and his grateful expression instantly turned into doubt, then self-doubt, and finally swallowed it with gritted teeth. "Is it delicious?" Lin Zixia asked with a smile on the side. Ji Ye's expression was slightly distorted, and then he stuffed the second bite into his mouth, which was still unpalatable. Wen Yin looked at his expression, raised his hand and pointed at the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and lettuce. "These two dishes are delicious. You try them." Ji Yi didn't really want to try them, but Wen Yin was kind, so he could only agree with tears in his eyes, and tasted a few more bites. It seemed to feel better. Ji Yi covered the lunch box and said with a smile, "I had lunch at noon, so I'm not very hungry. Let's save this for dinner." Lin Zixi patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Lin Fei will cook tonight, so it probably won't be very delicious." Lin Fei was standing not far away. He wanted to argue after hearing this, but he felt that Lin Zixi was right. They had to rely on themselves tonight. "Let's find a place to stay first." After Wenxiyu finished speaking, he took the lead in walking in the direction Lully said, and several people followed him, chatting as they walked. "Brother Zhou, did you mistake the salt and sugar today?" Lin Fei recalled the meal just now, and his stomach was still a little uncomfortable. He had to learn some experience to avoid repeating the same mistake. Zhou Yuchu smiled apologetically. "Maybe. I was too anxious for a while, and the pot was about to burn, so I just sprinkled a handful." Lin Zixia's mouth twitched. No wonder one dish was sweet and mixed with the taste of several seasonings. Jiang Xinyue couldn't help but say, "The dishes you cook are really unpalatable. You should cook less in the future." The male protagonist's setting does not have the skill of cooking, so why should he force it? It will be others who suffer in the future. Wen Yin cast a glance at Jiang Xinyu. It's good that you have something to eat. But you picked it? Jiang Xinyu pressed down the corners of her mouth and said nothing more. Wen Yin turned around and comforted Zhou Yuchu. I think it's delicious. This is your first time cooking. It's already very good. It will be better next time. Zhou Yuchu nodded and looked at her gratefully. She was the only one who thought her cooking skills could be saved. Wen Xiu listened to what the others said and shook his head. Some people were really not good at cooking, and it was useless even if he was there to guide them. But they had agreed to take turns cooking, and he didn't want to change his mind so quickly. So he let them practice for a few days. While thinking, Wen Xiu noticed a noise in the bushes not far away. He looked intently and saw a huge male black wolf hiding in the bushes, quietly watching their direction. Wolves are generally about 1 meter tall, but this black wolf is 2 meters tall, as if it has mutated, and the color of its eyes is dark green. Wen Yin also saw the mutant wolf at this time, and the dark green eyes meant that it was a level 6 mutant beast. Wen Yin didn't have time to think about it, and quickly took out 2 guns and threw them to Jiang Xinyu and Xiaochen, and then took out a submachine gun and held it in his palm. Jiang Xinyu was already scared at this time, and took the gun in a daze, with a pair of eyes a little absent-minded. Shouldn't mutant beasts be species that appear half a year later? They came here a year in advance. How could they still encounter them? Jiang Xinyu wanted to hide, but her legs seemed to be fixed in place, and she couldn't move. Wen Xiu and Zhou Yuchu gathered their superpowers to prepare for the attack. But the next moment, the wolf suddenly turned around and ran away. Wen Yin looked at this scene and couldn't help but think of one thing. In his previous life, Zhou Yuchu came to this island and met a mutant wolf beast. At that time, he was at level 8, while the mutant wolf beast was only at level 6. The IQ of the mutant wolf beast was about the same as that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. After realizing that it was no match for Zhou Yuchu, it recognized Zhou Yuchu as its master and followed him all the time. But now, this wolf beast is at level 6, and they are only at level 4 or 5. The little guy is unlikely to recognize his master. Maybe he felt that they were outnumbered, and even if it was level 6, it was not sure of winning. So he ran away. Can the crystal core of this mutant beast be upgraded? Wen Xiu turned his head to look at Wen Yin. Wen Yin shook her head and wanted to say something, but then realized that Jiang Xinyu was here. So she walked closer to her and repeated the question. Jiang Xinyu came back to her senses from her trance and said slowly, "This mutant beast is different from our species, and the crystal core cannot be used for upgrading. But they are intelligent beasts, with an IQ similar to that of a child. You can let it recognize its master, and then it can help you deal with zombies." Wen Yin nodded to Wen Xiu. What Jiang Xinyu said was exactly the same as what she knew. But this mutant beast was supposed to appear in half a year. But now it has appeared earlier, and I don't know if there are any other changes. Chapter 78. Don't force yourself to suffer. Lin Zixia looked at the direction where the mutant beast left and asked Jiang Xinyu, "How many mutant beasts are there on this island?" Jiang Xinyu thought for a while and said, "There is only one in the story, but I think the story has changed, so I'm not sure." Lin Fei used his mental power to explore and found that the mutant beast had run away, 2 kilometers away. Mental power exploration requires the psychic to send invisible mental tentacles in all directions, which consumes a lot of superpowers and has a limited distance. Unlike Lully's Sky Eye ability, he can monitor the surrounding situation at any time, find abnormalities, and then lock the location and zoom in to see. Wen Xiu looked at the house less than a kilometer away from them and decided to settle down in the place where he lived first, and then look for the mutant beast later. Such potential dangers must be resolved in advance. It would be best if the wolf beast could recognize its master. If not, they can only kill it to prevent future troubles. Several people quickened their pace and arrived near the house in less than 10 minutes. They pushed open a slightly old wooden door with peeling paint, and saw that the yard was overgrown with weeds and was particularly desolate, as if no one had lived there for a long time. Jiang Xinyu coughed because of the dust on the door. Thinking of something, she turned her eyes slightly and walked to Wen Yin's side and said, "Yin Yin, cleaning the house is a man's job. Let's go over there and rest." Wen Yin frowned and looked at her. Yin Yin was the name that close people called her, but the two of them were not that close. Wen Yin understood that she didn't want to work. But there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. You don't have to work. Just sleep outside tonight. Jiang Xinyu's face drooped when she heard it. Wouldn't it be better to let a man do this kind of work? Why do you have to do it yourself? It's really hard work. Wen Yin walked in and said to Wensiyu, Brother, you guys wait first. We go clean inside. Wensiyu knew that Wen Yin wanted to help, so he didn't tell her to go and rest. Just said, just clean your room. Don't tire yourself out. Got it. Wen Yin took Jiang Xinhua through the yard and came to the door. He pushed open the heavy door and saw a spacious living room with antique furniture. But the furniture was covered with dust and cobwebs. Wen Yin took out a bucket of drinking water and 2 towels. After thinking about it, he felt that drinking water was too precious and shouldn't be used for cleaning. So he put the bucket back into the space and shouted to the outside of the door, Ji Yi, come and help. Ji Yi was bending over to weed. Hearing Wen Yin words, he stood up and patted the dust on his trouser legs before walking into the room. Wen Yin pointed to the 2 empty buckets on the ground and smiled. I need some water. Thank you for your hard work. Ji Yi nodded and focused his supernatural power on the bucket. Wen Yin smiled and talked to him. Ji Yi, will your father be worried if you follow us? Ji Yi looked at her. The corners of his lips slowly rose. I am an adult. There is nothing to worry about. Did you just turn 18? Well, my birthday is in early June. Ji Yi went on a trip after his birthday, and then encountered a zombie virus outbreak. He originally lived in a hotel, and later followed his father's advice, and went to a relative's house for refuge. The man was his distant cousin who he didn't know very well, and he was also a policeman. After he settled himself, he went out and never came back. Ji Yi hid there for more than 3 months, saving money every day, and drinking water when he was hungry. Fortunately, the water source was not cut off, so he survived. Seeing his serious expression, Wen Yin guessed that he might have thought of the outbreak of the virus, and asked him, Did you encounter zombies in that residential building? Ji Yi's thoughts returned, and he said in a relaxed tone, I saw some at the door, but I hid in the room and basically never went out. Then do you have food? At first, I did, but later it was not enough. I could only eat a little bread every day. I drank water when I was hungry. Sometimes I was so hungry that I felt like I was going to die, and occasionally I would have hallucinations. Wen Yin cast a pitying look at him. It was very uncomfortable to be hungry, but fortunately she had her brother to take care of her, so she was not hungry much. Ji Yi smiled, and did not talk about this topic anymore. Instead, he asked, Is your birthday coming soon? When the two first met, Wen Yin mentioned her age. Ji Yi always remembered it, and was preparing a gift recently. Wen Yin hummed, It's almost there. More than half a month. Ji Yi pursed his lips slightly. You haven't opened the box I gave you yet. Right? Wen Yin shook her head. From what Ji Yi meant, it seemed that there were other gifts in the box besides clothes and jewelry. She would have to open it tonight and take a look. Jiang Xinhua listened to the two chatting and rolled her eyes. Ji Yi, this rude guy, was quite attentive in front of Wen Yin. Ji Yi filled the bucket with water, and under Wen Yin instructions, he used his supernatural power to wash the floor, while Wen Yin and Jiang Xinhua each wiped the furniture with a wet towel. After Wensiyu and his friends finished their work outside, they also went into the room to clean up. The living room was tidy and new in no time. Then came the 12 bedrooms. Each person was responsible for one, and the remaining 4 were assigned to more people. The group of people worked until dinner time, and finally cleaned up all the rooms, and then gathered in the living room. The cooking tools and ingredients were ready. Lin Fei drank a sip of water, then rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the stove with a fearless attitude. Brother Wen, I want to eat the food you cook. Lin Zixio looked at Wensiyu pitifully. He really didn't want to eat dark cuisine again. Once was enough. Wensiyu glanced at him coldly. You're dreaming. Wen Yin came over at this time, gently pulled Wensiyu's sleeve, and said in a coquettish voice, Brother, can you cook tonight? I want to eat the fried noodles you made, and I also want to eat braised pork. Wensiyu looked down at her, and his cold eyebrows softened in an instant. He nodded gently and said to the few people, Lin Fei will cook tonight, but I will be responsible for my sister's dinner. Do you have any objections? Lin Zixia pursed his lips. He had no objection, but he felt a little wronged. Zhou Yuchu had no objection either. It would be best if Wensiyu could cook for Wen Yin alone. He could also learn from it and strive to do better next time. Lin Fei felt that he was under a lot of pressure. With comparison, the damage would be more obvious. Ji Yi thought of the lunch Wen Yin left for him, and his expression twisted slightly. I hope Lin Fei's cooking skills are better than Zhou Yuchu. Wen Yan originally wanted to act like a spoiled child and ask her brother to cook. But after hearing what he said, she felt that she was being a little hypocritical. Brother, you don't have to cook for me specially. I just eat the same as them. After Wen Yan finished speaking in a low voice, someone tapped her forehead. She heard Wen Xiu say, "Don't force yourself to eat. You're not like them." Wen Yan rubbed her forehead. "I see. Then I also want to eat cold cucumber and 3 fresh vegetables." Wen Xiu smiled and raised his hand to rub her hair. "Yes, I do it right away." When they were at home before, Wen Yan acted like a little princess, and she would coquettishly order him to do this and that. If he didn't listen, the little princess would hang on him like a sloth and act like a spoiled child until he compromised. Occasionally, he still missed that time. An hour later, 10 dishes were placed on the table, 3 of which were attractive in color and very appetizing at first glance. Although some of the other 7 dishes were burnt or had too much seasoning, they were still manageable. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with his first cooking experience. At least better than Zhou Yuchu. Zhou Yuchu also felt the same way, and he even humbly asked Lin Fei for cooking skills. Lin Zixia was simply stunned. They really dared to teach and learn. He ate noodles slowly, occasionally looking at Wen Yan, which was quite appetizing. Wen Yan had almost finished eating, so he pushed a few dishes forward. "I'm full. You guys eat." Those dishes were quickly divided up, and there was nothing left. Jiang Xinyu moved the fastest, pushing most of the braised pork into her bowl. She wanted to start just now, but she didn't dare to move because of Wen Xiu's cold eyes. Wen Xiu cooking is so delicious. She really hopes she has a brother like him. Xiaoqing glanced at Jiang Xinyu and thought she had a really good attitude. She was about to be imprisoned, but she could still eat so deliciously. It shows that sometimes being a little stupid is also good. Chapter 79. What are you feeling wronged about? Lully followed Ningyu back to the base, entered the villa area from the back door, and went to find Lin Xiu. After knocking on the door and entering, Lully looked at the two of them calmly. "Pack your things and follow me." Lin Xiu was eating in the room. When she saw Lully coming, she was surprised. When she heard his words, she was slightly stunned. "What happened?" Lully nodded lightly. "I explain later. You follow me first." Lin Xiu knew that Lully would not say these words for no reason. She thought something had happened. She immediately stood up to pack her things. Seeing this, Zhou Yuqing also put down his bowl and chopsticks and packed with her. They came to the base earlier, so they were able to live in a separate room. Later, Zhou Yuqing joined the patrol camp, and the two of them had food, clothing, housing and transportation. After packing all kinds of items, Zhou Yuqing put the backpack on his shoulders, and then took Lin Xiu's hand. "Let's go!" Lully's eyes swept over the hands of the two people, and his eyes dimmed for a moment, and soon returned to normal. He led the two to the villa area. The neighbors who had seen him lively before had some sympathy and sigh in their eyes when they saw him again. Some sighed. "It's really pitiful. His fiancée and his brother got together." Some didn't understand. "Why is he so generous? If it were me, I would have wanted to stab these two people to death." Someone explained his doubts for him. "It's the end of the world now. His fiancée did this to survive. There is nothing unforgivable. In my opinion, it's good for the three of them to live together. There are not many women left now, so it's normal for everyone to share." Lully was annoyed and finally stopped to look at the few people. He pulled the corner of his mouth lightly and said coldly, "Share your uncle. If you can't speak, just shut up." The few people smiled awkwardly when they heard it. They spoke in a low voice. How could he hear it? But what they thought was a low voice fell into the ears of the superpowers, which was a normal volume. Lully was too lazy to argue with these people, so he quickened his pace and took out cigarettes and lighters from his pocket. He lit a cigarette and took a slow puff before he felt his irritability was suppressed. "Ollie, did they say anything? Why didn't I hear it?" Lin Xiu waved Zhou Yuqing's hand away and approached Lully. But Lully deliberately avoided her and took 2 steps to the other side. "Ollie, please don't treat me like this. Okay?" Lin Xiu's eyes were misty, and she looked very aggrieved. She tried to pull Lully's sleeve, but he dodged her again. Lully looked at her sarcastically. "What are you aggrieved about? I'm the one who was abandoned. What do you have to be aggrieved about?" Lin Xiu pursed her lips, tears falling down. She knew she had no right to be aggrieved. But seeing her once close lover being so cold to her, she felt very uncomfortable. She was too selfish. And she started her life again without confirming Lully's death. Now that she saw Lully again, she still hoped that they could be friends again. Zhao Yuqing looked at Lin Xiao, who was crying sadly, with pity and heartache in his eyes. He looked at Lully and said in a cold voice, "Lully, come to me if you have anything to say. Don't treat Sia like this. She has always cared about you. If she didn't think you were dead, she wouldn't accept me." Lully smiled sarcastically, took out the cigarette in his mouth, threw it on the ground and stomped it out, and then said lightly, "You two are really a good match. One is a green tea, and the other is a scheming bitch." Zhao Yuqing was very angry at his words, and veins on his forehead bulged. He clenched his fists tightly, and then slowly released them. "I know you are very angry and feel that we betrayed you. But there was no love between you. You just couldn't see it clearly." Lully laughed softly. Yes, he just couldn't see it clearly. He couldn't blame others. But he trusted her so much and relied on her. But she easily abandoned him and started a new life. How could he not resent it? It was as if the belief that had been supporting him collapsed, leaving him alone standing in the ruins. Now that he has found a replacement, he dare not rely on or trust her wholeheartedly. He is afraid that he will be abandoned again. "Lully," an abrupt voice sounded, breaking the stalemate between the three. Sun Rui approached Lully and said with a smile, "Is Xinyue with you? I want to see her." Lully looked up and raised his eyebrows slightly. "How do you know that Jiang Xinyue is with us? Did you see her?" Last night's incident, with just a little speculation, can be concluded that Sun Rui abandoned Jiang Xinyue and ran away in a critical moment. Jiang Xinyue was disappointed and scared. Later, when she saw a group of them, she wanted to seek protection from them. Lully had no interest in what happened between the two, but it was unlikely that he would see Jiang Xinyue at the moment. After all, she was on the island. Judging from Sun Rui's appearance, he should not know that the base was preparing to evacuate. He thought that Jiang Xinyue, this idiot, would tell him everything. Now it seems that she also kept something back. Sun Rui was embarrassed for a moment, then nodded and smiled. "Yes, I saw it. Thanks to you guys for dealing with the zombie last night." Lully nodded lightly, then sighed slightly. "You left Jiang Xinyue and ran away last night. She was very disappointed and doesn't want to see you now." Sun Rui's smile froze slightly. "Xinyue and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. It's normal to have some misunderstandings. Can you take me to see her? I can explain to her in person." Sun Rui knew that they lived in the villa area, but there were people guarding there. To enter the door, you need to enter a password or face recognition, and he couldn't go in to find someone. "Let's do it another day. I have something to do now." Lully didn't say anything more, and continued to walk forward with the two people behind him. After entering the villa area and coming to the room where they lived before, he told them roughly about the preparations for the base to move. Zhao Yuqing looked worried. "There are tens of thousands of people here. Will we be able to move in time?" Lully glanced at him. "You have taken the back door. I will take you to the island tomorrow. Stay here tonight." Originally, Lully planned to leave tonight, but Ningyu felt that it was not safe to land on the island at night, and it was not convenient to find a place to stay, so it would be better to go there during the day. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, looking at Lully with complicated eyes, grateful and guilty. Lully cared about her after all. Otherwise, he would not have taken them to the island. "Thank you, Ollie." Lully pursed his lips and smiled. The smile was very faint. "This time, consider it as my repayment of what I owed you before, and we will be even in the future." Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly turned red. She wanted to say something, but saw Lully turn around and walked out, as if he could not avoid them. His steps were a bit hurried. Lin Xiao felt bad, turned around and threw herself into Zhao Yuqing's arms, sobbing, "Aching, I only have you from now on." Zhao Yuqing looked at her with pity, leaned over and kissed the top of her head. His relatives and friends were gone, and the only person he cared about now was Lin Xiao. He was worried that Lully would take her away before, but now it seems that there is no possibility between the two. Lully went to Ningyu to ask for some water and supplies, ate a bowl of instant noodles, and went back to the second floor to rest. He missed Wen Xiyu and the others a little, and didn't know what they had to eat tonight. If Lin Fei cooked, the taste would probably be hard to describe. Wen Xiu should not let his sister suffer, and he must have cooked 2 dishes for her. Wen Yin would definitely eat the dishes made by his brother obediently, and then sincerely praise Lin Fei and her brother a few more words, and the bowl of water was very even. Lully chuckled and suddenly understood Wen Xiu's sister-con nature. If he also had such a well-behaved and lovely sister, he would probably be like Wen Xiu, holding her in his hands, caring for her, and thinking about her all the time. Chapter 80. Take this as a warning. Night falls. A group of people sit in the yard, chatting casually. There is a kerosene lamp with a glass cover on the small table. There is no electricity on the island. The kerosene lamp was found when they cleaned the room and was just used for lighting. It was getting dark, but it was still early for bedtime, and no one wanted to go back to the room to rest, except for Jiang Xinhua, who was forced to go back to the room, and Xiaochen, who said he wanted to rest early. Everyone else sat in the yard. After discussing it, several people felt that they could not let Jiang Xinhua come and go freely. With her temperament and work style, it would be easy to cause trouble or reveal many secrets when she went out. It would be best for her to stay here and not go out. If she had to go out, she must be accompanied by someone. As for Xiaochen, someone should also keep an eye on him and not let him find a chance to escape from here. Although this island is surrounded by the sea and seems to have no way out, with Xiaochen IQ, it should not be difficult to find other ways to leave the island. Compared with Jiang Xinhua, Xiaochen's situation is much more difficult. Not only do they have to keep an eye on him, but they also have to make him let down his guard and develop a vaccine. Wen Xiu was a little worried. If Xiaochen refused to cooperate, what would be their ending? Is it the same death as in the book? Or stay on this island forever? The second option would involve many problems, such as water and food shortages. Wen Yin looked at her brother's worried look and reached out to pull his sleeve. What are you thinking about? Wen Xiu came back to his senses, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. Nothing. I was wondering where the mutant beast was hiding. Wen Yin's eyes slightly raised. It's probably afraid that we will find it, so it hides far away. Let's wait for Lully to come back and find it. Lin Fei had used his supernatural power to check before, and there was no trace of the mutant beast within 5 kilometers. It seems that it deliberately hid far away. Wen Xiu chuckled and hummed. He was not in a hurry to find the mutant beast. Anyway, it was on the island and couldn't run away. What do you think Lully is doing now? Lin Zishu was still a little uncomfortable with Lully's absence. No one was arguing with him. Lin Fei blinked and tooted sympathetically. It should be difficult for him tonight, living in the same building with his ex-fiancé and ex-brother. Lin Zishu sighed, and was a little gloating. He can completely ignore those 2 people. Lin Xiu has betrayed him, so why should he rush to make trouble? Wen Yin took out the grapes that Ji sent in the morning from the space, tore off the plastic film, shared with everyone, and expressed his own opinion. Severe love brain is difficult to cure. We should take this as a warning. Lin Zishu took the grapes and tasted them. They were seedless grapes and quite sweet. He pursed his lips. You can't not fall in love. Human reproduction is engraved in your genes. Behavior. It's normal to like someone. It's normal to fall in love. And it's normal to get married and have children. Ji agreed. Yes. There's no need to avoid this kind of thing deliberately. Just let it go. Wen Xiu glanced at the 2 of them coldly. Now it's the end of the world. Not the peaceful times before. Those normal things are far away from us. Zhou Yuchu ate the grapes handed by Wen Yin, and just raised his eyebrows when he heard it. What they said made sense, and they all had selfish motives. But who can control liking such things? Wen Yin saw that the few people were talking a little far, and he didn't participate in the topic anymore. He just listened quietly until he felt sleepy, and got up, and went back to the room. It was supposed to be Lin Zishu night watch tonight, but Wen Xiu considered the potential danger of the mutant beast, so he asked Lin Fei to stay downstairs and check the surrounding situation every hour. It was peaceful overnight, and there were no unexpected situations. Sitting at the breakfast table again, except for Jiang Xinua's face full of resentment. Everyone else's expression was very calm. Wen Yin sipped the porridge, with a satisfied smile on his fair face. This porridge is delicious, soft and sticky. This morning it was Xiaochen turn to cook. He had no burden about it. He looked at the ingredients and washed his hands skillfully to cook. Hearing Wen Yin's words, he pursed his lips slightly. What's so good about a bowl of ordinary white porridge? Lin Zishu thought so too. Seeing that Xiaochen didn't respond, he said, Xiaoyan. If you like porridge, I will cook porridge for breakfast next time. Wenyan smiled at him. Okay. But you don't have to cook porridge every time. The sandwiches you made are delicious. You can switch. Lin Zixi glanced at Xiao Chen from the corner of his eyes, and raised his chin slightly. That's right. You can't drink porridge every meal. No matter how delicious the porridge is, you will get tired of it after drinking it a few times. Xiao Chen lowered his head, and still didn't respond. It's just porridge. What's the point of being sick of it? Jiang Xinyue lowered her eyes, and drank her porridge listlessly. She was forcibly sent back to her room last night. And then she realized that they were planning to imprison her. The damn protagonist group, relying on their high level of supernatural powers, actually treated her like this. Jiang Xinyue is very conflicted now. If she stays here, at least she won't have to worry about food and drink. And there's no danger. But she doesn't want to lose her freedom and be locked in this cage. According to them, they will let her go only after the vaccine is developed. Jiang Xinyue glanced at Wenxiyu, then at Zhou Yuchu. It's okay to let her stay in the cage. At least she can get a handsome man. It's really depressing to only be able to look but not eat. After breakfast, Wenxiyu took Zhou Yuchu to look for prey nearby, while the others rested at home. Lin Zixia and Lin Fei stayed downstairs all night last night, and now they have returned to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Xiao Chen felt that there was nothing to do, so he also returned to his room. For a while, only Wenyan, Ji Yi and Jiang Xinyue were left in the living room. Wenyan took out a level 3 crystal core and handed it to Ji Yi, smiling and saying, I wanted to upgrade you yesterday, but I was too busy to remember. Ji Yi's eyes flashed with surprise, and then gratitude. He had just joined the team, and Wenyan was willing to upgrade his crystal core. It seemed that she really treated him as her own. Thank you, Wenyan. I've already thanked you for your gift. Don't be so polite. Wenyan looked through the suitcase last night, and found that the clothes Ji Yi gave her were quite to her liking. There were sportswear, casual clothes, and 2 simple long skirts of different styles. She tried them on, and the size was just right. There were also some jewelry such as necklaces and earrings. Wenyan didn't look at them much, and put them all away. She also found a black brocade box at the bottom of the box. Inside was a silver bracelet with a cute little rabbit hanging in the center. I think it was a birthday gift from Ji Yi in advance. If it wasn't in the end of the world, Wenyan would have suspected that he was pursuing her. Wenyan thought about it. If she met Ji Yi in college, there was a possibility that they would fall in love. After all, Ji Yi looks pretty good, has a good personality, and they are of similar age. Wenyan shook her head, cleared her mind, drank a sip of water to calm down. Now is the end of the world, and it is not realistic to fall in love, so it is better not to think about it. Jiang Xinyue propped up her chin and looked at the two of them. There was a little ambiguity, but not much. Wenyan seemed to be very enthusiastic about them, but not that kind of enthusiasm, and it was hard to tell who she liked. Jiang Xinyue personally preferred Lin Zixu. He and Wenyan got along most naturally, always talking and laughing, and could provide emotional value. Of course, if she were to choose, she would not choose a certain one. It would be best to take them all, and take turns sleeping with them every day. It was quite happy just thinking about it.